After this guy used up all his luck to pull an SR rank heavenly demon character with a 0.0006% drop rate. He was immediately hit by a truck that came out of nowhere. When Junsu woke up, he found himself in a hospital room. That is right. I was hit by a truck. Just as Junsu remembered that, a nurse walked in. Private Kim, you are awake? Hold on. I will go get the doctor. With that, the nurse stepped out. What is going on? Why did she call me Private Kim? Confused, Junsu walked to the foot of the bed and looked at the patient information chart. Name: Private Kim. 22. Condition: dislocation and concussion due to an accident. It really says Private Kim. What kind of mistake is this? Junsu returned to his bed and let out a sigh. I feel guilty for turning all those Private Kims into experience points for my heavenly demon. But to actually become one myself, how is this possible? As he moved, his leg accidentally hit a chair, making him scream in agony. Hearing Junsu's piercing scream, the nurse rushed back in. Private Kim, you should not be moving around yet. The doctor had also arrived by then. Seeing the scene, he said with a smile. You were hit by a truck. Luckily, your injuries are minor, but we still need to run some more tests. We need to get you MRI and a magical eyesight test. Magical what now? Junsu snapped. Before he could even process what was happening, he was quickly faced with another daunting problem. The hospital bill, emergency room and facility fees, Connecticut scan, X-ray, and other expenses come to a total of 22,370,569 won. Junsu's mouth twitched when he heard the number. What the? I was only here for 4 days and the bill is 22 million. You do not have insurance, so you have to cover the entire cost yourself, the receptionist explained. What do you mean I do not have insurance? Every citizen of South Korea has national health insurance. The receptionist looked a little confused. What is national health insurance? You do not have corpse insurance or magic tower insurance. Right, corpse or magic tower insurance. What are you talking? Junsu was about to retort, but then he froze. Wait a minute. I remember hearing these terms before. Where have I heard them? The Legion, the Grand Council, the Magic Tower, the Holy See. This is the setting of Axel Sana, a world abandoned by God, where arcane science flourished. The Earth, polluted and teeming with monsters, forced humanity to modify their bodies just to survive. After that, I just dragged myself back to my place. I went to sleep happy about getting a legendary item, but I woke up as a free trial character. Perhaps this is the Holy See's punishment for sacrificing all those gilded soldiers. Staring at the tiny room before him, Junsu fell deeper into despair. This room is even shabbier than my old apartment. Why are gilded soldiers so dirt poor? Damn it, my body is weak. I have no money. What am I supposed to do? And if this really is Axel Sihol, then soon enough, events like the nuclear war, the spatial fissure, and the return of the old gods will turn this place into a living hell. I do not know how I got here, but if I just stay put, I am 100% going to die. Suddenly, a question popped into Junsu's head. He immediately clicked open a ballpoint pen and placed his other hand on the table. I need to check before it is too late, he thought, steeling his resolve despite his trembling arm. Junsu decisively stabbed the pen's sharp tip into his hand, then gritted his teeth and waited for the result. In an instant, the puncture wound began to close up and then vanished completely. A notification window appeared. Trade acquired. Wound recovery. I knew it would work. Junsu celebrated inwardly. The reason he had raised countless gilded soldiers. The gilded soldier is a free trial character, the only one with no basic traits. However, you could unlock traits and swap them out, making the gilded soldier more flexible to raise than other characters. For a strategy-based player like him, the gilded soldier was easier to use than any rare character. Wound recovery has been activated, restoring all injuries you have sustained. Junsu joyfully tore off his bandages, because his body was now completely healed. Now that I am a gilded soldier, I can acquire any trait as long as I can earn it. Axel Sihol. In this world, being poor and powerless means death. Or worse, if you are unlucky. But Junsu would not let that happen. He had the knowledge from wasting 10,000 hours on the game Axel Sihol as a free-to-play player. Using a gilded soldier's body to climb straight from rank 115,689 to rank 9, the very next day, Junsu went to the player recruitment hall. The director of the player recruitment office looked over Junsu's resume, then sized him up with a judging gaze. This is your first time at our player recruitment office.
Yep.
I am here to join the mana cleansing project. Junsu replied, sighing to himself. In a crappy game like this, I have to make some money first. Since this body is all I have got, the only thing I can do is make some serious cash. It may be called mana cleansing, But do you have any idea what dungeon subjugation really involves? Chul Sil said, kicking his feet up onto the desk. Yeah. I know. You know. Funny. Because your resume is completely blank. Junso put on a confused face, thinking to himself, of course I know how messed up this job is. Corrupted mana is the reason monsters are able to invade Axel Sul. Dungeon subjugation. The act of cleaning up that filth releases massive amounts of corrupted mana. Prolonged exposure to it can be fatal or cause mutations, which makes this job incredibly dangerous. Alright. I will put you on a team as soon as we have enough people, Jusil said, adding a final warning as Junsu was about to leave. But hey, are you sure about this? I have seen countless guys like you walk in here for the money, only to end up as empty shells. Don't worry. I might just be better at this than you are, Junsu replied confidently, turning away with a smirk. Hardcore grinding as a free-to-play player is Warrior Kim's specialty, with 10,000 hours of playtime under my belt. Soon after, Junsu was assigned to a mission. The team leader immediately tried to intimidate him. You are the new rookie on our team. Yeah, I guess that is me. I was just assigned to this team. Hong violently grabbed Junsu by the collar. Do you think this is some kind of game? Where's the fire in your eyes? Don't come crying to me for help when you start mutating. The moment I see the slightest sign of mutation, I will put you down myself. Alright. I will keep that in mind, Junsu replied nonchalantly, thinking to himself, trying to scare the new guy. It is the same in games and in real life. But why is he here? So this is what he looked like before his awakening. He was just an ordinary guy back then. Come on. You do not have to treat the new guy like that. We are already short-staffed. So we have to take all the help we can get. Nim, who had 5 years of experience cleaning dungeons, stepped forward to help Junsu. That is, if he can even help us. Look at him. We will be lucky if he does not just get in the way. Hong clicked his tongue and let go of Junsu, then said to the team. Alright, we have exactly 4 days to clean 5 contaminated sites. Let us move. That bastard. He is even more difficult than in the game. As Junsu glared after Hong, Nim tapped his shoulder reassuringly. Don't mind him, he is just rigid on the outside. But he is a good person. Yeah. Junsu replied. His anger subsided a bit, so he put it out of his mind and followed the group to the task. Hong led the team to an abandoned station, from which a nauseating stench wafted out. I am opening the door. Everyone. Be ready. Hong gave the order and used his card to open the dungeon entrance. As soon as they saw the horde of contaminated slimes, low-level monsters, they all raised their shovels in unison to prepare for battle. Only Junsu stood at the back, observing. The basic principle of dealing with contaminated mana or monsters like contaminated slimes is that, while they are very weak, they are difficult to handle because they won't die until their internal mana core is found. After struggling futilely against the slimes, which only multiplied the more they were attacked, the cleaning team began to panic, find their mana cores. How are we supposed to do that, if this drags on? We are all going to be infected by the contaminated mana. Just as a young man was about to be attacked by a slime, he suddenly heard a voice from behind him. Get back. I won't be responsible for you. After his warning, Junsu rushed forward, slamming his shovel down. The slime there, instead of multiplying, was instantly destroyed, revealing an eye-catching yellow mana core. In the moments that followed, Junsu single-handedly decimated the slimes, leaving his teammates staring in stunned amazement. What the hell? He took out that slime in one hit. How is that possible? Junsu continued to expertly wield his shovel, thinking smugly to himself. Of course it is possible. Before fighting monsters, he had learned a few important principles while gathering the necessary attributes. First, collecting attributes worked just like in the game. You just had to fulfill certain conditions. 2 days before the dungeon raid, Junsu was crawling on the streets looking for a coin to get the treasure hunter attribute, and sniffing garbage cans to get the toxin resistance attribute. Second, Junsu could possess a total of 6 attributes. You can switch between attributes whenever you want. By activating the treasure hunter attribute, Junsu can see mana cores, revealing his opponent's weakness. With that, he could kill the slimes in an instant, then activate toxin resistance to ward off the corrupted mana that clung to him during the cleanup. Even with his helpful attributes, working all day still left Junsu utterly exhausted. On the ride home, Neem came over to Junsu's seat to talk. Junsu smiled and replied, It is not like that. I just picked it up during my military service, if that is the case. You are really something else, Neem said with admiration. At that moment, 2 horns suddenly sprouted from his head. This guy. The signs of mutation on him are getting worse. It seems he has been exposed to too much corrupted mana. Thinking to himself, Junsu suggested, You do not look so good. Why do not you take tomorrow off? Neem waved him off with a bitter smile. I would rather face mutation than deal with debt collectors. That makes sense. There are not many reasons for people to do this job. After all, with that thought, Junso decided not to press the issue. But the inevitable happened. 4 days later, every member of the team, except for Junso, was affected by the corrupted mana to some extent. Especially Naim. His body began to swell. His breathing grew ragged, and his eyes turned cloudy. I told him not to push himself so hard, as Junso was observing Neem, who spoke to him. His attitude completely different from their first meeting. You have got a lot of spirit. Is it because you are young? I never thought you would be able to handle this job. But you are doing great. It is all thanks to everyone. Junso replied with a forced smile. Thinking, it is actually thanks to the new attributes I got from cleaning up monsters that this job is so much easier now. Junso's gaze then shifted to Ho. He looked tired too. Is it because he is cutting corners? Just then, Neem let out a loud scream, clutching his head and growling as more and more sharp spikes erupted from his body. Seeing this, the rest of the team stopped their work and crowded around him, asking what was wrong. Don't tell me. A terrible possibility surfaced in Junso's mind, who seemed to have reached the same conclusion. He rushed over to Neem, his face grim as he tried to reason with him. Snap out of it. We need to get out of here. Neem only turned to look at Ho, his eyes completely devoid of warmth, like a bloodthirsty beast bearing its sharp fangs, and with a sudden burst, the gentle Neem transformed into a colossal, mutated version of himself. He's mutated, and it seems he has lost all reason. I won't be able to get out of here unless I defeat him. Junso frantically checked his attribute panel. All the new attributes I have gained were for cleaning up monsters, so none of them are useful in a fight, no matter how Junso thought about it. Junso looked at Naim staring at him with such a fond gaze and screamed internally. I am so screwed. A single punch from the mutated Nin sent Junso flying. He coughed up blood, thinking in horror. The power gap is too wide. At this rate, I'm a goner. System notification. Stamina has been acquired. You have acquired a trait. Seeing this notification, Junso's spirit returned. It was like grasping a lifeline as he cried out in his mind. A trait. That is right. I have traits. It is too soon to give up. With that, he hastily opened his trait panel. I have to use my head if I want to survive. How do I beat that thing? First, I will get rid of a few traits. Next, strength. That'll be useful right now. Mana heart will help with mana control. And stamina will reduce the damage I take. Mana absorption lets me absorb mana. And deep breathing helps with mana recovery. And finally, the last missing piece. Corruption resistance. After adjusting his traits, Junso immediately got to his feet, staring down the mutated Nine. He yelled, bring it on. You bastard. The mutated Nin, of course, did not disappoint. Charging straight for him, Junso watched the mutated Nun intently, pulling the shovel in his hand back as it began to glow with a blue light. System notification. Strength trait activated. Power amplified tenfold. Waiting for the mutated Nine to enter his attack range, Junso gripped the shovel with both hands and swung with all his might, sending it flying backward. Junso rejoiced internally. Yep. It worked. I can do this. However, his joy lasted only a few seconds. In midair, the mutated Nun suddenly curled into a ball and began to spin at high speed, like a deadly, spiked wheel rolling rapidly toward him. What the hell is that? Junso cried out in panic. Then, he saw the spiky wheel use a protruding rock to launch itself high into the air. And its landing point was right where he was standing. Holy crap. That was all Junso could manage to say before the spiked wheel crashed down, shattering the ground beneath it. After the attack, the wheel of sharp spikes transformed back into the mutant porcupine. Gazing at the destruction it had wrought, the system announced the activation of the endurance state, amplifying strength by 10 times. Thanks to the endurance state, Junso managed to tank the mutant porcupine's dangerous blow and leaped into the air above it, even with endurance. This still hurts like hell. As he spoke, Junso went for a trade of blows, launching an attack with both fists at the mutant porcupine. He knew that if he stopped now, was over? There was no choice but to keep attacking. Just then, a spine on the mutant porcupine's body shifted, aimed at Junso, and suddenly launched itself. The attack was too sudden. Junso only managed to lean back instinctively, but the sharp spine still grazed his shoulder, tearing his shirt and leaving a bleeding wound. What was worse? A volley of sharp spines from the mutant porcupine's body shot towards Junso, giving him absolutely no chance to react. Junso was instantly riddled with sharp spines, the impact sending him flying backward in agony as he crashed to the ground. A little more. Just a little more. With a silent cry, Junsu forced himself up and rushed towards the mutant porcupine, throwing a punch. But after that one punch, his right hand was completely shattered. And it did not even scratch the mutant porcupine. It only made it even more furious. The enraged mutant porcupine aimed its spines at Junsu and fired again, shredding his left arm and tearing the tendons all the way to his shoulder blade. Overwhelmed by the agony, Junsu collapsed to the ground, screaming wretchedly. I can't win with just the gold soldier, he thought to himself, lying helplessly on the ground, watching as the mutant porcupine clasped its hands into one giant fist and slammed it down. Junsu's mind suddenly flashed back to when he used to play Exenzian, laughing as he said, "Come on, bring it on. I will beat everyone with just the gold soldier." In that moment, his mind became incredibly clear. He seemed to understand something. Back when I was playing the game, everything was so easy. I could defeat monsters with a single touch. I never thought about how the character felt. I just pushed him to his limits for the sake of effective training. But now, I understand. You have to endure pain to gain even a mid-tier trait. There is no such thing as a victory without a price. All of this flashed through his mind in an instant. When Junsu came to his senses, the mutant porcupine's massive fist was about to strike him. In response, Junsu suddenly raised an arm to block it. It was an arm just as massive as the one from the mutant porcupine. The mutant porcupine was stunned to see its attack blocked so easily, and was then sent flying by a surprise punch from Junsu. A surge of power coursed through Junsu, his arms now completely whole, but they were unusually large, throwing his body's proportions slightly off balance. The system announced that the mutated muscle trait had been activated. Junsu clenched his fists, thinking, the reason I attacked so recklessly was to push past my limits by activating the mana heart and power traits. To obtain mutated muscles, it was all in preparation for this very moment. As for the mutated hedgehog, enraged after being knocked down, it quickly got back on its feet and lunged at Junsu with a punch. Junsu raised an arm, effortlessly blocking the attack. He smirked. That is not going to work on me anymore. Then, he unleashed a flurry of punches on the mutated hedgehog. The mutated hedgehog could only raise its arms to defend itself, passively taking the hits. Seeing this, Junsu taunted it. Stab me. Go on, stab me again. I did. Enraged, the mutated hedgehog stopped defending and chose to attack. Spikes suddenly shot out from its fist. He could not block it and was slammed to the ground, leaving several bleeding holes in his chest. Junsu caught up a mouthful of blood, thinking, it still was not going all out. Even though he was knocked down again, it was not for nothing. System notification. You have obtained mutated body. You have acquired a new trait. Junsu immediately equipped the mutated body trait on his status panel. In an instant, Junsu's body started to grow, becoming perfectly proportional to his massive arms. Junsu got back on his feet, smiling at the mutated hedgehog. Thanks. You have helped me get even stronger. After that, the two of them clashed, but neither could gain the upper hand. Junsu laughed. Now we are on equal footing. The continuous sound of their blows echoed, loud enough to wake Hu from his unconscious state. What is happening? Hu thought as he turned his head toward the sound, seeing Junsu and the mutated hedgehog trading blows, punch for punch, neither giving an inch. Hu was stunned by the sight. Private Kim, what is he? Some kind of Superman? How can he be fighting on even terms with a mutant? Just then, they both landed a blow, sending each other crashing to the ground. Junsu sat on the ground, breathing heavily as he watched the mutant hedgehog stand back up. It still had the strength to raise its head and roar. This is not easy at all. I am as big as that thing now, but at this rate, I am still at a disadvantage. That ability, he thought, gritting his teeth. It is risky, but I have no other choice. His decision made, Junsu immediately stood and whispered, activate corruption resistance. System notification. Mana corruption resistance development has been activated. I have to believe in myself. Steeling himself, Junsu whispered again, purify. Instantly, before Hayu's astonished eyes, Junsu's entire body began to mutate. The process was over in a flash. System notification. Gold Soldier mutation state. In his Gold Soldier mutation form, Junsu tilted his head back and roared, seemingly gathering energy in his mouth before firing it straight at the mutant hedgehog. Against such overwhelming power, the mutant hedgehog was completely annihilated without a single chance to fight back. After that, Junsu's gaze fell on Hayu, and he began walking towards him step by step. What is that? A monster. He turned into a mutant while fighting one. Still reeling from the shock, a chill ran down Hayu's spine. He felt as if he were being targeted by a ferocious beast. Hayu looked up and saw Junsu staring down at him, making him scream internally. How can this be? As Hayu looked at the gold soldier mutation, an absolute terror washed over him. There was only one thought in his mind now: run away from here. However, just as he turned to crawl away, he found himself covered by a large shadow. Hayu mechanically turned his head to see Junsu standing right behind him, reaching a massive hand out for him. Thinking he was dead for sure, Hayu helplessly squeezed his eyes shut, but after a few seconds passed, feeling nothing, Hayu opened his eyes again and was shocked to see that Junsu had returned to his normal body. Junsu? After reverting to his normal form, he felt as if all his strength had been drained. He fell forward, whispering softly, "Did it? The corruption-resistant state. The last line of defense. If you possess a mutation form and a mutation core, disabling corruption resistance will trigger the mutation. Most people believe that once you become a mutant, you can never go back, but Junsu was different. He had changed his state. He knew that as long as he held onto a sliver of his sanity, he could reverse the state. That was how he traded the mutation for corruption resistance and returned to his human body. A moment later, Junsu got it. He leaned warily against a wall and groaned to himself. It felt like all my bones and muscles were shifting. I never want to go through that again. As Junsu struggled to his feet, a purple orb, about the size of a ping-pong ball, suddenly appeared in his hand. System notification. Rank 1 mana core obtained. Hearing that, Junsu immediately broke into a joyful smile. It was all worth it. I got a rank 1 mana core. This cleanup job really has its perks. Just then, Hayu and 2 others approached. Hayu stared at Junsu and asked, "Are you okay? You turned into a mutant. What happened?" Junsu calmed himself down from his joyful state and turned to look at the 3 of them. It would be a problem if any strange rumors about me started to spread. Thinking this, Junsu spoke up. "Well, I bet everything on being able to revert. I was just really lucky," Hayu asked doubtfully. "What? That was luck, but that is way too." Before he could finish, Junsu took out a bunch of small, marble-sized yellow orbs, gave them to Hayu, and said, "Hey, take this." With that, he turned around, waved his hand dismissively and said, "Now go on back. I want some fresh air." Behind him, the 2 people beside Hayu exclaimed, "Rank 0 mana cores, damn. Chief, there are this many." Junsu thought with a smirk, "Since I saved their lives and even gave them some mana cores, they will keep my secret for me." Right. Hayu watched Junsu's retreating back, silent and deep in thought. The next morning, in the player recruitment office, Chuseo flashed a fawning smile, rubbing his hands together as he spoke to Junsu. "My goodness. I heard you went through some hardship. It must have been terrible," Junsu replied with a smile. "Yep. It was a little tiring towards the end." Meanwhile, he thought with some suspicion, "Why is he suddenly flattering me like this?" Chuseo spoke up. "Anyway, you should have told us you were a superhuman. Should not you have? We could have given you a proper job instead of just cleanup." Hearing that, Junsu immediately understood. "He thinks I am a superhuman. In Axils, a superhuman is someone who has awakened an ability that lets them possess powerful mana. In this world, where strength means power and status, superhumans are basically nobility." It makes sense for him to think that, since only a superhuman could defeat a mutant, even though I won thanks to my status window. At that moment, Choseo turned around, took out a paper bag he had prepared from behind him, and said with a smile, "In that case, I guess I should pay you for your cleanup work. That would be great." Junsu replied, while inwardly smirking and deciding, "For now, I will let him think I am a superhuman." Chuseo pulled several stacks of cash out of the paper bag and placed them on the table as he explained, "You cleaned up 5 areas, and we take a 20% fee from the total of 50 million kwan. If this was split evenly among the group members, I would give you 5 million, but this time, we are going to do things a little differently. We will only take a 5% fee from your share and give you an additional bonus. We look forward to working with you again." Junsu was not listening. His eyes were glued to the pile of money on the table as he thought. 12 million. It is awesome being a superhuman. A moment later, Junsu happily left the room with the large sum of money. As he was wondering how to spend the money, a man approached him and said, "You look happy. Must have gotten a pretty good payout." Junsu recognized the man as someone he would work with before, so he smiled humbly and said, "Ah well. We did complete the mission," the man said. "Actually, the reason I am here is, I wanted to ask you for a favor," Junsu asked suspiciously. "A favor?" the man replied. "Well, my wife is really sick, so I was wondering if you could lend me some money. I am sorry to ask this, especially since we have only worked together once. But, please." As he said this, the man bowed deeply. Faced with this, Junsu frowned slightly. In this world, it is not a good idea to help people you do not know well. You never know when they might stab you in the back. It is hard enough just looking out for yourself. But I would feel terrible just turning him away. Looking at the man in front of him. Junsu hesitated, but in the end, his compassion won over his reason. He grasped the man's hands and said with a smile, "Please do not do that. You are my elder. It is not much, but please take this." As he spoke, Junsu stuffed a large pile of F-rank mana cores into the man's hands. That night, in a dark corner, the man who had asked Junsu for help looked at the mana cores in his hand and laughed out loud. What an idiot. I just put on a little sob story about being poor, and he handed all this over. Haha. Surprisingly, he was not alone. Hu and 2 others were with him, who laughed and asked, "Is he a rookie or something?" The man from earlier said, "I bet if I told him my kid was sick too, he would have given me even more. But it is so damn annoying that he gets paid more than us. He tosses us a few scraps, acts like some big shot hero, and takes our cut of the pay too." Hu spoke up. "He is no superhuman." The man from this morning looked at Ho. "We need to teach him a lesson. Do you have any ideas?" Hu took the mana cores, crushed them, and said with a sinister smile, "Since we know his secret, let us teach him how terrifying this world really is." Junsu had no idea that a plot against him was underway. He was currently lying in bed, proud of his good deed from that morning. It feels so good to be a good person. At this rate, I will become a hero in this world. A few mornings later, at a grand hotel, Junsu lay on a bed by the window, enjoying a relaxing massage as the warm sunlight washed over him. Having money really is the best. I never thought I would get a massage in a place like this. The game world is so much better than the real one. But when the masseuse reached his left bicep, Junsu nearly cried out in pain. I spent a full 3 days resting at the hotel. Yet it is still sore. From now on, I really need to think twice before using any mutation traits. Changing traits is not quite what I thought it would be. My body changes depending on the trait. The more severe the side effects, the greater the change to the body. The problem is, can I survive if I restrict my use of traits? As he pondered, Junsu turned over for his back massage and happened to spot a man with a 2-headed black dragon tattooed on his chest, lounging by the pool on the first floor. Beside him stood 2 rows of men in black, standing guard. Wait a second. Are not those guys from the Takwin gang? Same arrogant look as always. Axon Seal is ruled more by local gangs than by the law. It makes sense. With so many of them around, people have to rely on superhumans. I have managed to survive somehow. But it is foolish to rely only on traits in a dangerous place like this. Suddenly, he remembered something and let out a small grin. There are still items. Are not there? Later that afternoon, Junsu arrived at a shop. The girl at the counter asked with a smile, "Are you here to sell something?" Junsu replied, "That is right. I have some monster byproducts." The girl at the counter spoke up. "Just so you know, I do not buy any rank 0 mana cores." "I know. What I want to sell is this." As he spoke, Junsu took a blue orb, larger than his fist, out of his backpack and presented it to the girl at the counter. Seeing the orb, the girl at the counter cried out in disbelief. "This is a rank 2 mana core." Junsu smiled and said, "That is right. Take a look." He thought to himself with a grin, seeing her so surprised is really fun. All that grinding in the hotel room really paid off. I fused everything I had, and because of that, I managed to create a tier 2 mana type. A moment later, Junsu eyed the stack of cash in the girl's hand and thought gleefully, so the price really does depend on the tier. Selling it for the maximum amount was the right move. The girl handed the stack of cash to Junsu and said, "Here is the payment for it. 4.77 million kwon. Taking the money, Junsu smiled and said, "Thank you." Then, Junsu asked, "Do you happen to sell weapons or armor?" The girl smiled and replied, "Of course we do. Please follow me this way." The girl then led Junsu into a room in the back. As soon as he walked in, Junsu saw a vast array of weapons displayed on wooden racks along the walls. Whoa! They have everything here. He thought with a smirk. "All the basic items I used back in the game are right here," the girl said. "Please, take your time." "Of course." Junsu replied, his excitement building as he thought, "It is time to get myself equipped." By nightfall, Junsu left the shop with a backpack full of gear and muttered in satisfaction, "Now that I am armed, it finally feels like I am playing Axel Seun." Just then, a beautiful, long-haired girl ran frantically toward Junsu. "Excuse me. Are you a mercenary? I need your help." Junsu waved his hand dismissively. "Not. You should look for someone else." He had barely finished his sentence when the girl pulled out a thick wad of cash. "I am here on business, but the Iron Fist gang frightens me. Could you please escort me back to my lodgings?" Junsu's gaze was glued to the stack of money in her hand. 500,000 just to be a bodyguard. It is like a daily quest. And I am all geared up anyway. So why not give it a shot? With that thought, Junsu placed a hand on her shoulder and said with a charming smile, I cannot possibly ignore a lady in distress. Hearing this, the girl's face lit up as she hurried after Junsu. Thank you so much. Afterwards, Junsu followed the girl to a small, deserted alleyway. Junsu wondered in confusion. Why is she staying in such a secluded place? Forget people. You cannot even find an ant here. Suddenly, the girl picked up her pace and darted around a corner. Junsu hurried after her, only to find a pitch-black alley, thanks to the streetlights outside. He could just barely make out the silhouette of the long-haired girl up ahead. From the dark alley, the girl's urgent voice called out. They are almost here. Get over here quick. Junsu moved forward, muttering, it is too dark. I can't see a thing. The moment he stepped into the dark alley, a system window appeared. Night vision trait acquired. You have acquired a trait, Junsu thought happily. I can see now. I did not expect to acquire a trait just like that. His night vision improved dramatically, and everything in the dark alley gradually came into focus. But to his surprise, he saw the long-haired girl pointing a gun at him, smirking as she said, You are more cautious than I expected. Junsu froze, a thought flashing through his mind. A gun. Who is this woman? Wait, is this a trap? Junsu slowly backed away but bumped into someone behind him. He turned around and saw it was Hayu. He looked at him mockingly and asked, Where do you think you are going? Junior. At the same time, the alley lights flickered on, revealing 3 more men stepping out from the shadows. Junsu stared at Hayu and said. Hayu smiled. It is great to see you again. Don't you think so? Junsu frowned and demanded. What did I do to you to deserve this? Hayu chuckled. Nothing at all. I just thought you looked pathetic. There is no other reason. You gullible bastard. Before he could finish, Junsu took advantage of his distraction, slipped past him, and made a run for it. Hayu reacted, shouting in anger. That little punk. You start a conversation just to run away. Shoot him. Hearing the command, the long-haired girl did not hesitate, aiming her gun at the fleeing Junsu and pulling the trigger. A bullet instantly struck Junsu in the back, making him cry out in pain as he fell forward. Hayu and his men rushed over to check. Seeing Junsu lying motionless in a pool of blood, Hayu yelled angrily. What the hell? You were supposed to shoot his leg, not his bite. The long-haired girl retorted. It is better than letting him get away. Who muttered a curse. Damn it. Looks like he is dead. A man spoke up. He turned back into a human after his transformation. The mages will definitely be willing to buy this kid's corpse. If we had captured him alive, we would have gotten more money. Another man spoke up. Just take his bag and equipment. Who sighed and said, It is not nothing. Let us just do that for now. However, when they looked back to where Junsu was, they were startled to find only a pool of blood remained, and he had vanished. Who cried out in alarm. Where's his body? At that moment, the sound of shattering glass rang out. The lamp lighting the alley was smashed by something, plunging the whole alley back into darkness. Next, a man beside Ho was ambushed with a blow to the back of his neck, collapsing to the ground before he could even make a sound. The others cried out in confusion. What was that? Who speculated? Do not tell me. He is still alive. Junsu's voice suddenly rang out. I am still alive. He did not look like he had just been shot by a gun. One of his eyes had turned yellow, and his current status now included strength, might, endurance, mana heart, night vision, and mana recovery. At this moment, Junsu laughed and said, I can't die to someone who repays kindness with malice. He felt lucky that he had bought a bulletproof vest at the shop earlier. Besides that, after taking a shot from the long-haired girl, Junsu had acquired a new status. Feigned death. Thanks to this status, Junsu had deceived Ho's group, causing them to let their guard down and successfully creating an advantage for himself. Ho and his gang were now without the illumination of the streetlight, like headless flies. They looked around in a panic and cried out. He broke the streetlight. I can't see anything. Where the hell is he? Junsu unexpectedly appeared behind Ho and asked quietly, Looking for me? Ho turned around reflexively. Junsu immediately threw a punch at him and yelled, I saved your life. Now I am taking it back. You bastard. Ho took 5 of Junsu's punches and collapsed unconscious. He quickly sat up, wiping the blood from his face with his hand. You bastard. Ho cursed as he rushed forward, kicking out at Junsu. Junsu quickly moved to the side to dodge. You should be grateful I am the one who saved you. Do you really think trying to kill your own savior is the right thing to do? As he spoke, Junsu landed a powerful punch, sending Ho sprawling to the ground once more. Just as he was about to follow up with a kick, a gunshot suddenly rang out. Not far away, a long-haired girl raised a gun, its barrel still smoking, and cried out in a panic. You are over there. Are not you? Are you alright? Junsu froze, silently staring at the gunshot wound on his arm. I let my guard down. In Extension, the most terrifying things are not monsters or mutants. It is other people. I was too naive, trusting others so easily. I won't make that mistake ever again, vowing this to himself. Junsu pulled out a pistol without hesitation and fired 2 shots in rapid succession. One shot hit the long-haired girl's wrist, wounding her and making her unable to hold the gun. The other shot hit the man beside her in the shoulder, sending him to the ground screaming in agony. Seeing that the 2 of them were no longer a threat, Junsu said with quiet satisfaction, "That is enough." Then, just as he was about to eliminate the biggest threat, he heard a sharp whooshing sound from behind him. On instinct, Junsu turned his head just in time to see Ho's foot inches from his own. Junsu immediately threw up his arms to block, getting knocked backward by the force of the kick. Scrambling to his feet, Junsu looked toward Ho and was startled to realize his appearance had changed in a few ways. His legs, they have transformed. He realized with a start the grave truth. Ho had awakened as a level 1 superhuman. His previous composure was gone, replaced by a grim expression as he silently cursed. This damn game. A superhuman awakening. Since all characters can undergo a superhuman awakening, it is considered a basic stage of development in this game. In the world of Axon, a level 1 superhuman is strong enough to be a threat to any ordinary person armed with just a rifle. In other words, I have to fight a superhuman with nothing but this ordinary body of mine. At that moment, Ho tilted his head and glared at Junsu. "We'll kill you." And with that, his figure vanished from Junsu's sight. Junsu frantically put his guard up, his mind racing to recall Ho's abilities. Ho's special ability is omnidirectional movement. Omnidirectional movement. The user can utilize their incredibly elastic legs to move freely in any direction, based on the current situation. Junsu deduced that he had used 4-way movement to climb the building's wall. Sure enough, just as he looked up, he saw Ho crashing down from above. Screaming, "I will kill you." Against such a powerful attack from Ho, Junsu knew his only option was to dodge. He quickly leaped aside, narrowly avoiding the blow. Ho glared at Junsu, furious. "You managed to dodge that, but you won't be so lucky next time." With that, Ho charged at Junsu and launched a kick. Feeling his foot make contact, Ho broke into a smile. However, that smile froze when he realized Junsu had blocked his kick with a weapon. He had not hit Junsu at all. Across from him, Junsu smirked and said, "Sorry, but I have no intention of dodging." "You animal," he thought to himself with relief. Buying a baton was a great idea. Recalling a few hours earlier, Junsu had stood before the weapon shop's display, wondering if it was worth buying a gun. But my character is a warrior class. Even if I get stronger, my proficiency with firearms will always be limited. As a precaution, I will buy a warrior class weapon too. In the end, Junsu chose to buy a baton. Back in the present, it was clear that buying the baton had been the right call. Every character has weapons and traits that are more effective for their class. That is why, in order to defeat Ho, I need to use a melee weapon and traits suited for a warrior. With that thought, Junsu raised the baton and slammed it down on Ho, knocking him to the ground for the 3rd time. The system announced that a trait had been acquired. "You have acquired the strike trait." Seeing the system window, Junsu thought excitedly. "Alright, my first-class specialized trait, the strike trait." With his confidence soaring, Junsu charged at Ho, unleashing a flurry of attacks. Double tap, upward tap, tap, horizontal slash, but Ho deftly dodged them all. Then, Ho counter-attacked, swinging a kick toward Junsu. Seeing Ho's attack, Junsu thought to himself, "This is my chance. Should I dodge? I can't stop now, even if I break a bone. I have to keep attacking." Having made his decision, Junsu gritted his teeth and took the gamble. He just lifted one arm to block Ho's kick, then slammed the baton in his other hand right into his thigh. System notification. A trait has been acquired. You have acquired the combination trait. Junsu grinned to himself. This is it. The absolute best trait for an early-stage warrior class. Then, Junsu immediately used the strike and combination traits to unleash a relentless storm of attacks on Xu, giving him no chance to escape. With every blow, the pain grew more intense. With each strike, Yu's consciousness began to fade. Soon, unable to take any more, he weakly pleaded, "Please, stop." And Junsu did stop, after landing one last full-force blow to Xu's chest. Seeing Xu motionless on the ground, Junsu threw his hands in the air and yelled, "Did it! I defeated and awakened." Suddenly, Junsu's skin flushed red, and the raindrops hitting him instantly turned to steam. "What is this feeling? My whole body hurts so much, but I feel something surging inside me." Junsu doubled over, crying out in pain. But a thought also struck him. "Don't tell me This is the day I learned the cruel truth of the world of Axel Seyun. System notification. Awaken to level 1. Superhuman warrior Kim. Once the shock wore off, Junsu was overjoyed like a child, somersaulting and shouting, I am finally a superhuman. I can get high-paying mercenary offers now, and even get bank loans with low interest rates. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. You done yet? Junsu quickly turned to face the speaker. When he got a clear look, Junsu frowned. That guy. Kim Thich Quine. He is the second base character introduced in Axel Seyun, after Kim Chin-si, a character from the augmented warrior class who uses guns as his main weapon and specializes in hunting with a prosthetic arm. The problem is, Kim Thich Quine is a feared member of the Thich Quine gang in the underworld. Since I fought in their territory, I must have provoked them. Just then, Kim Thich Quine demanded, Did you even check whose territory this is before you started making a scene? As soon as he finished speaking, his lackeys aimed their guns at Junsu, ready to fire at a moment's notice. Seeing this, Junsu's face went pale. I was attacked out of nowhere. I could not just stand there and let myself be killed. Hearing Junsu's explanation, Kim Thich Quine drew his pistol, cocked it, and asked, So you are saying those guys are scarier than the Thich Quine gang? Junsu flinched, thinking, a gun. If I fight him in my current state, I am dead for sure. Kim Thich Quine gave Junsu no chance to react, raising his gun and aiming it straight at the boy's chest. You little brat. You just made a terrible mistake. I will show you what happens when you defile our territory. As he spoke, Kim Thich Quine's expression turned vicious. He was about to pull the trigger when he heard Junsu's strangely calm voice. Is that? But you have forgotten one thing. As he spoke, he grabbed the pistol, pressed the barrel against his own chest, and yelled, I am not the kind of guy who dies that easily. Then, without a moment's hesitation, he pulled the trigger himself. A deafening gunshot rang out as a bullet pierced through Junsu's chest. Kim Thich Quine finally reacted, his face filled with disbelief as he thought, did that bastard just pull the trigger on himself? Across from him, Junsu, who had just taken a bullet, acted as if nothing had happened and said, What is this? Damn. It itches. At the same time, the bullet wound was closing rapidly. At a speed visible to the naked eye, a system notification appeared. Regeneration trait acquired. This sight piqued Kim Thich Quine's interest. His expression shifted to a smile as he spoke. Well, look at you. You have quite an interesting ability, Junsu thought to himself. An upgraded version of the wound recovery trait. Regeneration. It is a trait you can get when you become a level 1 superhuman. It is all over once they start underestimating me. I will use intimidation tactic. Outwardly. However, he smirked, pointed to the corpses behind him, and said, As you can see, I do not survive on luck. I do not care who you people are. If you mess with me, Kim the warrior, you would better be prepared. Hearing this, Kim Thich Quine was not angry at all. He laughed and said, Kim the warrior. Ah, is that your name? I like your courage. All right. I will let you go this time, but in that case, you will owe me a debt. With that, he clapped Junsu on the shoulder, leaned in close, and asked softly, I am sure you know what that means. Right. Junsu smiled and replied, All right. I will remember that. But inwardly, he wondered suspiciously, did he recognize me? Satisfied with Junsu's answer, Kim Thich Quine extended his hand and said, Good. Let us work together next time. Junsu stared intently at the hand Kim Thich Quine offered him. Kim Thich Quine is not the type to betray people. It would not be a bad choice to build a relationship here. With that thought, Junsu readily shook Kim Thich Quine's hand and smiled. Sounds great. See you next time. The next morning, Junsu walked into Jam Super, the superhuman building, dressed like he was on a beach vacation. I could not tell from the game, but this place is magnificent. It is a whole different world from my town. Just as Junsu was looking around excitedly, a woman in a business suit approached with a welcoming smile. Thank you for visiting the superhuman tower. How may I help you? Seeing the female employee, Junsu's face turned slightly red as he thought in surprise. Whoa, she is so beautiful. But looking at her, she seems to be an EMS. The staff here must be top-notch. The employee did not seem flustered or annoyed, even when she noticed Junsu staring. She maintained her professional smile and gestured toward a large terminal to Junsu's right. If you are here for your superhuman certification, please use that machine over there to measure your mana and attributes. Thank you. Junsu replied. After that, he headed toward the large terminal. As he walked, he mused. I did not even have to ask and she guided me. I must look like a total newbie. Anyway, once I get my superhuman certification, My real life in Axel Soul will finally begin. Suddenly, a series of excited shouts erupted. Look up at the ceiling. The Saintess is here. Hearing that, Junsu also looked up curiously and saw a golden point of light on the ceiling. He thought with doubt, that is just a ship, is not. Just then, the golden light flared, beaming down onto a large circle on the ground and forcing everyone to shield their eyes. Then, a group of people stepped out from the light, appearing before everyone. When Junsu saw them, especially the girl leading the group, he thought in disbelief. That is, the monarch corpse. Wow. Why is the Saintess here? Meanwhile, their appearance was met with a wave of cheers from the crowd. What an honor. Unlike them, Junsu could not bring himself to feel happy. I am still in the tutorial, and she is already the Saintess. But as the story progressed, it was revealed that they were a destructive cult disguised as a peaceful religion, and they began to attack people indiscriminately. At this point, the crowd began to speculate. Is the Saintess here for a mana measurement, or for a level assessment? The Saintess simply smiled. Instead of a verbal answer, walked directly toward the large terminal. A few seconds later, the platform began to whir to life. The grating noise made Junsu complain under his breath. Measuring mana is so damn loud. Soon, under the expectant gazes of the crowd, the digital screen lit up. The Saintess. Priest class. Mana level 8, with 6 auxiliary traits. Another wave of gasps erupted from the crowd. What in the world? And she even has 6 traits. That is insane. The Saintess smiled, basking in the crowd's admiration. Junsu watched the Saintess for a few more seconds before walking toward the mana measurement platform. His heart grew heavy as he thought, this is no time for admiration. A level 8 superhuman is like an entire Air Force squadron. A walking, national level superpower. And a superhuman with that kind of power will wipe out soon in the future. But if I say that now, they will just call me a lunatic and throw stones at me. I will worry about the future later. For now, I should just get my mana measured. It will draw too much attention if a rookie like me has 6 traits. So I will lower it to 3. Just as Junsu opened his trait window to make the adjustment, the Saintess, who had not gone far, suddenly stopped and turned to look at him. Seeing this, someone in her party asked, Your Eminence, is something wrong? The Saintess, her eyes still fixed on Junsu, answered softly, It seems there is someone here I have not met before. Then, the Saintess suddenly appeared right behind Junsu. You seem to possess a rather peculiar ability. He panicked. Wait, what did she just say to me? Did she feel me changing my traits? The people nearby began to whisper amongst themselves. What is the Saintess doing over there? He looked so ordinary. Though, while they were still confused, they were stunned to see the Saintess take Junsu's hand and ask, Soldier, what is your name? Junsu stammered. I am Soldier Kim. He thought in a panic. For the Saintess to ask for my name in accent scene, without waiting for Junsu's answer. The maiden spoke. Then, Warrior Kim, on behalf of the congregation of the Elder Father, I will grant you baptism. The former master of the Black Gold Throne has always coveted those who possess rare powers like yours. Submit to him and find peace on this hellish earth. At the same time, a stream of golden characters on the maiden's hand began to flow onto Junsu's arm. At this sight, murmurs of admiration and envy arose from the crowd. Baptism. I am so jealous. The maiden herself is performing the baptism. If I accept this baptism and gain its attribute, I will become a holy knight of the congregation. But in the future, the Elder Father's congregation loses the war against the great powers in Axel Seal. This is like being forced to buy stock in a company on the verge of bankruptcy. I can't accept this. That was the only thought in Junsu's mind. To everyone's astonishment, he decisively pulled his hand back, and knelt on one knee, and said, I refuse the baptism. The maiden froze, asking again as if she could not believe her ears. Did I mishear you? Junsu replied, I am serious. After a moment of silence, the maiden spoke, As you wish, whether to serve a god or reject one. That is your freedom. The maiden helped Junsu to his feet and said, However, the Elder Father has already chosen you. If you cannot overcome even this trifle, then your petty freedom will be meaningless. As she spoke, Junsu watched in horror as the spot on his arm where her hand touched suddenly erupted in flames. By the time the maiden left, the fire had engulfed Junsu, its relentless heat forcing him to his knees as he clutched his head and screamed in agony. The onlookers watched with a hint of satisfaction, standing by indifferently as Junsu struggled in the flames, a mere nobody, daring to refuse the baptism, a godless one. How pitiful. System notification. Activating attribute. Divine Flame. You must endure ceaseless, burning pain for the sin of refusing baptism. Junso thought grimly. I expected this, but my entire body feels like it is on fire. Divine Flame. One of the most powerful debuffs in Axelsu. The constant, burning fever from the Divine Flame makes daily life unbearable, and the only way to remove it is to receive baptism at a holy church. I refused for the sake of the future. But is this how I die? Just as Junsu's consciousness was about to fade, the woman in the business suit, who had greeted him earlier, rushed over, poured a bottle of water on his face, and asked with concern, Warrior, are you alright? Junsu suddenly felt a refreshing coolness spread across his face. He regained some of his senses, and his blurry view of the person before him slowly came into focus. Who is that? She is the one who guided me earlier. Everyone avoided me because of the divine fire. No one would help. I am so grateful to her. That is right. I have to hang on. Just a little longer. Motivating himself, Junsu struggled to sit cross-legged on the ground. A system notification appeared. You have acquired the fire resistance attribute. It is not like I refused the baptism without a plan. The divine fire debuff grows stronger depending on the target's mana. Since I am only a level 1 warrior, the divine fire is also weak. There are still ways to handle this. The first step was acquiring fire resistance. Now to increase my mana. Thinking to himself, Junsu opened his attribute window and relocated his stats. The moment he finished, the flames on his body flared violently, making him cry out in agony. Seeing this, the woman in the business suit poured 2 more bottles of water on Junsu and encouraged him. Hang in there. The effect was immediate. Thanks to those 2 bottles, Junsu managed to calm himself once more. Tears streamed down my face from the immense pain. I have to focus on this contrast, fire and water, burning pain and a cold. Rational mind. As Junsu focused, the fire and water before him intertwined, swirling together until they formed a yin-yang symbol. I will extinguish these flames with my own mana. With a great shout in his mind, Junsu's eyes flew open. The searing pain from the flames was completely gone. System notification. You have acquired the mana shield attribute. Seeing Junsu stand up, the woman in the business suit asked, Oh my goodness, are you okay? Junsu replied, Yep. I am alright now. Thank you. The onlookers cried out in shock. Did he just overcome the divine fire? How is this possible? Is he using a hack or something? Junsu smirked to himself. I have not completely overcome it. This shield is just a temporary fix. But at least I am free from that agonizing pain for now. These black flames actually look pretty cool. I guess this is something only warriors get to see. Next, he walked over to the machine to measure his magic power. The others also stared curiously at the digital display. Soon enough, the results appeared. Warrior Kim, age 22. Warrior class, magic power level 1. Traits. 6 circuits. He is level 1 and already has 6 traits. A super rookie is born. So that is why the Saintess. Hearing the chatter, Junsu reluctantly rubbed his nose and thought, I am standing out way too much. My goal was to get stronger in secret, and because of the magic shield, I can't even reduce the number of my traits. The woman in the business suit approached with a smile and said, Congratulations, warrior. Ever since I started working here, this is the first time I have seen someone with 6 circuits right from the beginning. Well then, let us go get your warrior certification card issued. A moment later, the woman in the suit pushed a card across the table to Junsu and said, Here is your warrior certification card. Congratulations on officially becoming a recognized warrior. Moved to tears. Junsu picked up the card and admired it, saying, I worked so incredibly hard to get this. The woman in the suit smiled and said, In that case, let me inform you of the privileges for a level 1 warrior. Firstly, but before she could finish, Junsu cut her off, rattling on. I already know all of it. Tax reductions, the right to carry weapons, and upon leveling up, a full tax exemption, immunity from arrest, free use of all public transport, and other benefits. The woman in the suit said, surprised. You are quite knowledgeable. Junsu laughed and said, I have a fight in gaming. A fight in warrior studies. Haha. Besides that, Junsu added, Look, I am not the type to waste time. As he spoke, he glanced over at the noisy crowd staring at him from beyond the glass door. We have to recruit him for our guild. Maybe I can get his autograph, a super rookie. I need to write a special feature on him. The woman in the suit also turned her head to look at the crowd outside, who were like wolves eyeing their prey. Junsu asked, Is there any way I can slip out of here quietly? The woman in the suit stood up with a smile and said, Of course. I have already prepared for this. Surprised, Junsu asked, You have? The woman in the suit took out a large black cloak. She turned back to Junsu with a smile. Just follow me. In that instant, Junsu felt everyone's eyes on him, and a blush crept up his face. A moment later, Junsu put on the cloak and followed the woman in the business suit, successfully escaping the crowd. He spoke up. Thank you for looking out for me like this. You even gave me an invisibility cloak and led me through a secret passage. The woman in the business suit said, It is nothing. It is always good to help each other out. Invisibility trait. You have acquired the invisibility trait. Seeing the notification, Junsu thought happily. I can't believe I got such an awesome trait. Just then, the woman in the business suit stopped, pointed to the path ahead, and said, Warrior, just follow this path straight ahead to get outside. According to the regulations, this is as far as I can guide you. Junsu bowed and said, This is more than enough. Thank you so much for today. The woman in the business suit smiled and said, Of course. Please be careful. Junsu watched the woman in the business suit walk away, smiling to himself. I can't believe there is someone so kind in the SEAL Association, and she is beautiful, too. When I get stronger, I will definitely repay her. But what is her name? I think I have that business card from earlier. Junsu remembered the business card and quickly took it out to look. Association Superhuman Manager. Baek Soji. Seeing the name, Junsu's expression changed instantly. He looked again towards the woman in the business suit, who had not gone too far. Well, what? Baek Soji. Baek Soji is one of the 3 strongest SAR warrior characters in the game, because she is a swordsman class. She always looked intimidating. I thought she seemed familiar, but she always looks so fierce in the game. I just could not picture it. To think that Baek Soji is such a kind person. What in the world is going on? Meanwhile, a happy smile spread across Baek Soji's face as she murmured, Thank goodness. I am glad the warrior is safe. 1 week later, in order to maintain his mana shield, Junsu had to adjust all of his traits, which inadvertently made clearing dungeons more difficult than ever. If I could use my specialized traits to clear monster lairs, I would have been done long ago. But because of that damn debuff, I can't do anything else. To remove the thermal toxin, I need a rare item called Nectar, but it is ridiculously expensive. How can I ever afford it by grinding like this? As Junsu was lost in thought, his phone rang. It was Choi Seo. So many calls. He is as persistent as a leech. I thought we were finished. Junsu was about to pick up and give him a piece of his mind when a brilliant idea suddenly popped into his head, making him change course. A short while later, at the player recruitment office. Well, if it is not our star assistant, the man who overcame the heat poison with ease, the one who started with 6 different attributes. It is such an honor to meet the protagonist in person, Choi Seo said while handing a drink to Junsu, his sycophantic demeanor 10 times more exaggerated than before. I did not expect this. Junsu took the drink and had a sip, then asked, About that thing I asked you to find. Have you found it yet? Do not even get me started. Choi Seo sighed. It was incredibly difficult. Nita is an item that can only be obtained from a Baron rank healer or higher. If you could not find it, then I will just... Junsu said, pretending to get ready to leave. This is a matter of our contract. I had to find it. No matter the cost, I found it. Choi Seo said in a hurry, considering he is Major Koi, a man desperate for a warrior contract. I figured he would find me a mission where the reward was netta. Thinking to himself, Junsu relented and sat back down. What is the mission? Have you ever heard of jail security? Seo said, handing a tablet to Junsu. Never heard of it. Is it some kind of security firm? It is a private military company. And one of the top 10 at that. The director and vice director are husband and wife. They come from a long-established, powerful family, so their foundation is very solid. Hearing that, Junsu wondered, for a family that rich, what could they possibly need that they would have to post a mission for? I looked into it. The problem lies with their son. Even though he is over 20, he still has not awakened as a warrior. But do not both parents come from that powerful family? Junsu asked while looking at the son's photo. The rumor is he has accumulated level 8 mana, but still has not awakened. That is precisely why it is such a mystery. The condition they have set is for an awakened warrior of level 1 or higher. This mission is a perfect fit for you. Hearing the conditions, Junsu's interest was piqued, and he decided to give it a shot. And that is what brings us to the present. With Junsu and Choi Seo sitting in the living room of this magnificent mansion, it seems the director and his wife are busy. They are not usually this late, Choi Seo explained, his leg bouncing nervously. Junsu was not too bothered by the host being late. He scanned the room and could not help but think, this place absolutely reeks of money. Have we kept you waiting long? The woman's voice startled both Choi Seo and Junsu. The two who entered were the director and vice director of Shell Security, a married couple. The woman smiled and continued her greeting. We are the ones who made the request. The couple Seo Jong-ju Lie. Not all. You are being too formal. Choi Seo replied hurriedly, bowing his head. Thank you for taking the time to come here. Lim Wai said with a smile. Junsu also bowed politely, assessing the aura radiating from them. This couple must be at least level 6 warriors. Both of them possessed extraordinary power. Soo-jong, who had been silent until now, suddenly scoffed and said with contempt. I can tell just by looking at him that this guy is useless. What are you saying? If you are going to keep this up, just go to the other room. Not a chance. Seo Jong-ju replied firmly. So stubborn. Just sit down. Lim Yai told her husband, before turning to Choi Seo and Junsu. Does your presence here mean you have come to accept our mission? First, I would like to examine your son's condition. If there is a specific reason preventing him from awakening, before Junsu could finish, Seo Jong-ju slammed his hand on the table and roared. Some rookie who crawled out of who knows where. You think I am just going to tell you everything? Darling. Calm down. Lim Wai soothed her husband. Then she said to Junsu. I apologize. He has just been under a lot of stress because of our son. This is not something we can just disclose to an outsider. If you take the mission, we will call our son and explain everything. You need the necto as well, do not you? Warrior. They know exactly what I want. Junsu thought. He smiled and replied. Then I will take the mission. Please call your son over. A moment later, a rather timid young man appeared. Hello. I am Seo Woojin. Yep. It is a pleasure to meet you. Junsu shook hands with Woojin, silently assessing him. It is strange. I can't sense a single drop of mana. Just then, Junsu's eyes fell upon the seal engraved on Woojin's gloves. Those are some impressive gloves you have. Yep. They are very precious to me, and I use them with gratitude. Of course. Woojin would need a powerful mana seal. Junsu's words left Woojin and his parents completely stunned. Seeing their expressions, Junsu knew he had hit the mark. The moment I saw those gloves, I was sure of it. A problem this important, involving an entire noble family. Yet they are specifically asking for a first-class warrior. The simplest explanation is that they are trying to lure me in with some very tempting bait. Woojin, you have also received the order's baptism, have not you? Junsu turned to Jongju. The reason your son is unable to awaken is because he refused the baptism ritual. He sealed his mana to avoid divine punishment. That is why he could not make it public. There has been a rumor going around about a first-class warrior who overcame both the baptism and the divine punishment. I am guessing that is why you came for me. Woojin listened to Junsu's deduction in awe. That is incredible. I did not even have to explain anything. It is like you are the protagonist of a detective novel. I just put the pieces together. That is all. Junsu replied with a smile, thinking to himself. It is not that difficult when you already know the future. I had a hunch the moment I saw his photo. How did the Woojin of the future become the vanguard holy knight of the Crusade Order? If he refuses the baptism and defies the order, a bleak future awaits him once his parents lose their influence. Sir. Jongju's attitude completely changed as he asked Junsu hesitantly. Is there any way for our Woojin to avoid the baptism ritual? He was so arrogant just a moment ago. Haha. Look how quickly he was convinced. Junsu celebrated inwardly and replied with a smile. Of course there is. Who do you think I am? Would someone who spent 10,000 hours playing Axel see and not know the way? I understand your pain. Woojin. Because I have been through it too. Junsu patted Woojin's shoulder reassuringly. Trust me. I will make sure you get out of this. Overcome with emotion, Woojin threw his arms around Junsu. His parents hugged each other, sobbing with relief. A saintess or something. For an imposter like her to dare perform my baptism. Your potential future underlings are on my side now. Junsu complied, giving Woojin a warm hug, and then added. However, before we begin the treatment, I would like to add one more condition. Woojin's parents were taken aback. Another condition. The difficulty of this request has just gone up, has not it? Wiping away her tears, Lim Wai answered. That is right. This is not just about awakening his magic anymore. It is about curing his illness. Please, do whatever it takes. If you can save our Woojin. Before Lim Yai could finish, Woojin stated his condition. I want to be taught the Kong San sword style. The graceful expression on Lim Yai's face instantly vanished. Do you have any idea what you just said? Junsu was terrified by the sharp aura and ice-cold gaze radiating from Lim Yai. So the vice director is even scarier than the director. Seeing his wife get so serious, Seo Jongju did not dare object, only reminding her softly. Ani, please go easy on him. I get that she is angry. But still, the Kong San sword style. Some might find the decision to learn swordsmanship in the 21st century's information age to be odd. However, it is completely different in Axel Seal. A place where the strong rule. Because a master swordsman can easily destroy a tank. And a high-level martial artist is comparable to a fighter jet squadron worth trillions of won. If a level 1 superhuman learns and continuously trains in the Kong San sword style, they can reach level 4 without any difficulty. It is basically a cheat code for the early game. I remember that only the absolute elite are allowed to learn this sword style. Of course. That is only if I succeed. Junsu said, trying to cool Lim Ye's temper. Eugene's voice immediately snapped Lim Yi back to her senses. Alright. Fine. Lim Yi withdrew her aura, then lowered her head and said, if you succeed, I will give you the memory chip containing that sword style, along with the password. Really? Thank you, Eugene replied emotionally with a bow, sighing in relief internally. I seriously thought I was going to die. And now I get the sword style, too. This is perfect. However, if you fail, my husband and I will be more than just disappointed. We will be furious, Lim Yi added softly. Hee. That is not going to happen. I guarantee it. Very well. Then we should begin as soon as possible. Very quickly. A room with a mana concentration circle and 200 mid-grade mana potions were prepared according to Yuzu's requests. This is enough. I need to be alone with the patient during the treatment. So if you would, as Yuzu was speaking, Limitzi suddenly spoke up. I apologize for what happened earlier. My Eugene was forced to undergo the baptismal rite even before he started school. He never had the chance to make friends, let alone go on an outing with his family. He had to endure being forced to stay trapped in his room. I suppose we were being too sensitive. From now on, I will entrust this matter completely to you. Limitzi bowed deeply as she spoke. Hearing Eugene's story, Junsu grew even more indignant. Their entire family had to suffer like this because of that saintess's trap. Moved, Eugene ran to comfort his mother. I am Eugene. In the game, he ended up betraying his own family. No wonder he became such a cold person. I feel a little sorry for them. Thinking this, Junsu said, don't worry. I will succeed at any cost. Hearing that, Limitzi was finally able to leave with peace of mind. Now that it is just the two of us, let us begin. Junsu said, stretching cheerfully. What should I do? Seeing Eugene's pale face and tense body, Junsu pursed his lips and said, why are you so stiff? Just relax, man. Eugene asked anxiously. You are not going to torture me with some kind of syringes or electric shocks to force my awakening. Are you, like they usually do? How on earth have you been treated until now? Junsu asked with a sigh. The standard treatment for the holy power fever is to drink nectar after awakening. However, because you have too much mana accumulated in your body, the fever is far too intense. Which is why the attempts to awaken you have failed. You do not need to worry. But you must remember one thing. Keep everything you see during today's treatment a secret. I promise. Eugene replied decisively. Junsu souped up 2 potions and got to work. First, I have to expand the mana barrier to its absolute limit. Then, the barrier will weaken, and the holy power fever will strike, causing Junsu immense pain. He quickly chugged the 2 full-tasting potions in his hands. In an instant, all the prepared potions were down in Junsu's stomach. Harvest. Art of medicine. The damage taken and mana consumption increased. But the potion's effect was abnormally amplified. I have acquired the potion art trait. Now, if I focus my mana into a shield. Junsu thought, concentrating on creating a barrier around the magic circle. The holy power fever was then completely repelled by the barrier. Seeing this, Eugene's eyes lit up as he looked at Junsu. That is incredible. Junsu smiled and replied, it is too early to be surprised. Now, you just need to take off your mana sealing gloves. Reach your hand outside the barrier, and grab mine. Eugene's face paled. Won't that cause a resonance reaction between our 2 holy power fevers? You will be fine. As long as you stay inside the barrier. As he spoke, Junsu stepped outside the barrier. Immediately, the holy power fever returned. Don't ask why. Just do as I say. Eugene, who had never taken off his gloves since his baptism, decided to follow Junsu's words. The moment Eugene's hand went outside the barrier, the holy power fever on it erupted. Stunning Junsu. Just how much mana does this guy have, despite knowing the consequences? Junsu still chose to grab his hand. This is more painful than the saintess's baptism. My bones feel like they are breaking into pieces. But I have to stay focused and endure this pain. That saintess. That damn bitch. This hateful holy power fever. Junsu gritted his teeth, fighting against both his and Eugene's holy power fevers. And then stepped back inside the barrier. I took my glove off. But I am completely fine, Eugene said emotionally, looking at his perfectly normal hand. That is right. That is why we had to go through all that nonsense. Junsu replied. Besides using the barrier, Junsu also used damage absorption to transfer part of the holy power fever to himself. This means Eugene's holy power fever has been significantly reduced. Then, Junsu picked up the wooden sword and handed it to Eugene. This is the final step. Don't stop. Keep attacking me until you awaken. Understood. It is time to use the swordsmanship I have been practicing since I was a child. Eugene gave a nod and swung his sword towards Junsu. Junsu raised his hand to block, then immediately scrambled away in a panic. He realized his iron gauntlet had been shattered by a single swing of Eugene's wooden sword. Just then, the system announced that he had acquired a new trait. Protection. But even with this new trait, if he took a direct hit from Eugene, he would still be a goner. After playing cat and mouse with Eugene for a while, Junsu was growing tired, but Eugene still had not awakened, which was starting to annoy Junsu. What in the world did she teach this kid? It is this hard just to dodge his attacks. You have acquired the evasion trait. At that moment, Junsu glanced back at Eugene and saw an aura radiating from his body, which meant he was about to awaken. But before he could celebrate, he noticed the sword in Eugene's hand was starting to glow as well. SAR rank. CO Eugene. One with the sword. Junsu read the information. Speechless. One with the sword. Reaching a state where the person and the sword become one is an extremely powerful state for a warrior. But that guy, he is completely in a trance. If that attack hits me, I am done. Faced with a life-threatening attack, Junsu certainly was not going to just sit there and wait to die. He hurriedly opened his trait window, his mind racing to find a viable solution. First, I have to activate every defensive trait possible and focus the shields on my arms. With the support of the magic circle in this room, the moment Junsu finished configuring his traits, Eugene's attack was upon him. Junsu gritted his teeth, crossed his arms in front of his body, and braced for it. 1 second later, a loud explosion and a blinding light filled the room. When the dust settled, Junsu appeared unharmed, with a large shield protecting him. System notification. Mana shield. You have acquired a new trait. Junsu smirked to himself. I did it. I combined the mana barrier and protection traits to create the mana shield. He let out an exhausted sigh. That, just a guy with a wooden sword. And he nearly sent me to the next life. He was about to sit down and rest for a bit, when he suddenly heard a faint cry from Eugene. Junsu looked up to see his whole body sway before he collapsed. Unconscious. How dare he pass out so peacefully after nearly killing me? Muttering under his breath, Junsu slowly walked over to Eugene and found that he was fast asleep. I guess he went a little berserk right after awakening. In the game, Xiao Jin is a powerful SAR rank character, but because he awakened as a warrior, not a knight, he gained one with the sword as a starting trait. It looks like I have created a monster of a warrior, by awakening Xiao Jin as a warrior instead of a knight. I have no idea how this change will affect the future of the story. Well, he is a silver spoon kid with unparalleled power. And now he owes me a big one, not too bad. With that thought, Junsu grinned and hoisted Eugene up, carrying him out. A moment later, in Eugene's bedroom, his parents watched their son sleep peacefully, their eyes filled with love. Our Eugene. He really overcame the divine fever. They turned to Junsu and bowed. Thank you so much. Junsu smiled. It was nothing. I told you I could do it. Chokseo brought a glass of water to Junsu, a fawning look on his face. I knew you could do it. Limwai stroked Eugene's hair. It has been so long since we have seen him sleep. I do not know how we can ever repay you for this. Then, she smiled at her husband and nodded. Zhongju understood. He smiled and nodded back, then took out an envelope and approached Junsu. Well then. Along with the nectar and the memory chip for the No Shadow sword art as promised, I would like to give you an additional bonus for your success. Junsu beamed, but put on a show of refusing. Oh my. You really do not have to do this, Zhongju insisted sincerely. Please. I hope you will accept this 1 billion won from us. Though it is a small price for what you have done. Hearing the figure of 1 billion won, Junsu was ecstatic on the inside, but he maintained a polite exterior. Goodness. My heart would break if I had to refuse a second time, so I suppose I have no choice. After that, Junsu and Zhongju shook hands, both genuinely pleased. Not long after, Junsu and Choxiao left Eugene's home, sitting in the car. Choxiao spoke up. We really hit the jackpot today. Warrior. Junsu examined the vial of nectar and the memory chip for the No Shadow sword art in his hand. I know. They look incredible, Choxiao asked. Are you going to drink the nectar? Junsu replied. I am. And I plan on taking a break for a while, Choxiao said. Understandable. You probably do not want to attract the attention of the guild, or anyone else who hears about your reward, but it is a shame. If you refine and absorb that nectar, it would boost your mana significantly. Junsu replied, that is true. He looked at the vial of nectar in his hand, thinking to himself, if I can refine and drink this, I could raise my master rank significantly, instead of having to spend money to cure the divine fever. Soon, the car arrived at Junsu's hotel. Choxiao pulled over to the curb and smiled. Warrior. I will look into the equipment needed to refine the nectar. So think it over before you use it. Okay. Junsu got out of the car. Thanks a lot. I will think about it. Back in his room, Junsu immediately opened the vial of nectar, a smirk on his face. I am drinking this now. I learned just how cruel Axel Sewell can be from what happened to Hua. There is no guarantee that Director Koi won't betray me. Drug spider. Mana absorption. Drug dependence. In any case, I have traits that can maximize the nectar's effects. With that thought, Junsu downed the entire bottle of nectar without hesitation. Immediately after, an excruciating pain washed over his entire body. Junsu felt as if every fiber of his muscles was being torn apart and reassembled. A tremendous amount of mana was surging through his body. After a moment, the pain subsided, and a blinding golden light erupted in Junsu's room. System notification. Level 2 superhuman. Golden warrior. I have leveled up. Cheering inwardly, Junsu looked at another system notification. You have acquired a new trait. Acquired trait. Hack Ho. And by curing the divine fever with nectar, I obtained one of the best level 1 traits in the entire game. Hack Ho has been added to my list of traits. Along with the Kong Sun Kim for swordsmanship, I feel so relieved. As Junsu was lost in thought, the phone on his desk vibrated. It was a message from Choseo. Sir, there is something I need to discuss. Junsu glanced at the phone screen on his desk. Director Koi. Why is he suddenly messaging me? After a brief moment of suspicion, Junsu pushed the thought aside and smiled. Whatever. I am going to go train. But just a few seconds later, a series of notification sounds buzzed from his phone. So noisy. What could be so urgent? Shouting in annoyance, Junsu ran up, grabbed the phone, and looked at the messages. I have many things to discuss, but I thought it would be more respectful to contact you via message first. I am certain you will need my help. I understand your hesitation. It might be because of the opposition from those within the sect. Ignore all of that and be resolute. The time has come to look within yourself. Once you learn the swordsmanship, your path will be revealed. Of course, there will be those who complain about it. Please reply as soon as you read this. After reading all the messages, a giant question mark appeared in Junsu's mind. What in the world is this? What is he even talking about? But a few seconds later, Junsu realized there was something unusual about these messages. He read it over carefully and quickly found the answer. Run. Hide. From. The Du Gang. Once he pieced the message together, a thought quickly flashed through his mind. He hid this information in the message. The Du Gang. They are one of the gangs opposing the Takwon gang. If Director Choi wanted to betray me, he would have just called normally to stall for time. Considering the messages he sent, he must have been captured already. It looks like the information was leaked while he was preparing the equipment. After thinking everything through, a cold look appeared on Junsu's face as he muttered. I will just ignore it since I already have the nectar I need. Everyone is responsible for their own life here in Axon Seul. The next day, in a deserted alley, a man's painful screams echoed endlessly. Here, there was a small warehouse. Choi Seul was now tied tightly to a chair. A few men stood around him. Just then, a man grabbed Choi Seul by the hair and said, You are a tough one, are not you? All night. And you still won't tell us where that superhuman bastard is? Choi Seul said defiantly. He signed the contract because he trusted me. I won't talk, no matter what you do to me. Hearing that, the man bared his teeth in a demonic grin. I did not want to do this, but you have left me no choice. With that, he waved his hand to signal his men. One of his cronies understood, brought an axe over to Choi Seul and asked, Left or right? Which hand do you use to eat? Choi Seul just stared at him silently. Seeing this, the man burst out laughing. No answer. Then I guess it is usually the right hand. As he spoke, the man raised the axe high, aiming for Choi Seul's right hand, and brought it down. Just as the axe was about to connect, a loud explosion suddenly went off, making the man freeze. He looked angrily toward the sound and yelled, What the hell was that? Just then, a subordinate rushed in, yelling, Boss. The man holding the axe asked, What the hell is happening over there? The terrified subordinate replied, Some crazy bastard just threw a grenade into our building. Meanwhile, on a nearby rooftop, Junsu grinned with a grenade launcher on his shoulder, aiming at the building where Choi Seul was being held. Jam gang. You picked the wrong person to mess with. I can't just abandon someone who kept their promise in this cruel world of axe and seal. All right. Now, let the battle begin. As he spoke, Junsu pulled the trigger again, and a shell shot out, flying straight towards the Jiao Gam Gang's building and causing a massive explosion. A few seconds later, a large group of men carrying firearms rushed out from the gaping hole left by the explosion. Where did the shot come from? Find him, now. Watching the chaotic crowd below, Junsu curled his lip in a disdainful smirk, just as I expected. They are swarming out of the building like cockroaches. It might look like a normal apartment building from the outside, but I know you are all in there, because this is the Jiao Gam Gang dungeon. A place I have cleared so many times I am sick of it. It is a complex dungeon, consisting of 6 different buildings, since the Jiao Gam Gang quest is one of the tutorial missions. I can clear it with my eyes closed by now. All that grinding I did back then has really paid off. And now, this veteran is here to clear the mission. With that, Junsu, a backpack full of weapons on his back, leaped to the next rooftop to avoid being spotted. Down below, the Jiao Gam Gang members had already split up to score the surrounding area. A few minutes later, in a nearby alley, 3 members of the Jiao Gam Gang were cautiously searching. The guys who just attacked us. It has to be the Iron Fist Gang. Right. Only those guys are crazy enough to pull a stunt like this. When we catch them, let us beat them to a bloody pulp. As they were talking, one of them heard a strange sound coming from a trash can behind him. What was that noise? I am gonna go check it out. All right. Be thorough. The man who heard the sound walked behind the trash can and looked, but he could not see anyone there. He muttered, but just as he turned to go back, a hand grabbed his head and slammed it hard onto the ground. Junsu appeared from the shadows, propped the man he would knocked out against a corner, and grinned. To think I was right in front of him and he did not even notice. For infiltration, there is no better combination than playing dead and using stealth. While those goons are wandering around outside, I will head into their main building. This is way too easy. Time to use the secret entrance. With that, Junsu walked over to a trash can, gently opened the lid, and climbed down using the ladder inside. Once he reached the bottom, Junsu cautiously scanned the area. So far, I have managed to avoid as much combat as possible to get in. The Dagger Gang's boss likes to keep his hostages near his room on the 5th floor, so there should still be a way. I will move as stealthily as possible so they do not catch me. A nice thought. But life is rarely so kind. Junsu had only taken his first few stealthy steps when the alarm blared urgently. Emergency. Enemy attack. An intruder has infiltrated the building. All personnel, gear up and assemble at the designated rally point. Hearing this, Junsu's expression turned grim as he muttered, "They have found me." That. His gaze shifted to the closed door right in front of him. I am in a real bind now. If I leave here, I will be in a hallway, which is the best route because it has the main staircase to the upper floors. But the problem is, once they know someone's inside, they will set up a barricade in the hallway as a defensive line. If I open this door now, they will unload on me. After a brief moment of thought, Junsu decided to open the door, just as he predicted. Many members of the Dagger Gang had set up a barricade, waiting with their guns ready. "Hello there. Care for some bullets? They are on me." Smiling as he spoke, Junsu pulled out a gun and began to wildly fire at the Dagger Gang members. In the blink of an eye, a series of pained screams rang out as bullets found their mark. Those who were not hit quickly reacted. "What the? A Gatling gun? That bastard!" As they cursed and raised their weapons to fire back, a grenade flew towards them. A loud explosion echoed through the room. Junsu, taking cover outside the door, laughed and said, "If you are scared, go home. Style. It is all about style." Then, he pulled several more grenades from his backpack. "One probably won't be enough, so have some more." With that, Junsu tossed the grenades into the room, then immediately backed out and slammed the door shut. Junsu heard several loud explosions followed by agonizing screams, which brought a demonic smile to his face as he said, "I am so glad you like them." After a few minutes, Junsu entered the room, his eyes cautiously scanning the area as he thought, "Is this really all of them? Some of them must still be alive. I can't let my guard down." Suddenly, one of the men on the floor leaped up and fired at Junsu, because he was already on high alert. Junsu keenly sensed the bullet heading for his head. He dodged it with a simple tilt of his head. System notification. Sensitivity trait acquired. Nice. I have finally gotten the sensitivity trait I needed from this dungeon. With that thought, Junsu turned his gaze to the one who had shot at him. After dealing with the shooter in a matter of seconds, Junsu wiped the sweat from his forehead. Now that the minions are taken care of, It is time to head upstairs. A short while later, Junsu arrived on the 4th floor. Looks like I made it to the 4th floor safely, but the real danger starts now. The gang members should appear on the 4th and 3rd floors. Right before I reach the 5th floor and the boss's room, thinking to himself, Junsu cautiously approached a corner. He peeked around it, surprised to find no one in sight. Suspicious? Junsu went to the casino and opened the door, but it was also empty. Realizing something was off, Junsu's expression grew serious as he told himself, something's not right. I have to focus. System notification. Focus trait acquired. The moment he acquired the trait, Junsu immediately heard a strange sound from above. He looked up to see a drone emerging from an air vent. Then, Junsu saw the drone drop a grenade that erupted in a blinding flash of light, forcing him to squeeze his eyes shut. He cursed inwardly. Damn it. A flashbang. At that exact moment, a figure appeared behind Junsu, lunging forward with a dagger aimed at his neck and laughing. Got you, you little rat. The attacker was the boss of the Dagger Gang, a level 2 awakened of the assassin class. However, the Dagger Gang boss's strike was blocked by a shield that appeared out of nowhere. His vision returning, Junsu turned to look at him and ask, You said you caught someone? The leader of the Dagger Gang cried out in disbelief. The dagger. It could not get through. He quickly leaped backward, creating distance from Junsu. Junsu did not move. He simply asked, Who are you calling a rat? You are the one dressed like a rat. Are not you? I did not expect the leader to show up on the 4th floor. That was dangerous. What just happened was not in the game. But I can still read the game's patterns. The ambush was a linked attack pattern. Triggered when a player enters the boss's room. I had to equip the sensitivity and focus traits right before he ambushed me. The leader of the Dagger Gang is an assassin. I will have to use all 5 of my senses to perceive where his attacks are coming from. At that moment, the Dagger Gang's leader roared in anger. You blocked my ambush. Junsu chuckled. Don't be so surprised just yet. Then, he pulled a weapon from his backpack and said, I will make you regret targeting me. Junsu lunged at the Dagger Gang's leader, swinging his sword. But the man vanished before his attack could land. When the Dagger Gang's leader reappeared, he was behind Junsu. You are that slow and you still try to put on a show? With a scornful remark, the Dagger Gang's leader threw a dagger glowing with green light at his back. Seeing this, Junsu quickly spun around, deflecting the dagger with his sword. He is a true assassin. If I did not have the sensitivity and focus traits just now, I would have been done for. He coated that dagger with poison magic. So even a single scratch would have been enough to send me to the next world. The longer this fight drags on, the more of a disadvantage I will be at. The Dagger Gang's leader spoke in surprise. You are quite lucky, are not you? If you surrender now, I will be merciful and only take one of your hands. Junsu laughed. Stop spouting nonsense and just come at me. The Dagger Gang's leader burst out laughing. From that pathetic sword stance of yours, I can tell you are an assassin. You have got a big mouth for someone who can't even read the situation. Hearing that, Junsu was startled. He thinks I am an assassin. That is right. I have been using a gun this whole time. So he must have mistaken me for a reinforced gunner. Seeing Junsu's silence, the Dagger Gang's leader assumed he was correct and let out a vicious grin. I am going to tear you limb from limb and finish you in the most painful way possible. With a roar, he charged at Junsu and unleashed an attack. At the same time, Junsu also gripped his sword's hilt and raised it high above his head. I only have one chance, and it is now. When he has let his guard down, with an inner cry, Junsu swung his sword down without hesitation. Seeing this, the Dagger Gang leader retracted his attack and sidestepped to dodge. A mocking smile appeared on his face as he sneered. Too slow. He had no idea that Junsu was waiting for this very moment. Then, a glint flashed in his eyes, and with a slight twist of his wrist, the downward strike transformed into a horizontal slash aimed right at the man. The Dagger Gang leader was horrified, crying out internally. What? A marksman using such an advanced attack combination. He hastily raised his dagger to parry. But the force of the impact still sent him sprawling to the ground. From this moment on, the Dagger Gang leader no longer dared to underestimate Junsu. His gaze towards the boy was now filled with wariness. Junsu raised his sword once again. Sorry, but since I changed my traits, I am no longer a marksman, but a first-class warrior equipped with swordsmanship. As he finished speaking, Junsu immediately used Void Sword Break. First form. A mountain-like slash struck the Dagger Gang leader, severely injuring him. His dagger fell to the side as he lowered his head and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Junsu said with a triumphant smile. You lose the moment you let your guard down. The Dagger Gang leader cursed in anger. You bastard. He decided to follow Junsu's example. Taking advantage of the moment the boy was triumphant and had lowered his guard, he reached for his dagger, picked it up, and threw it straight at the boy with all his strength. Roaring, "This is not over yet." Startled, Junsu cried out, "Is this his last resort?" In the blink of an eye, fresh blood spurted out as Junsu finished off the dagger gang leader with one slash. As the thrown dagger had struck him in the side, "The poison is already spreading through my bloodstream. I need to change my traits." Equipped traits: Wound recovery, regeneration, vigor, mana core, deep breathing, mana recovery. After changing his traits, Junsu was able to stand up on his own. "I can take it. But damn, it hurts." As he said this, Junsu stored his weapon in his inventory. Just as he was about to leave, he heard a commotion coming from outside the window. "Get up there, now." An intruder just appeared around here, looking out the window. Junsu whispered, "I can't let any more time go to waste. I have to get out of this building as soon as possible." Meanwhile, in the torture chamber on the 5th floor, Choseo was also trying to save himself. He forcefully rocked his body, causing the chair to lose its balance and topple backward. "I have to get out of here fast," he thought to himself as he used his fingers to hook a nearby glass shard, planning to use it to cut the ropes binding him. But before he could grab the shard of glass, Choseo felt a shadow fall over him. Startled, he looked up and saw that it was Junsu. "How exactly did you manage to get caught by them?" Junsu asked as he helped Choseo remove the gag from his mouth. Choseo cried out in joy. "My superhero." Untying Choseo, Junsu sighed softly. "You are a real handful. You know that." Moved, with tears welling in his eyes, Choseo asked, "You came all this way just to save me?" Junsu's expression grew serious as he placed a hand on Choseo's shoulder. "Let us get out of here first. They are coming." Choseo smiled and said, "Right. Of course. Of course." But as he tried to walk, a sharp pain shot through his legs, and he could not help but cry out. Junsu turned back. Suspicious? When he saw Choseo's trembling legs, he scowled and muttered, "Those bastards. Look what they did to him." Then, he crouched down and said, "Get on my back." Choseo quickly waved his hands. "What? You do not have to. I have no right to ask anything more from you." Junsu insisted. "It is. We are in a hurry, so let us just get somewhere safe first." Realizing he was right, Choseo could only reluctantly agree. "Well, all right, just this once. Then." "Thank you." Carrying Choseo on his back, Junsu smiled faintly to himself. Even after being brutally tortured like that, he never lost his loyalty. "I thought this world, Axel Seal, was a living hell. But it can also have surprisingly moving moments." A few hours later, Junsu and Choseo had safely returned to Choseo's office. Junsu was now sitting in a chair, continuously drinking cans that contained a healing potion. System notification. Poison resistance. You have acquired a trait. Seeing the notification, Junsu stopped drinking. He leaned back in his chair and said, "The recovery potion has already neutralized all the poison." Choseo enthusiastically pulled out a pile of recovery potions and said, "If you need more, please feel free to take them." Junsu smiled and said, "It is all right. This is enough, because I have acquired that trait." He happily thought to himself. At that moment, Choseo spoke with a regretful expression. "By the way, I truly do not know how I can apologize enough. It seems that when I was preparing the elixir for us, the information was leaked. I never should have trusted my staff like that." Junsu reassured him. "Don't worry about it. Besides, I already drank the elixir." Choseo asked in shock. "What? You already drank the elixir?" Junsu smiled. "If I had not drunk it back then, I would not have been able to save you, Director." Hearing this, Choseo looked devastated, grabbing his head and groaning. "It can't be. You had to drink the elixir just to save me." Junsu turned away, thinking, it is not his fault, but I will let him believe what he wants. Suddenly, there was frantic knocking at the door. Choseo cried out in fear. "What? Could it be the Rio Gam gang? Wait. What are we going to do?" Junsu crossed his arms and smirked towards the door. "It looks like we have some guests. Let us give them a proper welcome." With that, he stood up and went to open the door. Choseo followed nervously from behind. When Junsu opened the door, Choseo gasped. "The Thech Quine gang." It was Kim Thech Quine and his men. Junsu smiled. "So you are here." Kim Thech Quine spoke up. "So you are the one who wiped out the Ruo Gum gang. I knew from the start you were no ordinary man. Why did you summon me here?" Junsu thought to himself. "Because it is time to collect the reward for completing the difficult quest. The Thech Quine and Ruo Gum gangs are rivals, warring for control of the supernatural territory in the game. The tutorial requires the player to help the Thech Quine gang destroy the Ruo Gam gang. The Thech Quine gang offers huge rewards for eliminating the Ruo Gam gang. Seeing Junsu's silence, Kim Thich Quine probed. Are you planning to start a new organization or something? Junsu shook his head. Running an organization is not my style. The reason I called you here today is to tell you that you can have the territory the Dagger gang has held all this time. Kim Thich Quine cried out in shock. What? Junsu explained. I prefer to work alone. Besides, I have no intention of stepping into the underworld. So consider this me repaying the favor from last time. Kim Thich Quine thought for a moment before asking. I have nothing to lose by accepting your offer. But this seems a bit much for the favor you owed me. Do not you think? Junsu smiled. It seems we understand each other. Since I am the reason you now own the Seolim territory. Grant me one wish, Kim Thich Quine asked. A wish. And if I were to grant you a wish, what would it be? Tell me first. Junsu thought to himself. Of course. It is something everyone in Seoul wants. Outwardly, he smiled and said, just give me a house, he added silently. It is time to go home. Kim Thich Quine asked, you said a house. Junsu replied, ever since I started acting on my own in this crazy world, I have realized I should have a proper place to settle down. Kim Thich Quine mused for a moment. Then said, all right. After all, you did get rid of that Dagger gang. It is a deal. Hearing that, Junsu grinned happily. You are a straightforward man. I like that. Kim Thich Quine asked. What kind of house do you want? A luxury villa? Or just a simple apartment? Junsu stated his request. Neither. I need a house in a sparsely populated area, with good security and soundproofing. And it also needs to have a training area in the basement. Hearing this, Kim Thich Quine murmured thoughtfully. A house in a sparsely populated area with a training room in the basement. Junsu tried to act normal and waited patiently, but inside he was praying like crazy. Say it. Say the name of the house I am thinking of. Soon enough, Kim Thich Quine spoke up. I know a place just like that. It is a house in the suburbs of Seolim, along the Jun-Ubong mountain range. Hearing that, Junsu mentally screamed in delight. Bingo. A house on the slopes of the Jun-Bong range. It is the perfect place to become the first base for a player from Axon in Seoul, on the outside. Junsu tried to keep a straight face to avoid arousing suspicion. The next morning, Junsu was already at his new house. He was now relaxing and sunbathing on the second-floor terrace, with food and drinks beside him. So this is the thrilling feeling you get when you finally have a place to call your own. As he spoke, Junsu walked to the railing, stretched his arms out, and exclaimed happily, I love this relaxing air. The view from here is beautiful too. This house is truly perfect. At first, when I fell into Axon, Seoul, I did not even know what was happening. It cost about 20 million won. But now I have a magnificent house that is like a mansion. Not only that, but I also have financial backing from the #1 security organization and Director Koi. At this rate, I could be hospitalized for a whole year and have nothing to worry about. His joy subsided, and Junsu calmed down, looking thoughtfully into the distance. But this is Axon Seoul. I can't rest on my laurels. Once the main scenario progresses, scheming bastards like the Saintus and Deok Jang will appear and destroy the city. Then, Junsu casually picked up the pickaxe next to him and said with a smile, well then, it is time to find the real reason I chose this house. A moment later, Junsu was in the underground training room with the pickaxe on his shoulder, tapping his fingers all over the wall as if searching for something. It must be around here somewhere. Junsu muttered and continued tapping until he found a spot where the sound was completely different from the others. All right, let us get to it. With a loud shout, Junsu swung the pickaxe, smashing it straight into the wall, causing a whole section to crumble and reveal a hollow space inside. Looking at the result of just one swing, Junsu said cheerfully, looks like my trade is kicking in. At this rate, I will probably finish sooner than I thought. After some time, Junsu was still diligently digging but had not found what he was looking for. His face was now haggard as he yelled, sooner than expected my ass. I had no idea it was this deep. Despite that, Junsu did not give up. Come on, I can't quit now. Just show yourself already, as he shouted. Junsu raised the pickaxe and brought it down hard on the ground. After this strike, water suddenly erupted from the spot he hit. This is it. Junsu was overjoyed, quickly opening his mouth to catch a few of the nearby droplets. Just a few seconds later, his haggard expression completely vanished. He looked at his hands and said softly, I can feel my body gradually recovering. So this is the effect of the mana spring. A spring overflowing with mana. A real mana spring. Even characters whose health has dropped to 0 can recover quickly by soaking in the mana spring, and it even removes most negative effects. What an amazing ability. A place where you can access a mana spring for free like this. There is nowhere better than this house near the GI on a Yubong mountain range, the first base of the Iron Fist Guild. Then, Junsu took it upon himself to install a plumbing system and brought in a large bathtub. He turned on the tap, filled the tub with mana spring water, and sank in, speaking with a sense of relief. After all, I went through a lot of hardships to get this house. It is not like in a game where you can get everything with a single click. This place is so full of vitality. You can practically feel its effects. The mana spring is the perfect recovery therapy for training. With this, I can train until I drop, take a quick soak, and get right back to it. It is absolutely perfect. Alright. Time for the only free-to-play player who grinds like a super VIP pro to get to training. With that, Junsu quickly drew a sword and eagerly began his practice. Time passed, and on an evening 2 weeks later, standing in the underground training room with his sword, Junsu thought to himself, I have been holed up in this training room for 2 weeks now. I can activate Firefall stably now. Then, with intense focus, he consecutively unleashed the empty mountain sword break techniques. First form, Mountain Crusher. Second form, Mountain Splitter. And third form, Mountain Piercer. Sheathing his sword, a smile spread across Junsu's face. Nice. Now I can use the empty mountain sword break technique in parallel with Firefall. And on top of that, there are the incredibly useful traits I gained during my training. Trait list: Fire Armor Break, 1-inch fire. Fire Resistance. Meditation. Mana Stabilization. Looking at these traits, Junsu became lost in thought. Now that my training is complete, there is just one important thing left to do: the mana refining skill. Something I can't obtain just by training. If I had been able to refine the elixir before drinking it, I might have reached superhuman level 3. But since I am only level 2 right now, I do not have that much mana in me to completely absorb the elixir's mana and reach level 3. I need the mana refining skill. Of course, it is not easy to get, but it is more than worth the effort. As he thought about this, Junsu suddenly recalled something from back when he was still playing Axel Siyun. That day, Junsu had taken his character, Warrior Kim, to Kim Jun Bok's weapon shop. Inside the shop, the merchant heard his request and asked in surprise, "You really want to buy that? That thing's been collecting dust in storage for nearly 10 years. Junsu answered firmly, "I want to buy it." The merchant said no more and went to get it for him. System notification. You have purchased the mana refining skill. Seeing that notification on his phone, Junsu, who was lying in bed playing the game, grinned smugly. I am probably the only person who knows you can buy the mana refining skill at that old shop. Snapping back to the present, Junsu smiled. Time to swing by the player commercial district and visit that antique shop. It is time to level up. And so, Junsu immediately set off, heading straight for the shop. But when he arrived, he was disappointed to find the shop was closed. Why is it closed? And it is even locked with mana so no one can get in. As he spoke, Junsu moved closer and spotted a small notice hanging on the lock. Closed until the situation in the player market stabilizes. Junsu looked around, and to his surprise, the other shops were also closed. The place was deserted. A stark contrast to the bustling player district he remembered. The player commercial district is the area with the most shops around. There is no reason for this place to be shut down. In the game, this place was open 24/7. So why is it closed now? The vast majority of the other shops are closed, just like this one. The world of Accensial. Is it different from what I know? Wanting some information, Junsu walked down the street and saw a man smoking in front of the only store with its lights still on. Junsu slowly approached to start a conversation. Has the situation in the market been bad lately? This man was the owner of the shop. He turned, gave Junsu an annoyed look, and then spoke. Can't you see?
Good.
I am dead tired here. With all these gangs coming here to fight every day. What customer would want to show up? Junsu asked in surprise. Gangs. I thought the Iron Fist Guild managed this place. The shop owner waved his hand dismissively. Iron Fist Guild. My ass. Ever since the Dagger Guild was purged, all sorts of gangs have been fighting each other day in and day out. The Iron Fist Guild, the Poison Guild, and even the Nudist Guild. Hearing that, Junsu immediately understood the problem. The gangs are fighting each other. So that is how it is, in the Gamagog story. The Iron Fist Guild defeated the Dagger Guild on their own and claimed their territory. So the player market naturally fell under the Iron Fist Guild's control, but this time, I was the one who dealt with the Dagger Guild. So this market has become a battleground for the remaining gangs to fight over. As Junsu was pondering a solution, he suddenly heard shouting from a distance. Look at these morons. Get them out of here. The shop owner clicked his tongue. It is them again. Junso decided to head toward the shouting. He needed to check out the situation for himself before making a move. Not far away, a member of the Iron Fist gang was sent flying, crashing hard into a stack of tarp-covered crates. 3 other members of the Iron Fist gang, though furious, did not dare to act. They could only stand there, watching their opponents with worry expressions. Opposite them was a group of 4 from the Poison Gang, and their leader was Kwang Hit 2, an underboss of the Poison Gang, a green named, level 2 superhuman. After knocking the Iron Fist member away, Kwang Hit 2 sneered. You guys still do not get it. I told you this intersection is Poison Gang territory. Understand? Get lost. Iron Fist punt. Go crawl back to your rat hole. The Iron Fist member who had been hit clutched his wound, cursing through gritted teeth. You bastards. Just then, a voice cut in. What kind of trouble are you stirring up in our area? Hearing this, both the Iron Fist and Poison Gang members turned to see a group from the Nudist Gang approaching. The one leading them was the Exhibitionist, an underboss of the Nudist Gang, a green named, level 2 superhuman. Seeing them approach, Kwang Hit 2 cursed. Damn it. Those freaks are here. The Exhibitionist laughed. This intersection belongs to the Nudist Gang. Kwang Hit 2 led his lackeys toward the Nudist Gang's group and said, Don't spout nonsense. Scram, the Exhibitionist asked. So you intend to continue trespassing? The injured Iron Fist member saw the situation and cursed under his breath. A bunch of lunatics. I need to get out of here. Just as he was about to get up, he suddenly realized someone was standing next to him. Junsu stood beside him, looking at the 2 groups facing off and said quietly, What a mess? The injured man asked in astonishment. You are the superhuman who wiped out the Roaring Fence Gang. Junsu then turned to look at him. He helped the man up with one hand and said, What are you doing? Get up and get to work. The injured man asked blankly. What do you mean? Junsu turned directly toward the 2 groups and yelled, Wait. You pig-brained gangsters. Stop brawling and gather over here. The injured man panicked and said quickly, Wait. What are you doing? Junsu glanced at him and said, Calm down. I am helping you out. He thought to himself, to get this market back to normal, I need to establish a clear hierarchy. It is best to help the Iron Fist Gang. Kwang Hit 2 looked towards Junsu and smirked. Well, what do we have here? Who the hell are you to order me around? The lecher crossed his arms, glaring angrily at Junsu. Is this guy trying to make an offering? Junsu glanced at the 2 of them, then at the townspeople drawn in by the commotion, and paused to think. These 2 are both level 2 superhumans. If I go all out, I can still win. But there is no need to involve the merchants. In that case, I will have to show them my power first. At that thought, Junsu bared his teeth in a grin, pulling a sword from his backpack. Next, he quickly rearranged his attribute panel. A second later, his entire body was engulfed in black flames, while his sword was shrouded in the distinct blue energy of the Kong Sun sword break. Seeing this, Kwang Hit 2 cried out in shock. What is that? The Kong Sun sword break in this divine aura. Could it be? The lecher's jaw dropped in surprise. You are the superhuman who single-handedly wiped out the entire Dagger Gang. Junsu smirked. That is right. And this time, I will be generous. I am going to make you an offer you have no right to refuse. Instead of complicating things, let us settle this with a duel. The winner gets control of the market. What do you say? Such fair terms. Kwang Hit 2 shouted angrily. Do you think I am an idiot? Agreeing to a one-on-one fight with a warrior. The lecher said nothing. He shared Kwang Hit 2's opinion. Junsu spoke up. Don't worry. We will fight according to whatever skills you are most confident in. A moment later, the 3 groups from the 3 gangs had all stepped back. In the center stood 3 people. Junsu, Kwang Hit 2, and the lecher. Junsu looked at the lecher and said, So your special ability is mind control. If I can resist it, I win. A lecherous expression appeared on the lecher's face as he smiled at Junsu. It is truly an honor to be understood by such a handsome man. How about we skip this meaningless fight? You could join our faith in the primordial goddess. Junsu spoke with a look of disgust. How gross. Why would I ever want to join your group? Use your head. Your faith is not even a tier 2 belief system. You are just some nameless cult. Why should I join a pseudo-cult that is not even listed in the Westphalia records? Hearing Junsu's words, the smile on the exhibitionist's face vanished. He roared in anger. What a heathen. I will correct that attitude of yours with the goddess's love and mercy. Kneel before me, and I shall grant you the opportunity to have an audience with the goddess. At the same time, he raised his hand toward Junsu, activating his mind control trait. Junsu stood perfectly still, making no move to evade the attack. In the blink of an eye, his mind grew heavy, and his knees buckled as if he were about to collapse. A priest-level mind control trait is certainly powerful, but, sorry, not even a goddess gets to mess with me. Thinking to himself, Junsu opened his trait window and equipped the divine power resistance trait. Junsu immediately felt his body lighten, and his mind cleared. Then, without a moment's hesitation, he threw a knockout punch at the exhibitionist. Seeing this, the other members of the nudist gang rushed over to help the exhibitionist up. Lord Exhibitionist, are you alright? Let us retreat for now. As the nudist gang fled, Junsu turned to Kwang Hit-tu and said, Now it is your turn. Kwang Hit-tu spoke. You are not half bad yourself, but let me be clear. The Poison Elixir gang is on a completely different level from those guys. Junsu replied, We will see about that. There is only one way to find out. Your special ability is concocting poisons. Is not. Give me the most potent poison you have got, and I will drink it. Kwang Hit-tu laughed and said, Fine. If you are that eager to die, I will be happy to help. Just then, the man who was beaten earlier ran to Junsu's side to warn him. Hey, kid. I know you are strong, but drinking their poison is suicide. Junsu smiled in reply. Don't worry. I know what I am doing. At the same time, Kwang Hit-tu took out a cup of poison and handed it to Junsu. Drink up. If you can take it, you win. If you die, I win. Junsu took the cup of poison and stared at it. Thinking, just as I expected, she gave me Picnic Co. This is the most painful poison in their entire arsenal. Then, a look of disgust crossed his face as he spoke. Damn. This smells terrible. If I do not die from this, you better be ready for a beating, Ada said angrily. Do not even dream of asking for the antidote after you drink that. Sorry, but that is not going to happen. Sweetie. With that, Junsu downed it. A second later, he collapsed to the ground, cursing internally. Damn it. It feels like my blood is boiling. Seeing this, Ada smugly walked over, gave Junsu a few kicks, and sneered. Feeling it already, are not you? If you beg for your life and bark like a dog, maybe I will consider helping you out. Junsu had no time to bicker with her. He was gritting his teeth, enduring the pain while searching for a way out of this crisis. I need to focus. This poison is a mix of special concoctions, so my normal poison resistance won't work. I have to endure as much damage as I can with my healing trait, and find a way to control the poison. With that thought, Junsu immediately took action. First, he changed his trait settings. Then, he focused all the poison into his left hand. System notification. Trait acquired. Drug resistance. Done. Thanks to drug resistance, I can now control the toxin with my mana. Now for the final step. As he thought this, Junsu used his sword to slice open the palm of his left hand. Immediately, a large amount of the toxin poured out from the wound. The man who was beaten earlier cried out, Oh my! He is gathering the poison in his arm to expel it. Ada shouted in disbelief. Impossible. At that moment, Ada panicked as Junsu suddenly appeared right in front of her. Smiling, that poison of yours was truly awful. Now, it is my turn. Then, without giving Ada a chance to react, Junsu grabbed her arm, forced a finger up, and sliced it clean off, making Ada scream in agony. Seeing this, her lackeys behind her cried out in alarm. Big Sis, kneeling on the ground, Ada glared at Junsu with pure hatred and snarled. You think you can get away with this? Junsu nonchalantly cleaned his ear and said, Stop with the typical sore loser lines. Now, get lost. Ada cursed through her teeth. You bastard. Her lackeys rushed forward, placing a hand on Ada's shoulder. Let us get out of here for now. Big Sis. Kong could only grit his teeth and leave resentfully, saying, I will remember your face. Seeing this, the members of the Thich Quine gang erupted in cheers. Haha. Serves you bastards right. Cheers for Warrior Kim. Junsu smirked and looked towards the merchants, thinking to himself, victory was a given. Now the real problem begins. Not far away. The merchants were whispering among themselves. The Thich Quine gang won. I wonder what they are going to demand from us now. Junsu's gaze moved from the merchants to the man who was beaten earlier. Hey. Make sure you report that I was the one who handled all this. The man smiled and said. Of course, sir. Thank you so much. Junsu raised one finger and said. There is one thing the Thich Quine gang must remember in this market. The man nodded repeatedly, saying, Yep. What is it? Please. Tell me. Junsu said. The protection fee for this market will only be half of what the Dagger gang used to charge. Hearing that, the man who was beaten exclaimed, What? We won't make any profit then. Junsu's expression turned fearsome as he asked, Are you talking back to me? The man immediately spoke up in fear. Of course not. I am sure our boss will understand. They were not speaking quietly. And of course, Junsu intended it that way. So the nearby merchants heard everything clearly and started to exclaim happily. The protection fee is cut in half. He is the hero of Sun Quan Market. Junso celebrated inwardly. So this is why I went through all that trouble. Haha. Just then, the merchants approached Junsu, bowing repeatedly to thank him. Thank you. Thank you so much. Junsu smiled and waved his hand, saying, I only did what had to be done. Just remember to give me a discount from now on. The merchants happily agreed. Of course. We will give you an 80% discount anytime. Junsu was ecstatic, thinking to himself, Sun Quan Market is clearly a gold mine. On top of that, it also increases the affection level of the merchant and PCs. The next morning, the merchants in the Sangun Market had all reopened their shops, and Kim Junbok was no exception. He greeted Junsu warmly upon seeing him enter the shop. I have heard a lot about you from the other merchants. You are the hero who saved Sangun Market. Flattered, Junsu beamed and replied, I only did what needed to be done. Don't be so modest. Those gangsters were causing a lot of trouble. Look at this. I had to close my shop because I got into a brawl and broke my arm. Junbok raised his injured arm and sighed. Oh no. Is it okay now? I was treated with Kwai Gong. And thankfully, it was effective. If it were not for the healer, I would probably still be stuck in the hospital. Junsu asked in surprise. There is a Qigong practitioner in Siu Lim. That is right. Do you need an introduction? He is very skilled. Junsu smiled and said, I would appreciate that. But first, I need to buy a few things. Of course. Feel free to look around. We have everything. Except for the things we do not. Junsu did not bother looking at the items on display. He looked straight at Junbok, tapped his foot on the floor, and asked with a smile, You have a lot of quality goods here. But could I see the items downstairs? Startled, Junbok asked, How did you know? Junsu replied with a smile, I have my ways. Don't underestimate a game addict with 10,000 hours of playtime like me. Is there any secret here I would not know? Junbok did not refuse. He led Junsu down to a room in the basement. As he opened the door, he turned back and said, I rarely show this to first-time customers. But for you, I will make an exception. Thank you very much, Junsu said with a smile. As the door opened, Junbok led Junsu inside and said, This is my collection of magical items. Feel free to look around. Amazing, Junsu exclaimed happily. Then, he eagerly went to observe each item one by one. His final destination was the flute of the ancient god. He lifted the item with both hands, thinking excitedly. I owned many unique items back when I played the game, but above all else, the flute of the ancient god, which seals the mana cultivation technique. This is the ultimate jackpot. Now, I finally have the most valuable item in my hands. Time to put these to good use. A moment later, the two returned to the shop upstairs. Junsu placed the ancient god's flute and the other items he would chosen on the counter. These are what I will be taking today. Junbok glanced at the items and praised him in amazement. As expected, you have a good eye. The 5-colored gold core, a magic scripture, magic gloves, and the ancient god's flute. All of them are rare items. For all that, he quoted, Your total is 2 billion won. Junsu's eyes went wide as he exclaimed, My God. 2 billion. Seeing this, Junbok chuckled and said, That is the price for a stranger. But since you are the guardian angel of this market, I can give you a more reasonable price. Your total is 500 million won. Junsu let out a sigh of relief. Junbok, you really had me scared there. Afterward, Junsu paid Junbok, who carefully wrapped the items and handed them over. An 80% discount from an NPC for high affinity. This is great. Now, all I need to do is find a priest-class superhuman who can unseal this item. And of course, I already have a lead on where to find one. With that in mind, Junsu smiled at Junbok and asked, By the way, could I get the address of the Kaigong healer? Later that day, Junsu followed the address Junbok gave him and arrived at the front of a house. He raised his hand to knock on the door and called out, Is anyone home? When no one answered, Junsu leaned close to the door and muttered suspiciously, I guess he is out. Just then, the door suddenly opened. A young man peeked his head out and asked, What do you want this early in the morning? Junsu quietly observed the man. White hair and a pale face. That is him. This is the guy I am looking for. With that thought, Junsu spoke up cheerfully. It is the afternoon. You call this early morning, the young man said. It is for me. What brings you here? Junsu scratched his head and explained. Well, I heard your treatments are very effective. Upon hearing this, the young man's demeanor completely changed. So you are a client. I thought you were one of those thugs. Please. Come in. Leading Junsu into the room, the young man pointed to a single bed. Here, you can lie down. Where are you injured? Junsu did not answer right away. He scanned the room, his eyes stopping on a statue as he thought, seeing that this statue is here. It seems I have found the right person. The young man asked suspiciously. What are you doing? You can lie down on that bed over there. Junsu finally turned to the young man, took out the flute of the ancient god and said, Actually, I did not come here for treatment. I came here to ask you to remove the seal on this item. The young man waved his hands and said, Remove a seal? I am just a Kaigong therapist. That looks like a holy seal. You should go to a temple for something like that. Junsu explained. Places like that would charge a fortune. And they might even take the item from me. Then, he opened a bag full of cash and placed it in front of the young man. If you can unseal this item, I will give you 100 million won. Priest Kim asked in surprise. You know my name. Junsu smiled and replied. Of course. He thought to himself. Priest Kim is the third guide character of Axel Seal. He is a priest of a forgotten religion, serving a god who vanished 3,000 years ago. He is one of the few truly pure and kind-hearted characters in the game. With so many corrupt priests in Axel Seal, it is hard to find one with such a warm heart. In other words, I can use him. Priest Kim stammered. Zero. How do you know that? Junsu held the flute of the ancient god towards Priest Kim and said, I will keep your secret. So please, help me. Priest Kim sighed, taking it and said, I do not think this will be easy. But all right, I will try. Junsu thought happily, just as I would expect from a good person. After that, the two sat down on the floor, with the flute of the ancient god placed in front of them, with a serious expression. Priest Kim reached his hand toward the flute of the ancient god, and began to break the seal. In the blink of an eye, the paper wrapped around it began to loosen. It is working, with a soft grunt. Priest Kim continued to patiently channel his mana into the flute of the ancient god. The loosening of the paper became even more obvious. Finally, the paper completely came off and fell to the ground, revealing the item's true form as it emitted a blinding golden light. Item. Flute of the ancient god. Can acquire the breath imprint cultivation technique trait. Priest Kim exclaimed in amazement. It really worked. Junsu praised him. As expected. Your skills are incredible. When Priest Kim saw the effect of the flute of the ancient god, he cried out in shock. Good heavens. Is this a mana cultivation technique? Junsu happily confirmed. That is right. Thank you so much. He lifted the flute of the ancient god to his lips and blew a single note. As the sound of the flute echoed, Junsu closed his eyes and felt the wasted magic power in his body finally being absorbed. A system notification appeared. You have acquired the Enherja cultivation technique trait. Junsu chuckled to himself. The effect is truly incredible. It feels like the tranquil currents of the Nordic Sea are flowing into my body. In about 2 weeks, I should be able to absorb all this magic power and reach superhuman level 3. Priest Kim, standing nearby, clapped and spoke up. This is the first time I have ever seen a warrior class superhuman use a magic cultivation technique. Junsu walked over to the single bed and sat down. Well, it is not exactly a common sight. Seeing this, Priest Kim suggested, you must be exhausted. Please, lie down and get some rest. Junsu did not refuse. He lay down on the bed and said warily, there is just too much information flooding my brain. I am so exhausted. All right. I will leave myself in your care for a bit. Priest Kim smiled and said, of course. Make yourself comfortable. You have paid me handsomely, so you can stay and rest for as long as you need. Thanks. Junsu replied drowsily. He is a good person. He thought to himself. Just like in the game I remember. It is great to have found a priest I can trust. This will be beneficial for me in the long run. And so, letting his guard down completely, Junsu slept soundly until late at night. When strange noises slowly woke him, he sat up groggily, scratching his head and muttering, what is that noise? Then, Junsu saw Priest Kim holding a gas can, pouring its contents into the bag of cash he had brought. Now a bit more awake, Junsu asked suspiciously, what are you doing? Priest Kim did not respond. His eyes were empty and lifeless as he stood before the gasoline-soaked bag of money and flicked open a lighter. Forgotten God. Accept this believer's offering and be resurrected. As his prayer concluded, Priest Kim let go, and the lighter in his hand fell toward the bag of money. Seeing this, Junsu cursed angrily under his breath. What the hell? What is happening? Are you insane? Junsu lunged, snatching the lighter and shoving Priest Kim aside. I have to burn all the money and offer it to the god. Priest Kim yelled. Annoyed, Junsu's face went blank. What? Money is an offering. Our god only accepts cash. Priest Kim explained. It is the only way to receive power. Junsu immediately understood. I see. This must be back when you still believed in the god Len. Right. This time, it was Priest Kim's turn to look bewildered. What do you mean by that? The god that the gold priest worships died 3,000 years ago. even in the game. This religion had almost no power until the gold priest resurrected that god and obtained the training method. Even so, I can't believe he does not even know the proper way to serve his own god. Thinking to himself, Junsu offered some advice. You are doing it wrong. You should not be burning money like that. You have to burn and vaporize gold. The gold priest looked at Junsu skeptically. Gold, what you are saying sounds like heresy. But you have never tried it. Have you? The gold priest said dismissively. Do not speak such nonsense. Our church has created and practiced this for thousands of years. But there must be a reason your god has not been resurrected yet. Do not you think? The gold priest was immediately speechless. It is difficult to burn gold right now, so I have an idea. Another way. Since you helped me with the mana cultivation technique, let me help you in return. Priest, a moment later. The gold priest looked at the bubbling golden liquid on the stove and said worriedly, I really do not think I should do this. Let us stop here. Trust me. When you drink the gold, your divine power will increase greatly. Focus and feel whether your god responds. Well, if you are that certain, I will trust you just this once. With that, the gold priest downed the cup of golden liquid from Junsu in one gulp. Just a few seconds later, the gold priest felt a change. His entire body was then enveloped in a brilliant golden light. By the god, this is far more effective than burning millions of one. Junsu smiled and replied. The growth will be much faster if you continue with this method. The gold priest's eyes sparkled as he looked at Junsu. I do not know how I can ever repay you for this precious information. Right, this is for you. Saying that, the gold priest handed a necklace to Junsu. This necklace is? Junsu asked, feigning surprise. Though he already knew the answer. It was a holy relic with healing properties. I believe my god will be very pleased to know you have this item. I mean, since you are offering it, I can't possibly refuse, Junsu said with a troubled expression. Though inwardly he was so happy he could have danced a waltz. This deal is more beneficial than I thought. Come to think of it, Priest Kim's church really does offer a lot of great quests. With that thought, Junsu made a proposal. Priest, would you mind if I prayed to your god? A week later. Please, stop. I feel like my whole body is turning gold. As he spoke, Priest Kim clapped a hand over his mouth, trying not to vomit the golden liquid Junsu had concocted. But you have to drink more. As he spoke, Junsu approached with another dozen bottles of the golden liquid, causing the priest to cry out in fear. I will get mana poisoning if my power keeps growing this fast in such a short time. I guarantee that won't happen. So keep praying. Junsu forced Priest Kim's mouth open and poured the golden liquid down his throat, thinking to himself, don't worry. The 4 guide MCs each have their own unique traits. While the warrior has a powerful body, the priest is immune to mana poisoning. That allows him to grow at an incredible rate. Sure enough, after being forced by Junsu, Priest Kim successfully awakened to level 3, becoming Bishop Kim. Priest Kim stared in awe at his glowing body. I can't believe I have reached level 3. At this rate, I could even become an apostle. Excellent. At this speed, it won't be long before you become an apostle of your god. Junsu said. Satisfied. I am still far too lacking to achieve that. Priest Kim replied humbly. I think you already have more than enough experience to become one. In any case, now that you have reached level 3, you need to summon a regional council to be officially recognized as a bishop. That is right. I must. The only reason I could grow so quickly is all thanks to you. I will never forget this debt. Priest Kim said with gratitude. Don't be silly. I just like helping people. Junsu replied, though he thought to himself, you would better not forget. Become a bishop as fast as you can and bring me the artifacts from the church's vault. Actually, could I ask you for one more favor? I am planning to summon a regional council, but I am a bit overwhelmed at the thought of going alone. Can you be my bodyguard during the meeting? The other bishops will be there too. Junsu immediately accepted. The next day, Priest Kim led Junsu to the meeting place. When the other priests learned that Priest Kim had reached level 3, they showered him with praise, making him incredibly happy. The scale of the meeting felt a bit small with so few people in attendance. Just as Junsu was feeling a bit disappointed, a voice suddenly spoke up. What a pathetic sight. Everyone's eyes turned to the door, where an old man, a priest of the order, had just entered with an entourage of masked followers. Bishop, you have arrived. In response to Priest Kim's greeting came a sharp retort. Who gave you the right to organize a regional council? Priest Kim. Priest Kim answered timidly. But every priest in the order has the right to organize a council. That only applies to ordinary priests. It is different for a heretic. Your level rose to 3 in just 3 months. There is no way you could level up that fast through normal means. You must have betrayed our god to receive greater divine power. That is absurd. I just found an amazing way to level up, despite Priest Kim's explanation. The old priest of the order commanded his arrest. Just as his entourage was about to make a move, Junsu stepped forward to stop them. Now. Let us not scare the kid like that. One of the followers asked. Who are you? His bodyguard. Junsu replied with a smile. This is an internal matter of our order. Outsiders should stay out of it. The old priest said. I told you, I am his bodyguard. I am not an outsider. Try to make some sense. Old man. As the old priest was fuming, the pure-hearted priest Kim continued to earnestly plead his case. After hearing his explanation, the old priest only grew more furious. Absorbing gold. You heretic. How dare you commit such an atrocity and think you would get away with it? It is not heresy. Our God permitted this. Silence. You heretic. I will purify you with my own hands and offer you to our God. Repent before the eternal flame. As he spoke, the old priest used his scepter to shoot a fireball toward Priest Kim. Too bad for him. Junsu was right beside Priest Kim. So his attack was immediately blocked by a shield that Junsu created. Whoa. Attacking without any warning. How blasphemous of you. Old man. The old priest seemed surprised. You block my magic. Junsu retorted. Are you sure you want to fight an apostle candidate? Don't be ridiculous. How could a heretic like you possibly become an apostle? Priest Kim, terrified by the old priest's rage, quickly grabbed Junsu's arm. Sir Superman, I am not sure why you are calling me a candidate. Don't worry. Here, eat this and pray. With that, Junsu handed Priest Kim around. Yellow pill. On the other side, the old priest was losing his patience and threatened Junsu. If you do not want me to burn you like that other guy, get out of the way. What if I can prove that Priest Kim is an apostle? Junsu smirked, eagerly awaiting the second act that was about to unfold. Before the old priest could understand what was happening, he saw a brilliant aura envelop Priest Kim, who was kneeling on the ground in prayer. This is from an apostle. The old priest exclaimed. Junsu looked at the old man's horrified expression with smug satisfaction. Take a good look. Surprising, is not. This is why I did not turn Priest Kim into an apostle yesterday. That useless old man. Not only that, he is also a major villain who radiates pure malevolence. I should eliminate him right here. The condition for Priest Kim to awaken his apostle trait was for him to swallow a golden relic from another sect, while being accused of blasphemy by a bishop. It would not be hard to make Priest Kim an apostle. As Priest Kim's transformation concluded, Junsu drew his sword and declared coldly, Now it is time to teach these blasphemers a lesson. At this, Junsu tilted his head slightly and asked Priest Kim, who stood behind him. Priest. May I ask your God something? Yeah. How should I punish wretches who are willing to harm their own brethren out of jealousy? And he did not just do this. He has committed many other evil deeds as well. Hearing this, the old priest flinched. How does he know about this? At the same time, Priest Kim, after consulting his God, gave the answer. He says, Purge them all. These are the words of a god, so I have no choice but to obey. Right. In the blink of an eye, Junsu lunged at the old priest and struck, instantly taking his life. I just eliminated a villain before he could cause trouble later on, Junsu thought with satisfaction. Priest Kim, with his pure soul, could not help but feel sorrow witnessing the scene. But he was still a bishop of our church. Junsu waved his hand dismissively. You do not need to pity him. He deserved that fate. Now, what does your God tell you to do next? You are talking about the Livan region, where the first church council was formed and offered you gold. I told you gold was the right choice. I will be the one to expand your influence for you, Junsu said with a smile, thinking to himself, and when it is all over, you would better repay me for what I have done for you today, without making Junsu wait long. Priest Kim, grateful for his help, gifted him a few valuable items from the storeroom, including 2 things Junsu had been wanting. Finally, my first holy sword. It is worth 1 billion. And what is this? A holy statue that radiates a holy aura all around. Sanctuary full of holy power is a skill that turns a specific area into a safe zone at the owner's will. If an enemy intrudes, it emits energy to repel or suppress them. In other words, I do not have to worry about being ambushed while training anymore. Now, time to play with my new toys. Scene change. Junsu, looking exhausted in the bathtub, sighed softly. Maybe I overdid it with the training. Even recovery potions are not helping much anymore, but even so, I still have plenty of time to practice the holy light technique and the mountain-shattering sword style. I can feel my power increasing significantly. It is time to test the results of all this hard training. With that thought, Junsu took out his phone and called Choi Seo to see if he needed any help. We are dealing with a few problems right now, Choi Seo said with a sigh. Do you remember the first junkyard? Of course. How could I forget it? Junsu replied, recalling to himself. That was the first place I realized just how terrifying the monster's sole attribute was. The entire cleanup crew that went in was brutally murdered. That means there are at least 6 mutants in there. Is that? Shouldn't you contact the Protection Association? Well, the government officials asked us to keep it quiet. They do not want to make a big scene. Right. At least a few people would get fired if this got out. What is the reward for the cleanup? It is a bit stingy. 100 million for a level 1, and 300 million for a level 3. In addition, they are offering a holy relic, the arson rifle, which has a special effect. Junsu was immediately drawn in by the reward. The arson rifle. What kind of effect does it have? That depends on you. It was an item used by the patriarch of the church. This was the image of the saintess that appeared in Junsu's mind, making him unable to contain his excitement. A request he could not refuse. Haha. The rifle used by the father of the order inflicts a black flame effect on its targets. This is a pretty valuable item. And so, Junsu accepted the mission without a moment's hesitation. Arriving at the mission location, Junsu was overwhelmed by the thick fall air. Has this place really gotten this polluted after just a few days of neglect? Something's not right. I can't see far ahead. My visibility is limited. I need to be ready for a surprise attack. Just then, the roars of monsters echoed from all directions, making it impossible for Junsu to pinpoint their locations. As Junsu aimed his gun in one direction, he sensed movement from behind. Instantly, Junsu spun around and fired at the monster charging from behind, making it screech in pain and fly up into the sky. It is the leader. Junsu kept firing at the monster, only to realize its wings were bulletproof. Suddenly, the monster dove down at Junsu from the sky. Luckily, he dodged just in time. Otherwise, it would have been all over for him. It is bulletproof, and it is fast. I will be at a disadvantage if this fight drags on. In that case, I have to end this with a single precise shot. With that thought, Junsu raised his gun. Just as the monster lunged, he fired a single shot right between its eyes, sending it straight to the afterlife. And at the same time, he acquired a new attribute. I won. And on top of that, I learned a high-level aiming attribute. Nice. But Junsu's celebration was cut short by the sound of more monster roars. This is bad. The mutants are drawn to the noise. I can't possibly take on this entire horde head-on, but in this desperate situation, Junsu suddenly came up with a plan. First, he used his stealth attribute to hide in a corner and waited. Just as he expected, the horde of monsters soon arrived, gathering around the corpse of the one he would just defeated. Seizing the opportunity, Junsu immediately threw a grenade and then opened fire on the crowd. Nice. I should use tactics like this more often in battle. Junsu looked smugly at the monster corpses scattered on the ground and deactivated his stealth. But he had let his guard down. It was only then that he realized he was completely surrounded by another group of monsters. This group, they did not make a single sound as they approached. That is why I never even sensed them. But they are not mutated monsters. They are spirits summoned by a dark mage. So many of them. Just as Junsu was trying to think of a strategy, one of the monsters suddenly spoke. Hero, I have something to say. How are these things even talking? Junsu stared at the monsters, surprised. Then he understood when he saw the speakers mounted on their heads. The one who wants to talk to me must be the one who summoned these undead. Junsu deduced. Just then, the speaker on the undead's head crackled again. I want to ask you something. Why are you invading our territory? Your territory? Junsu asked, puzzled, calling a contaminated facility their territory. A few seconds later, Junsu came to a realization. I get it now. The Protection Association. Publicly, they are a charitable organization that cleans up contaminated magical energy, but in reality, they are one of the most notorious villain organizations in Axel Sihal. Cleaning up magically contaminated zones is just a cover for their willingness to do anything, no matter how dirty, to expand their influence. They must be the ones behind this incident, too. They create situations where the government has no choice but to ask for their help, all because of their power and influence. Meanwhile, they use these incidents as an excuse to get rid of any officials who are hostile towards them. The voice on the other side spoke again. If there is no reason to continue this fight, allow me to make a suggestion. You are a talented person. Why not join the Protection Association? Junsu scoffed in reply. Join the organization that is causing mutant attacks in the junkyard. I am being serious. With your skills, you could be among the top ranks of the association. Forget it. Junsu refused flat, giving him a loving middle finger. The name of your association alone tells me it is not for me. It does not sound cool at all. How? It seems you do not know your place. Fine. If you won't join us, You can do so after you have become one of our undead warriors. The moment the mage finished speaking, the horde of undead charged at Junsu all at once. Junsu fought back with his firearms, mowing down the monsters, but just as quickly, the pieces of the monsters' bodies began to reconnect and return to their original state. Realizing his firearms were useless against the monsters, Junsu switched to his sword, because its holy light attribute would be highly effective against dark attribute monsters. Enough talk, you brat. I will find you and send you to the afterlife soon enough. And so, thanks to the attribute advantage, the battle became much easier for Junsu. The only problem was, there were just too many of them. To conserve his stamina, Junsu decided to change his tactics. In addition to his core attributes like strength, vitality, speed, defense, endurance, and perseverance, Junsu also activated special attributes from his gear, recovery from an artifact, and others from his necklace, steel gauntlets, and sword, bringing his total active attributes from 6 to 9. After equipping them, Junsu swung his sword. It was effective to some degree, but it still was not enough to deal with this massive horde. Before long, Junsu started to feel dizzy from exhaustion. Just then, he unlocked a new trait. Swift Dash. Swift Dash. Charge straight forward for a set distance, dealing damage along the way. With this trait, Junsu moved like the wind, taking the life of any monster in his path. But he did not stop there. Junsu continued to link his traits together and unlocked another one. Jump. With Swift Dash and Jump, breaking through their encirclement will be a piece of cake. And as for these steel shrimp, I can wipe them out in an instant. A moment later, Junsu had cleared out the entire mob of monsters. Then, a voice suddenly echoed from the speaker. To think you are a knight. That just makes me want you even more. Junsu turned toward the voice and challenged. If you are so confident, then show your face. What kind of mage would be foolish enough to face a warrior head-on? In that case, here's a gift for you. The mage let out a laugh and sent Junsu a massive gift, level 2 shield-bearing gull, Karen's undead servant. Damn it. I have not even recovered yet. Junsu cursed under his breath. Before Junsu could react, the monster brought its shovel down on the spot where he stood. Junsu quickly leaped back to dodge, while Junsu's attention was elsewhere. An arrow suddenly shot out, piercing through his back. Haha. Your attacks are not half bad. You will make a fine addition to my army of the undead. The summoner's smug voice came through the speaker. This reminds me of one of the rules in Axel Sihol. When you are fighting a summoner, you do not fight their summons. You have to find the summoner himself. With that thought, Junsu feigned an attack on the monster, only to slip between its legs and make a run for it. Quickly spotting a figure on the second floor, Junsu immediately used Swift Dash to evade the pursuing monster, closing the distance with the summoner. This little rat. You are good at running, are not you? Junsu gritted his teeth in frustration. Looking closer at the summoner, Junsu finally recognized him. It was Karen, an L-rank summoner, a leader of the Protection Guild, and the final boss of this stage. So you finally decided to use that brain of yours. Caught off guard, Karen was slightly surprised but quickly recovered. Things are not going according to your plan. You will never lay a finger on me. Karen threw his hands to the sky. Immediately, countless tentacle-like mana hands shot out to restrain Junsu, as arrows pierced through his body, making him scream in agony. I love the sound of screaming. You should learn your place. My friend. Karen said excitedly as a blazing red orb began to form in his hand. That is Karen's ultimate skill. Blazing Song. Junsu thought, as he struggled to break free. Seeing Junsu struggle, Karen's grin widened as he taunted. Is this really the extent of your power? A little pathetic for a final battle. Is not. You are dead wrong. I have not even gotten serious yet. You know, something interesting happens when I equip the right trait for fighting a summoner like you. As he spoke, Junsu rearranged his trait window, selecting the void-breaking sword skill. Just shut up and die. Karen roared, launching the fireball at Junsu, completely unaware that his end was near. A skill that only manifests when its user faces mortal danger. Born from the perfect harmony of swordsmanship, magic, and physical power, the ultimate sword aura, capable of severing all things, both tangible and intangible. And so, with a single strike, Junsu cleaved the fireball in two. To Karen's astonishment, Junsu acquired a new trait. Raging Thunder, the ultimate sword style. Understood only by those who have reached the pinnacle of the blade. After dealing the final blow to Karen, an exhausted Junsu collapsed onto the ground. Though exhausted, he could not hide the joyful smile on his face as he whispered. That was a close one. Still, I defeated a level 3 superhuman, the dungeon boss Karen, in the game. You would need a full, well-rounded party to even attempt to hunt him at level 2. even at level 3. You could not solo him with just normal traits and gear. The only reason I won is because I have over 10,000 hours of playtime in the game. After catching his breath, Junsu got to his feet with a laugh. Hey. Now it is time to collect the loot. About an hour later, Junsu was in Choi Seo's office. In the room with him and Choi Seo were 3 staff members from the Mission Bureau, sent to deliver his reward. Right now, Choi Seo was fawning over Junsu, fanning him continuously. You really cleared out that entire place full of mutants. You are incredible. Junsu leaned back in his chair smugly, propping his feet on the table with a laugh. It was nothing. But then he remembered the 3 other people in the room and quickly pulled his feet back, clutching his arm. I am injured there. Be careful, Choi Seo said worriedly. Oh no. I am sorry. Did I hurt your precious body? The 3 clients could no longer stand to watch their third-rate acting. One of them, a man with blonde hair, spoke up. Thank you for your work, Superman. I can't believe you defeated all those mutants. Getting down to business, Junsu and Seo also sat up properly. I was just doing my job, by the way. When I entered the junkyard, something completely different from the request occurred. Do you recognize these? As he spoke, Junsu took out the electronic devices he had collected from the zombies in the junkyard. The moment he saw the items, the blonde-haired man recognized them instantly, his face filled with shock as he exclaimed. These are the mana chips used to create phantoms. They are used by Karen of the Protection Association, Junsu said seriously. That is right. This incident was not an accident. It was intentional. The enraged blonde-haired man slammed his hand on the table and cursed. The Protection Association. Those damn bastards. Seeing this, Junsu asked. It seems you are not too fond of them either. The blonde-haired man gritted his teeth and said, they always charge outrageous prices. So we have struggled with them in the past. We have had our conflicts. But I never imagined they would turn innocent people into mutants. Noticing the blonde man's expression, Junsu thought to himself, he does not know. That makes sense. Because the true, evil nature of the Protection Association only starts to be revealed after players complete the junkyard quest. At that moment, the blonde-haired man bowed to Junsu and said, I apologize, Superman. Because of us, you were put in unnecessary danger. Outwardly, Junsu replied humbly. I just did what was necessary to take out the bad guys. But inside, he thought with anticipation. Now that is more like it. He would better have something for me besides just an apology. The blonde-haired man pushed a briefcase toward Junsu and said, This is the reward we promised. Junsu took it, opened it, and asked in surprise. Thank you. But why are there 2 items? The blonde-haired man smiled and explained. It is the arsenal gun, and an extra reward for taking on such a dangerous job. Hearing that, Junsu happily accepted. Thank you. With that, Junsu began to examine the extra reward. Is this holy water? I got an essential elixir for free instead of having to buy it at a temple. What a steal! Just as Junsu was feeling pleased about the reward, the blonde man spoke again. But, please stay safe. Superhuman. We plan to press charges against the Protection Association based on the evidence you have provided. But before he could finish, Junsu interjected. They are going to retaliate against me, the blonde man confirmed. Yep. That is right. But we can't just ignore a matter of this magnitude, Junsu said with a straight face. I will be fine. I always find a way to survive. The conversation did not last long. Soon, the 3 agents from the commission left. Choi Seo was assigned to be Junsu's driver. Choi Seo spoke up. Superhuman. It might be a good idea to lay low for a while and avoid the Protection Association. Junsu thought for a moment, then said, I do not think that is the best idea. He thought to himself. After completing the junkyard mission, the player receives a chain quest, leading to an unavoidable conflict with the Protection Association. It is a natural consequence, since the player caused them trouble, not to mention killing their director, Karen. The important thing is that the Protection Association questline has multiple branches, and the worst one is doing nothing and wasting time. In that case, the association's chairman will attack the player's home with dozens of superhumans. On the other hand, the path with the lowest difficulty. Junsu turned to Choi Seo. Director, have you ever heard of a place called Zion Ubong? Choi Seo replied. Of course. It is that restricted area south of Saya Lim. Right. There is a large poppy farm there. You will run into trouble if you go. Junsu said. That place. It is owned by the Protection Association. Choi Seo cried out. Shocked. What? The Protection Association. Why would they be growing poppies? Junsu said. It is not just poppies. They are conducting body modifications and human trafficking there. They are nothing more than a flashy criminal organization. Choi Seo cursed angrily. What the hell? Those insane bastards, Junso said calmly. Exactly. That is why I am going to attack Zan Ubong first. Hearing this, Choizio's hands trembled, and he nearly swerved the car into the curb. Luckily, he reacted in time and got the car back on course. Unfazed, Junso held his phone up to Choizio. I need a lot of things. Here's the prep list. Choizio glanced over, his voice rising. Min claymores and minimems. What is this? Are you trying to start a war? Besides, this stuff is going to be incredibly expensive. Junso smirked. Only amateurs worry about money. After that, he handed Choizio a long box and said, Here. These are the items I collected after cleaning up the monsters at the junkyard. Choizio hurriedly took it and said, This should be enough to cover the expenses. But I am telling you, you can't fight the association alone. The chairman is a level 4 superhuman, and the directors are all level 3. Junso chuckled. I never said I was going to fight alone. Choizio asked in surprise. Junso smiled mysteriously and said, For now, do not worry about anything. Just focus on gathering the items on the list. 2 nights later, near the entrance of the Jian Ubong shelter, 2 armed men were standing guard. Suddenly, an invisible hand from behind struck one of the guards hard on the neck. He barely managed a cry before collapsing to the ground. The other guard, terrified, raised his gun and yelled, Who is there? The next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his stomach, and then lost consciousness, crumpling to the ground. A moment later, Junso appeared, a silenced pistol in his hand, a faint smile on his lips. Infiltration is always such a rush. No matter how many times I do it, it never gets old. That takes care of the outer guards. Time to see what is underground. With that, Junso pulled out his phone and contacted Kim the Quian. Elsewhere, Kim the Quian knocked a man out with one fist while answering his phone with the other. Aye. Soldier. Thanks to you clearing the way, we easily took the underground facility. Then, he glanced at the imprisoned people and continued, But these bastards are pure evil. Forcing body modifications on people and then trafficking them. They have crossed the line. Junso replied, Exactly. They deserve to be wiped out. Have you checked it? Kim the Quian replied. I have. This place is definitely a full-fledged modification workshop. Junso said, When this is over, you can have it. It will help you enhance the strength of your men. Kim the Quian said. That sounds tempting. But are you sure you can handle the Protection Association? It will be a huge problem for us if we get implicated in the aftermath. Junso laughed. Of course. Have you ever known me to act recklessly? After ending the call, Junso murmured. The Ryan Ubong shelter is their main source of income, and yet their security is this lax. Then, he pulled out a lighter, flicking it on. He let out a twisted laugh, which makes this the perfect place to begin the association's downfall. The next morning, in a skyscraper downtown, a member of the Protection Association burst into a room, shouting, Chairman, it is an emergency. Wrong. The Ryan Ubong shelter has been attacked. In the room, the chairman of the Protection Association, Vate, who had been gazing at the city below through a glass window, turned to the messenger with a frown. What do you mean? The messenger answered, Well, the one who dealt with Director Karen. He has also taken over the Ryan Ubong shelter. The messenger barely got the words out before he froze in terror, watching Dejop slam his fist into the stone desk, shattering it, his eyes blazing with murderous rage. Dejop roared, How dare he attack us so openly? The terrified messenger shakily took out a phone, holding it out towards Dejop. Also, he sent this? Dejop snatched the phone and looked at the screen, where he saw a selfie of Junso. Behind him, a sea of fire was raging. Dejop instantly crushed the phone in his grip and roared, That bastard. He burned down our farm. Soldier Kim. Is it? I will hunt him down and tear him to pieces. Early the next morning, numerous heavily armed squads advanced on the Ryan Ubong stronghold from all directions. They were members of the Progressive Defense Association, sent to eliminate Junso and reclaim the stronghold for Dejop. One of the squads halted a few hundred meters away to observe the stronghold. The bald leader saw thick black smoke still rising from the base and gnashed his teeth in fury. He really burned down the poppy farm. The subordinate with dyed hair behind him added, That Soldier Kim. He is definitely crazy. The bald leader turned to his men and yelled, All we have to do is catch that madman, move in fast and take care of business. Let us show the chairman the power of the external affairs team. The men roared in unison. Yep, sir. As they moved forward, the bald leader glanced back at the dyed hair guy and warned. He could be taking aim from inside the building. Stay sharp, the dyed hair guy replied. Got it. We will blast him the moment we see him. But just as the words left his mouth, He spotted the barrel of a gun poking out from a cracked window. He quickly pointed in that direction and screamed, "Wait!" Gun in the window. The bald leader's reaction was lightning fast. He raised his rifle, aimed, and fired, shattering the window and sending the gun clattering to the ground. The bald leader said smugly, "Just as I predicted." The dyed hair guy chuckled, trying to flatter him. "Amazing, Captain." At that very moment, the ground suddenly rumbled, making the men lose their footing. The men cried out in confusion. "What is happening?" The bald leader turned back suspiciously and saw a massive explosion erupt from within the ranks behind them, causing heavy casualties in a flash. The bald leader yelled in terror, "Damn it! It is a claymore." The dyed hair guy was even more terrified, his whole body shaking as he asked, "What do we do now, Captain?" Before the bald leader could reply, he heard someone scream, "Captain! Rocket launcher!" Hearing that, the bald leader instinctively looked up and saw a rocket flying right at him. The bald leader's eyes went wide as he muttered, "Shit!" Then, with a deafening boom, smoke and dust shot high into the air in an instant. In the control room, Junsu, with dark circles under his eyes, burst out laughing as he watched the scene on the monitor. Hey, staying up all night to plant my bombs was worth it. Then, he glanced at the stealth trait on his status screen and smirked. "Thanks to my special ability. They never saw it coming. I am not crazy enough to take on hundreds of you guys at once. From this underground control room, I will kill every last one of you." With that, Junsu placed his hands on two red buttons on the console, detonating bombs in other locations. For a moment, explosions echoed endlessly around the target location, wiping out all life within their blast radius. However, one of their teams remained completely unharmed. They stood calmly within a protective shield, and their leader was none other than Djob. Once the explosions ceased, Djob spoke with a grim expression. "It seems he was more prepared than he let on. So this is the one who dares to challenge us directly." Just then, a man from the team stepped forward. "Leave him to me. I have already completed an analysis of his tactics." This man was Sibok, a level 3, low-class superhuman, and the vice chairman of the Protection Association. Djob seemed to have complete faith in Sibok. He did not object, but instead smirked and said, "Bring him back alive. I am going to make his death as painful as possible." And so, Sibok led a small team forward. One of his men tossed a grenade a short distance ahead. After the blast, the man reported, "Area clear." Sibok ordered, "Good. Keep using grenades to check for traps. Advance slowly." The soldier who threw the grenade shouted, "Yep, sir." Suddenly, Sibok spotted a missile hurling toward them from above. He did not dodge. Instead, he used his weapon to deflect the missile, sending it careening off to explode elsewhere. Then, Sibok turned to a man holding a sniper rifle. "Did you get a lock on it?" The sniper replied, "Got it." It was fired from the right side of the rooftop. As he spoke, he took aim and fired, successfully destroying the missile launcher Junsu had placed on the roof. Sibok smirked. "Perfect. We are almost at the objective. Let us show him what hell really is." Though he might be getting a taste of it already, soon, Sibok's team successfully breached the target location. Junsu watched the entire sequence of events unfold on his surveillance monitor. Top tier, alright. They are truly ruthless, are not they? As he was mulling this over, Junsu suddenly saw the alarm light on his desk flash on. He immediately stood up with a smirk. "They are faster than I thought. The newbie killer quest. It really lives up to its name." A few seconds later, the doorknob was shot to pieces from the outside. "Why are you hiding underground like a rat? Come on out and play with us." Amidst the laughter, two women carrying guns stepped into the room. These two were Ebony and Viper, level 3 class superhumans and directors of the Protection Association. Seeing the empty room, Viper and Ebony spoke up. Wait. Did he know we were coming?" Little did they know, Junsu had used his dark step and feigned death traits to turn invisible and was standing right beside them. "Of course I knew. The Protection Association's plan was to create a diversion up front, feigning a war of attrition, while your assassin directors strike from the back. I know all your tactics." With a smirk, Junsu pulled the pin on a flash grenade and tossed it onto the floor. The noise made Ebony and Viper turn to look. Just as the blinding light temporarily stole their vision, Junsu seized the opportunity to dash out, laughing. "I do not have time to play with you two. Bye-bye." Ebony and Viper realized they would fallen into Junsu's trap, but they still could not see anything and could only scream in fury. "You bastard. When I catch you, I will tear you apart." Junsu paid them no mind, rushing up the stairs and thinking, "The assassins will catch up soon. I need to move fast." However, just as Junsu reached the floor above, two bullets suddenly flew at him from behind. Luckily, they missed. The 2 bullets grazed past his head, punching 2 holes in the wall. Damn it. They have already recovered. I need to put up a defense first. Thinking quickly, Junsu equipped 2 traits. Mana shield and protection. Then, he turned and created a shield large enough to block the entire hallway, stopping Ebony and Viper's pursuit. Ebony and Viper fired at the large shield simultaneously, but their bullets could not penetrate it. Seeing this, Junsu taunted them. Shoot all you want. I can block everything. Viper was not the least bit angry. She just smiled and raised her gun again. Block our bullets. You really think you can? As the words left her mouth, Viper pulled the trigger. This time, the bullet shattered the shield and struck the fleeing Junsu, sending him crashing to the ground in pain. Viper smirked. How did that taste? It was enchanted with explosive magic. Junsu struggled to his feet, muttering. Damn it. Ebony spoke up. Time for dessert. She fired a green arrow, hitting Junsu in the hip. Ebony spoke again. This is nothing compared to the pain I am about to make you feel. Junsu forced himself up, flipped them the bird and said. Bullshit. You guys are just villains in spandex. Hearing that, Viper snapped. What did you say, you little brat? This will fix your attitude. As she spoke, she rushed forward and kicked Junsu in the face, sending him flying backward into a large grandfather clock before he crashed to the floor. Trying to get up, Junsu was hit by a wave of excruciating pain and collapsed again. It hurts, does not it? It is a potent poison that attacks the arteries. It is almost impossible to endure. As they spoke, Ebony and Viper slowly advanced on Junsu. Viper grabbed Junsu by the collar with a smile. Let us take him to the chairman. Just then, Junsu grinned. He grabbed her wrist and said, Welcome. You have reached your destination. He sighed in relief internally. Acting is harder than I thought. Startled by Junsu's sudden change, Ebony and Viper cried out. What? Junsu smirked. Can you hear that ticking sound? Doesn't it remind you of anything? Ebony and Viper yelled in frustration. What the hell are you talking about? Junsu gave a dangerous smile. It sounds like a giant time bomb. Do not you think? With that, before they could react, he added the swift dash attribute to his status window. All right then, you can rot here. As soon as he finished speaking, Junsu vanished like the wind, reappearing tens of meters away in a flash. Both Ebony and Viper are as strong as Karen. I was not sure I could win a head-on fight. I had to drop all my attributes to pull off that act. The plan was to lure them to the clock while their guard was down, because I packed that clock with a ton of white phosphorus explosives, which cost me over $1 billion. With that thought, Junsu turned back to look at Ebony and Viper, pressed the remote in his hand, and grinned. Sweet dreams, darlings. Only now did Ebony and Viper realize they would walked right into another one of Junsu's traps. But it was too late. All they could do was curse helplessly before being consumed by the massive explosion. Looks like I successfully got rid of those guys. But more are on their way. I have to recover my energy fast, especially since I do not know when that cyborg will. Before Junsu could even finish his thought, Cyborg and his cronies showed up. Seeing the blood splattered beside his comrades' weapons, Cyborg gritted his teeth in fury. You defeated Ebony and Viper. Junsu was not the least bit intimidated. He even winked and replied with a grin. And in a little bit, you will be joining them. Heh. Don't think you will get an easy death. I am going to torture you until you beg me to kill you. So cruel. You should try being a little more human next time. Enough talk. I am ending you right here. Cyborg raised his hand to signal, and his lackeys instantly aimed their guns at Junsu. But you know, I am actually glad you all could make it. This is more than I could have hoped for, reinforcing your bodies with machinery. You played right into my hands. Thanks for that. You fools are nothing but XP for me. As he spoke, Junsu hit a button, activating a 1,000,000,001 demolition mine he would plant it on the ceiling. Then he opened fire on his opponents with a shotgun. When the dust settled, all the enemies were gone, except for Cyborg. Junsu acted surprised. Good grief. How much did you spend on that body? Even that mine had no effect. I guess there is no other way. I will just have to tear you to pieces myself. Cyborg lunged at Junsu with incredible speed, knocking the gun from his hands with a slash of his weaponized arm before swinging again to attack. Fortunately, Junsu drew his sword just in time to parry, or he would have been done for, and so it went, with Cyborg attacking relentlessly while Junsu struggled to defend. Damn it. He is too strong. I will have to use my speed to get the upper hand. Junsu suddenly ducked to the side and slashed at Cyborg's ribs, but the attack did not even scratch Cyborg. Instead, it allowed him to grab the blade and pull Junsu closer, then activate a booster in his leg to send Junsu flying with a kick. This is bad. His body is reinforced with mana, My blade is useless. Before Junsu could even catch his breath, Cyborg closed the distance in a flash, kicking him square in the gut, and then pinning him to the ground with his foot. He looked down arrogantly at the wounded boy and sneered. What more can you expect from that pathetic, fleshy body? I will start with your arm, just to show you what real pain feels like. As Cyborg raised his hand to strike, he suddenly noticed another gun in Junsu's hand. What is with that revolver? Seeing that grotesque body of yours gave me an idea. You still have not realized that normal bullets are useless against me. But these are not normal bullets. They are black flames. The moment the black flames made contact, Sabok's entire body erupted in fire. And the agonizing pain made him scream like a slaughtered pig. Your mechanical body runs on mana, and black flames incinerate all mana. In other words, once the black flames latch onto your body, there is no way to extinguish them. That is why I told you. Modifying your body with machinery has its weaknesses. Junsu rose, sword in hand, and finished Sabok with a single strike. Afterwards, Junsu grabbed his gun, climbed to the roof, and began picking off the grunts from the Protection Association. Without those powerful supervisors, you are all finished. Their screams are music to my ears. Just as Junsu was reveling in his victory, a deafening sound pierced the air. My eardrums. A shockwave roar. So he is finally joining the fight. At that moment, a massive, imposing figure appeared in the courtyard below. Seeing those red, tiger-like eyes, Junsu knew at once it was back to Job. A level 4 superhuman and the chairman of the Protection Association. Stay right there. You bastard. With those words, D-Job leaped from the courtyard straight to the 5th floor rooftop where Junsu stood. I have never suffered such humiliation. I will gladly punish you for daring to challenge the Protection Association. D-Job concentrated mana into his arm and lunged at Junsu. So fast that Junsu could not even draw his sword and took the full force of his vicious punch. If I had not switched to my defensive trait, I would have been toast. But I can't beat him just by defending. With that thought, Junsu attacked D-Job with a bolt of lightning, but he dodged it with ease. Then sneered. You use some interesting skills. How about this one? Junsu fired his black flame gun at D-Job, but it was stopped by a protective shield. D-Job then seized the offensive, pummeling Junsu with a barrage of punches. He is too strong, as I thought. This was impossible from the start. Bake D-Job is a natural SAR rank character. On the other hand, I am just a starter character, and his level completely overwhelms mine. The gap is insane. The only way for Insar 2 to defeat Insar 4 is for Junsu to activate his mutated body and mutated muscle traits to form the mutated Metal Warrior trait. He turned himself into a monster, knowing that in this form he could lose his mind at any moment. So Junsu had prepared something. The Berserker's Goggles, which grants the wearer the Berserk trait for a limited time. This thing has the exact trait I need right now. Junsu crushed the Berserker's Goggles in his hand, and a notification window appeared instantly. Acquired Berserk trait. All distractions cleared from the mind, focusing only on the battle, unleashing power beyond its limits. With his preparations complete, Junsu kicked off the battle, lunging forward to give D-Job a welcoming punch. D-Job crossed his arms in front of him, successfully blocking Junsu's powerful blow. I do not know what you just used, but I am certain things are getting more interesting now. Let me have a taste, D-Job said excitedly. Before activating his reinforcement trait and engaging Junsu in a no-holds-barred duel, the two of them just traded blows back and forth. This inadvertently created an opportunity for Junsu to acquire two new traits, superhuman strength and iron armor, letting the thrill of the fight consume his consciousness. I can do this all day, Junsu said. Heh. All right. I will acknowledge you. It has been a long time since I have had a fight like this, but my analysis of you is complete. This victory is mine. D-Job's eyes flashed red, and then he declared with absolute confidence, don't be ridiculous. Junsu furiously threw a punch at D-Job, but it only hit empty air. And so, Junsu continuously attacked D-Job, but D-Job could read his every move and effortlessly evade them. All this punching and kicking is useless. You have no foundation in combat whatsoever. As he finished speaking, D-Job landed a punch in Junsu's gut, causing him to cough up a large amount of blood. You bastard. Junsu furiously swung his fist. Your fighting style is just a series of clumsy punches from someone who has no idea what they are doing. D-Job ducked to avoid it, then delivered a precise uppercut to Junsu's jaw, sending him flying back 10 meters. This is not good. He has the upper hand. On top of that, the effect of the Berserk trait is weakening. There is no other choice. I have to pour everything into this one attack. I have to abandon close quarters combat. His decision made. Junsu secretly swapped the iron armor trait for the mana core trait. Noticing the change in the aura surrounding Junsu, D-Job spoke with a guarded expression. What kind of trick are you plotting now? I am ending this right here. As he spoke, he dashed towards Junsu, preparing to unleash an attack. I admit, you are better than me at close combat. You see, I am not a brawler. I am a swordsman. Junzu's left hand grabbed Dijop's right and held it tight, while at the same time, his right hand morphed into a blade and tore a hole straight through Dijop's stomach. That was a good fight. You monster, Dijop gasped before collapsing. Abnormal condition detected. Sensing changes within the body. Following the notification, a golden light enveloped Junzu, and his body returned to its human form. At the same time, he leveled up to a transcendent grade gold warrior. Thank heavens. I leveled up just in time. This really is my lucky day. Junzu muttered to himself before his consciousness faded, and he collapsed. When he woke up, he found himself lying in a mana bath. I am back home. Just as Junzu was trying to make sense of it all, Choi Seal appeared. Superman, are you okay? Choi Seal cried, rushing forward to hug Junzu. What happened? Director Koi, I honestly thought you were a goner back there. You were lying on the ground with the members of the Protection Guild, Choi Seal replied. Sniffling, Choi Seal's childish behavior made Junzu chuckle. So you brought me home. I get it now. I saw you were still breathing, so I placed you in the mana spring. You have been out for a whole week. Now that you mention it, I do feel a lot better. You are really amazing. Wiping out that heretical cult all on your own. We have been flooded with calls from the Bureau about this, Choi Seal said excitedly. I know. I am pretty special. After all, you are not just special. You are freaking incredible, Choi Seal said, giving 2 thumbs up in admiration, which made Junzu grin happily. I have already collected the spoils from the battle. Take a look and let me know if there is anything else you need. I need to finish recovering first. And now that I have hit level 3, there is a place I need to go. 1 week later, Junzu returned to the superhuman building for a mana measurement. Warrior Kim, 22 years old, male. Occupation, warrior. Level 3. 6th circle. I will get my official certification and receive all kinds of awesome perks. As Junzu was cheerfully lost in thought, the sound of applause echoed from behind him. That was incredible. Superman, Baksoji complimented. I have never seen anyone develop that quickly, at this rate. Are you planning to establish your own country in the future? Junzu just scratched his head and laughed. I do not think I will go quite that far. Can I get my certification now? Right. Of course. Please follow me, Baksoji said with a smile, a moment later, as Baksoji handed the official certification to Junzu. She could not help but sigh. I am honestly so envious of you. Junzu was a little surprised to hear that. Well, for many reasons. I wish I could be as strong as you, Baksoji replied, her voice tinged with sadness. Seeing her expression now, so different from her image in the game, felt a little strange to Junzu. But then, an idea sparked in his mind. Do you want to become a superhuman? Of course. Who would not? Then, why not become my student? Baksoji was taken aback by the offer. If you want, I guarantee I can turn you into a superhuman. You can trust me. I can see your potential. Little did Baksoji know how incredibly powerful she would become. Moved by his words, she immediately accepted Junsu's offer. A wise decision. Indeed, you do not have to pay any tuition. Once you have become a superhuman, you can repay me then, Baksoji, a little worried. That sounds great, but I should tell you, I failed to awaken even after taking specialized classes. It won't be easy. Not even for you. Don't worry about a thing. Just trust me. Of course. Junsu was not concerned in the slightest. He knew the story of Baksoji's awakening like the back of his hand. True killing nature. A trait that embodies the rebirth of a murderous aura, that dyes the world in blood. This was the #1 core trait of the Berserker. Baksoji. However, while it granted a massive amount of experience through combat, it also came with a side effect. There was a high risk of her psyche eroding, turning her into a psychopath or a crazed murderer obsessed with battle. Baksoji's awakening story was befitting of such a trait. Thinking of that story, Junsu warned Baksoji. You will need to be mentally prepared. Hearing this, Baksoji gave an awkward smile. Well, I need a lot of money. I only make 20 million won a year. Junsu chuckled. You will need mental fortitude more than money. Baksoji was about to ask another question when a young woman suddenly entered the room. Excuse me. Someone has requested a meeting with you. Could we head up to the 5th floor area? An invitation from the 5th floor. Junsu was slightly surprised, but he decided to follow the woman. The superhuman tower's floors are divided based on level. Since Junsu was summoned to the 5th floor, it meant a level 5 superhuman had called for him. While Junsu was racking his brain, trying to figure out who had summoned him, the elevator quickly stopped at the 5th floor, and the person who had summoned him was someone Junsu never expected. Seo Woojin. Thanks to his awakening, Woojin had now become the director of security #1. as well as a level 5 superhuman. I had a feeling. But it is really you. Congratulations on getting your level 3 certification. Teacher. It is great to see you here. Me too, Junsu replied with a casual smile, though he was secretly envious. Even considering his innate talent and wealthy family, was not level 5 a bit too fast? I want you to have this. It is a congratulatory gift for you. Teacher. As he spoke, Woojin handed a gift box to Junsu. You really should not have, Junsu said politely, even as his hands started to open the box, an item with mana-focusing properties. It is perfect for a mana-using warrior like me. Junsu beamed, his eyes crinkling, and happily patted Woojin on the shoulder. I mean, I can't just refuse a gift from a friend, can I? Thanks. Please make good use of it, Woojin replied with a smile, then hesitated before asking. Teacher. There is actually another reason I wanted to see you. Could I ask for a favor? Why so serious all of a sudden? Would you be willing to help my friends, who suffer from the same divine fever I once had? Were they also infected by the Temple of Divine Will? Yep. I have 4 friends who have been suffering since they were young, Woojin answered honestly. 4 people with divine fever. Wait, does he mean those asterisk characters? If so, this is the perfect opportunity to make things easier for myself. Thinking to himself, Junsu put on a righteous facet and agreed. I can just ignore people in need. But can I meet them before starting the treatment? Woojin naturally agreed and immediately arranged for them to meet at his house. Looking at the 4 people before him, Junsu knew his guess had been correct. They were the supporting characters for the Holy Night. Woojin. They were all children of elite families, essentially held hostage by the Temple of Divine Will. Let me clarify one thing. You have all been subjected to involuntary mind control. Correct. Yep. That is right. Can it really be cured? Junsu replied. My cure is extremely painful. However, you will awaken, just like Woojin here. If you can endure it, can you do it? The 4 of them looked at each other, then answered in unison. We will do anything to get rid of the divine fever. We are counting on you. And so, 1 week later. Thanks to Junsu's help though, it was mostly due to their own innate talent. Woojin's 4 friends successfully awakened. Junsu also received quite a few valuable gifts from the families of these 4 rickets. But those were not the real reward he was waiting for. Junsu took the initiative to request a private meeting with the representative of the Galaxy Store, the parent of one of the 4 rickets. I have a favor to ask you. Of course. For you, I would do anything, sir. With a serious expression. Junsu said. I want to enter the underground gold mine located beneath the Hanam branch of the Galaxy Store. Hearing this, the Galaxy Store representative vehemently denied it. A gold mine. There is no such thing beneath our department store. I am talking about the one located between the walls of sections A1 and A2 on the 8th basement level, below the parking garage. Are you sure there is nothing there? The Galaxy Store representative waved his hand. I do not know how you found out about it, but even for you, I can't grant that request. Seeing the hesitation in the representative's eyes, Junsu added, just for 1 day, that is all I ask. In return, I will keep the secret you are so desperate to hide. The next day, Junsu brought Beksozi to the gold mine. I can't believe there is a hidden space behind this wall, Beksozi exclaimed. I told you this is where you would awaken. Do you have any idea how much trouble I went through to get us in here? Beksozi asked hesitantly. But are we really going to train in a place this isolated? Of course. I guarantee it will be fun, Junsu replied with a smile. Characters with lust-based traits can't awaken through normal means. You have to place them in an extreme situation, where they have to fight for their lives. And this is an undiscovered dungeon, the place where Beksozi is destined to awaken. Soldier. It is so dark in here. And there is a strange smell. It is making me nervous. The moment Beksozi finished speaking, a scream echoed out. A zombie appeared, swinging its arm and attacking her, shattering her glasses into pieces. Soldier. Help me. Beksozi screamed in terror. But all she saw was Junsu tossing her a sword and saying, Time for training. Kill that zombie yourself. Junsu replied coldly. Beksozi looked at Junsu in horror. What do you mean? Fight for your life. That is what I mean. It is the only way for you to awaken. Sozi. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Before Beksozi could finish, the zombie lunged at her again. Get lost. You monster. Already pissed off, Beksozi swung her sword, sending the zombie to meet its maker. Even Junsu was surprised. What was that? How can a casual swing pack so much power? Beksozi. Her talent might be far beyond my imagination. Well done. A great start. Would not you say? Junsu clapped in praise. Beksozi pouted and said, You are so mean. You can't just throw me into a fight without any warning. But you handled it perfectly. Did not you? Junsu chuckled, pointing at the zombie sprawled on the ground, as expected of the game's best warrior character. Even without awakening, she fights with the instincts of a character with a natural combat trait. Junsu thought, wait, do I really have to fight alone? That is right. But do not worry, I won't let you die. At least, Junsu reassured her. That is not reassuring at all, Beksozi complained. And so, they ventured deeper into the gold mine. Beksozi's exceptional performance piqued Junsu's curiosity. You mentioned taking some superhuman studies courses before. Did you learn swordsmanship there? I have never had a single lesson on swordsmanship in my life. You are the one who said I was talented. Right, Beksozi replied with a smile. Junsu chuckled, thinking to himself, and I had to go through hell just to get a single trait. This is just too broken. The two of them pressed on. This place is deeper than I thought. I can't see the end. How much further do we have to go? Junsu did not answer, only smiling to himself. In truth, it won't end, unless you awaken. Suddenly, a zombie charged forward, attacking Sozi with an arm that looked like a drill. Luckily, Sozi reacted quickly, but I barely escaped the zombie's vicious attack. Back when I played the game, drill zombies were tough opponents. Maybe I should lend a hand. As it turned out, Junsu's worries were completely unnecessary. If you are a zombie, you should fight with your bare hands. How dare you use a weapon? Sozi let out a curse, then took down the zombie with 2 basic strikes. A flawless victory. It felt like my body was moving on its own. Sozi turned to speak to Junsu. And in that moment of distraction, a zombie snuck in and bit her on the leg. Sozi finished off the zombie, then asked worriedly, what am I going to do now? Junsu ran over to check Sozi's wound and replied, well, normally when you are bitten by a zombie, you become one. Please, end my life before I turn into a zombie. Sozi pleaded as dark blue veins began to emerge on her face and arms. Miss Sozi, Junsu said with a serious expression, pulling a vial from his bag and smirking. Don't worry. I came prepared with a solution. After the treatment was finished, Beksozi and Jun sat down to rest. Beksozi said gratefully, I am honestly so surprised. I really thought I was going to become one of those hideous creatures. This is a harsh world, Junsu replied with a smile, but the zombies here are a little strange. From their clothes to their equipment, it feels as if this place is artificial. You are right. The Galaxy Store was built unusually fast. Considering its massive size, this might have been due to a huge workforce. But the harsh schedule led to many injuries and even deaths. But the official death toll for the construction was 0. The corrupt construction companies buried them right here. Later, a representative from the Galaxy Store heard about it. But because it would severely damage their public image, he covered up this area along with the secret. I can't believe this place hides such an ugly truth. But how do you know this secret? Because the temple released the zombies to take over Shun. And the dungeon that opened was in the Galaxy Store's restricted area. Let us just say I have a special ability. Beksoji trusted him completely and did not ask any more questions. Junsu stared at Beksoji, thinking to himself, since this is the place where she awakens after a zombie attack, I thought it would be the optimal location. But there are no signs yet. The victims have to continue suffering even after they have died. At that, Beksoji stood up with a determined look. Then the least we can do is help them rest in eternal peace. It seems you have found your resolve. Well, I just have this strange feeling that I should keep fighting. Beksoji answered honestly. Haha, it is beginning. Junsu thought to himself as he urged Beksoji to press on. The further they went, the darker the path became. Whoa, it suddenly got freezing cold in here. This place is so creepy. Be careful. After walking a bit further, they reached a warehouse. Inside, a children's fable was playing, but the voice was utterly chilling. Suddenly, the radio filled with static, and an ear-splitting sound erupted, forcing Junsu and Beksoji to cover their ears. An ice-like object came crashing down right above Beksoji. Fortunately, Junsu was alert, diving to pull Beksoji out of harm's way, but he was injured in the process. Syndicate Ghost. Boss of the Galaxy Store restricted area. Level 3 mutation. A level 3 mutant. You have to get out of here, he urged Beksoji, clutching his wounded arm. This is not something you can handle yet. But, before Beksoji could finish, hundreds of sharp icicles shot towards them. Junsu swung his sword and shattered the icicles, but a massive beam of ice then struck him, pinning him to the back wall. Mr. Soldier, Beksoji screamed, but as she moved to approach, he stopped her. Miss Soji, run. I will try to buy some time. How can I just leave you here? Beksoji said through her tears. One of us has to survive. I can't do that, Miss Beksoji. The reason I was so certain of your talent is because you are a celestial passion type, so believe in yourself. By doing that, you will be able to awaken. As another shower of ice rained down. Junsu continued. My lesson ends here. Believe in myself. How can... The ice barrage was then suddenly nullified by some unseen force. I will believe in myself and in you. Mr. Soldier. So please, do not give up. Baeksoji's entire body was enveloped in a divine golden light, signaling that she had awakened as an SAR rank warrior, a level 1 superhuman. With a single swing of her sword, Baeksoji shattered the pillar of ice, freeing Junsu. What is this power? Amazing. I have really awakened. Baeksoji was celebrating, completely unaware of an ice pillar hurtling towards her. Just as it was about to take her life, a figure dashed in and shattered the ice pillar, saving her. Now that you have awakened, there is no need to act anymore. Junsu smirked and said, Act. The awakening of a heavenly killing star requires a life or death battle and the mental fortitude to overcome it. You put yourself in danger just to awaken me. You did great. Now, it is time to fight. Just then, a monster suddenly let out a roar, then launched frost darts at the two of them. Seeing this, Soren could not help but mutter worriedly, it seems angry. Junsu calmly reassured her. Don't worry. Just block its attacks head-on. The moment he spoke, he lunged forward with his sword, deflecting the ice darts. Junsu glanced at Soren with a frown and said, Easy. But when he turned, he saw Soren frozen solid. He quickly asked, Are you okay? Then again. Even though she is awakened, she is only at level 1. She can't fully control that power yet. After a moment, the frost melted away. Soren shivered slightly, shaking her head as she replied, I got hit by a lot of ice spikes. But it does not really hurt. Junsu nodded apologetically. I see. Everyone gets a unique trait when they first awaken, and Soren's is invincibility. Before awakening, she felt like she could die at any moment, but this suits her. A top-tier defensive trait. Junsu, on the other hand, has awakened several times. He gained the trait of insight, which lets him see other people's traits. It is an incredibly powerful skill. While Junsu was lost in thought, Soren suddenly spoke up. I do not think I need your help anymore. He nodded without hesitation. All right then. Now, let us give our heavenly killing star some practice. Just then, the frost darts flew at them again with frantic speed. This time, Junsu and Soren did not just stand there and take it. They started running. Soren had just awakened the trait of swiftness, so she was no longer hit by the ice darts. Seeing this, Junsu could not help but be impressed. You have already mastered swiftness. That is great. Soren smiled faintly and replied, My body feels so light, like I am flying. It makes me want to fight more. But just as she said that, she saw something, and her eyes widened. Ahead, 2 massive blocks of ice were hurtling towards them. Junsu leaped up to dodge without a second thought. But then, he remembered Soren and quickly yelled, Wait! Let me. But before he could finish, Soren cut him off. No need. Immediately after, she leaped high into the air. Much to Junsu's astonishment, with a loud crash, the 2 blocks of ice smashed into the ground and exploded. Seeing this, Junsu immediately praised her. Nice move. He never expected Soren could use leap as well. Soren let out a breath, saying happily, It really feels like I am flying. With that, she stretched, a battle-hungry look in her eyes as she asked, Warrior, what should I do now? The longer Junsu watched, the more worried he became. Soren was becoming stronger than him, just like Yujin. Junsu snapped out of his thoughts and spoke slowly. You hold it off for a moment. I will finish this. He had taught Soren everything she needed to know. It was time to end this quickly. Soren did not object. She just nodded. All right. I understand. The moment she finished speaking, she moved forward. In the next instant, she shot off like the wind, dodging all of the monster's ice projectiles while shouting, Come on and hit me. You idiot. Watching from the sidelines, Junsu muttered in bewilderment. Soren possesses all of those traits. Is her talent really that incredible? At that, he could only let out a helpless laugh. Well, I have taught her enough. Time to end this. As he spoke, he charged forward with his sword, unleashing a sharp blade of light brimming with powerful energy. The speed and trajectory of the attack were unbelievably fast. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of the monster. An earth-shattering explosion erupted, filling the entire chamber with smoke and fire. Watching the incredible display, Soren could not help but be impressed. Hey, warrior, that attack was seriously powerful. Junsu just shook his head with a slight smile. It was nothing. As they were talking, something that looked a lot like a cell phone fell from the air. Junsu walked over and picked it up, frowning as he muttered, This is the monster's mana core. Soren asked in disbelief, A cell phone can be a mana core. Junsu slowly explained. For a ghost-type monster like that, it is perfectly normal. Just then, an image of a little girl appeared on the phone's screen, after looking at it for a moment. Junsu explained. A worker lost his life protecting his daughter. His lingering resentment gathered in this phone, turning it into the mana core. After hearing the story, Soren was heartbroken. She said through her tears, I hope he can rest in peace. Junsu nodded gently. I am sure he will. At that moment, the phone suddenly began to glow, lifted into the air by some invisible force. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into two strange objects. Soren stared at them, bewildered. What are these? Junsu slowly explained. They are called crystals. If you know how to use them, you can get much better equipment. It is an incredible reward from the boss of the Galaxy Store dungeon. Just then, the ground began to shake violently. Startling them both, Soren asked in a panic. What is happening? Junsu realized what was going on and said quickly. We have defeated the boss, so this place is about to collapse. Hearing that, Soren asked anxiously. So what do we do? Junsu narrowed his eyes at her. Are you used to those movement skills you just learned? Soren looked a little lost, not understanding the situation. Junsu had no time to explain. He turned and started running, shouting over his shoulder, Run. If you do not want to die, then run. He was incredibly fast, covering a good distance in the blink of an eye, seeing Soren still lagging far behind. Junsu yelled, Run as fast as you can. If you are too slow, you will die. Soren was giving it everything she had, running frantically forward as she reluctantly spoke. I can't run any faster. Junsu's brow furrowed when he heard that. The gate was still quite a ways off. Could she really push past her limits? As he was thinking, a rock fell and blocked Soren's path. She panicked for a moment, but her eyes quickly hardened with determination. Then, Soren accelerated, charging forward. It was so hard to awaken. She was not about to die here so easily. At almost the same time, cracks began to appear behind them before the structure started to collapse. Up ahead, Junsu found the gate. He quickly shouted, Over here. This is the gate. Soren could not help but raise an eyebrow and mutter, We made it. Junsu looked at her battered state, feeling a pang of worry. He could not help her, because Soren still had one more trait to acquire. The reason she became one of the strongest was due to 3 traits. Heavenly Star of Slaughter allowed Soren to grow incredibly fast, and invincibility helped her resist its side effects. And then, there was the final one. Meanwhile, Soren was desperately running headfirst towards the gate, but at the same time, obstacles kept appearing. Debris falling from above slammed into her shoulder, and fresh blood began to flow. Soren collapsed to the ground in pain. She bit her lip fiercely, clutching her wound as she forced herself back up, muttering with determination, I won't give up. I have to survive. Instantly, a blood-red aura erupted around Soren's body. At the same time, she vanished in a flash. Her final trait had awakened. The breakthrough trait. Soren easily bypassed the obstacles in front of her. Junsu, who was up ahead, watched this in confusion. Where did she go? Did she fail? The expression on his face fell in an instant, but just then, Soren's figure shot out from thin air. She grabbed onto Junsu and yelled, Hurry! Junsu was a bit startled by the sudden embrace. But before he could react, a layer of energy enveloped them, and they both vanished from the ruins. The narrow escape trait had saved them. When they reappeared, they were on a city street, surrounded by onlookers. Their sudden appearance threw the crowd into confusion, but Junsu did not care about that. He let out a sigh of relief. Amazing. I knew you could do it. Soren had awakened all 3 traits, and even gained narrow escape. Just then, a sobbing voice suddenly called out, Warrior. Junsu jumped and looked down. Only then did he remember that Soren was still in his arms. He quickly pulled her away, asking worriedly, Soren, are you okay? Can you stand? Soren gently shook her head and replied. Junsu could see she was not fine at all and said urgently, How can you be fine? Your face is completely red. Not only was Soren's face red, but her ears were as red as tomatoes too. She stammered for a long moment before murmuring, That is because… Warrior. Let us just stay like this for a little while. And with that, Soren threw herself into Junsu's arms, her voice pleading, Can you hold me for a little longer? Junsu was bewildered, but Soren muttered in a low voice, Let me just fix my clothes. Soren finished quickly and said gratefully, There. Thank you. It was only then that Junsu realized the situation, scratching his head in embarrassment. It is nothing. You really gave me a scare. The two of them quickly stood up. Soren sighed in relief. That was almost a complete disaster. But luckily, we managed to pull through. Junsu watched her, feeling a wave of emotion. He was still worried about Soren. Her awakening was completely different from the original story, where she had to survive countless hardships. With that thought, Junsu suggested, "All right, let us get out of this chaotic place." As they walked out the gate, he handed Soren a crystal and said gently, "Take this." She looked at Junsu, bewildered. "You are giving me a crystal? This thing is worth at least a few billion." Junsu nodded nonchalantly. "That is right. Use it to get stronger. And fast." Soren took the crystal, still bewildered, and mumbled hesitantly, "This is too much. I can't accept it. I am afraid I will never be able to repay you. It is. You can just pay me back later when you are able to," Junsu said with a generous smile. But inwardly, his mind was racing. There was a reason he invested so much in Soren's awakening. The Firestar sword skill is one of the top 3 sword skills in Axe and Seal. Once you learn it, your experience points will skyrocket. However, it is a unique trait that only Soren can use. So the only way for me to learn it is to get the trait from her as a memory chip. Of course, Soren was oblivious to his ulterior motives. She looked at him gratefully and smiled. "Thank you so much, warrior." Junsu waved it off. "Don't worry about it. But do not forget it." Either. A short while later, Junsu finally made it home. But he barely had a moment to rest before noticing a car already parked outside, waiting for him. He was at a loss for words. All he wanted was a little bit of rest. But this world, Axe and Seal, never gives you a break. The person in the car was Yujin. He stuck his head out the window with a friendly smile and said, "Hey warrior. Hop in." Junsu opened the car door and got in. He spoke slowly. "Thank you for coming all this way for me." Yujin just shook his head. "I am the one who should be happy. I finally have a chance to repay you for saving my friend." "That is right." Junsu nodded with a faint smile. Though he was sighing internally, he almost wished Yujin had not come. He was just so tired. Yujin continued cheerfully. "We finally managed to set up a meeting with the Armor Guild. This is so exciting. There was no way Junsu could pass up this event. In this world, good items grant amazing skills. Master blacksmiths, the ones who can forge grade 3 items, are always incredibly busy." As Junsu was lost in thought, Yujin continued with a smile. "The person we have made a deal with this time can forge grade 7 armor. You know." Hearing that, Junsu's eyes lit up. "Grade 7. All right, step on." A short while later, their car pulled up in front of a massive building. As they entered, they saw 2 rows of knights lined up, waiting for them. Junsu could not hide his surprise. "Is this for real?" Yujin nodded in awe. "A blacksmith's home is quite a sight, is not?" But then, a sudden suspicion crossed Junsu's mind. "Yujin, do you happen to know what religion this blacksmith follows?" Yujin raised an eyebrow. Confused. Why the sudden question? Junsu sighed and muttered. "So you do not know?" Of course, he would not. Just like when you ran into trouble with the Order of the Holy Father. This is the home of a blacksmith who follows that very order. Jochan. Jokun is an extremely devout follower of that order. He is like the poster boy for the future battles of the order's blacksmiths. Junsu refused the atonement. Yet Jochan still agreed to craft armor for him. What could he possibly want from him? Just then, a hand shot out, blocking Junsu and his companion's path. A knight spoke slowly. "Please hold out your hand for identification." Junsu frowned in confusion. Identification. Before he could even process what was happening, the knight grabbed his hand, ordering coldly, "Show me your black flame." Junsu gritted his teeth, wanting to resist, but he could not, with no other choice. Junsu summoned the black flame in his hand and showed it to the knight, asking with utter dissatisfaction, "Are you satisfied now?" The knight narrowed his eyes at the black flame in his hand, the cold aura around him growing denser. Yujin, who was standing beside him, could not hold back any longer. "What is the meaning of this?" "Leko. We are guests with an appointment. Stop." Just then, a stern shout echoed from behind them. A middle-aged man in a wheelchair approached. This was Jochan, the level 6 superhuman blacksmith. He asked in a cold voice, "Who gave you permission to treat my esteemed guests this way?" The knight immediately bowed his head to the man. "Master blacksmith." Jochan did not reply. He narrowed his eyes at Junsu and spoke, refusing baptism and awakening the black flame. "You truly are an unusual guest." Junsu scoffed coldly, curling his lip as he asked, "And this is how you treat me?" John smiled coolly. "Please. Forgive me. Light and salvation are granted by the Supreme Being." Junsu could not help but be taken aback by those words. Light and salvation. What kind of nonsense is this? Before he could think further, Jochan suggested, "Now then, we should head inside. Let us discuss what kind of armor you want." Junsu narrowed his eyes at his retreating back, a thoughtful expression on his face, but he quickly followed him inside. Jochun immediately began to introduce his creations. Armor of this caliber is my specialty, because this is the armor requested by the saintess. But he added that he could craft something in Junsu's style if he wished. Junsu's eyes scanned the room for a long moment, until his gaze fell upon a set of armor on the other side. A moment later, Junsu walked towards it and said coolly, "I have decided. I will take this one." As he spoke, he pointed toward a very ordinary-looking set of armor placed in a corner. Jochun cried out in surprise. "Really? You are choosing that one?" Junsu replied calmly. "That is right. I like this style." After a moment, Jochun exclaimed in frustration. "That is ridiculous. Do you know how difficult it is to forge magic into armor like that? I can't make a holy armor set from it." Shrugging indifferently, Junsu smirked and said, "I do not need holy armor. You just need to imbue it with the giant and extreme attributes." Based on Jochun's reaction, he could judge whether or not his request was feasible. Holy armor, also known as the armor of a holy knight, provides its user with a large amount of defensive stats. However, this armor has a fatal weakness. To utilize the armor's full potential, the user must possess a vast amount of divine power. To increase his divine power, Junsu would need to join a religion. They are pretending they will give him something great, all while trying to lure him into their faith. With that thought, Junsu hurried over to grab Jochun's hand with a flattering smile. "Then I will be expecting the very best from you, Master Smith Jun." With that, he and Yuji quickly left. They were laughing and talking cheerfully as they walked away. Little did they know, the knight from before was staring intently at them. A moment later, he turned and went inside. Hearing the footsteps, Jochun immediately spoke up. "I can only imbue this type of armor with a few attributes." The knight asked doubtfully, "Are you really going to fulfill his request?" Jochun reluctantly shook his head. "Would you have me go against the will of the goddess, who declared him the light and salvation of our temple?" The knight, still unconvinced, retorted, "But I just can't believe that, no matter how much I think about it." He said he needs to confirm it with his own two eyes. With that, he bowed his head slightly, a determined look in his eyes. 1 week later, at Junbei's shop, Junbiek was desperately trying to persuade Junsu. "You should not drink so many mandragora elixirs all at once." But Junsu paid him no mind, tilting his head back and downing 3 vials of the elixir to Junbakai's horror. After finishing, Junsu smiled sincerely. "Thanks." Junbiek stared at him in terror, asking worriedly, "Are you okay?" Junsu smirked smugly. "Of course I am. And thanks for giving these to me for free." Relieved that he was okay, Junbiek said cheerfully, "You saved our market. Business has been booming thanks to you. This is nothing compared to what you have done for us." While they were talking, a man approached, bowed to Junsu, and said loudly, "Greetings, Superman." Junsu was confused for a second before recognizing him. He clapped the man on the shoulder with a laugh. "Hey, you are from the Iron Fist gang, are not you? Long time no see." The man leaned in and whispered in Junsu's ear, "Can I have a moment? Our boss wants to see you." Junsu asked doubtfully, "What for?" The man glanced around before saying, "Too many eyes and ears here. Let us go somewhere more private. Shall we?" Without hesitation, Junsu nodded, "Sure." And just like that, Junsu followed the man into a car, and they drove away from the market. As he drove, the man said with a smile, "We prepared one of our best armored cars for you. Like it?" Junsu, not paying much attention, just gave a casual nod. "It is not bad." The car soon entered the Maya Rim district. Junsu frowned. Something felt off. The Iron Fist gang's headquarters is in Maya Rim. If I remember right, that place is nothing but a den for the dregs of society. While Junsu was thinking, the man suddenly said, "Looks like we are out of gas. Let us pull over at this station to fill up." Junsu replied nonchalantly, "Sure." But he quickly realized they had stopped at the Maya Rim train station. Just then, the man spoke with a wicked smile. "Well then, I hope you have a good rest." The moment he said that, he stepped out of the car. Junsu's expression instantly turned grim. It was obviously a trap, but Junsu reacted instantly. Grabbing the man's arm, he sneered coldly, "You bastard. Do I look like a moron to you? Who do you think you are playing with?" The man stared back in a panic. What are you saying?" Junsu said nothing. He kicked the car door open and jumped out, a smirk on his face. "Why do not you stay here forever with all those bombs you so carefully prepared?" The moment the words left his mouth, Junsu tossed a grenade inside the car. With a loud explosion, the vehicle was engulfed in a sea of fire. Junsu had already made a run for it to avoid getting caught in the blast. Once he found a safe spot, he frowned and muttered, That explosion was bigger than a grenade could ever make. Just as I thought. That guy was the traitor. Then, Junsu started to piece everything together. From the expensive bulletproof car to heading to Mia Rim, a place crawling with thugs. And finally, being brought to the train station. There was a reason all of this felt so familiar. It is because all of these events happened in the story, where the Iron Fist was betrayed by his own people. He did not know why. But someone from the Iron Fist clan had taken notice of him. While Junsu was lost in thought, a barrage of bullets suddenly flew in from a distance. He glanced over and saw a group of armed men approaching. Their target was clearly him. The leader kept shouting, "He is over there. He is the guy in the photo. If we kill him, we will get a ton of money. Let us get that cash." In the blink of an eye, the entire group went into a frenzy and charged toward Junsu. Junsu bit his lip hard. A car bomb could not have been the only thing they had prepared for me. Meanwhile, the group of men began firing relentlessly. Junsu had no choice but to take cover behind a car. He grumbled in frustration. Damn it. There are too many of them. This car won't protect me for long. I have to get out of here first. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Junsu quickly used his leap ability. He landed on the rooftop of a nearby building and nodded in satisfaction. All right. They probably did not see this coming. However, they quickly aimed their guns toward the building and opened fire. Junsu was immediately startled. He never expected them to spot him. He hastily threw up a force shield to block the relentless barrage of bullets. Junsu cried out in disbelief. They are not even superhumans. How can they react so fast? But an even bigger surprise was yet to come. One of them shouted, "Everyone, aim for the center. Kill him." Instantly, all their muzzles aimed at the center of the shield and fired. The insane firepower surged forward, causing the shield to tremble violently. Junsu was instantly terrified. What is this perfect accuracy? I have to fall back. This is too dangerous. With that thought, Junsu immediately leaped away. And at that very same moment, the shield shattered. A bullet followed, grazing his arm. It was then that Junsu realized something. He could not underestimate them as he had before. Junsu really did not want to use these things because he had just bought them. But he had no other choice. So he pulled something from his pocket, threw it forcefully, and yelled, "Take this. You bastards." In the blink of an eye, a series of smoke bombs landed right where the men were standing. Immediately, hazy clouds of smoke filled the air. Seeing this, the men panicked and covered their noses, muttering in fear, "That is a tear gas bomb. We can't let him escape. We have to kill him to get the antidote." Junsu scoffed with a smirk. "Who do you think you are chasing? You are not even superhumans. Time to get out of here." Junsu quickly turned and ran. He ran straight to a nearby residential area. Feeling he was far enough away, Junsu finally stopped, landing on a building's rooftop. Junsu frowned slightly and muttered, "How could a group of thugs show the focus and strength of a superhuman anyway?" At that thought, he suddenly remembered something. Only one thing could make this happen. A combat enhancement drug. It has severe side effects but can temporarily enhance a person's combat abilities. Junsu felt it was highly likely. He nodded and muttered. They said something about an antidote. That must be the problem. And the only person in Murim who could mobilize this gang of thugs. The only one Junsu could think of was that guy. The Leveler. He is the best at long-range combat operating in Murim. The Leveler's method would be: first, use a mole on the inside to plant a bomb. Second, mobilize the thugs to fight under the effects of the combat drug. And third, use his marksmanship to eliminate the target. Sure enough, Junsu soon spotted a flickering light in the far distance. Almost at the same time, a bullet tore through the air toward him. Junsu did not dare let his guard down and hastily dodged. The bullet flew straight past him. He breathed a sigh of relief. If I had reacted a moment slower, I would definitely be dead. But then, Junsu smirked. This gamble was worth it. Because now he knew where the Leveler was hiding. Junsu narrowed his eyes as he looked down from above, a calculating look appearing in them. Immediately after, he leaped down from the rooftop. Junsu muttered triumphantly, "I know where you are hiding. You bastard." With that, he ran forward frantically to defeat a cowardly sniper who could only shoot from afar. Junsu had no other choice but to close in on his position. With that in mind, Junsu quickly picked up his pace. Even though his entire body felt like it was on fire, he had to endure it. Junsu had to make sure the Leveler could not aim at him, because this smoke was obscuring his vision. As Junsu ran, a bullet flew wildly towards him, but luckily he managed to dodge it in time. He had a way to fight a professional marksman. After running for a while, Junsu stopped. He looked up and smirked. "There you are." Hearing that, the Leveler cursed in frustration. "Damn it. He could not see Junsu. On the other hand, Junsu was extremely smug. He had blended into the smoke, escaping the leveler's line of sight. No matter how hard he looks, he will never find me. Junsu ran forward without stopping, and before long, he reached the spot where the hunter was hiding. Seeing him, the man cried out in alarm. He jumped up here, ignoring the hunter's reaction. Junsu raised his gun to take aim. The hunter did not back down. Sneering, "You dare challenge a marksman to a gunfight?" But before he could fire, Junsu had already unleashed his black flames. Right after that, he fired. At almost the exact same moment, a bullet left the hunter's gun. The hunter's bullet grazed Junsu's shoulder, making him grit his teeth in pain. This guy must be a sniper. To land a shot in a situation like this is truly impressive. But Junsu was not too worried. He let out a triumphant smirk, because across from him, the hunter had also been hit in the shoulder. But unlike Junt, he was engulfed in black flames, causing him to scream in agony, even if Junsu's bullet only grazed him. For the hunter, it was a fatal wound. Junsu silently watched as the hunter was consumed by the black flames. He smirked triumphantly. But at that very moment, the ground beneath Junsu's feet suddenly caved in, trapping his legs. Junsu cried out in shock. A magic trap. Meanwhile, the hunter was pouring some kind of potion over himself. He snarled. "You bastard. Do not think for a second this is over." Junsu's expression turned grim in an instant. "This is bad. If I do not get out of here, I'm..." Just then, the hunter snarled again. "Now prepare to die in hellfire." Junsu struggled to break free. "If that hellfire hits me, I am dead for sure. I can't believe this has suddenly turned into a race against time. Now." Junsu had to slow the sinking by reducing the magic damage. "It is a long shot, but I have to survive this first." Immediately, Junsu planted his hands on the ground, the power inside him surging. And then, Junsu tried to pull himself out of the sinking ground. Next, he used his purification attribute, hoping to destroy as much of the trap's magic as possible. But before he could escape the sinking pit, his eyes widened in shock, because that hunter had escaped the black flames and was now slowly approaching Yuzu. He sneered. "I will give you credit for trying to fight the magic trap, but you are too late." The expression on Junsu's face froze. He could not believe the hunter had extinguished the black flames. The hunter paid him no mind. Simply bending down to pick something up from the ground, he spoke flatly. "So I guess this victory is mine. If I kill him, I will be set for life. I will kill him." But when the hunter raised his gun to take the shot, there was no one in front of him. His face froze. Before he could even process it, he was hit by Junsu's punch. He smirked and said, "Now this is what you call a spectacular comeback. You bastard." Thank heavens. At the very last second, Junsu had obtained that attribute. The attribute he had just received was earth resistance. Junsu was overjoyed at that moment. It had saved his life. Junsu grabbed the hunter by the collar and growled, "You are a sniper, so at this range, you are pretty much helpless. Are not you? Now talk. Who sent you after me?" The hunter looked up at Junsu and quickly said, "All right, I admit, I lost. I will tell you everything. Just let me have a cigarette first." "Fine. Go ahead." Junsu agreed without a second thought and let him go. Once free, the hunter took out a cigarette and got ready to light it. Junsu watched him with narrowed eyes, his thoughts unreadable. The hunter smoked leisurely. Junsu frowned and asked, "You like the taste of that?" The hunter let out a chuckle, a twisted smile forming on his face. He laughed loudly. "Of course I like it, because it tastes like sweet victory." Immediately after, the hunter charged forward like a madman. But before he could do anything, a loud bang hit, and blood sprayed everywhere. The hunter stared blankly at the person opposite him, mumbling in a shaky voice. "You knew?" Junsu smirked. "Of course I knew. Did you really think a player with 10,000 hours of experience like me would not recognize a cigar that turns its smoker into a mutant?" "What the?" The hunter barely managed to get the words out before collapsing face first onto the ground. Junsu looked down at him and sighed, muttering, "Now that, I really did not expect." This hunter was a real piece of work. Just a moment ago, he was ready to surrender and confess everything when defeat was imminent. But this time, he fought to the very end, even turning himself into a mutant. There must be a reason for that. After a moment's hesitation, Junsu bent down to check the hunter's body. Just as he thought, he found a oozed drive. Junsu smirked. "All right then. Let us see who was pulling the strings." The next day, in an office at Choizio's company, Choizio and Junsu were watching the news. The media was reporting on a gang shootout in Mirim from the previous night. Choizio exclaimed in shock. "You managed to survive something that dangerous." Junsu nodded slightly. "And that is why I got caught up in that mess. It was almost the death of me. Hearing that, Choizio grew furious, grinding his teeth. Who attacked you? Junso sighed helplessly. It is a long story. I am not even sure where to start. Just then, with a loud bang, the office door was broken again. A man was thrown to the ground while another stood in the doorway. Choizio glanced over at the sound. It was Thich Quian. He spoke with a booming voice. My apologies. It seems I have failed to manage my men, still sitting casually. Junsu nodded with a smirk. I am glad you realized that. Choizio, on the other hand, yelled in frustration. Can you please stop breaking a door every time you visit? Was it your gang that attacked him? Thich Quian quickly explained. He is one of my low-level subordinates. Still, after looking into it, I managed to dig up some useful information. Junsu squinted at the man Thich Quian was holding. Muttering, the guy who attacked me. He seemed desperate for money. Something like that. Thich Quian sounded surprised. How did you know? He is the type to blow all his money on gambling. And now he is completely swamped with debt. Hearing that, Junsu nodded in understanding. So his reason for betrayal is crystal clear then. Thich Quian said remorsefully. Whatever his reasons, the fault is still mine. Again. Junsu replied nonchalantly. Apology accepted. Even for a mercenary leader, managing every single one of your men can't be easy. Thich Quian's gang does not really know everything. Do they? Because if I were not the target, this revenge plot would have surely been aimed at Thich Quian himself. Just then, Thich Quian spoke up again. I will take full responsibility and find the person who is behind all of this. Junsu raised an eyebrow with a grin. As for that, I have already got proof. Saying that, he pulled out a used stick. The superhuman who tried to kill me had this on him. Do you know how to use a computer? Choizio nodded excitedly. I even have a computer proficiency certificate. And just like that, he started working on the computer, after a moment. Choizio exclaimed. This guy is a major player. He has killed nearly 20 superhumans. Junsu, unfazed, said calmly. Forget that. Check his most recent assignment. Choizio nodded and checked. Replying quickly. It is the one he accepted 3 days ago. But when he saw the bounty, he gasped. The reward is 20 billion. Even Thich Quian and Junsu were stunned. Junsu asked urgently. Who in the world would put up that kind of money? Choizio glanced at him and answered. The request is from someone inside Ascendant Security. Hearing that, Junsu frowned and muttered. Someone from a major corporation. Choizio turned the computer towards him. It is this guy. When he saw the profile on the screen, Junsu cried out in shock. Hell, it is this bastard. He recognized him. Isn't that the night he met at Joe Chunso's place? Junsu let out a helpless sigh. This is starting to get messy. Choizio looked at him suspiciously. Why would he want you dead? Junsu did not answer. Instead, he made a quick request. I have a thought. Can you show me the family tree for Ascendant Security? Choxiao gave a slight nod. Of course. Just a moment. He immediately began searching for information. Moments later, he showed the results to Junsu, whose face instantly fell. Just as he suspected, he knew exactly what was happening. Ascendant Security is a private military guild under the Ascendant Group, one of the 5 largest guilds in Ascend Seal. And Li Jiejian is a sign of that corporation. He was first in the line of succession. But after undergoing the baptism rite at the behest of the Holy Father and becoming a paladin, Jiejian was removed from the line of succession. His only path forward was to become a renowned paladin. But that saintess saw Junsu as her savior. Junsu let out a long sigh. Muttering, he must have been so enraged that I passed the baptism and earned my reputation, that he ordered my assassination. Hearing this, Chu Xiao's anger flared up. We have to teach him a lesson. Iron Fist frowned. Muttering hesitantly. But how? Our opponent is not the heir of some minor merchant guild. He is from the family that runs a major guild. One wrong move, and that entire guild will be on our backs. Choxiao knew that. Of course. But he retorted defiantly. That does not mean we have to just sit back and take it. Hearing this, Junsu spoke up. You are right. And I have an idea. Choxiao looked at him eagerly. I knew you would come up with something. Junsu chuckled lightly and said. Since we are dealing with such a big shot, let us focus on getting stronger first. A short while later, another person arrived at Choxiao's office. It was Wu Jin, who had just heard Junsu's story about the assassination attempt. He exploded with rage, slamming his fist on the table and yelling, that crazy bastard. How dare he try to assassinate Hunter Kim? Seeing such a strong reaction from him, Junsu quickly tried to calm him down. Hey, take it easy. I am still alive. You know, Wu Jin was the most dependable one here. He was not only rich but also a rank 5 superhuman. He spoke with firm resolve. I am not letting this slide. They say a blood debt must be paid in blood. So let us hire our own assassin and get revenge. Hearing this, Choxiao quickly interjected. I can't even imagine the price for a hit like that. We are talking about assassinating the son of Ascendant Security. Wu Jin was about to say more, but Junsu cut him off. I have an idea. Wu Jin glanced at him and said hesitantly. Please. Tell us. Master. Junsu smirked. I'm going to challenge Li Jiejian to a duel. His words left the other three in the room stunned. A duel. They exclaimed in a panic. But that is far too dangerous. Shaking his head calmly, Junsu said flatly. There is no other way. If I do nothing, he will just hire a stronger assassin to come after me, Wu Jin quickly argued. He will just have someone fight in his place. This world has always been unfair like that, Junsu replied calmly. If I win the duel, I will get a formal apology and proper compensation. The room fell silent in an instant. After a long pause, Iron Fist muttered hesitantly. Sounds like this is the most feasible plan we have right now. Junsu gave a slight nod. Holding up the USP. He said. With this evidence in my hand, I have sufficient grounds to issue a challenge, if we allow him to use a proxy, but limit it to only his close associates. He should accept. His words made sense. Choxiao raised his hand and volunteered. In that case, I will officially send the duel request. We will also need a lawyer to represent us. After hesitating for a moment, Wu Jin spoke up. Leave that to me. My parents know a lawyer who was once a Supreme Court judge. Seeing everyone had handled it all, Junsu smiled happily. Thanks. Everyone. But the three of them just stared at him intently. Saying nothing, Junsu sighed in resignation. Why are you all looking at me like that? It is not like I'm going off to die. Thich Qian asked hesitantly. Are you confident you can win? The enemy knows your strength. He will definitely find a fighter who is level 4 or higher. It is not going to be easy. Junsu replied without a hint of hesitation. He said that knowing he can't use his mutation attribute in the duel. So this will be even tougher than when he faced the chairman. But it is not like there is no way out. Junsu said with confidence. I can already guess who'll be fighting for him. Thich Qian exclaimed in shock. You mean you know who your opponent is? Junsu said confidently. That is right. Which is why I need time to prepare. Wu Jin, will you spar with me? Wu Jin agreed without a moment's hesitation. Of course. I will do everything I can to help you, sir. Seeing his excitement, Junsu quickly added. Thanks. But please, go easy on it. Or else, you will end up dead just like last time. 3 days later, at the site of the duel, Junsu's allies were already waiting in the stands. Wu Jin and Choi Seo were cheering relentlessly. We are rooting for you, sir. Fighter Kim, we believe in you. However, Junsu did not look well at all. He looked exhausted. He must have trained relentlessly for the past 3 days. But because of that, he was thoroughly prepared to face his opponent. Just then, a group of people could be seen approaching from the distance. Junsu recognized the man in the lead. That is Odusik, commander of the Bishop's Holy Knights. Dusik spoke with a slight smirk. It has been a while since I have had to fight in a duel, Ja. Trailing behind, quickly spoke up. Commander, you did not have to come here yourself. Hearing that, Dusik snapped back in a nuance. Silence. Who gave you permission to speak? As long as I am the commander. No holy knight from my squad is allowed to lose. Jae-jeon fell silent at his words, not knowing what to say. Seeing this, Junsu could not help but frown. Jae-jeon acted all tough in front of me. But before his commander, he is like a turtle hiding in its shell. What a coward. While Junsu was lost in thought, Dusik spoke. Fighter Kim. It is a pleasure to meet you. Junsu gave a polite nod. Hello there. But then, Dusik suddenly bowed his head deeply and said with great formality. First, I wish to apologize for this unfortunate incident. Junsu was stunned. What is this? Is he actually apologizing? Before he could even process it, Dusik continued. This incident was entirely the fault of a single individual, and is in no way related to the Holy Maiden. Junsu narrowed his eyes at him, his voice low. What exactly is the Bishop's Guild's position on this? Dusik hesitated for a moment, then spoke in a near whisper. The Holy Maiden said that Fighter Kim would be our light, and our savior. Junsu was stunned once again. Light and savior. Dachon said the same thing. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Dusik paid no mind to his reaction and continued. Therefore, my condition is this. You will join our squad. What? Join your squad? Junsu exclaimed, completely taken aback. Are you guys that obsessed with me or something? While he was panicking, Jae-jeon was grinding his teeth in fury. But there was nothing he could do. Dusik spoke again. This is all according to the will of our master and the Holy Maiden. Before Junsu could answer, the lawyer Wujin had hired arrived. He spoke slowly. It is time for the duel to begin. As all parties are present, please confirm the terms of the sworn agreement. If the Holy Knight is victorious, Junsu will join the Bishop's Guild, and if Junsu wins, Jejin will be forbidden from harming him, either directly or indirectly, and must pay compensation. The lawyer looked at them both to confirm one last time. Is that correct? Both Junsu and Jejin answered in unison.
Yep.
The moment the word was spoken, a surge of magical power welled up in Junsu's chest. In Axil, the vow of a duel is a magical oath. Anyone who breaks it will have their heart explode. This even applied to Jejin. In this chaotic world, no one would be insane enough to break such a vow. At that moment, the lawyer spoke again. Now I will confirm the rules of the duel. The duel will follow international standard regulations. All personal abilities and weapons are permitted, but consumable items must be crafted on the spot. Those on Junsu's side were still in the stands, their faces etched with worry. The Holy Knights were also waiting outside. Just then, Dushik spoke up excitedly. Army, but Junsu just smirked and said, I will be crafting my items. Dushik's excitement instantly vanished, but he still nodded in agreement. All right. You have 10 minutes for each item. Before long, Junsu had produced 3 potions. If I can change attributes like this, I am no different from an alchemist. This is the divine potion I need to fight a holy knight. Seeing his 3 potions, the lawyer announced, Divine Potion of the Iron Body, Divine Potion of Speed, and Divine Potion of the Magic Dragon. Correct. Junsu simply nodded.
Yep.
I will use them. Doping is essential in a fight, so he downed all 3 potions in one go. With both sides ready, the duel was about to begin. A countdown timer quickly appeared on the screen as Junsu and Dushik both stepped onto the dueling stage. Dushik narrowed his eyes at Junsu and said, Iron Warrior, it is an honor to be able to join our guild. Why do not you change your mind and join us voluntarily? Get lost. Junsu retorted coldly without a moment's hesitation. Seeing his lack of cooperation, Dushik spoke coldly. Then I have no choice. But you do not need to worry too much. He said he would not kill Junsu, because he still needed to join the guild. The moment he finished speaking, an immense amount of magical power erupted from Dushik. Junsu could not help but frown. Such incredible magical power. He is on a completely different level than me. No matter how well I have prepared, I can't defeat him without risking my life. In an instant, the countdown reached its final second, and then finally, the timer hit 0. Dushik let out a great roar, his magical power surging even higher. Ilash, his figure vanished, leaving a large crater in the ground where he would been standing. Junsu was stunned, his brow furrowed. He muttered in confusion, but Junsu quickly realized. Dushik had just activated his flash step ability, just as expected. In an instant, Dushik appeared before Junsu, roaring like a madman. Warrior Kim, you will become a god. Hearing this, Junsu was stunned. What? Become a god? While he was still reeling, the hammer in Dushik's hand came crashing down, and smoke and fire erupted everywhere. From the stands, Yujin and the others cried out in alarm. Zika, that guy is so strong. Is it really over in just one blow? But as the smoke and fire cleared, Soren spotted something and suddenly cried out. Over there, on the stage, Junsu stood defiantly, completely unharmed, because the moment Dushik's hammer struck, he had created a shield to block it. Junsu narrowed his eyes at Dushik and spoke coldly. You said I would become a god. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Dushik, however, said nothing. He just stood there calmly, a faint smile playing on his lips. Junsu's guess was right. He really did use the rush attribute from the very beginning, a top-tier trait for surprise attacks. But I saw it coming, so there was no reason I could not block it. Even so, that last attack still managed to crack my triple-layered shield. Just then, Dushik laughed. Now I see why the Saintess acknowledged you. Junsu scoffed in response. Cut the crap and explain yourself. First you called me a light and a savior, and now a god. A smile spread across Dushik's face as he spoke matter-of-factly. It is exactly as you heard. You are the hope of our legion, the victor who will save us from the coming apocalypse. Junsu's brow furrowed at his words. The hope of the Pontiff's army. Come to think of it, the god they serve is already dead. In a few years, a plan will be set into motion. The Saintess will perform the divine rituals, and a massive boss battle will take place in the heart of Seal. Junsu suddenly realized something and cried out in horror. Don't tell me. The savior is supposed to be the god's vessel. Exactly. Dushik chuckled coldly. A noble sacrifice and a sacred offering. The confirmation sent Junsu into a rage. You lunatics. So you were planning to sacrifice me from the start. Dushik did not seem to care in the slightest. He just laughed excitedly. Your body and soul will become part of the Pontiff and his divine incarnation. Because you are going to lose this fight and join us. Junsu let out a cold snort and charged forward, his fury reaching its peak. not daring to be careless. Dushik quickly raised his shield to defend, but he was still forced back several steps. Dushik's brow twitched. This power. It is absurd. Seeing his reaction, Junso smirked inwardly. Worried now? Of course you are. I have switched all my attributes to that of an attack-type warrior. With that thought, Junso shot forward with blinding speed. And now I will hit Dushik with the very warrior traits that he fears. Dushik was not flustered in the least. He blocked with his shield, a faint smile on his face. Haha, your swordsmanship is pretty decent. Junso did not reply, already planning his next move. Good. He is on the defensive now. You can switch out a used trait. Just like that, Junso drew another weapon to attack. As expected, the weapon slammed into Dushik's bicep, but Dushik was not fazed in the slightest and even praised him. This is getting more and more interesting. Is not? Junso bit his lip fiercely. It is working. My 3 days of preparation were not for nothing. The reason I asked Eugene to train me was not just to get the traits I needed for this battle, but to learn how to switch them in the blink of an eye. By fighting a higher-ranked superhuman like him, I can use defensive traits when I defend, offensive traits when I strike, and add other warrior traits when I need more skills. And so, at that moment, Junso was relentlessly attacking Dushik, forcing him onto the defensive with every step. Here I come. Junso let out a roar, his eyes turning bloodshot as he charged madly toward Dushik. Junso had learned to use the berserk trait whenever he saw an opportunity to attack. For a rank 3 superhuman to fight a rank 4, all you need to do is switch traits mid-battle. Under Junso's relentless assault, Dushik could not even manage a single counterattack. He could only grit his teeth and defend, and before long, the mace in Dushik's hand was sent flying. Seeing this, Zijiang's expression turned grim, and Dushik himself was just as stunned. It feels like I am fighting 4 warriors at once. How is that even possible? Ignoring his reaction, he said coldly. I will win this fight. Because I refuse to become a sacrifice for your corrupt army. Dushik bit his lip fiercely, clenching his fists. He snorted coldly and said, Fine. I admit I can't take you lightly anymore. I do not care if you are a sacrifice or whatever anymore. I am going to kill you. As soon as the words left his mouth, Dushik charged forward with his weapon, then hurled it toward Junso, not daring to be careless. Junso quickly created a shield to block it, gritting his teeth. A direct attack like that won't work. But in an instant, Junso's shield shattered, and he was sent flying. Junso bit his lip, cursing to himself. Damn it. Dushik's power suddenly surged. So he was really holding back on me before. While Junso was lost in thought, Dushik charged aggressively again, roaring in fury. How dare you mock our army? Caught off guard, Junso was sent flying again, his body slamming into the wall behind him before collapsing. Dushik narrowed his eyes at him and said in a cold voice, If you apologize now, I will accept your surrender. Junso refused without a moment's hesitation. He pushed himself up from the ground and said coldly, If you can't kill me, you can't dream of winning. The moment he finished speaking, Junso immediately charged forward. His aura was incredibly fierce now as he slashed wildly. Dushik did not dare to be careless, hurriedly blocking, and then returned a punch to Junso's shoulder. Just like that, the two of them continued to attack each other ferociously. Shockwaves from their ceaseless attacks were unleashed as both of them took hits from their opponent. It was not long before they were both knocked back, putting distance between them. Dushik had been struck by Junso's sword several times, and his body was now covered in wounds, but Junso was in no better shape, just as bruised and battered. Just then, Dushik roared fiercely. It is time to end this meaningless battle. As soon as he finished speaking, a large shield appeared in his hand. He raised it high, bellowing, O great father. Instantly, a massive wave of water materialized. Dushik's figure was quickly engulfed by the enormous wave. Seeing this, Junso's expression turned grim. That was Dushik's ultimate move. Dark tsunami. Now that he was seeing it with his own eyes, he realized it was a true catastrophe. If that move hits me, I will 100% lose. But there is no way to avoid it, to win this match. I absolutely have to find a way to break through it. I am terrified. But I have to trust in the traits I have built as Warrior Kim, the mountain-shattering sword style. I have never neglected my training, the swordsmanship I learned from Eugen, and the Anhija cultivation technique that I poured so much effort into practicing, the mind's eye, which grows stronger with me every day. Breakthrough, which I achieve through determination and despair, and the ultimate skill that can cut through any material in this universe. The slash trait. I will trust in my own abilities. I will trust the time and effort I have put into them. And finally, most importantly, I will trust in myself. With that thought, Junso charged forward with his sword. A blinding light erupted from the blade, leaving Dushik completely stunned at the sight. But there was nothing he could do. He could only watch as the sword's light plunged straight into the tsunami, then slowly expanded, emitting an incredibly blinding light. Zijan's group, standing in the stands, was stunned by the scene. Not understanding what was happening, it was the same for Yujin's group. The light was so bright they could not see anything at all. Only when the light began to fade, bit by bit, did the figures of Junsu and Dushik reappear. But moments later, Junsu spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Across from him, Dushik was not doing well either. He muttered in a low voice. That was a magnificent battle, Warrior Kim. And then he collapsed. Immediately, the referee raised Junsu's hand and shouted, "The winner is Warrior Kim." Seeing that the match was over, Yujin and the others immediately rushed down to the arena to congratulate him. Junsu smiled in satisfaction. He had done it. He had defeated a higher-level superhuman without using his mutant trait. Yujin threw his arms around Junsu, exclaiming excitedly, "Master, you are the absolute best." The three behind them were so overjoyed they were practically in tears, crowding around him with praise. "You were like a monster back there. We knew you could beat him." But at that very moment, a furious shout suddenly erupted. "You bastard!" Startled, Junsu whipped his head around. He saw Jay Jian charging towards him. Accent. And of course, the loser was Jay Jian. He was simply thrown back. Yujin cursed in anger. "You cowardly bastard. How dare you attack our master after refusing to accept the outcome? You really want to die, do not you?" But before he could act, several lawyers stepped in to stop him, turning to Jay Jian with a warning. "Don't forget the magical oath. If you act so rashly, your heart will explode." Jia, still unyielding, yelled, "Warrior Kim, because of you, our captain is dead. We will avenge him. The Holy Father's army will never forget this." The moment he finished speaking, the knights behind him surged forward. Unafraid, Junsu spoke calmly. "Are you saying I killed Odusik?" Jay Jian shot back without a moment's hesitation. "That is right. We saw him die by your hand. Don't be ridiculous." Junsu scoffed, his voice cold. "The one who killed Odusik was you." Jay Jian's face darkened at those words. Junsu paid him no mind and continued indifferently. "Even though he was my opponent, Odusik was the epitome of a true warrior. He was not a man who should have died in a duel that only occurred because of your disgusting assassination attempt. Jia, for Dusik's honor, accept the outcome and fulfill your promise." Hearing this, Jay Jian lowered his head in silence, at a loss for words. Ignoring his reaction, Junsu added another blow. "This was all because of your own inferiority complex." Jay Jian remained with his head bowed, muttering, "Captain." Seeing this, the other holy knights came over, helped him to his feet, and led him away. Junsu watched Jay Jian's retreating figure. His eyes narrowed and his brow furrowed in thought. Even after all this, I doubt the Holy Father's army will give up on the idea of revenge. The next day, in Choseal's office, Choseal was on a call, speaking cheerfully. "Yep. That is right. We have officially signed the contract with Warrior Kim, the very man who defeated the captain of the Holy Father's army. I understand what you are after." Just then, someone walked in. He quickly ended the call. "My apologies. I will have to call you back." It was Jung, who had just returned from picking up the armor he would commission from Jochun. He spoke cheerfully. "I was worried that Master Blacksmith Jochun might have tinkered with my armor, but he really followed the colossal and super strength specifications perfectly." Seeing this, Choseal rushed over excitedly, a gift box in hand. In a fawning voice, he said, "Now that you are here, why do not you try this on? It is a little something from me." Slightly bewildered, Junsu took the box and opened it. In an instant, he cheered up. "Now this is more like it," Choseal excitedly introduced. "This is handmade sassy training gear, and it even has self-cleaning and mana recovery functions." Junsu gave him a thumbs up, smiling with satisfaction. "You really know my style, Director Koi." "Thanks. He even said you look just like a model in that outfit." "It is just that." Choseal suddenly hesitated for a moment. After a long pause, he finally spoke up hesitantly. "By the way, could I ask you for a favor?" Junsu furrowed his brow and asked, "What is it?" Choseal mumbled slowly. "Thanks to you, our business is booming. But because you have not been working with us for very long, some people are questioning our contract." Hearing this, Junsu nodded in understanding. "If that is the reason, then I will do it. Have you accepted a quest for me already?" "I have. I have prepared the perfect one for you." Choseal nodded slightly, handing Junsu a file as he spoke. "The Sun Tower wants to study your dark fire for scientific purposes." Hearing that, Junsu raised an eyebrow. He knew of the Sun Tower. It is one of the 4 great magic towers of Axan Seul. If he remembered correctly, That was the place where one studied fire-related magic. At that moment, Choseal spoke again. They will reward you on par with their own members. Junsu nodded slightly. All right. I accept. Because that person is inside the Sun Tower. Which means he knew exactly what the reward would be. A short while later, at the Sun Tower, a place enveloped in fire-type mana. Junsu had arrived at this place for the quest. After stepping inside, he could not help but marvel at this place where science and magic intertwine. This truly is a magnificent sight. Just then, a person approached and spoke. Chimping Kim, my name is Park Hyung-ju. A researcher. I assume you are here about the request to study your dark fire. Correct. That is right. Junsu replied with a slight nod, and Hyung-ju led him inside. We do not have much time, so let us hurry. This way. Please, soon. The two of them entered the research lab. Hyung-ju suggested. First, let us run a few basic tests. Junsu frowned slightly. This machine looks rather familiar. While he was lost in thought, Hyung-ju spoke again. Please step into the machine. You just need to stand still. Without thinking too much about it, Junsu stepped inside. Instantly, a magic circle appeared in front of Junsu. In the blink of an eye, his expression darkened. This was the machine used to reveal everything about a character to its operators. This machine would reveal all of Junsu's secret traits. At that moment, he immediately slammed on the glass and yelled, Stop this machine right now. I do not want this. Hyung-ju stood outside, smirking. Please stay still. This is just a necessary procedure. It is all in the contract. Junsu's anger erupted. His hands clenched into fists as he roared, Get lost, you bastard. Instantly, his fist came crashing down, shattering the machine's glass panel. Hyung-ju staggered back in shock, yelling, Wait. What do you think you are doing? Junsu furiously retorted. The contract I signed only required me to demonstrate my fire abilities to cooperate with your research. I never expected you people to do this to me. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, and without a moment's hesitation, the newcomer landed a punch right on Hyung-ju's face, shouting in frustration, You idiot Hyung-ju, are you pulling this stunt again? The newcomer was Yu Mang-seo, the head of the research department. He furiously scolded, How dare you sabotage my project? Hyung-ju panicked and tried to explain. It is just a misunderstanding, sir. But Mang-seo was not listening, yelling furiously, A misunderstanding, my ass. You were trying to sell information about Warrior Kim. I have been watching you this whole time. Hyung-ju was at a loss for words. He lowered his head and mumbled, I was blinded by greed. Mang-seo scoffed and said coldly, Get out of my sight. You are off the team. Junsu watched the scene unfold, bewildered and unsure of what to do. Mang-seo then turned to him and spoke apologetically. Warrior Kim. I'm Yu Mang-seo, the head of research. About what just happened. Before he could finish, Junsu cut. It is not your fault. I am guessing this happens pretty often. Right. Mang-seo sighed helplessly. That idiot has sold information on other subjects before. If it were not for his mentor, he would have been fired a long time ago. I see. Junsu nodded. Still, I came all this way to fulfill your request, and my personal information was almost completely exposed. Hearing that, Mang-seo quickly offered, as an apology, I will upgrade your membership rank. You will be able to use our high-end equipment, as well as our training facilities. Junsu's face lit up at the offer. The Magic Tower's training grounds are usually only for mages. He thought to himself, then nodded with satisfaction. That does not sound too bad. Seeing his agreement, Mang-seo suggested, You can rest for a bit while I get everything ready. Junsu gave a slight nod. All right. I will take a look around then. Afterwards, he made his way to one of the floors of the Sun Tower. Junsu was in high spirits. I almost got myself into some serious trouble, as expected of Axenseal. But it was worth it. This is a chance to gain more attributes from the Magic Tower's training grounds. Just then, an announcement echoed from the speakers. Beginning lightning element magic training. As soon as the announcement finished, the orbs in front of him were enveloped in mana. Junsu was instantly engulfed in arcs of lightning, which struck his body relentlessly. The pain was bone deep. Junsu gritted his teeth to bear it. But if I use my attribute, I should be able to withstand it a bit longer. With that thought, Junsu changed his attribute. Instantly, the lightning began to die down. It was not long before Junsu finished his lightning magic training and acquired the 6-element resistance trait. Having achieved his goal, Junsu happily shouted, Turn it off now. I am about to get fried in here. But at that moment, the room system suddenly turned red as alarms blared. The training support system has been switched to manual control. Warning. Warning. Current intensity has been adjusted. Lightning struck Junsu again, making him shout in frustration. Wait. What the hell? I said I was done. Who is out there? It did not take long for Junsu to spot that bastard Hyangju outside. He was holding the control lever, his malicious gaze fixed inside as he cursed. You messed with the wrong person. You bastard. The moment the words left his mouth, Hyangju cranked the controls to the max. A frenzied torrent of lightning slammed into Junsu, and his expression instantly darkened. Hyangju was now in a frenzy, screaming relentlessly. You dog. And just like that, Junsu took the full brunt of the lightning at maximum power. Seeing this, Hyangju laughed smugly. This is what you get for messing with me. But soon after, that damn smile was wiped right off his face. His expression froze instantly, because Junsu was still standing there defiantly, completely unharmed. He would not be defeated by such a petty trick. There was a reason he came to the training room at this particular time. Among Junsu's traits was one called divine resistance. He obtained it when he resisted the saintess's purification ritual. Fire resistance, a trait he gained from immersing himself in the magic spring. Dark resistance, which Junsu obtained during his battle with the necromancer, Karen. Ice resistance, which he received from his battle with the vengeful spirits. Earth resistance, which Junsu obtained by escaping the manhunter's magic trap. And finally, lightning resistance, the one he had just obtained from his training. Junsu quickly combined all 6 traits. A massive amount of magical power enveloped his body. The heart in Junsu's chest was no exception, as it began to transform continuously. And soon, he obtained a new trait. Magic resistance. A satisfied smile spread across Junsu's face. This is giving me chills. Seeing this from the outside, Hyangju cried out in alarm. How could he block a level 3 spell with his bare body? Is he even human? This time, the magic will be even stronger. Right after that, Hyangju manipulated the controls again, and the alarms instantly went off. Warning. Warning. System is now beyond control. Please cease training and evacuate immediately. Junsu was not panicked at all. He spoke coldly. The system is out of control. Sounds dangerous. If so, I will just use my trait to dodge all of its attacks. In that same instant, the lightning struck down at Junsu. But this time, he swiftly dodged it. What is more, he even received a new trait. Retreat, which made Junsu very happy. Excellent. At this rate, I am sure I will get a trait even higher than airstrike. In stark contrast to his joy, Hyangju outside was furious. He frantically worked the controls, screaming in rage. Damn it. I am seriously going to kill you. Just then, Meng Seok walked in and slapped him hard. He yelled angrily. You lunatic. I heard the warning alarms. What in the world do you think you are doing? Right after that, he ordered someone to shut down the controls immediately. Very quickly, the lightning vanished completely, and the system returned to normal. Meng Seok could not take it anymore and grabbed Hyangju by the collar, growling through clenched teeth. You madman. How dare you harm Warrior Kim? Hyangju frantically waved his hands in denial. Director. It is not what you think. Just then, Junsu emerged from inside. He scoffed dismissively. Injure me. Meng Seok turned around, startled, and asked with concern. Warrior. You are not injured. With a slight chuckle, Junsu. I do feel a little electrified. This scene left everyone completely bewildered. After his despicable actions, Hyangju was finally expelled from the tower. No matter how much he pleaded, Junsu watched him leave and asked hesitantly. What will happen to him now that he has been expelled? Meng Seok explained slowly. A spell will be cast on his brain, preventing him from ever learning any new magic. Junsu gave a slight nod and said nonchalantly. So his life as a mage is over. He deserved it. Meng Seok felt no pity either. He said coldly. That kid has caused way too much trouble. This was the only possible outcome. Please take this. It may not be much, but please accept it as our apology. Saying this, he handed Junsu a box containing a vial of elixir. It is a very effective healing medicine. Though he was ecstatic on the inside, he remained calm and said, Thank you. This potion is like a second life to me. Hearing that, Meng Seok waved his hand and laughed. Oh no, I think of it as fair compensation. It seemed he did not want this incident to escalate. But Junsu still needed something else from the tower. With that thought, he spoke slowly. Still, it is rather unsettling. Being attacked twice since I came to visit the tower. Do not you think? Meng Seok, looking perplexed, asked. Then, what is it that you want? Junsu pretended to think for a moment before saying nonchalantly. There is something I have wanted for a long time. I wish to experience all 4 of the Great Tower's spells. The moment those words left his mouth, Meng Seok cried out in alarm. What? Don't tell me you want to experience the solar cannon. Junsu nodded and admitted it calmly. That is right. Fired at me. Meng Seok immediately tried to talk him out of it. A level 3 superhuman can't even withstand that for a single second. Maybe when you are stronger. But before he could finish, Junsu cut him off coolly. I am certain I can take it for about 15 seconds. Meng Seok was completely stunned. But this is something that even a level 5 superhuman. Junsu clicked his tongue and shook his head, stating firmly, I am not like them. Meng Seok looked at him, bewildered, and after a long hesitation, he spoke. That black flame can burn an enemy's mana. It is a fascinating approach, but it is still incredibly dangerous. Junsu let out a soft chuckle, speaking with confidence. We will just have to see how it goes. And so, right after that, Junsu went to the sun cannon chamber. He stood before it, lost in thought. Honestly, the idea of getting hit by that thing was a little terrifying. But there was no other way. If Junsu wanted to acquire the sun cannon trait, there were only 3 methods. First, to enter the magic tower as someone's disciple. Second, to defeat the tower master in a one-on-one duel. But both of those methods were only for magic-type superhumans, so they were impossible for him. While Junsu was lost in thought, Meng Seok spoke up. We are firing now. Junsu gave a slight nod, signaling that he was ready. However, there was still the third method. He could use a hidden quest unlocked by gaining enough favor from the tower master. Because at this very moment, the tower master himself was present. The sun cannon began to fire. Junsu looked up at the fiery blast preparing to launch toward him. In an instant, the brilliant fireball hurtled in his direction. With a massive boom, the sphere exploded on impact. Junsu was engulfed in a sea of flames. But he could withstand it. It was because of the traits he had acquired so far, through the properties of his magic armor. Seeing this, the onlookers were stunned, crying out in disbelief. He is actually withstanding it. He is only level 3. But how? Unaware of their reactions, Junsu gritted his teeth and endured the flames. He had prepared for this, but it was still agonizingly painful. Junsu held on like that for 15 seconds. Meng Seok hurriedly shouted. 15 seconds have passed. Disengage the sun cannon. The moment he spoke, the sun cannon's blast was withdrawn. Junsu was in a terrible state. He clutched his chest, panting heavily. It is finally over. Those were the longest 15 seconds of my life. The tower master was quite pleased with Junsu's performance, smiling as he spoke. His name is Gina, the warrior Kim. Is it? A truly impressive individual. A short while later, in the tower master's office, Junsu had been invited for tea. The tower master smiled at him in satisfaction. You were magnificent just now, using black flames to endure the sun cannon for that long. He said I would be a great help to their long-awaited project. The honor is all mine. Junsu replied with a smiling nod. He appeared calm on the outside, but inwardly he was thrilled about increasing his favorability score. Meanwhile, the tower master chuckled. Haha, I like your attitude. I have a request for you. Junsu was taken aback. A request. A moment later, a young man entered from outside and spoke. Grandfather, you called for me. The tower master nodded slightly, then introduced them. Greet warrior Kim. He is a level 3 superhuman. Junsu immediately stood up to greet him. It is a pleasure to meet you. The other young man also bowed his head and replied. It is a pleasure to meet you too. Junsu recognized this person. Mage Kim, the magic system guide character who appears after Iron Fist and Priest Kim. He is always so gloomy. At that moment, the tower master spoke up again. This is my grandson. He has the potential to become a high-level superhuman, but his power has been stuck at level 1. Junsu nodded after hearing this and said, That is strange. Mage Kim spoke in despair. I am sorry for being strange. I am sorry for being a disgrace to the tower. Junsu was flustered and quickly explained. That is not what I meant. The tower master was all too familiar with this. He looked at Junsu with teary eyes and said, What do you think? I heard you healed Director Seo's son. I believe you might have an idea on how to awaken this boy. Mage Kim did not dare interrupt. Sitting silently in his spot, Junsu narrowed his eyes, looking at the tower master and his grandson. After a long moment, a smile crept onto his lips as he said, Of course, there is a way. Hearing this, the tower master and his grandson immediately lit up. The tower master exclaimed joyfully, Really? If you can do it, I will grant any wish you have. Anything. Hearing that, Junsu, this is the starting point for the hidden quest. Sun Cannon. Junsu quickly stated his purpose. After hearing it, the tower master exclaimed in shock. Say that again. What is it that you want? Junsu replied without hesitation. The Sun Cannon. Was I not clear enough? The tower master hesitated for a moment, then muttered in a low voice after a long pause. The Sun Cannon. If the future of the tower depends on this, I can give it to you. But I am not sure what you intend to use it for. Junsu was not in a hurry. He smiled and said, then could you give it to me in the form of a memory chip, so I can learn it immediately? The Tower Master did not expect him to be in such a rush, but he could only nod. Very well. Just then, Mage Kim suddenly spoke up. Forgive me for interrupting, but how do you plan to train me? Junsu replied matter-of-factly. First, we need to find the root of the problem. Without waiting for Mage Kim to reply, the Tower Master cut in bluntly. The biggest problem is that this kid is too stupid. He is supposed to become a mage, but his knowledge of mathematics is practically zero. Junsu, of course, understood Mage Kim's problem perfectly. He was smart enough to study business administration at Sun University, but he was a lost cause when it came to math, making him unsuitable for studying magic. After a long pause, Junsu slowly spoke. Then why do not we learn magic that does not involve calculations? The Tower Master asked, a bit bewildered. What do you mean? Magic that does not involve calculations? Junsu nodded confidently and stated, by using spirit, you can become a fire warlock. The Tower Master exclaimed in shock. A fire warlock? But that is not a mage. Shrugging nonchalantly, Junsu, would you rather leave your grandson like this for the rest of his life, or let him become a fire warlock and help him unleash his potential? The Tower Master glanced at Mage Kim, remaining silent for a long moment. Finally, he sat down, sighed, and said, then explain it in detail. Junsu calmly began. The main issue is casting spells. Right. Because he can't recite the incantations. He can't perform magic. Let us leave the difficult part to the spirits. And he only needs to provide the mana. The Tower Master shook his head. That is impossible. The boy is not close to any spirits. So how would he even find one? Junsu frowned at them and said firmly, I am not saying he needs to make a contract with a spirit. He will use them. The method is for Mage Kim to inscribe a spell into a magic circle. Then, the user only needs to supply the mana, and the magic circle will handle the incantation itself. The Tower Master exclaimed in shock. You mean we should capture a spirit and use it as a magic circle? Or more simply, we just turn it into the magic circle? Junsu nodded. That is right. The Tower Master's face lit up. Incredible. What a fantastic theory. I thought you were just a warrior. How could you know about something like this? How could Junsu possibly answer that? Of course it was a brilliant method. Because they were the ones who would invent it in the future. And at that moment, the Tower Master murmured, but the gate to the spirit world is closed. We can't summon any spirits at all. Junsu said nonchalantly. Then we can just use animal spirits as a substitute. The Tower Master thought for a moment, then frowned and muttered. Animal spirits? Like a phoenix? That sounds difficult. How would we even find a mythical creature like that? With a soft laugh, Junsu said confidently. Do not worry about that. I have a plan. A short while later, the three arrived at a canyon filled with phoenixes. Seeing them, Mage Kim could not help but cry out. Is there really a whole valley full of phoenixes like this? The Tower Master was also stunned. Even high-level mages would struggle to find a place like this. How did you do it? Junsu gave an awkward laugh and said, Phoenixes are not what the rumors make them out to be. They hide deep within the valley, and I just happened to find them by chance. The Tower Master did not look convinced, but he played along enthusiastically. Haha. My goodness. You truly are a lucky one. Junsu leaned in with a grin. About that sun cannon we discussed before, the Tower Master gave a slight nod. Fine. I will give you one. Junsu. Solving 2 quests with a single location. Perfect. As he was celebrating, the Tower Master spoke up. By the way, how does a warrior like you intend to make the most of a sun cannon's power? Junsu answered plainly. I plan to upgrade it. My goal is to create a divergence. Hearing this, the Tower Master threw his head back and laughed. Haha. A divergence. That is not an easy feat. You know, it took us an entire decade to accomplish that. Junsu shrugged nonchalantly. Approaching it as a warrior will certainly produce a different result than approaching it as a mage. Would not it? Who knows? Maybe my version of the divergence will turn out better than yours. The Tower Master narrowed his eyes at him, a smirk playing on his lips. Then let us make a bet. The deadline is 2 years. We will compare yours against the magic towers and see which is better. Junsu calmly replied. What are the stakes? The Tower Master thought for a moment before saying, if you win, I will grant you 1 wish. But if I win, you must join the Magic Tower's security team. Deal. Sounds interesting. Junsu agreed immediately. Another chance to get something out of the Magic Tower. Why would I refuse? While the two of them were talking, Mage Kim had quietly ventured into the canyon. Now, it is time to see for myself. A little later, outside the operating room, Junsu waited. Myung-suk approached, a wide smile on his face. Amazing. Warrior Kim. I never thought you would be the one to open the path to becoming a fire wizard in our magic tower. Junsu looked up at him and spoke. Director.
Yep.
But for now, let us just hope the surgery is a success. Ma Young-suk sat down beside him and nodded. Right. But about that wizard who was expelled. Junsu's brow furrowed as he mumbled. That failure, Ma Young-suk said pensively. After he left, I did a more thorough investigation. It is clear he took money from the Kumo Group. At those words, Junsu's eyes widened in shock. The Kumo Group, one of the 5 major corporations, known for their aggressive and uncompromising expansion. They tend to swallow or crush any competitors in the market. In the game, they were the true villains. Ma Young-suk looked at him, his expression grave, and lowered his voice. The problem is not that they stole information about our magic. They specifically wanted information about you. They probably want to recruit you. I do not want any part of that. A chill ran down Junsu's spine. He sighed. Resigned. He would never work with villains like Kumo. Just one more thing to avoid. I guess. Just then, the operating room door swung open. The tower master ran right up to Junsu and slapped him on the back. Haha, it was a success. It is all thanks to you. Superman Kim. My grandson is now a wizard. A Superman. Junsu was still reeling from the slap when Wizard Kim emerged, enveloped in a massive amount of magical power. He bowed his head low. I am truly grateful to you, sir. Junsu watched Wizard Kim with narrowed eyes. He is already as strong as me. Level 3 right from the start. Is this the power of his Da? Wizard Kim spoke again. It feels strange, being able to use magic this easily. Junsu walked over with a smile and suggested, from now on, you should use a fire attribute elixir. It will help you generate more mana. Wizard Kim was touched. You are even telling me how to get stronger. Thank you. Just then, the tower master suddenly called out. Well done. Here's the reward you wanted. At those words, Junsu's eyes lit up. He finally had the sun cannon in his hands. But there was something else with the reward. He asked. Confused. What is this? The tower master opened the bag at his feet. I put a little extra bonus for you in this bag. And I used spatial proof magic on it. Junsu's eyes shone like stars. His favorability rating is already through the roof. A little later, in Choi Seo's office, looking at the money Junsu brought back, Choi Seo could not help but be impressed. You earned a reward of 5 billion won. Amazing. Right, Jun said smugly. I think it is about time you got used to my greatness. Then, he added, it is time for me to drink the nectar I have been saving. Choi Seo hesitated. Nectar. You just reached level 3 in less than a month. Isn't that a little too soon? Watch out for side effects, Junsu. Then can you refine the nectar? Director Koi. Refine it. Choi Seo was stunned for a moment. But then he gave a confident wink. Just leave it to me. And with that, he opened his inventory and started searching for something. After a moment, Choi Seo spoke up. I just need a few main ingredients. These are the most common ones. Junsu looked over the list and mumbled to himself. So I will get different traits depending on the ingredients I use. This is a tough choice. I already have super strength and regeneration, plus the steel armor. After a moment of thought, Junsu pointed to one of the ingredients. Let us go with the heart of a horned tiger then. Hearing this, Choi Seo was stunned and asked hesitantly, does it have to be a horned tiger? Seeing his reaction, Junsu could not help but ask, what is wrong? Choi Seo slowly explained. It is an endangered species, so it is quite difficult to obtain. Junsu was utterly bewildered after hearing this, so right after that, Junsu drove off to find it. He was not too worried. If they could not get it, he would just go get it himself. The problem was, how could he possibly find a horned tiger in this vast area? Junsu did not want to resort to this, but he had no other choice. With that thought, he took out a can of fish and held it up to his nose. Before long, Junsu had acquired the dog's nose trait. I would rather smell durian. This fermented stench is just too much. It felt like that full stench was still stuck in my lungs. But thanks to the trait, I can now smell every scent there is. Junsu ventured deeper. Smelling a lot of blood. Has a predator been hunting nearby? Does that mean it is here? Junsu hurriedly scanned his surroundings. But before he could find it, he saw something else, in the distance. A vehicle was approaching with people on it. And they were chasing some kind of animal, firing wildly at it, from the opposite side. Junsu quickly gave chase. So I have competition. I am going to lose it. Judging by the claw marks on that corpse, this is no ordinary horned tiger. This is the most famous mythical creature of the Junguan Plateau, the Mountain King, and it possesses all 6 traits. At that moment, the Mountain King lunged at Junsu. If he let his guard down, he would certainly die. Junsu did not dare be careless and quickly dodged. But what surprised him more was that the Mountain King also had a dodging trait. Junsu bit his lip hard. I do not have many chances left. I have to end this in one blow. Now, I have to rely on my senses and instincts. While Junsu was lost in thought, the Mountain King charged ferociously. He aimed his gun at it, using his trait at the same time. Without a moment's hesitation, Junsu. But the Mountain King still dodged, the bullet only grazing its body. Junsu bit his lip hard. So it can even dodge that. But I am not finished yet. With that, Junsu charged forward again, confronting the Mountain King head-on. Junsu aimed his gun at it again and said coldly, I may be a warrior, but I am pretty confident in my marksmanship. The words had barely left his mouth when he fired, the magic bullet embedding itself in the Mountain King's body. Junsu smiled in satisfaction. Gotcha. But his smile vanished when the Mountain King suddenly charged at him, catching him completely off guard. Luckily, Junsu managed to dodge. He could not believe it could still move after being hit by that dark fire. Junsu stared in alarm, muttering to himself, if the dark fire is not enough, I guess I will have to fight it in close combat. Meanwhile, the Mountain King's eyes turned vicious, glaring at Junsu with pure killing intent. Without a moment's hesitation, it charged forward in a frenzy. Junsu recognized this move. This was the Mountain King's strongest skill. Rampage. It could reinforce its body to over 1.5 tons and completely obliterate any target in its path. For a beast with a reputation that terrified countless players, the strategy to defeat it was laughably simple. You just had to use its own power against it. With that in mind, Junsu leaped onto the Mountain King's back, taking it by surprise. Junsu said coldly. Surprised. You knew I could not dodge that attack. Right. The words barely left his mouth as he plunged his sword deep into the Mountain King's torso, causing fresh blood to pour out. A short while later, Junsu dragged the Mountain King's corpse into the city, causing a crowd to gather. Holding the box containing its heart, he shouted for all to hear, this is the beast. Do you see its heart right here? Junsu had handled it alone, because he feared any partners would just betray him to take the trait for themselves. With that thought, he slowly announced, I only need the heart, so the rest of its parts are for sale. Is anyone interested? He was curious to see just how much the Mountain King was worth. The moment Junsu finished, people immediately started bidding. In an instant, the price shot up to 2.5 billion. But then, a woman in a hat stepped out from the crowd and made a jaw-dropping offer. I will pay 5 billion. Without a moment's hesitation, Junsu yelled, sold for 5 billion. Once he agreed, the crowd dispersed. The woman approached him and said, I will transfer the money to you now. Junsu gave her his account details. The woman quickly sent the money, then asked skeptically, by the way, did you really kill that thing alone? Junsu gave a slight nod. Yep. I just got really lucky. The woman scoffed, a smirk on her face. There is no such thing as pure luck in a hunt. It had a lot to do with your skill too. With that, she handed him a business card. This is my card. I would be grateful if you contacted me later. Then she turned and walked away. Junsu looked at the business card in his hand. Junjin. The name seemed familiar. Probably just some other super rich person. But Junsu did not think much of it. He would gotten the tiger's heart, and an extra 5 billion on top of that. He was already incredibly lucky. 2 days later, Junsu was back at his place. He headed straight for the training room, looking at the potion in his hand. He nodded with satisfaction. You could tell its quality just from the color. After bringing back the tiger's heart, Junsu had given it to Choi Seo for refinement. The man had said there would be no side effects, and he seemed so confident that Junsu decided to trust him. Still, Junsu sighed and muttered, I am still a bit nervous. Just in case, he decided to set up his traits first. Then, Junsu downed the entire potion. In an instant, a heat like molten lava erupted throughout his body. Junsu's body is beginning to evolve as it detects the accumulating spiritual adrena hormone. Its effects are starting to show. Much to Junsu's delight, it is regenerating his magic circuit. And he has reached level 4. Junsu could not be more satisfied. Now that he is level 4, it feels completely different. As if his very soul has ascended to a new level. On top of that, he also gained the new attribute. Berserk, just as Choi Seo said. The crafting was a success, and it explained why Junsu went there to hunt monsters and sell his items. With the traits he would gain through battles. And by combining the traits in his equipment with this diamond, he obtained the reinforced and giant traits. Junsu nodded in satisfaction. The preparations were complete. Now for the final step. At that moment, Junsu's body began to change. The muscle fibers inside suddenly tore apart, and his very bone structure was being realigned. Before long, the traits began to merge. Junsu had obtained the strength of a giant. Looking down at his reinforced body, he was ecstatic. I finally did it. The strength of a giant. This is a top-tier warrior trait, but Junsu quickly noticed a problem. He was getting wider. Oh well. Let us see just how strong I have become. Immediately after, Junsu threw a punch towards the glass. In an instant, the entire glass surface shattered. Junsu muttered in satisfaction. It shattered from the shockwave alone. This power is incredible, but it does have a serious side effect, just as I thought. To use this trait, I also need a diamond body to make my body sturdier. Or the invincible trait, which increases recovery speed. But both of those are top-tier traits. I can learn them from equipment. Just like before, the problem is, I am all out of damn diamonds. This is a real headache. But he quickly thought of a way. I know exactly where to get more. I just have to go there. But when he got there, he was hit with some shocking news. They were out of diamonds. Junbok sighed and said, "We are all out. The earliest we will have more is next month." Hearing this, Junsu cried out in alarm. "Next month is too late." Junbok then suddenly whispered, "In that case, sir, would you mind coming with me to the mine to get the diamonds yourself?" Junsu was stunned. He did not remember this being in the game. Junbok spoke in a low voice. "This is a trip that must be kept secret at all costs. Do you have any beast lures?" Without a moment's hesitation, Junsu had, "Of course, I will." That evening, on the bustling streets of Seoul, Junbok drove Juns. He spoke slowly. "I am sure you understand. To get something like a diamond, you have to take some risks. Right?" Junsu nodded slightly. "Of course." Hearing this, Junbok warned him, "Take a good look first. If you feel like it is too much, you can still back out." Junsu could not understand why he was suddenly saying that, but that is when he realized something. The car was heading towards Buncheon. Speeding straight ahead without any sign of stopping, Junsu finally understood where they were headed. It was a place where superhumans fought for their very lives. The largest underground arena in the capital. A brutal coliseum for one-on-one duels. Once you step onto that stage, you can spill blood, but you can never accept defeat. A short while later, beneath a lavish building in Buncheon, Junbok and Junsu slowly made their way inside as the crowd roared with endless cheers. Junsu glanced around, unable to hold back his awe. This place is massive. Hearing that, Junbok asked with a hint of suspicion. "You know about this arena?" Junsu answered nonchalantly. "I have only heard rumors. By the way, you must have some connection to this place." "Right." Junbok let out a soft chuckle, smirking as he spoke. "Haha. You have got me figured out." Junsu had wondered where he got all those rare items. So this was the place. Now that he thought about it, Kim Junbok's background in the game was always suspicious. While he was lost in thought, Junbok spoke up again. "Just so you know, I did not bring you here to fight up there." Junsu muttered with a pout. "But bringing me here as part of your plan is not." Junbok nodded sheepishly. "You are right. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. This is one of the fastest ways to get diamonds. The rules are simple enough. The winner takes the loser's diamonds, and the loser has to destroy their own magic circle to create those diamonds." After hearing that, Junsu's brow furrowed. "So basically, it is like resetting all of your experience points." After a long silence, he slowly spoke. "So I have to bet my entire life on this. The bigger the risk, the bigger the reward." Junbok nodded slightly. "Exactly. If this is not for you, we can just leave." But before he could even finish, Junsu cut him off with a smile. "Leave? Where do I sign up? This is the perfect chance to earn some diamonds." Hearing that, Junbok eagerly stepped up. "Since I am your sponsor, I will handle the registration." Junsu looked at him with suspicion. "And what do you get out of it?" Junbok said cheerfully. "Half of the winnings will be yours. The rest goes to me and the organizers." Junsu did not object. "Sounds good to me. Let me experience this place for myself." And so, Junsu stepped into the arena to fight. His opponent was a massive brute who charged at him relentlessly. No matter how he tried to dodge, this enraged the brute, who roared, "Are you just going to keep running like a coward? I will crush you with these muscles in a single blow." Just then, Junsu suddenly let out a cold smirk. "You talk too much. Now, it is my turn. Is not." As he spoke, he activated the trait Giant's Strength and landed a single punch right in the brute's face, a one-hit knockout. The brute just collapsed. Naturally, the winner was Junsu. Seeing this, Junbok rushed down to congratulate him. "That was incredible. That is a 5-win streak." Junsu grinned. "I bet you are swimming in diamonds now. All thanks to me." Junbok started massaging his shoulders gleefully, grinning from ear to ear. "Not just diamonds, but a mountain of cash too. So what are you going to do with all the money you earned today?" Junsu thought for a moment before replying. "I will probably buy a new set of items." Junbok's eyes immediately lit up. "So you are only interested in getting stronger?" Junsu nodded nonchalantly. "Yeah. Of course, because in Araction, strength determines your rank." And he refused to live like some loser getting pushed around by this world. Just then, Junbok suddenly spoke up. It seems you have received a challenge. A surprised Junsu asked. From who? Junbok replied plainly. From a level 4 superhuman named the Wrecking King, the top ranker. Junsu froze when he heard the name. Junbok felt this would be a tough one. Advising him. This seems a bit difficult. You do not have to accept the challenge. However, it seemed Junsu already knew the name and accepted the challenge without hesitation. A moment later, he stepped onto the stage once again, below in the stands. The crowd began to roar for them. A large, masked man was already standing on the stage. Hearing the crowd chant his name, he savored it with satisfaction. This man was the Wrecking King, a level 4 superhuman. The Wrecking King looked at Junsu and laughed. I never thought you would accept my challenge. Kid. It seems you have lost your mind. At the same time, Junsu narrowed his eyes, observing his opponent. The Wrecking King was definitely a completely different kind of foe. The Wrecking King is an SAR-ranked character specializing in close combat, possessing immense strength and fighting techniques. For in SAR rank in hand-to-hand combat, he is the strongest, possessing as many as 3 high-level traits. But he can still be defeated. In the game, the Wrecking King was level 5, but here he is only level 4. On top of that, Junsu was starting to feel that the diamond reward for this was not good enough anymore. Just as he was thinking, the Wrecking King charged forward, roaring incessantly. I am going to smash that smiling face of yours. Get ready to become a pile of minced meat. Rolling and crying on the ground. Just like that, his fists flew relentlessly. Yet Junsu still managed to dodge them. He was not afraid in the slightest, even taunting with a smile. I was about to say the same thing to you. At that moment, the Wrecking King rushed in and grabbed Junsu in a bear hug. But Junsu, in contrast, was perfectly calm. Just as expected. He knew this guy would charge in. The Wrecking King is a wrestler. Once he lifts an opponent, he immediately slams them to the ground. But there was one thing the Wrecking King did not know. His opponent this time was Junsu, someone who would not go down so easily. Sure enough, just as the Wrecking King prepared to slam him to the ground, he suddenly twisted his body. Junsu added giant strength, super strength, and power, then activated a counter-attack at the perfect moment. A perfectly cinematic spin from Junsu unfolded on the stage. And then he drove his elbow into the Wrecking King's stomach. That one blow made him spit out a mouthful of fresh blood, but the Wrecking King reacted quickly. Grabbing Junsu's arm, he then locked his neck tightly. But Junsu had already predicted this move and escaped with ease. Next, he grabbed the Wrecking King by the collar and viciously threw him to the ground. Because of that, Junsu acquired the suppression trait, which made him quite happy. The Wrecking King scrambled to his feet, looking at him in disbelief. How? Junsu smiled coolly and said, You are probably wondering how I predicted all your moves to dodge them. But you are out of luck. I have only just begun. After obtaining suppression, he had collected all 6 basic combat traits. And when these traits are combined, they evolve into a single unique trait. Melee, Junsu smirked and said, Alright, let us see just how strong you really are. Hearing this, the King of Destruction was stunned. He frowned and muttered, What are you planning to do? Before he could even process what was happening, Junsu lunged forward to attack. The King of Destruction did not dare let his guard down, quickly raising his arms to block, but still asked in confusion, What the hell is this? What did you do? Your whole aura suddenly feels completely different. With a soft chuckle, Junsu smirked and said, You are pretty sharp. No wonder you are ranked so high. He was right. For a rookie who just entered the arena, he should not have had that kind of experience. But he became a complete warrior after obtaining the melee trait. Equipping it allows Junsu's normal attacks to trigger the continuous combo trait, and it also adds several buffs to his strikes. The King of Destruction was cornered and forced to fight back, but Junsu still dodged every move. Then, he caught the King of Destruction's punching arm. While using this trait, Junsu also combined it with several other basic traits. That is why even the King of Destruction was no match for him. In that instant, Junsu locked the King of Destruction's arm and neck with his legs, immobilizing him completely. He raised an eyebrow and said, Surrender. Unless you want me to break your arm. Overwhelmed by the pain, the King of Destruction cried out in a trembling voice, I lose. I surrender. Immediately, the referee announced in a booming voice, The winner is Warrior Kim. To everyone's astonishment, he had climbed to the number 1 spot in the level 4 superhuman tournament. Junsu was incredibly pleased with this result. Down in the stands, the crowd began to cheer his name, calling him the Warrior King. Junsu was mortified by that nickname. Just then, the referee spoke again. Now, we will begin the diamond creation process. Junsu narrowed his eyes at the King of Destruction. Would he really give up all the power he had struggled to gather? The King of Destruction bit his lip so hard it almost bled. After a moment of thought, he finally spoke up. I want to use the special contract. Hearing that, the referee asked doubtfully, are you sure you want to use it? The special contract was an agreement the organizers made with the King of Destruction when he became the #1 warrior. The condition was that if he were defeated, the organizers would pay the diamonds in his place. However, this required the winner's approval, so the referee turned to Junsu and asked, do you agree? Without waiting for Junsu to answer, the King of Destruction continued, if you agree, I will give you 10 diamonds. But Junsu just shook his head and said, that is not enough. His words left both the King of Destruction and the referee completely stunned. The power of a level 4 and Sol rank beastman was in his grasp, so Junsu had to press his advantage. He began to name his price. I want one thing, but is not diamonds. Junsu said that if he was given the Iron Fist, he would accept the condition. As soon as he said that, a flicker of panic crossed the King of Destruction's face. He avoided Junsu's eyes, muttering in a low voice, what is an Iron Fist? It is too late to pretend you do not know now. Junsu had already seen his shocked expression. He smirked and said, I won't accept anything less than 10 diamonds and the Iron Fist. The King of Destruction bit his lip aggressively, hesitating for a long moment before asking with suspicion, how did you know? Junsu did not answer, but simply returned the question coolly. So what will you do now? He knew the man could not refuse. If he broke the magic circle to create diamonds, he would lose all of his skills. The King of Destruction thought for a long time before speaking. I will give you the Iron Fist. But you must return to the arena later to fight me and wager it. Without a moment's hesitation, Junsu smiled and said, sounds interesting. We can decide on the time later then. And just like that, Junsu got his hands on the Iron Fist. He left the underground arena and headed home. He chuckled gleefully. Look at this aura. This is awesome. It can even reduce damage. This is practically a cheat item. On top of that, Junsu also got a mountain of diamonds. Even after getting a high-grade attribute, he would probably still have a ton left. So after that, he added the healing attribute from the necklace the golden priest had given him. A stream of magical energy quickly appeared around the necklace, and Junsu's entire body began to change as well. Before long, he gained a new attribute. Immortality. He cried out in excitement. Now I have giant strength and immortality. I just need one more to complete my perfect 3-trait warrior build. With that, Junsu stored the pile of diamonds away. He had to keep them safe. While he was celebrating, his phone suddenly rang. The caller had showed the name Jin Yang. Seeing the name, Junsu raised an eyebrow and muttered, is not that the hunter who bought the tiger? A short while later, at the Hunters Guild, Junsu had come here at Jin Yang's request. She led him to the top floor of the building and spoke gratefully. Thank you for coming. Our guild master is very eager to meet you. Junsu was also eager to meet him, because the NPC Hunters Guild master was famous for being generous with rewards. Soon enough, they entered a room where a man in a black suit was waiting for them. He smiled warmly and greeted them. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am the Hunters Guild master, Jun Baiwan. Jun stared, stunned, at the man in front of him. This is not the guild master. He is the boss of the assassins organization. What is he doing here? However, he did not say anything out loud. He politely shook Baiwang Jin's hand and said in a low voice, it is an honor to meet you, sir. I am Chin Bin Kim. Baiwang Jin chuckled softly and said, haha, the honor is all mine. Junsu finally remembered. After a few stories at the Hunters Guild, that guy was kicked out. But this is so strange. Just then, someone rushed in from outside. Speaking apologetically, I am sorry for being late. Baiwang Jin glanced at the man and asked, Director Kang, what is going on? Is it about that matter? Director Kang scratched his head awkwardly. I heard the one who defeated the Field King was here, so naturally I rushed over. Besides, today is the unification tournament. Junsu silently observed the man before him. This guy is the guild master from the game. What in the world is going on? At that moment, Director Kang stepped forward to greet him. I am Director Kang. You can just call me Kisok. Junsu shook his head with a smile. How could I address you so informally? You are too kind. Director Kang. Seeing the two of them chatting pleasantly, Baiwang Jin cut. If you are done with introductions, shall we get down to business? Junsu and Kisok both glanced toward him. Baiwang Jin spoke calmly. Superman. We want to invite you to become an official member of our guild, the Hunters Guild. I will have to think about it. Junsu replied, raising an eyebrow. Becoming an official member sounds nice. But he was a little hesitant about the guild master. Baiwang Jin then spoke again to persuade him. To be frank, our guild is currently building a high-level hunting ground in Xianchan. Truthfully, our guild's current position is not exactly stable. Right now, we are only permitted to hunt in 2 zones. But if there is any trouble with those permits, we will be in a tight spot. That is why we want to create a territory where we can hunt without any permits. We need someone with your skills, Junsu, to establish it. Hearing that, Junsu felt it sounded plausible. Before he could say anything, Kisuk spoke up. Guildmaster. That is not our true goal. Our guildmaster does not just want to create a hunting ground. He wants us to be recognized as an army and build an armed kingdom in Xianchan. Junsu was stunned. Isn't that a bit too ambitious for a single guild? The warlords in those two zones have immense influence. With their own independent histories and private armies. That is right. So it is impossible. Kisuk agreed. But Bai Wangjin cut him off sharply. It is possible. He narrowed his eyes at Junsu, making an incredibly determined offer. Golden Bone Man. If you lend us your strength, I can give you my position in the future. Junsu's brow furrowed. The guild master's position. That guy's eyes are burning with ambition, not to be outdone. Kisuk chimed in with a bright smile. Just forget all that for now and join us. I promise I will take great care of you. Hearing this, Jin Yang snorted in disdain. Director Kang. You think I can't do that? Kisuk scratched his head awkwardly, stammering without being able to form a sentence. Junsu glanced at her, then back at Bai Wangjin. That guy is suspicious. And completely unpredictable. If something were to happen to Kisuk, the one who is supposed to give me the offer later, things would get very complicated. While Junsu was lost in thought, Kisuk pushed Jin Yang aside. His smile as bright as ever. Golden Bone Man. If you join, you will even get a tax reduction. Plus, you will get to enjoy the unification tournament today. After a moment of thought, Junsu made his decision. I have to protect Kisuk. He then agreed cheerfully. That sounds good. Alright, I will join. Afterward, Kisuk gave Junsu a ride. The man laughed cheerfully. Ha, I owe you one now. I was so worried the guild master had gotten to you first. That is why I rushed over. To be honest, I get nervous whenever he tries to get close to someone. Junsu sat in the passenger seat, listening to Kisuk ramble on, and sighed helplessly. The game never mentioned this old guy was so talkative. With that thought, he curiously asked Director Kang why he did not establish his own private hunting ground. Kisuk answered without hesitation. It is because of the Xianchan faction. Junsu was a little confused. So the old man slowly explained that they are a group of members on the chairman's side. They do not bother with hunting. They only care about politics. After hearing that, Junsu raised an eyebrow and muttered. So the chairman is trying to recruit me to his side. Kisuk gave a slight nod. That is right. He is going about it the wrong way. Shouldn't he be focusing on what is most important for the guild, instead of worrying about such meaningless things? But recently, all the members on Kisuk's side have been sent elsewhere, so the old man's position is pretty unstable. Hearing that, Junsu could not help but reflect to himself. He would thought Kisuk was just a cheerful, simple, happy-go-lucky guy. But he is actually quite thoughtful, is not? The car continued to drive through the desolate wasteland. A short while later, they finally stopped at a camp. This was a private hunting ground for the Hunters Guild. Junsu walked inside alone, looking all around. He could not help but think, there are so many hunters here. Just then, Jin Yang approached to greet him. Hunter Kim, you are finally here. Weren't you with Director Kang? Junsu replied with an awkward smile.
Yep.
He suddenly said he had to use the restroom, so But before he could finish, Jin Yang coldly cut him off. Good. There is something I need to tell you. Getting too close to Director Kang is not a good idea. Junsu frowned slightly, asking skeptically. Do you think I am going to join his faction? Jin Yang did not answer, simply stating coldly. It seems you already know about the factions within our guild. Junsu nodded slightly. I have a general idea. You all have different ways of thinking, Jin Yang said flatly. That is right. He is the type who gets so caught up in minor details that he can't see the big picture. While they were talking, Junsu was secretly observing her. He finally noticed an important detail. Golden eyes and a mole. Jin Yang is a member of Bai Wangjin's assassin organization. Now he understood. The Xianchan Guild is the predecessor to that organization. Unaware of his thoughts, she continued. It is the same with the hunting grounds. He loses his mind over minor actions that barely even break the law. Junsu let out a soft chuckle, smirking as he said. But I actually quite like him. He does not talk behind people's backs and he is very honest. Her words made Jin Yang's expression darken. She huffed coldly. Suit yourself. Just do not come to regret it later. With that, she turned and walked away. Junsu said nothing more. Now that he had a grasp of the situation, it was time to start preparing. Right after that, Junsu went into a resting tent, slipped into the bathroom, and slathered a thick layer of sunscreen all over his face. The smell of the cream almost made him gag right then and there, but Junsu had to endure it. He needed to acquire the sensitive skin trait first. After waiting for a while, once he had acquired the trait, Junsu washed it all off. Finally, he had gathered enough traits. When combined, they would become an absolute attribute, incredibly useful for hunting. The sixth sense. Junsu smiled in satisfaction. The sixth sense is not just useful for hunting, it is also perfect for situations like this. After getting himself ready, Junsu stepped outside. He murmured to himself, "Should I take a walk and see what kind of malicious thoughts they are hiding?" Just then, he suddenly saw something. Ahead, two men were radiating a murderous aura. Not only that, but everyone around them was the same. Junsu was stunned. What is this? Don't tell me most of the people here are demons. While he was lost in thought, Ki-sok approached, carrying 2 bottles of soju, with that same simple smile on his face. "Warrior Kim, I have finally found you. Let us have a drink before the competition starts." 2 other men were behind him, both trusted subordinates. They rushed to greet him. "Director Kang has told us so many good things about you." Because from the men Ki-sok considered his trusted aides, he could smell it. The full stench of a traitor. So after that, Junsu stood apart, letting Ki-sok and his crew eat and drink as they pleased. He sighed helplessly. They were having so much fun, completely oblivious to the snake in the grass. I need to tell Ki-sok. But would he believe someone he just met today? While Junsu was thinking, one of Ki-sok's men approached him. 9-bottle Kim. Could you watch the director for a moment? Junsu gave a slight nod. All right. Now completely drunk, staggered over and put an arm around Junsu's shoulder. 9-bottle Kim. How are you liking this team-building event? It is. Junsu could only laugh in response. Haha. Yeah. It is a lot of fun. Especially with a traitor in our midst. The subordinate returned a moment later, carrying a case of drinks. As he poured, he said, I will have a whiskey. And for the director, it has to be a soju bomb. Right. I will make it a special one for you. Hearing that, Ki-sok cheered excitedly. Manager Choi makes the best drinks. Manager Choi quickly filled a glass and handed it to Ki-sok with a smile. Let us down this in one go. Ki-sok did not hesitate, reaching for the glass. One shot. Sounds good to me. But just then, Junsu stepped forward to stop him. Wait, you drink it first. His words startled Manager Choi. He asked suspiciously. What are you talking about? Junsu narrowed his eyes at Manager Choi and spoke coldly. What is the matter? Is there some reason you can't drink it? The best time to catch a traitor is right when they are putting their plan into action. While pouring that drink, Manager Choi was radiating a thick, murderous aura. And he looked anxious, too. In a situation like this, poison would be the perfect way to kill Ki-sok. With that, Junsu pushed the glass toward him again, questioning him directly. Or did you perhaps put poison in here? His words made Manager Choi flinch. What are you talking about? He asked. Panicking. Stop with this nonsense. Confused, also chimed in. Warrior Kim. What is this all of a sudden? Junsu did not answer him, his voice firm as he repeated the command. If there is nothing in it, then drink. Seeing Manager Choi still frozen on the spot, Junsu moved the glass right in front of his face as if to force it on him. Realizing things were going south, he slapped Junsu's hand away, shouting coldly, Get away from me. The drink spilled all over the ground, and a guilty Manager Choi lowered his head. The sight left Ki-sok stunned. He cursed in disbelief. You bastard. Manager Choi. Did you really poison it? Seeing that the jig was up, Manager Choi dropped the facade. You are the one who betrayed us first. I heard it all from the chairman. You blocked my promotion to director. As the two of them argued, Manager Choi suddenly launched a kick at Ki-se, but Junsu was faster, grabbing his arm, twisting it behind his back, and pinning him. He pressed his sword to Manager Choi's neck, his voice a low threat. So the betrayal was real. What should I do with you now? The man stammered in terror. Oh wait. Please, spare my life. Junsu paid him no mind, looking up at Ki-sok who was trembling with rage. Or would you prefer to do it yourself? Director. Manager Choi tried to say something more, but Ki-sok had already drawn his weapon. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his weapon. Blood sprayed like a fountain as Manager Choi's head flew from his shoulders. Ki-sok wiped the blood from his face and said coldly, You fool. I knew you were greedy, but trying to kill me for a promotion. Right after that, the three of them drove away from that place. Ki-sok was still seething, cursing nonstop. The bastard Jun Byung-jin. Does he really hate me that much? So that is why he sent all my people away. That filthy bastard. But at that moment, truck suddenly sped up alongside their car, and the person inside was Jin I-yang. She smirked and said, I heard you caught some valuable prey. Seeing her, Kiseoke's expression grew serious. But he forced himself to stay calm. Yeah, just some ordinary prey. Jin Yang scoffed. Come on now. Tell me the truth. I heard you captured Manager Choi. As she spoke, she drew a gun and aimed it at Ki-seok. Seeing this, Junsu instantly activated a different trait, then slammed his foot on the gas and sped away. It was not just Jin Yang behind them now. Many other cars had joined the chase. Junsu's car quickly broke through their blockade, but a hail of bullets still chased them from behind. Ki-seok was not one to back down. He leaned out of the car window and roared, "You damn woman. Jinai. Who the hell do you think you are shooting at?" The moment the words left his mouth, he hurled a grenade back at them. A massive explosion erupted, filling the sky with fire and smoke. However, Jin Yang's vehicle remained unscathed. Ki-seok grumbled, "Hunter Kim, can you slow down a bit?" But Junsu just smirked and replied, "Want me to show you how it is done?" Before the confused Ki-seok could even process that, he saw Junsu leaning out of the car, aiming a gun at the pursuers. Junsu had switched to a marksmanship trait, adding a lightning effect and reducing the gun's recoil, with the bonus from 3 traits. He could perceive all their movements and use his sixth sense to aim, and then Junsu pulled the trigger. The bullet cut through the wind and slammed directly into a tire, making the vehicle swerve off course. Junsu kept firing, and one by one, the pursuing cars veered out of control. Seeing this, Kiseoke's subordinate could not help but gasp in amazement. Insane. That is god-tier marksmanship. Ki-seok nodded in agreement. You are a real monster. Hunter Kim. But at that moment, Jin Yang's vehicle managed to catch up to the 3 of them. Her gaze was venomous. As if she wanted to kill the 3 of them right then and there, Junsu changed his trait again, and his car suddenly reversed its momentum, slamming into Jin Yang's vehicle in a shocking maneuver. And just like that, they escaped the pincer attack of the 2 pickup trucks. Junsu drove with incredible skill, making a bold escape. He left Jin Yang fuming, who screamed hysterically, "Damn it. Hurry up and catch them." Through the rearview mirror, Junsu saw 5 cars still hot on his tail. He once again showed off his slick driving skills to get away. Junsu let out a satisfied sigh of relief. That was close. Meanwhile, the 2 people with him nearly threw up in the car. A short while later, they arrived at another base. But the guards outside blocked their entry. Kaiksov hastily explained, "This is Level 4 Warrior Kim from the Hunters Association. Just back from a hunt." The guard listened and nodded indifferently. "But what is all that commotion behind you?" Jin Yang's crew had followed them like a pack of dogs, all the way to this place. Jin Yang leaped out of her car and ordered her subordinates, "Lower your weapons." The guard narrowed his eyes, warning them, "Any disruptive behavior within Chogun territory will be considered a direct challenge to the general." Junsu gave a slight nod. "I understand. I won't cause any trouble." Just then, Bai Wangjin arrived, shouting aggressively, "Wait, don't let them in. They are criminals. Murderers." The guard replied coldly, "The Chogun army does not interfere with events that take place in the hunting grounds. You are aware of this, are not you?" "Chairman," Bai Wangjin opened his mouth to protest, but the guard's expression darkened. "Are you challenging the authority of the general of the Eastern Army? Is that what you wish to do?" Bai Wangjin was rendered speechless, his face draining of all color. After a moment, he turned to Kaiksov, running away like a rat. "Did you hire a professional driver?" Kaiksov just laughed and said, "That was all thanks to our Hunter Kim. He is skilled at hunting, driving, and even shooting. If I had a daughter, I would have married her to him in a heartbeat." Bai Wangjin was enraged, grinding his teeth. "I can't believe a superhuman like Kim would side with the likes of you." Sensing things were getting out of hand, Junsu tried to intervene. "Director Kang, let us calm down. We should not cause bloodshed here." But Kaiksov pouted. "No way. Have you forgotten we are in Chogun? What is all this noise?" Just then, an authoritative shout rang out, startling everyone. An imposing figure stepped out from inside. It was Gu Haiwang, a level 7 warrior and the general of the Eastern Army. Upon seeing him, the men immediately bowed. "General. My apologies. We were just having a conversation." Junsu raised an eyebrow slightly as he watched the man. "That is him." Haiwang glared at them and boomed. "The grudges between hunters are none of my business. And that rule applies in Chogun. Do you all think Chogun is some kind of playground?" Kaiksov and Bai Wangjin were so thoroughly reprimanded they could not utter a word. Haiwang continued his cold warning. "If something like this ever happens again." But before he could finish, his gaze suddenly fell upon Junsu. Haiwang silently observed him for a long moment. After a long pause, he announced decisively, "Forget it. Just this once. The Eastern Army will intervene in this matter. Bai Wangjin was stunned and cried out. General. This is clearly an internal matter for the Hunter Association. But Haiwang-1 remained firm and declared. This is an order from above. These words terrified Qi Xiao and Bai Wangjin even more. Haiwang-1 said no more. Calmly announcing. Tomorrow afternoon, a duel of honor will be held in front of City Hall. Only one person from each side may step forward. With that, he turned his gaze to Junsu. Junsu frowned in surprise. Why is he looking at me? Haiwang-1 stared at him for a moment before looking away and declaring. The loser must willingly offer up their head. If you refuse this duel, I will be the one to pass judgment. The next day, a crowd gathered in front of City Hall as the rain poured down. Qi Xiao looked at Junsu with concern. Hunter Kim, are you sure about this? Even though you volunteered. This is... Don't worry. Junsu cut him off coolly before he could finish. This duel of honor is just a test. After all, a sudden duel proposal. It has to be that guy's doing. The level 8 superhuman, silently watching from inside City Hall, the general of the Eastern Wastelands. Wu Zichong, thinking of him. Junsu smirked. Let us watch carefully and see what I am capable of. A moment later, in the center of the square, Junsu and Bai Yongjin stood ready for their duel. Bai Yongjin narrowed his eyes at him and spoke coldly. What a shame. Hunter Kim, if you had just joined our Hunter Association, we could have been allies. Hearing this, Junsu burst out laughing. He waved a hand dismissively. I am not interested in working with filth like you. Those words made Bai Yongjin grit his teeth in fury. He roared. Since you have made your choice, I have no choice but to kill you all. The moment the words left his mouth, Bai Yongjin unleashed his demonic power. The crowd cried out in terror. A vampire. Is he a shape-shifting demon? Junsu understood their shock. Vampires were supposed to have been wiped out, but I already knew what he was. And I came prepared. The night before, Junsu had asked Karyak to find something for him. The old man's trusted subordinate brought him a small amount. Then asked doubtfully. I searched every nearby market to find as much as possible. Are you sure this is enough to handle that vampire Jin? Junsu smirked. Manager back. You are always in such a rush. Then, he started merging his attributes into one, and with that, Junsu acquired the diamond body trait, completing his set of 3 primary traits. Back in the present, Bai Wangjin was launching a furious assault on Junsu, wasting no time. Junsu raised his shield to defend. His eyes widened in disbelief. He easily blocked my attack. A pathetic level 4. Junsu scoffed coldly. I am not weak enough to lose to a monster like you. Immediately, he swung his sword, forcing Bai Wangjin back. He gritted his teeth. What is this strength? Don't tell me he was hiding his real level. This is the so-called ultimate game-breaking combo, comprised of tier traits, and Junsu possesses all 3 of these traits. It can maximize the giant's strength, especially when combined with his diamond and immortal body. Having gained the upper hand, Junsu quickly charged at Bai Wangjin. Launching a relentless assault, he forced him onto the defensive. One step at a time. In an instant, Bai Wangjin's claws were shattered, his eyes burning with rage. He roared madly. If it has come to this, then I have no other choice. The moment the words left his mouth, Bai Wangjin's body began to transform. His sharp fangs rapidly elongated. A new set of claws formed as well. Strange pincers even sprouted from Bai Wangjin's back. The two watching from the sidelines muttered in horror at the sight. Impossible. A mutated monster. This is the second awakened form of a demon, achieved by using the mutation trait. The risk is losing control and becoming a monster. But once awakened, it has enough power to wipe out an entire team of level 5s. That is why we have to destroy it before it fully evolves. Just then, the mutated Bai Wangjin lunged at Junsu. Junsu countered with his black flames. But Bai Wangjin's pincers simply scattered them apart. Junsu was shocked. It can withstand the black flames. If it fully awakens, it will definitely surpass level 7 with ease. At that very moment, one of Bai Wangjin's legs shot forward. Junsu could not react in time and was slammed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He thought, what is this monstrous power? Seizing the opportunity, Bai Wangjin charged forward madly and gloated. I truly regret this. Warrior Kim. To think I have to kill such a valuable talent with my own hands. A barrage of sharp pincers descended on Junsu all at once. Boom. The ground all around was completely shattered, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. Bai Wangjin stood tall, gazing at the destruction before him. He thought he had won. But a sigh from within the smoke startled him. As Junsu rose from the rubble, he said coldly, I was almost a goner there. The iron fist of the King of Destruction had now appeared in his hand. Bai Wangjin cried out in disbelief. What in the world? With that awakened power? You should have died for sure. I would have been. but my black flames were already slowing down Bai Wang Jin's transformation. Junsu chuckled. Now that you are done, I believe it is my turn. If its evolution has been hindered, then there is only one thing left to do. I just need to slit its throat before it can fully evolve. With that thought, Junsu unleashed a slash, and a brilliant arc of sword light shot forward furiously. He smirked and said, "Farewell, monster." Bai Wang Jin watched in absolute terror as the brilliant sword slash rushed toward him. But there was nothing he could do. He was simply split in two. When the light faded, a large fissure had formed on the ground, and Bai Wang Jin had vanished without a trace. Kaikzok and the other man excitedly surrounded Junsu, cheering. "You actually defeated a level 5 Macadong. I saw it with my own eyes. But I still can't believe it. You are incredible." In contrast, Bai Wang Jin's faction was in a state of utter panic, completely lost and unsure of what to do. Jin Niang was in the same state. She never imagined Bai Wang Jin would be defeated just like that. Junsu paid them no mind. He glanced at Kixok and asked, "What are your plans for the Hunters Association now?" After a moment of thought, Kixok suggested, "Why did not you become the chairman of the association?" "Hunter Kim." Junsu shook his head gently. "Director, you are the one who understands the association best. That is why I believe you can do it." As they were talking, a military officer approached them. "Warrior Kim, come with me. The general wishes to see you." Hearing this, Junsu smirked. Just as he would predicted, Ji Jun had been observing the battle the entire time. A little later, at the Wawang Palace, people were already waiting inside. Junsu entered and bowed his head. "Greetings. I am Warrior Kim." He then raised his head to look at the person seated in the center. "So this is General Ji Jun of Wawang. I thought he was over 100 years old. But he does not look it at all." While Junsu was thinking, Ji Jun suddenly spoke. "Yeah. Your fighting style is quite refreshing. Who taught you?" Even without him releasing any mana, the pressure from his presence was overwhelming. Junsu took a deep breath to compose himself and answered, "I have no master. You are self-taught." The two men sitting on either side of him chimed in. "Your movements are truly those of an outsider. Your swordsmanship has barely passed the basics. And your movements are clumsy." Junsu felt a little annoyed at their assessment. Unaware of what Junsu was thinking, Jijian continued, "The more I watch you, the more interesting you become. Have you considered becoming my disciple?" This offer was not surprising. In the game, choosing the warrior class would lead to this exact event. Becoming Ji Jun's disciple would make one terrifyingly powerful. And the ultimate reward was the general's martial art, the Wawang swordsmanship. But this time, Junsu bowed his head and refused. "I am deeply honored and truly grateful. But I want to try walking my own path." His words stunned everyone. They exclaimed in disbelief, "How dare he refuse father's offer? Are you out of your mind?" Junsu remained silent. "If I will be bound by too many restrictions. Taking the easy way out is not always the correct answer." Ji Jun remained silent. But the people around him were causing a commotion. It made him lose his patience. And he erupted with a powerful aura, roaring, "Silence, all of you. Be quiet." The aura radiating from Ji Jun made everyone around him feel dizzy. Even Junsu felt as if something was crushing his body. "The pressure alone felt like it could shatter my body. But I can endure it. Is it because of my trait?" Jijian was a little surprised to see Junsu still standing firm against his aura. He withdrew his aura and spoke coolly. "You can withstand it. You have potential. So why did you refuse to become my disciple?" Junsu shuddered. It was like standing before a tiger larger than a mountain. Junsu took a deep breath and spoke with determination. "I have a dream to become a level 9 superhuman on my own. To reach the rank of the constellations. A place only 4 people have ever reached." Hearing this, Jijun was slightly surprised. He spoke slowly. "To become as strong as a level 9 warrior, you will need to learn advanced swordsmanship and proper training methods. More than anything else, you need enlightenment. When you reach level 7, you might be held back by your vices." But Junsu spoke with conviction. "Even so, right or wrong, I want to walk my own path. So that is your answer?" Hearing this, Ji Jun could not help but laugh. "Very good. I respect that indomitable spirit of yours." As he finished speaking, he reached for the sword beside him. He then threw it to Junsu. The sight shocked everyone in the room. Junsu looked at the sword in his hands, his eyes sparkling like stars. "This is an SAR rank item, the Hakho sword." While Junsu was still bewildered, Ji Jun spoke again. "Come here and take this, too." Junsu obediently approached him and respectfully took what he was offered. Jian spoke slowly. "This is the Ho Hong swordsmanship. I heard your swordsmanship clearly embodies the essence of strength. The Ho Hong swordsmanship is the same. It blends strength and speed, so it should be a perfect fit for you, Junsu." This was all so sudden. Junsu was stunned for a moment before speaking. Thank you, General. But why are you giving these to me? I do not mean to be ungrateful. But this is a lot of pressure. Ji Jun laughed casually. I am giving them to you because I see your spirit. And your potential. If you can reach level 9 within 10 years. Or even just level 8. The Eastern Army will be yours. At those words, Junsu was once again thrown into shock. The others were just as shocked. They all began to protest. General, this is ridiculous. He is just a foreigner. But Ji Jun was resolute. He declared fiercely. Listen up. Anyone here who reaches level 8 can inherit my position. Hearing that, the others finally quieted down. Then, Ji Jun turned back to Junsu. You have 10 years. During that time, you may do as you please. But if you cannot reach level 8, you must return the Hakko sword. Hearing this, Junsu tightened his grip on the sword. After a long moment, he knelt and spoke solemnly. I will take your words to heart, and I will show you the results in 5 years. Junsu had no intention of inheriting the Eastern Army, but holding on to the offer was not a bad idea. Besides, it is rude to refuse such kindness. The next day, Junsu finally returned to the city. Sitting in the Hunters Guild headquarters, Kisiok laughed cheerfully. Guess who is going to be called Lord Hakko from now on? But why did you turn down his offer to become his disciple? Junsu replied nonchalantly. I have a dream of making it on my own, to collect all 3 divine swords. I can't be tied down to any organization. So Rin has the connection. So I just need to wait for her to awaken as a fire warrior. But I still have not met Janet or Kali. Thinking about this, he could not help but sigh. Kisiok, unaware of Junsu's thoughts, continued to laugh and said, Haha, you truly are one of a kind. Honestly. Without you, our association would probably be in grave danger by now. At this point, the man suddenly stopped, then grasped Junsu's hand firmly and said with gravity, Since you refused the chairman's seat, how about becoming our honorary director? Hearing this, Junsu raised an eyebrow in surprise. Honorary director. Seeing his stoic nod, Kisiok slowly explained. You only need to attend the quarterly meetings. All of your benefits will still be guaranteed. Junsu narrowed his eyes and thought. Is this that dream job where you get paid without actually having to work? Seeing that he had not answered, Kisiok continued with another offer. Of course. We thought that would not be enough. So we prepared something else. Junsu's eyes immediately lit up. Kisiok took out a briefcase. Inside were 2 long guns. Kisiok introduced them with a grin. These are the Daesan guns. Junsu stared excitedly at the guns before him. According to legend, during the late Joseon dynasty, a mad scientist named Daesan from Ihakaiwang created these guns. Seeing that Junsu liked them, Kisiok smiled happily and said, We will give you both of the ones our association currently holds. What do you think? While you are at it, why do not you try to collect the entire set of Daesan guns? If you gather all 5 of them, it is said that you can create Daesan's grimoire. Of course, Junsu knew about this. It was a divine artifact that could unlock top-tier traits for a marksman build. He would definitely collect them when he got the chance. Kisiok looked at him intently, winking with a smile. Do we have a deal? Director Kim, with all the benefits laid out, Junsu naturally would not refuse. He nodded cheerfully. All right, I will be in your care. Director Kang. Chairman Kang. After finishing his discussion with the man, Junsu returned to his own home. He went down to the basement again to practice his swordsmanship. In just a short time, Junsu had reached the 4th stage of the Imperial Sword Art. He trained, oblivious to the world, as sword flashes dance continuously in the air. The key to the Imperial Sword Art lies in controlling mana. If used correctly, the sword aura will unify. Junsu took a deep breath, focusing his mind, and once again drew the sword from its sheath. Instantly, a powerful slash of light was unleashed. With a deafening boom, the area in front of him exploded, filling the sky with smoke and fire. When the dust settled, a huge gash had appeared on the thick wall in front of him. Junsu muttered in awe. This power is insane, but he would need more practice to control it completely. Thanks to the Black Tiger sword, he could draw out a massive amount of aura, but it was not all for nothing. He gave a satisfied smirk. He had acquired 2 new traits. Quick Draw and Poison Moon. Junsu exclaimed excitedly. Getting 2 traits like these makes all the training worth it. You are not far from unlocking the Lion Tiger trait now. You just need 2 more to make it perfect. He was going to do it right away, but ended up going to the rooftop to relax for a bit. But of course, Junsu's life could never be that peaceful. Before long, a commotion started downstairs, making him grumble in annoyance. What the hell is that? I was just about to take a break. A black car was parked below his gate, and a man stumbled out of it. This man was Theat Quian, but he was now one-armed and covered in injuries. crying out in pain. Junsu, please help me. Please. Save my little brother. Junsu was shocked to see Thiet Quien's battered state. He rushed downstairs and asked worriedly, "What in the world happened to you?" That night, Junsu and Thiet Quien went to a building's rooftop. After hearing his story, Junsu furrowed his brow and asked, "So your own men betrayed you because they wanted to start their own gang?" Thiet Quien nodded slightly. His lips pressed tight. "They secretly started a human trafficking ring behind my back. They held a grudge against me for punishing the team leaders." Hearing this, Junsu raised an eyebrow and retorted, "I do not think that is the only reason." His words left Thiet Quien completely confused, but he paid it no mind, instead using his ability to scan the surroundings. Although Thiet Quien was betrayed in the game, Junsu remembered that it all ended once he exposed the manhunters. And even though Thiet Quien was heavily injured, the enemy still posted many armed guards around. This meant their real target was probably him. The two Manhunter brothers, the Mad Bomber and the Destruction Specialist, are probably involved too. With that thought, Junsu immediately proposed, "I will go in through the front gate. While I do that, you go find your brother." Hearing this, Thiet Quien cried out in alarm, "The front gate? That is definitely a trap." "What are you thinking?" A smile touched his lips as Junsu said confidently, "Just trust me. I am level 4 now." "You know." As he spoke, he pulled out a gun, true to his word. Junsu strode boldly through the front gate, not a hint of worry on his face. Seeing him, the men lying in ambush immediately readied themselves for a fight. Their leader sneered, "This bastard really just walked right into our trap." Junsu narrowed his eyes at the man and said in a low voice, "So it was you, the one who betrayed Kim Thiet Quien." The man clicked his tongue and retorted, "It is not betrayal. Kim Thiet Quien was the one who went against the will of the entire gang." Junsu scoffed and said coldly, "Even so, human trafficking crosses the line. Do not you think?" With that, he aimed his gun at the man. But the man was not scared. He laughed smugly. "What are you doing? This is a bulletproof vest." "You idiot. Go on and shoot." "I did." "As you wish." Junsu replied with a smirk, and fired directly at him. The bullet pierced straight through the bulletproof vest and into the man's body. The man was thrown backward, stammering in shock. How could you pierce my vest with just one bullet?" Junsu was extremely smug, because the gun in his hand was the Daesan, which had once pierced through every kind of defensive skill. His smug expression infuriated the traitor. He screamed furiously, "What are you looking at? Shoot him, now!" Immediately, a hail of bullets flew toward Junsu, but he was quick to dodge them. Then he reloaded his gun, preparing to return fire. The first gun he received from the Hunter Association was the D-San, and its specialty was sheer power. Therefore, Junsu fearlessly unleashed a hail of bullets to annihilate the men in front of him. It could destroy anything it hit and send them flying. But that was not enough. Junsu added traits befitting a gunslinger. He wiped out those guys with ease, having also acquired the spread shot trait. Just like that, Junsu had completed the final piece of his gunslinger build. He smirked and said, "Now I will use this to wipe them all out." Then he would deal with the bastards behind this. And right after that, Junsu began to show off his marksmanship, firing wildly at the group. Even with bulletproof armor, they could not withstand the bullets from the Da-San, and they fell one by one. In no time, the entire group was taken down, leaving only a single man. The man sat collapsed on the ground, staring at Junsu as if he were a monster. But Junsu paid him no mind. He spoke coldly, "Looking at you. You are probably not the mastermind. Where are they?" Before the traitor could answer, a phone on the ground suddenly began to ring. Junsu picked it up, and a mocking voice came through. "Kimjin, I am sending you a little gift right now." Hearing this, Junsu frowned in suspicion. A gift? Before he could even process what was happening, something came hurtling towards them. Boom! The area in front of them exploded, filling with smoke and fire, and the entire basement nearly collapsed. Luckily, Junsu managed to use a trait to escape in time. He made it out of the basement safely. But in the blink of an eye, the entire building began to show signs of collapse. Junsu gritted his teeth in anger. Those bastards, using an entire building as a trap. It is time I taught them a lesson. Then, he used his sixth sense again to detect the presence of those men. Their positions appeared instantly, and Junsu sprinted towards the neighboring building. He sneered. "Go on. Keep hiding. With this trait, I could find you blindfolded." Yet, as he searched for the enemy, something came flying from a distance. Junsu quickly dodged it, and the object crashed into the building behind him, exploding on impact. Staring at the wreckage, Junsu muttered in frustration, "So this is how you want to play? Fine. Today, I am ending this ridiculous cycle once and for all." As soon as the words left his mouth, He drew his sniper rifle and switched his traits to sharpshooter. Junsu aimed without hesitation, a smug smile on his face. With all these traits, it feels just like playing in Fep's game. Sure enough, Junsu quickly located two of the hidden enemies. Junsu let out a smirk and pulled the trigger. The bullet tore through the wind, piercing straight through one of the men's heads. Seeing his comrade fall, the other man panicked instantly. He rushed to support the other man, muttering through gritted teeth. I made sure we hid between the two buildings. How did that guy still? Far in the distance. Junsu kept the target locked in his sniper scope, a playful smirk on his face. Go on and run. With my bullets. This distance is nothing anyway. Because this is a bullet that can pierce through any object, and hit things not in the line of sight. And then, Junsu pulled the trigger again, sending the bullet flying wildly. A direct hit. It went straight through the other guy's head, but Junsu knew he was not dead yet. Because this bullet targets the soul, not the body. This is much better. Though, the others will take care of the rest. As the two men collapsed, Thich Quyen approached. While he was deep in thought, someone suddenly called out from behind him. Boss. Thich Quyen turned to see his men approaching. On the back of the man in the middle was another youth. He immediately cried out in joy. You are all alive. Thich Quyen's subordinate quickly spoke up. We did our best to protect your younger brother. Thich Quyen nodded slightly and smiled. You kids. You have no idea how worried I was. Seeing the boy sleeping soundly on his subordinate's back, Thich Quyen finally sighed in relief. After a moment's thought, he asked, where are the other members? The subordinate quickly reported. The prisoners have all escaped safely. What is our plan now? Thich Quyen thought for a moment before speaking. First step. We need to clean up this mess. But first, I have to deal with the two guys who dared to mess with my gang. Thich Quyen saw the two men had woken up and slowly walked towards them, making them tremble nonstop. Elsewhere, after dealing with those two, Junsu waited in a corner for Thich Quyen. But after a long while, he still had not shown up. Junsu muttered impatiently. What is taking Kim Thich Quyen so long? Just then, Thich Quyen's voice suddenly sounded from behind. Kim Junsu. It startled him, making him turn around. He saw him suddenly run over and collapse to his knees in front of Junsu. Confused, he asked, what is wrong? What happened? Thich Quyen kept his head down, hesitating for a long moment. Finally, he mumbled in a small voice. Please. Kim Junsu. Teach me how to become as strong as you. This incident made Thich Quyen realize something. To protect his family, he needs strength, but right now, he was not strong enough. Thich Quyen said that if Junsu taught him, he would become his servant. Hearing these words, Junsu was stunned at first. Then he clicked his tongue and sighed. If Thich Quyen was grateful, a generous reward would have been enough. It is not like I wanted him to be indebted to me for life, but he could not deny one thing. Thich Quyen could definitely become a much stronger warrior than he is now. Seeing Junsu's silence, Thich Quyen spoke again. I can even form a magic contract with you, one that will prove my absolute obedience. Junsu narrowed his eyes at him and asked suspiciously. Really? Thich Quyen nodded without a shred of hesitation. Of course. Absolutely. A wicked smile appeared on his face as Junsu said, fine, if that is the case. Starting tomorrow, prepare to face death. Hearing him agree, Thich Quyen immediately bowed his head to the ground. From now on, I will obey your every command. After the battle, dawn began to break over the ruins. Junsu and Thich Quyen were heading somewhere, with Thich Quyen muttering as they walked, is this the human modification facility we took over? Junsu nodded slightly, replying, that is right. And the ones who betrayed you used this place to continue trafficking humans. Hearing this, Thich Quyen exclaimed in shock. Here, I told those bastards to only use this place for storage. Don't tell me you brought me here to modify my body. Junsu admitted it plainly. Exactly. This place is perfect for upgrading superhumans who have enhanceable powers. Today, you will experience both biological modification and prosthetic implantation at the same time. Thich Quyen flinched instinctively, muttering in alarm. At the same time, isn't that incredibly dangerous? There have been so many cases of people losing control of their mana doing that. But before he could finish, Junsu waved his hand and said with a smile. Don't worry. As long as the modification agent and the prosthetics are compatible, everything will be fine. The two continued deeper into the facility, stopping when they reached a basement. Junsu made Thich Quyen get into the experimental machine. He stayed outside to operate the controls. They did not have a lot of materials, but it was more than enough to upgrade a level 3 warrior. The theory of warrior enhancement is fundamental, but one must know how to combine the elements in novel ways. With that thought, Junsu looked towards Thich Quyen and warned him. It is going to hurt a little. You okay? Thich Quine nodded slightly. "Army, then let us begin." Hearing that, Junsu said with a grin, not hesitating for a moment as he began to click the mouse. The moment he moved, mana began to envelop the experimental machine. Thich Quine took a deep breath, trying to calm himself as he watched the saw slowly move towards his side. Instantly, it began to cut into him. The pain made Thich Quine scream out loud. Thich Quine of Extension. In close combat, he uses his prosthetic hand as a weapon, and in mid-range fights, he switches to a machine gun. Instead of using materials for close quarters or long-range combat, choosing the dexterity trait will open the path for Thich Quine to transform into a demon. And finally, Junsu added a mana core to the mix. In the blink of an eye, the experimental machine was engulfed in a blinding light. The fluid was quickly pumped inside, then injected into Thich Quine's body. In that very moment, his entire body began to transform. Outside, Junsu held his breath, waiting. After a long moment, he curled his lips into a satisfied smile. This experiment was a great success. The experimental machine slowly opened. A set of claws emerged from within, followed by a mouth full of sharp teeth. Thich Quine had become a mutated wolf. Junsu asked with a smirk, "How do you feel, Kim Thich Quine? Enjoying this rebirth?" The werewolf mutation serum. Channeling mana into the prosthetics can trigger a mutation. It is a necessary step for a warrior to grow stronger. Junsu used this on Thich Quine. He watched him intently, saying with a smile, "If you start evolving, you will have no trouble achieving your goals." Thich Quine laughed happily. "Thank you so much. So what should we do now?" Junsu thought for a moment before suggesting, "How about you start expanding your influence throughout the entire Guanaku district? I need a crew to maintain public order and to keep an eye on the other rogue gangs." Just then, someone ran in. Thich Quine turned to them and started to speak. "Hey guys." But when they saw what he looked like now, the group froze in their tracks. Then they stammered. "Is that really you, boss? What happened to you?" Thich Quine replied nonchalantly, "I upgraded myself with some body enhancements. But forget that. Why are you all here?" The man hurriedly reported. "We found the human trafficking route that the traitor, John Boom, was using, and we also found traces of biological experiments. But it is extremely difficult to approach because a young mage who can shoot lasers is standing guard." Thich Quine frowned upon hearing this and muttered, "A young mage, you say?" Junsu, standing behind him, grew silent. That might be the person he is looking for. In a building not far away, the interior was being relentlessly bombarded, the walls riddled with holes, and inside a cage, a frail figure was sitting huddled up. When Thich Quine and Junsu arrived, they saw the scene of destruction. Thich Quine could not help but remark, "Did that mage do all this? If we do not move fast, this whole building is going to collapse. With this kind of power, there is no doubt about it." Inside that cage is one of the 3 most overwhelming warriors in the game, Janet. If Soren possesses the heavenly killing star, then Janet has innate energy. That is what allowed her to rise and claim her spot as one of the 3 most overwhelming warriors in the game. But the truth is, Janet's constant use of that precious ability means her life is in danger from mana exhaustion. It is because Janet is using her power instinctively to protect herself. While Junsu was thinking, mana beams suddenly shot out from the cage toward him and Thich Quine, not daring to be careless. Thich Quine quickly dodged, cursing in frustration. "Damn it. At this rate, we can't get anywhere near her." But Junsu charged forward, ignoring the mana beams aimed right at him. Boom! The mana erupted in an explosion. Janet, seeing this from inside the cage, stopped her assault. But at the same time, Junsu reached the cage. He broke the steel bars with his bare hands. Even though it was excruciatingly painful, he pushed on to save her. But Janet, from inside, raised her hand to attack. Junsu could not react in time, and another explosion went off in front of the cage, sending smoke and dust everywhere. Thich Quine was extremely worried on the outside, but before he could do anything, he saw a potion bottle get tossed out. Junsu walked out from the cloud of smoke, holding Janet's small body. He breathed a sigh of relief. "I was almost burned to a crisp." Seeing him, Thich Quine joyfully ran over, about to say something, but Junsu quickly signaled, "Shit. I used a sedative to calm her down. We have to get out of here before it wears off." Thich Quine replied hurriedly, "I will order my men to take her to the hospital." Junsu gently shook his head and said, "I will take her to my place, and I will take responsibility for her treatment." A little later, at Junsu's home, Soren brought her things down to the basement. Smiling cheerfully, "Master." "Aye." Junsu glanced at her, then spoke with a sigh after a long moment. "You are already in high school." Soren replied with a smile. "I knew you would notice." "Master. By the way, what did you call me here to teach me today?" Junsu scratched his head awkwardly, hesitating. The situation is a bit complicated. But my second prospective student is a little unwell right now. With that, he glanced over at Janet, who was resting on the chair with her eyes closed. Soren noticed her too and rushed over to check. Oh my. What happened to this girl? Junsu slowly explained. She can't control her power right now. He said he planned to take Janet as his student and awaken her true power. And asked if Soren could take care of her. Soren agreed without hesitation. If it is for you, Master, then of course, I will do anything. And so, she stayed at Junsu's house. A few days later, in the basement, Junsu and Soren had been continuously attacking Janet for days. Her magical power was constantly being released to protect her. Soren asked doubtfully as she attacked. Master, how much longer do we have to counter this stuff? It has been a whole week. Junsu did not know what to say either. He was also attacking with all his might. After a long while, as the Ev bag was nearly empty, Junsu finally spoke. Her mana should be almost depleted by now. She will regain consciousness soon. Hang in there. The two of them kept attacking for a while longer. And finally, their efforts paid off. Janet's magical power stopped. She slowly opened her eyes. But seeing the strange surroundings, Janet muttered in confusion. Where Soren ran straight to her side. Smiling cheerfully. You are awake? I was so worried you would not wake up. Are you hurt anywhere? Janet gently shook her head. I do not think so. But where is this place? And why am I here? Soren pointed to Junsu and explained. The person standing over there saved you. He also treated you. Hearing that, Janet stood up and bowed to Junsu. Thank you. You saved me. My name is Janet. Junsu gently shook his head. It is nothing. I am just glad you have recovered. But why were you locked up in there? At the mention of this, Janet's voice filled with sorrow. My parents died trying to escape from the Allying Magic Tower. I was captured. Soren could not help but feel heartbroken hearing this, but Junsu was not very surprised. It was exactly like the game's plot. With that thought, Junsu walked over to her and said sincerely, Janet, if you have nowhere else to go, you are more than welcome to stay here. To be honest, I would like to take you on as my student. Janet was stunned to hear this. Junsu nodded slightly. You can avenge your parents' deaths. I will teach you how to become a superhuman. The girl bit her lip and mumbled. But I have nothing to repay you with. That is all right. Junsu shook his head with a smile. You can repay me after you have become strong enough. Janet hesitated for a moment, her eyes welling up with tears, but just as quickly, she spoke with determination. Yep. Then please help me become a superhuman, and I will definitely repay you in the future. Junsu nodded slightly. All right. I will be looking forward to it then. He was overjoyed. Janet was an incredibly precious talent. The one who would teach him one of the 3 most dominant sword skills in this game. But while Junsu was lost in thought, a bolt of magical energy suddenly shot past, grazing his arm before hitting the wall behind him and making it explode. Janet spoke apologetically. I did not mean to. Soren quickly reassured her. It is all right. No one was hurt. Junsu was exasperated. He sighed and said, Janet, let us focus on helping you control your magical energy first. All right. The young girl nodded slightly. Yep. After that, Junsu began to explain her trait to Janet. The name of the trait you possess is innate energy. Do you understand what energy means in this context? Janet quietly shook her head, but Soren chimed in cheerfully. I know. It is like sword ki. Right. Junsu slowly explained. This trait is similar to Thenexatin. Tin. However, he said Janet needed to train her body to withstand the magical energy she wields, because if the vessel is too small, the water can't flow properly. After hearing that, Janet hesitated and mumbled. Do you really think my physique can improve? Junsu replied with confidence. Of course. I am going to teach you one of my own traits. He was going to use this opportunity to test the transfer system. This was the system he would use in the future to learn swordsmanship from Soren and Janet. The steel body trait helps train the user's body and mind to become tougher. And that is exactly what someone like Janet, who has suffered so much physical and mental trauma, needs most right now. Just then, an extremely excited Janet spoke up. Teacher. What are we going to start with? Junsu gave a sly smile. Then he suddenly roared. What do we start with? We are going to eat as much as you possibly can. Of course. The training is going to be harsh. So you need to eat up. And so, both Soren and Janet ate until they were stuffed. 2 weeks later, in the basement of Junsu's home, Soren and Janet were sparring with each other. Unlike her previously frail appearance, Janet was now brimming with vitality. Soren, for her part, was not to be outdone, having improved a great deal herself. Junsu watched them train from the sidelines, unable to help but feel impressed. To think they have reached this level in just 2 weeks, as expected of natural-born juices. Soren has even acquired a swordsmanship trait now. At that thought, Junsu spoke up. All right, that is enough. I am going to train her in something else now. Janet's body is strong enough now. It is time to teach her how to use her magical energy with precision. Junso faced Janet with his sword drawn, raising an eyebrow with a grin. I am not going to hold back. Let us see you block my attacks. The moment he finished speaking, he charged forward with his sword. Janet, not daring to let her guard down, raised her shield to defend, but Junso's attacks were relentless, forcing the young girl completely on the defensive. Before long, the two of them had already exchanged several blows. Junso could feel it now. Her practiced movements exuded a steady aura, the flow of mana from Janet's innate talent, and even her magical core. With that thought, he raised his sword and struck again. The blade sliced through the air, forcing Janet back, but Junso smiled. Completely satisfied, Janet could now control her mana with precision. Just then, Soren rushed over and hugged Janet tightly, exclaiming with joy, "You did it, Janet. Well done. Congratulations on your awakening." Junso also voiced his approval, while Janet said with a grateful smile, "Thank you, teacher. It is all thanks to your and Soren's help, as expected of an SSS-level character. She is on a completely different level. To reach level 3 right after awakening, compared to the others, it is not that surprising." Soren then declared fiercely, "I cannot let my junior beat me. I have to go hunting right now." Hearing this, Janet quickly ran after her. "Sister, let me come too." Junso was naturally pleased by this sight. The faster they grow, the sooner they will learn one of the 3 strongest sword techniques. I cannot fall behind either. So Junso took out his phone. After a moment, he thought, before my students' personal quests begin, there are a few things I need to handle. A few days later, in a land surrounded by mountains, Junso landed. This was Archon, the city where the Holy War takes place. Beneath those spiral-shaped buildings lies a giant, trans-dimensional labyrinth, a dangerous place where the souls of forgotten gods constantly pour in. But Archon is currently protected by humanity's strongest team, the Guardian Alliance. So there is nothing to worry about. And the reason I came to Archon is to acquire the Einherjar cultivation technique here. Shortly after, Junso arrived at a bar called Diana. When he stepped inside, a woman was already waiting. Seeing Junso, the woman frowned. "I have not seen you around here before. Are you looking for anything special to drink?" Junso replied flatly. "Do you sell information along with your drinks?" The woman asked skeptically. "Information? What is it you want?" Junso answered calmly. "I am looking for Sigmund Sigurdsson. I am prepared to pay for the information." Hearing this, the woman was visibly stunned. After a long pause, she spoke hesitantly. But that might be difficult. His wife is gravely ill." Junso frowned slightly, falling silent. Come to think of it, Sigmund's profile in the game did mention a sad story about his deceased wife. At this thought, Junso immediately asked, "Madam, could I possibly see his wife for a moment?" Elsewhere, at a house on the outskirts of the city, the woman from the Diana bar had brought him. She said in a low voice, "You can just go inside. Sigmund is in a very delicate state right now." Junso nodded slightly to show he understood. With that, the woman pushed the door open and entered, speaking cautiously. "Excuse me, Sigmund. A guest is here who says he wants to check on your wife's condition." But as soon as he stepped inside, he saw 2 priests by the bed, performing some kind of ritual. Seeing this, the woman sighed in relief. It seems there are already guests here. Thankfully, a priest has come to treat her. Perhaps we should step outside for a bit. But just as she said that, a hand reached out and stopped the priest. Iwajun. The priest, startled, cried out, "What are you doing? Let go me. What do you think you are doing?" Interrupting the treatment. These 2 were priests from the Tho and Jir denominations. In terms of healing ability, both were on par with each other, but Junso spoke coldly. "That treatment is pointless. The holy light will only make her condition worse." This angered the priest from the Tho denomination, who snapped indignantly. "What are you talking about? And how could you possibly know that? Stop spouting nonsense and get out. What would an unknown superhuman like you know about this?" Hearing this, the woman from Diana's bar quickly explained. "Sigmund. This man. He says he knows how to cure Stjagis." Before she could even finish, Sigmund erupted in anger. Every single second is critical for Stjagis right now. But at that very moment, the person on the bed was suddenly lifted into the air. Sigmund rushed over in a panic. "Stjagis. I will start healing you right now." Junso reached out to stop him, but it was too late. The priest had already resumed channeling the holy light into Stjagis' body, and she was lifted even higher into the air. Seeing this, Sigmund's expression darkened. In the blink of an eye, a dark aura enveloped Stjagis' body. Sigmund frantically questioned the priest. Why is this happening to Stjagdis? Continue the treatment. Hurry. The priest slowly shook his head. It is too late. The holy light can no longer contain this illness. Those words sent Sigmund into despair. But then, Junsu spoke coolly. She can still be saved. Your wife's illness. It is caused by possession from a Hakimaris evil spirit. Correct. Sigmund looked at him, surprised, and asked with doubt in his voice. How do you know that? Can you really cure her? Junsu nodded calmly and replied flatly. That is right. I have been telling the truth this whole time. Hearing his confirmation, Sigmund immediately fell to his knees. Then I beg of you. Please. If you can save my wife. Sigmund. Swear on my honor to give you anything you ask. Very well. Hearing this, a smirk appeared on Junsu's lips. Then you would better be prepared to keep that promise. Immediately after, he changed his attribute. Then, he began channeling his power into Stjagdis' body. Stigma is a disease caused by demons within the labyrinth. It can shatter a person's soul, making it one of the worst debuffs in existence. The evil spirit slowly drains away the victim's life force. But thanks to Junsu, Stjagdis returned to normal. Sigmund exclaimed with joy. She has stopped convulsing. Junsu nodded slightly. I just used some mana to put her to sleep. Just then, the two priests returned. Sir, we have brought the items you requested, Junsu said with satisfaction. Very good. Then let us begin right away. Instantly, the ritual was set up around Stjagdis' bed, on one side. Junsu prepared the medicine. After finishing their preparations, the two priests asked doubtfully. All the candles have been lit. Can this really cure her? Junsu replied nonchalantly. To be precise, it is about helping her win, not curing her, even in a game. This kind of debuff is not something you can easily cure. The more you try to heal it, the stronger the thing gets by draining Stjagdis' FP. In short, it is like you are just feeding it her power. To overcome the possession, we first have to remove the seed hidden inside the host's body. Just then, a black aura once again swirled around Stjagdis, and her body began to float in mid-air. Before long, two horns appeared on her head, and her body began to transform. Seeing this, Sigmund cried out in panic. Why is Stjagdis turning into a demon? Did you do something wrong? Junsu shook his head. The process is going perfectly. Demons are always like this. You have to force a reaction out of them before you can do anything else. As he spoke, he took out a cross. Without a moment's hesitation, he slammed it into Stjagdis' stomach. Instantly, a brilliant light erupted from her body. Junsu roared. Get out, you sinful creature. You demon. The moment he spoke, a stream of black energy shot out from Stjagdis' body. Her body fell back onto the bed, and Sigmund rushed over to check on her. Stjagdis woke up, seeing her husband in tears. She asked. Confused, did someone die? Why are you crying? Sigmund explained. Sobbing. You have been possessed for the last 6 months and only just woke up. If it were not for him, you really would have died. As he said this, he pointed towards Junsu, who was standing in the distance. Junsu paid them no mind. Glancing at the two priests. Now, it is your turn. Please handle the rest of the healing process. With that, he turned and left the room, leaving the priests to do their work. A short while later, in the reception room, Sigmund said gratefully to Junsu. Thank you, truly. But why did you come all this way from Korea? Junsu answered directly. Without hiding anything. I came to find you. Of course. His words left Sigmund bewildered. Junsu continued with a smile. Did not you say you would give me anything? In that case, please pass the Sigurd sorcery on to me. Sigmund's ancestor was the most famous hero in Norse mythology. Sigurd. The Sigurd sorcery was passed down through his family. It is a high-level cultivation art, superior to Han and Haja. Therefore, as Sigmund began to transfer the sorcery to him, Junsu felt every cell in his body awaken. The very nature of his mana was changing, becoming stronger, denser, and more intense. At that moment, Junsu's heart was enveloped in a massive amount of mana. He sat cross-legged, focusing on his training, and finally obtained Sigurd's magical trait. Junsu's maximum mana increased by more than 30%. With this, he no longer had to worry about learning other sword techniques. Just then, the two priests entered and spoke. Sigmund, the treatment for Mez Stjagdis is complete. Hearing this, Sigmund happily stood up. That is great. Then he ran off. The two priests then approached Junsu and asked hesitantly. Master Kim, it is amazing that you can cure possession. Do you know how to treat other types of possession? Junsu nodded slightly and replied. A little. Hearing that, the two priests eagerly proposed. Could you teach us? Of course. We will pay you, if I play this right. I might be able to gain some grace from this religion. So Junsu agreed immediately. Of course. The Guardian Alliance are the ones who held back the giant labyrinth for the sake of humanity. He said he could not accept money from people like them, so he would teach them for free. The two priests became even more excited upon hearing this, praising him as a saint. But how could they know of Junsu's ulterior motives? Would these two factions really accept this for free, and pretend nothing happened? Of course not. This is how you unlock a hidden quest. One evening, many days later, a trans city held a celebratory feast. Everyone raised their glasses in celebration. The sick moon couple stood on either side of Junsu, constantly urging him to drink. Then they drank a whole lot themselves. Junsu was speechless. How much have they had to drink? I am about to pass out from being overwhelmed. A week. Junsu held a lecture for the people of the city. He had spread the method to overcome this to both the church and the Guardian Alliance, and also went around saving warriors suffering from demonic possession. Junsu also told them what the ingredients were. He had changed the fate of a Tran. It made sense for them to hold a festival like this, but right now, Junsu needed a break. He was exhausted from all the commotion. A short while later, Junsu finally managed to get away. He let out a sigh of relief. Finally free. Those two really know how to party. Just then, the director of the Guardian Alliance approached to speak with Junsu. He said with a cheerful laugh, I was worried I would not get the chance to thank you. I rushed here the moment I recovered. Do you have a moment? Junsu shook his head slightly. I am a little tired right now. I think we should talk later. Hearing this, the director of the Guardian Alliance could not help but sigh. What a shame. Our chairman wanted to meet you. At those words, Junsu stopped in his tracks. The director of the Guardian Alliance continued to ramble on. If it is not a good time, then it can't be helped. I will explain the situation to him. But Junsu had already changed his mind. He smiled wryly and said, I suddenly feel completely fine. Please, lead the way. If it was the chairman of the Guardian Alliance, Junsu knew exactly who he was. The youngest disciple of the Heavenly Demon, the Blood King. A short while later, Junsu was led to a luxurious residence. He bowed his head to the man seated before him. It is an honor to meet you, sir. I am Kim Jin Bayon. The man greeted him with equal courtesy. A pleasure to meet you. I am Trent. Junsu looked at him intently and spoke. Chairman. The one who guards the labyrinth. And your dedication to the Guardian Alliance. I am well aware. Tranvi replied with a modest smile. Thank you for the praise. But it was nothing. Please, have a seat. Junsu sat down as instructed, and Tranvi continued with a smile. I heard you were the one who spread the method for inscribing spirit seals in a Tran. Correct. Just as impressive as the rumors said. Junsu could not hide his surprise. You know of me? With an unreadable smile, Tranvi answered plainly. In this world, there is no information that escapes the Guardian Alliance. They say you are the rising star of Korea. Have you ever considered becoming my disciple? As the words left his mouth, he stared intently at Junsu, awaiting his response. Hearing this, Junsu could not help but cry out in shock. What? What do you mean by that? Tranvi explained slowly. Strangely enough, your disposition is very similar to my master's. Like someone who can foresee the future. Junsu's brow furrowed slightly. You mean, the Heavenly Demon? With a solemn nod, Tranvi continued. That is right. The Heavenly Demon. The strongest under the heavens in his time. His skills reached a heavenly realm. Though he is currently in seclusion, and I have not seen him in decades. The disciples of the Heavenly Demon, the Heavenly Lord, the Ghost Sovereign, the Blood King, they are all Susal rank and level 8. But the Heavenly Demon himself is in a league of his own. O rank. And the reason for that is the Heavenly Demon Divine Art. A technique that provides both absolute offense and defense, encompassing mana control formulas and footwork. The Heavenly Demon possesses the most powerful martial art in the world. At this, Tranvi spoke again. Slowly. While it is a shame the Heavenly Demon Divine Art was passed down to my senior brother, my own Blood Fist Divine Art is quite formidable. Anyone who seeks power would not regret learning it. Junsu's eyes lit up when he heard this. This is insane. The Blood Fist Divine Art is a top-tier martial art. This is a golden opportunity. But Junsu spoke with regret. I am truly grateful for the offer, but I am afraid I cannot accept it. Chairman, Tranvi asked. Bewildered. Well, am I not qualified to be your master? Junsu shook his head gently. That is not it. It is just, I already have a master, so I must refuse any offer of apprenticeship. As he spoke, he showed the man his sword. Upon seeing it, Tranvi nodded in understanding. It seems you have met Grandmaster Gossi John. I could never do something so disrespectful to him. After all, he is a living legend. At this, he could not help but click his tongue. Just when I thought I would found a brilliant candidate for a disciple, that old man had to go and ruin it. It seems I have no other choice. With that, Tranvai took out an emblem and placed it on the table. Speaking again. A small gift. To show my sincerity to you. Isn't this the heavenly demon emblem? Junsu exclaimed in shock. Wait. Are you really giving me such a rare item? Tranvai said in a low voice. Only the master and our disciples are permitted to use this. You should cherish it. Junsu replied gratefully. Thank you, sir. But the reason he gave it to him was all too clear. It meant that if Junsu changed his mind, he should seek out Tranvai. It was probably similar to how the general gave him that sword. And Junsu absolutely loved it. To be noticed by two powerful experts like this. I am so thrilled. He was smiling so hard he started to tremble. Seeing this, Tranvai asked with confusion. Why did you suddenly start shaking? Junsu quickly stood up and bowed his head low to him. Speaking respectfully. I was just so moved by your gift. I will treasure it. Please take care, sir. Tranvai nodded in satisfaction. Very good. I hope that the next time we meet, it will be as master and disciple. Junsu's heart was soaring. It was time to collect the reward for that difficult quest. The next day, in a high-rise building in the city, the two priests from the two orders brought Junsu a chest of goods. Although he was thrilled inside, Junsu put on a modest act, saying, I really was not expecting any thanks. This made the two priests praise him endlessly. After some polite exchanges, Junsu finally opened the chest. Inside was a large hammer. The priest from the Order of Tho quickly introduced it. This is a gift from the Order of Tho, the hammer Mjolnir. The Order of Gale presented him with an SR-grade item, an invisible shield that can be freely shaped by magic. Junsu clutched the two items in his hands. Overjoyed. Seeing this, the priests asked, Do you like them, sir? Junsu looked up at the two of them and said with a smile, Are you really giving me such valuable gifts? If this was all, he would be a little disappointed. But they did not let him stay disappointed for long, as they proceeded to open another chest. Inside were 10 vials of axe nectar, 7 diamonds, and even an angel's tear. There was something else as well. Junsu asked inquisitively, What is this? A demon's heart. The priest nodded slightly and explained, That is right. We prepared it for you to refine along with the nectar when you use it. After hearing this, Junsu frowned and thought, I should probably ask for a little more. With that in mind, he asked hesitantly, Do you happen to have the heart of a fire dragon? Hearing this, the priest from the Order of Gale asked with confusion, But is not that something used by fire-type mages? Junsu summoned a black flame in his hand and said with a smirk, That is right. I can use black flames. So I need it. The fire dragon's special property is Hellflame. If I want to win the bet against the tower, I will need it. Seeing the black flame, the priest from the Order of Tho immediately nodded in understanding. I see. In that case, we are willing to give it to you. Very quickly, he took out the heart of a fire dragon for Junsu. This was also the final gift for him. Junsu took it in his hand and said with a cheerful smile, Thank you, everyone. At that moment, the priest from the Order of Tho spoke up again. By direct order from our superiors, you will become an honorary Holy Knight of the Legion of Tho. The priest from the Order of Gale also nodded in agreement. Junsu had no objections. Getting stronger was very important. But there was no need to refuse these kinds of offers, so he casually smiled and said, Thank you. I would be honored to become an honorary Holy Knight. If Junsu ever wanted to take control of the Father's Order, he would need the strength of these two orders. In the afternoon, the sun began to set. But the festival in the village was still in full swing. Junsu reluctantly weaved through the crowd on his way home. But halfway there, he heard a familiar voice. A figure in a white robe was rushing towards him. It was Priest Kim, and he looked extremely worried. Junsu was about to ask what was wrong. But before he could speak, Priest Kim covered his mouth and whispered anxiously, The Father's Order is chasing me right now. We need to go somewhere else. Quickly, at that moment, a group of unfriendly-looking men could be seen in the crowd, their eyes darting around as they searched for someone. A little later, in a secluded spot, Priest Kim finally let out a sigh of relief. I think they are gone. I really thought I was a dead man. Junsu looked at him skeptically. What happened? I thought you were in Livan. Priest Kim slowly explained. I managed to find the treasure. Thanks to the golden holy relic inside, I reached level 5. But then, he was discovered by the Father's Order. After all, that place is their stronghold. At this, Priest Kim clutched his head in fear and muttered, Still, I do not know how difficult the trial will be. So I need to get to level 7 as quickly as possible for our god. Junsu narrowed his eyes at him, asking hesitantly, Is there anything I can do to help? Hearing this, Priest Kim furrowed his brow and fell silent. After a long moment, he spoke hesitantly. Actually, that is why I was looking for you. Junsu asked curiously. What is it? Priest Kim said in a rush. Can you take me into the Great Labyrinth? Junsu frowned slightly, muttering. The labyrinth. Priest Kim nodded. That is right. To the starting fortress on the 10th floor. Junsu fell silent. For Priest Kim's order to be officially recognized, they needed to accumulate more divine power, using the labyrinth as a hideout to build up their strength until then. It is actually a perfect plan. A while later, at the entrance to the labyrinth, the guards stood watch day and night. Just then, they seemed to spot something. It was Junsu and Priest Kim. Their faces concealed. A guard called out suspiciously. Halt, what is your business? Junsu replied calmly. We wish to enter the Great Labyrinth. The guard frowned. At this hour, I have my reasons. Junsu explained calmly. Because their faces were covered. The gatekeepers would assume they were criminals. The Great Labyrinth was often used as a hideout for criminals. A lawless zone where the rules of the surface world did not apply. The guard hesitated for a moment. A class 4 is superhuman. All right, you may enter. But remember, your identity will be checked upon your exit. And so, the two entered the labyrinth without issue. Priest Kim looked grim, but then again, he was not entirely wrong. From a normal point of view, he really was a religious criminal. Inside the labyrinth, Priest Kim asked doubtfully as they walked. Did not you say you were famous around here? Those people earlier did not recognize you at all. Junsu smirked. Do not ask questions like that. If I were recognized, rumors would spread and you would be exposed too. Priest Kim laughed sheepishly, then spoke up again. But it is quieter in here than I thought. He frowned and muttered. There is a foul smell in here. Hearing this, a confused Priest Kim asked, a foul smell? Frowning deeply, Junsu said in a low voice. There are demons lurking up ahead. I take that back. The demons are charging right at us. Sure enough, the moment he finished speaking, a horde of demons charged forward. Junsu took out Thor's hammer and then said, Priest, please bless our weapons. Priest Kim obeyed immediately, quickly bestowing a holy light upon Junsu. In the blink of an eye, the hammer in his hand was overflowing with holy light. Junsu smirked. Perfect timing. I was just wondering how this new weapon would perform. An assault rank weapon and a golden blessing. And with that, Junsu charged forward and began to sweep through the demons. In just a moment, all of them were defeated. Priest Kim could not help but exclaim. As expected of Warrior Kim, Junsu did not hold back his praise either. Your blessing is incredible too. With a small chuckle, Priest Kim said cheerfully. To be honest, at first I was a little scared the Pontiff's army would follow us here. But once we get through this gate, we will be on the 9th floor. However, Junsu's expression had turned grave, causing him to ask worriedly. Why the sudden strange look? Junsu said seriously. I do not think things are going to go the way you hope. Just then, the gate in front of them suddenly swung open. A woman appeared from within. A group of people behind her. The woman smiled maliciously. You are later than I thought. Seeing those people, Priest Kim flinched and immediately hid behind Junsu. Junsu, however, was confused as to how they found him. But on second thought, it was obvious. They must have been tailing Priest Kim from the very beginning. That must mean that woman has a tracking ability like me. No wonder they could follow us no matter where we ran. Just then, the supervisor from the Pontiff's order said with a laugh, This tiresome persuasion ends here. You have finally come to join our faith, have not you? Savior, Junsu scoffed coldly. Join your order. What kind of nonsense is that? She smirked and said, The Saintess has blessed us with a holy decree. If the Savior agrees to join, you will be treated as her equal. You will just have to devote your body and soul to the Pontiff's order. Hearing that, Junsu cursed inwardly. Are they trying to justify sacrificing me? At that thought, he yelled out in fury. Are you insane? Who gave you the right to decide that? The woman clicked her tongue and smirked. You do not need to worry about a thing, because the succession ritual for you, our Savior, is already prepared. As she spoke, she gave a wicked smile. Junsu smirked back and said, Did you just throw the rights of Westphalia into the trash? You do realize that acting on your own whims will cause utter chaos, do not you? Hearing this, that woman let out a sinister smirk. Then she threw her head back and screamed. This is a giant labyrinth, a place beyond all laws, a place with no limits. And so, she ordered the Holy Knights to eliminate Junsu. Junsu was stunned for a moment, and Priest Kim behind him was too terrified to speak. This place is beyond the law, which means I can tear you all limb from limb without a second thought. Hearing this, Priest Kim hesitated. Sir, can we really do this? 2 of them are level 5, and the rest are level 3 or higher. Junsu replied with absolute confidence. We can do this. With that, he pulled out a grenade and shouted. Priest Kim, Give me your blessing. Priest Kim immediately complied. With all the high-level traits Junso had collected, plus the weapons he would acquired, he had no problem taking them on. The blessed grenade, glowing with a holy light, shot forward. Boom! A massive explosion erupted, filling the air with smoke and flames. But when the smoke cleared, the members of the Father's Order were standing there unharmed, and the lead woman spoke with disdain. What was that cheap trick? That little toy of yours did not even leave a scratch on us. Just then, Junsu pulled out a cannon and aimed it right at them. He switched to his sharpshooter trait and unleashed a furious barrage. However, the woman created a white protective barrier, making it impossible to hurt them. She laughed triumphantly. This is the true power of the Father. Our Savior. Junso paid her no mind, landing on the ground. He smirked. That was just a warm-up. The real show is about to begin. Immediately after, Junsu switched his trait again, activating Sigurd's combat techniques. His mana surged to the point that the blood in his veins began to boil. Then, Junso dashed forward. He moved so fast the naked eye could not track him, and began his assault on the Father's Order. Junsu's senses were heightened to the point where he could perceive everything around him. He saw the exact position of each one of them and found their openings. He swiftly drew his sword, using Ho Hong's continuous slash technique to attack. In an instant, the Father's Order's formation was shattered, causing one of them to scream in panic. Wait, something is very wrong. At the same time, Junso gathered his mana again. He then glanced at the remaining few, and attacked with the Tiger King's twin strike technique. The light from his blade danced wildly, as if it were tearing space itself apart. That woman hurriedly gave the order. Do not retreat. The Great Father is watching us. Knights, form a shield wall. Quickly, the remaining men formed a line, creating a solid wall. But Junsu did not hesitate for a moment and charged forward, his sword drawn once more. This time, it was Tiger King's violent burst. A frenzied slash was unleashed. Then it exploded directly, causing all of them to collapse. Even the woman standing at the back had a few strands of her hair severed. The panicked holy knights cried out. Supervisor, the enemy is pushing us back. What should we do? Please give us your orders. That woman replied coldly. Accept death and glory. The knights were confused, but she ignored them and continued with a smile. Your deaths will please the Father in the divine realm. This is his will. You are not permitted to refuse. The difference in numbers and levels meant nothing to Junsu. He completely overwhelmed the holy knights. Junsu relentlessly pressed forward, his sword energy dancing continuously. His form was beautiful, yet it caused everything around him to collapse. Seeing this, the woman was not frightened at all. Instead, she broke into a smile. She cried out in excitement. You are truly magnificent. O Savior! It is an honor to witness this side of the light. Junsu scoffed lightly and asked coldly. Are you finally going to send out someone stronger? Nodding indifferently, the woman replied nonchalantly. That is right. I will send someone worthy of you. But I only care about one thing. You absolutely must not die. As soon as she finished speaking, two high-ranking holy knights stepped forward. Yet, at this moment, Junsu's posture remained imposing, without a single trace of fear, without a moment's hesitation. The two holy knights charged into attack. Junsu was not rushed, using his shield to block their swords. But surprisingly, the knight who had just clashed with the shield coughed up a mouthful of blood, leaving him utterly bewildered. Internal injuries. I only hit that shield once. Whether the holy knight understood or not, he was sent flying by Junsu. The remaining one launched a sneak attack from behind. Junsu quickly leaned back to dodge. Then, using the momentum, he spun around and attacked. Bringing his powerful hammer crashing down on the holy knight, he smirked smugly. Is this what you wanted to test me with? It is not even enough for a warm-up. The holy knight was beaten to a pulp, his gaze on Junsu growing increasingly terrified. How could this man be a savior? He must be a disciple of the devil. With that thought, he immediately gripped his sword and charged, shouting loudly, Begone! You demon! Junsu could not help but frown in doubt. Still alive. As soon as the words left his mouth, he swung his sword, severing the man's head. He snorted coldly. A riddle? I do not enjoy taking things this far. That just leaves you, does not it? With that, Junsu turned to face the woman. To his surprise, she was laughing loudly with excitement. You still have new powers hidden within that body. You truly are the savior from the Father's prophecy. Junsu paid no mind to the madwoman's words, quickly switching his weapon to a sword and even changing his attribute. Priest Kim was also behind him, providing support buffs. Junsu spoke coldly. Is that all you have to say? Hearing this, the woman began to scream frantically. What more is there to say? Now, I am just waiting for your soul to reach the divine realm. But the moment she finished speaking, a powerful flash of sword light slashed toward her and exploded on impact. When the smoke and fire cleared, the woman had been annihilated. Priest Kim could not help but sigh in admiration. You really handled all of them by yourself. Junsu replied nonchalantly. It is thanks to your blessings. Good job. With that, Junsu glanced at the woman's corpse and snorted. Did you see how she was spouting nonsense right up to the end? That is why you can never deal with crazy people. Immediately after, they started to gather the items, only to find that everything around them was smashed to pieces. Junsu sighed in resignation. I guess I got angry and went a little overboard. All their items are destroyed. We can't salvage anything, it is a shame. But thanks to that battle, you have enough materials for the high-level Loon versus 1,000 attribute, so it is fine, with no more obstacles in their way. Junsu and Priest Kim smoothly entered the giant labyrinth on the 10th floor. Priest Kim exclaimed with joy. We have finally reached the 10th floor. Junsu nodded in congratulations. Congratulations on reaching your destination. Priest Kim turned to look at him and said gratefully. I never would have made it this far without you. I would probably still be just an ordinary healer. Junsu shook his head and smiled. You are the one who worked hard. I barely did anything. Just then, Priest Kim suddenly remembered something and reached into his pocket. He took out a necklace and handed it to Junsu. Saying slowly, this is the heart of prosperity. Junsu accepted it excitedly. And great holy artifact. This is a great item. Seeing how much he liked it, the priest spoke up again. I found it in the Livan treasure valley you told me about. I thought it would be perfect for you. Junsu was even more delighted to hear that. He ruffled the boy's hair with a smile. Thanks, kid. Priest Kim beamed at the praise, then asked curiously. Where are you planning to go now? Junsu replied plainly. It is time to return to Korea. And it is also time to find the final item for my level 5 advancement. A few days later, in a forest in Gangwon province, South Korea. Junsu made his way into this place after his return. It was a lush forest, but one that also concealed danger. Junsu had not walked for long when a blade was pressed against his neck. A figure in a black cloak appeared from nowhere and spoke coldly. What is an outsider doing here? Junsu frowned slightly as he looked back. This guy is hiding his appearance, but he recognized him. This is the Sargrade character. Song Jian. Seems I have found the mutant's heady out. Seeing that Junsu did not answer, Song Jian spoke again, his voice colder. I asked why you are here. Junsu answered calmly. I have some business here. But the figure ordered him away. This is a restricted area. Get lost. A smirk appeared on Junsu's face. Isn't this the path to the village of hope? Hearing this, Song Jian froze. How do you know that name? It asked. Bewildered. The place Junsu wanted to go was called Monster Village. But to the mutants, it was the village of hope. At that moment, Song Jian lowered its blade. I never thought you would know the village's true name. It said coolly. I will lead the way. Follow me. With that, it turned and walked away. Junsu quickly followed. He was lucky Song Jian was on patrol today. It was more reasonable than the other mutants. A short while later, inside the village of hope, trees bloomed with vibrant colors, bursting with life, and the mutated creatures seemed quite happy. But when Song Jian led Junsu inside, the other mutants immediately grew wary at the sight of him. Before long, a pair of gigantic legs appeared, blocking their path. It was a massive bear. It squinted at Song Jian and asked, Why did you bring a human into our village? Song Jian replied slowly. He knows the name of this village, and he says he has something to discuss with you. Hearing this, the bear lowered its massive head to observe Junsu. After a long moment, it spoke with suspicion. I have never seen you before. What do you want? Junsu took a deep breath to steady himself. I have come to ask for a favor. The bear just stared at him, its doubt growing. Junsu hesitated for a long moment before continuing. I need the magic of the mutated beasts. I do not know if I could possibly. But before he could even finish, the bear suddenly swung its paw and attacked him. Junsu was sent flying. If it were not for his diamond body trait, he would have been knocked unconscious. Seeing him still on his feet, the great bear charged aggressively. Not bad. Now you really deserve to die. I will kill you. Seeing this, Junsu cried out in a panic. Wait, what are you doing? I do not mean to harm anyone. He understood why it was so enraged. That kind of magic can only be extracted from the corpse of a mutant. The great bear roared, swinging its claws wildly. If these were the corpses of your family, would you sell them for a few pieces of silver? Junsu stared at the sword aura emanating from its claws. Utterly bewildered. A bear can use sword aura. Are you serious? But this was no time to think about that. He quickly shouted. Please, just calm down. I will pay a worthy price for it. I promise. Hearing that, the great bear roared in frustration. I told you. I do not want money. It is not money. Junsu shook his head gently, then reached into his bag to take something out. The great bear was momentarily blinded by a bright light from the object and staggered back. It stared at the thing in Junsu's hand, muttering in confusion. What is that? I thought it was something incredible. But Junsu had only taken out a cup of instant noodles. He smirked and said, I will pay a worthy price. In an instant, the great bear flew into a rage. Are you making fun of me? Junsu remained perfectly calm. He took out some hot water and poured it into the cup. He spoke slowly. Do not say that. Just give it a try. We can talk after. There is no need to rush. Then, he closed the lid and pushed it toward the great bear. This is not just any ordinary instant noodle. You know, I do not want it. Get lost now, or I will tear you to shreds. The big, ferocious bear wanted to chase him off, but the aroma of instant noodles hit its nostrils. In an instant, its demeanor changed to that of a puppy. Junsu smirked triumphantly. A mutant bear with such a sharp nose could never resist the smell of this national delicacy. Just as expected, the big bear sat down before the noodle cup, muttering in confusion. I have never smelled anything like this before. Junsu smirked and said, I heard that your friends here in Hope Village struggle to find food. The big bear snorted coldly at that. You know quite a lot. Shrugging nonchalantly, Junsu said, Please. Just eat. Don't you want to know why humans are so obsessed with instant noodles? The big bear's eyes narrowed as it hesitated, but then it changed its tune. I am the chief of Hope Village, so I am merely eating this to study human culture. It is not because it looks tasty or anything. With that, it quickly shoveled everything into its mouth. The moment the flavor hit its tongue, the big bear's eyes shot wide open. This taste. It is like I have been sent to heaven. The chewy noodles flooded its mouth, and the hot broth filled its stomach with a satisfying warmth. It was truly a divine flavor that left it completely mesmerized. The big bear trembled and mumbled. How can something taste this good? Is there more? Junsu nodded lightly and replied, I brought plenty more today. Everyone, come and have a taste. With that, he took out a variety of delicious food and shared it with the surrounding mutants. Not all the demi-humans shared the bear's palate, so Junsu had prepared everything using magic powder. Everyone slowly began to warm up to Junsu, which pleased him greatly. But just then, a serpentoid suddenly held up a jar and spoke out. Wait a minute. This is magic powder. Is it truly safe for us to consume? The moment he said that, the crowd of mutants instantly panicked. The big bear glared at Junsu again. He sighed in resignation. He could not blame them for being cautious. If absorbed the wrong way, a demi-human's magic core could explode. But he had already planned for this. With that in mind, Junsu smiled and said, If you are all worried, why do not you ask the guardian deity? The one with the gift of prophecy, also known as the grandmother of the monster village. The divine tree. The guardian of the monster village. The divine tree. Although she may be weaker than other divine beings, she is still a true god. That is why all matters concerning the demi-humans are ultimately decided by her. The big bear quickly brought the magic powder to the divine tree for inspection. After getting a response, it still asked doubtfully, Is that really true? Godmother. The divine tree answered slowly, That is right. The powder he is using is unpurified, grade 0 core powder mixed with holy water. It is an excellent supplement for you. My children. The big bear used a translator so that everyone could hear. Upon hearing this, the surrounding mutants immediately rejoiced. Afterwards, they began to pay homage to the divine tree. Thank you for sharing your wisdom with us, Godmother. Just then, the serpentoid walked over to Junsu and said, It seems the misunderstanding is cleared up. I was a bit out of line. My apologies. Junsu waved his hand and replied with a laugh. It is no problem. You do not have to apologize. Now that all the misunderstandings are cleared up, how about we have a barbecue or something? Right after that, Junsu started grilling meat for everyone. It was an incredibly joyful feast, and Junsu managed to win them over completely. The spirit tree was also very happy to see this. Hope Village had finally received an honored guest. Not only was there food, Junsu also brought soja. The great bear took a sip, then laughed heartily. Now I see why humans love to drink. This is amazing. Junsu smiled and said, I am glad you like it. But village chief, are not you human too? Why do you speak as if you are from a different species? The great bear answered nonchalantly. Just a habit of mine. To be honest, it has been a long time since we were treated like human beings. When the Japanese army was in power, we were considered nothing more than talking beasts. Hunters were always targeting us. Junsu watched him with narrowed eyes, then said with a broad smile, But even so, you are still incredible. I heard you participated in the war and achieved great things. Which is how the mutants gained some of their rights. The great bear nodded slightly. That was a result we achieved together. It has been so long since the village has been this cheerful. He said he had wanted to hear such laughter for a very long time. Hearing this, Junsu could not help but feel a little emotional. Such a pure village. Just by tending to their deepest wounds, I can complete this reputation quest with ease. After pouring his heart out, the Great Bear spoke again. Right. Did not you say you needed magic cores? Take these. As he finished speaking, he took out 4 magic cores and handed them to Junsu. Junsu was ecstatic. The reputation quest is complete. Come to me. My magic, on the outside. However, Junsu maintained a friendly demeanor and smiled. Thank you, sir. Having gotten what he wanted, Junsu quickly found an excuse to slip away. He was in a great mood. Giving him something this valuable was the right decision on their part, but before he could leave the forest, Frost Roach suddenly blocked his path. He stood facing Junsu and spoke slowly. You are leaving already. I have not even had a chance to thank you. Junsu scratched his head in embarrassment. There is no need for that. Everyone has already given me such a precious gift. Frost Roach spoke calmly. I feel like you want something even greater from our village. Junsu figured it was understandable, since this was their first good meal in decades. But surprisingly, Frost Roach did not object. Instead, he made a sincere offer. If you need another mutant's core, please just tell me. I am willing to give you mine. Junsu was completely stunned and quickly waved his hands in protest. Don't say such terrifying things. I am not asking to rip the heart out of a living person. You get it. Frost Roach remained firm. But I am serious. My godmother, the prophetess, foretold that my destiny is to give a part of my body to the one who can regenerate my flesh. Junsu was shocked once again. Regenerating flesh is that valuable. This must be the start of Skull Roach's personal quest. But I have never heard of anything involving a magic core like this. After a moment of thought, Junsu spoke again. Maybe it is just a metaphor, and not actually a magic core. Frost Roach nodded slightly. That is right. When the time comes, I will know. The two talked for a while longer before Junsu finally left Hope Village. He returned quickly, and the first thing he did was choose a new house. Seeing it, Junsu's eyes lit up. This huge house before him would finally be his new home. A house where the garden alone was 3,000 square meters. It even had a swimming pool in the yard. Not only that, the real reason Junsu chose it was because of the private, secret training ground in the basement. This training ground was much larger than his previous one and fully equipped. Junsu really loved it. He cried out excitedly, never thinking he would get this far. At that moment, Choksao entered. Seeing Junsu laughing endlessly, he asked curiously, Master Kim, are you that happy? Junsu scratched his head shyly and said, Director Koi, thank you for recommending such a wonderful house. Hearing this, Choksao waved his hand with a laugh. Don't mention it, but if I may ask, why the sudden move? Junsu slowly explained. My students will be coming to train now, so I wanted a better space for them. I also need my own private space. As for the room I requested, Choksao said with a wink. Of course. It is all ready. Inside the house, there was also a large laboratory. When Junsu walked in, a spirit appeared. Greetings, Master. I am the magic spirit who will assist you. How may I help you today? Junsu stepped into the testing machine and said coolly, let us run a general diagnostic. Leveling up is going to get a lot more complex from now on, so I will need your help. As soon as Junsu stepped into the machine, the spirit snapped her fingers. A current of magical energy enveloped him and began a full scan of his attributes. Before long, however, the system suddenly reported an error, leaving Junsu a bit confused. The spirit spoke anxiously. Master. An error occurred during the mana circle scan. Junsu thought for a long moment before replying. That is probably on me. I can switch my mana circle freely. This is a secret. Okay. The spirit was stunned and mumbled in disbelief. Is that really possible? There is no such condition in my database. Junsu said nonchalantly. See for yourself. That is why I need to find a level 5 elixir that is suitable for someone like me. Hearing this, the spirit fell silent. After a long pause, she cried out excitedly. A normal elixir won't work, but if we make one ourselves, it could work. Right. Junsu nodded coolly. Exactly. Sounds valuable, does not it? The spirit then began to ask for all the information on Junsu's abilities and entered it into the system. It was finished quickly. The spirit announced cheerfully. You have a total of 136 abilities. The constellation design is complete. Hearing that, Junsu asked in confusion. A constellation? What is that? The spirit slowly explained. It is a type of elixir that was, until now, purely theoretical. Are all the ingredients to create it prepared? He frowned slightly. It was not the elixir he wanted, but it would probably be fine. He had asked the spirit to prepare whatever was most suitable for him. After all, with that thought, he nodded slightly and replied. Of course, Seeing Junsu was ready, the spirit began to craft the level 5 elixir. And just like that, Junsu was busy for the entire day until night fell. Soren and Janet walked in from outside, their hands full. They smiled happily and said, "Congratulations on reaching level 5. Junsu looked at them, bewildered. "How did you two know?" Soren pointed outside and explained. "The person out there told us." Junsu looked out and saw Seo Cho and the boxer Mark Fest standing there, neatly dressed and carrying wine and fruit. Junsu gave them a helpless look, but Seo Cho paid him no mind and ran over with a laugh. "I invited them. It would be a shame to just let today pass by." But the biggest surprises for Junsu were still to come. He saw fireworks and a projection of Eugene's family of 3 celebrating. He blushed with embarrassment. Why is Eugene part of this too? Just then, Seo Cho spoke up again. "Come to think of it, I saw a wreath in front of your house." Junsu gritted his teeth and muttered in frustration. "After reaching level 5, everything I do will draw attention, so I have to be careful from now on. You are trying to harm me with this kind of gift, are not you?" Then he immediately crushed the wreath. Just then, a black car suddenly pulled up in front of Junsu's house. Startling him, a woman stepped out of the car, her demeanor incredibly composed. Junsu frowned slightly in suspicion. Who is this now? It seems like everyone's being invited to this party. While he was bewildered, the woman slowly spoke. "You are Tran Bung Kim." "Correct. Congratulations on reaching level 5. Junsu gave a polite nod and replied. "Thank you. But who are you?" The woman then remembered, smiling as she quickly said, "Oh my. I should have introduced myself sooner. I am Seong Hee-zon of the Kumo group." Hearing the name, Junsu knew exactly who she was. Isn't this the youngest daughter of the Kumo group? He thought. He asked suspiciously. "What is the Kumo group doing here?" Hye-yang replied nonchalantly. "I want to hire you for a job." Unable to hide his surprise, Junsu asked doubtfully, "What kind of job?" But he quickly remembered. Isn't the Kumo group in the middle of a succession war? Getting involved with them would be a huge headache. It is best to stay away. While Junsu was contemplating, Hye-yang spoke again. "We want you to participate as our representative warrior in the 5-round succession battle to compete for the inheritance. The real reward will be even more spectacular." As soon as she finished speaking, she took out a gun. Seeing it, Junsu's eyes widened in utter shock. Isn't that the gun made by Da-san with the superior destruction trait? Everything has changed. At that thought, Junsu immediately smiled and said, "Then let us sign the contract right now. Time to collect all the good stuff." The next day, in a high-rise building, Hye-yang sat on a long sofa, looking at the person opposite her and speaking. "Since you already have 2 Da-san guns, I thought you would accept." Hearing this, Junsu could not help but grin. "If the reward is this big, can you add something more if I win?" Hye-yang replied calmly. "We will give you another Da-san gun with a poison condensation trait." She said that if Junsu keeps winning, there will be more rewards. But she hopes he won't be too greedy, because all the opponents are level 6. Just winning 1 match would be enough. Hearing that, Junsu raised an eyebrow and fell silent. The next day, at a large arena, Hye-yang brought Junsu to this place. Seeing her, a man smirked and said, "So you have arrived. Little sister, I did not expect you to participate. You really are lucky." Hye-yang heard this but said nothing. She walked right past him and went straight to her seat. This action displeased the man, who snorted coldly. What kind of attitude is that? This man is the eldest son of the Kumo group, Seong Hee-jun, a level 6 superhuman. The one sitting beside him is the second son of the Kumo group, also a level 6 superhuman. He sighed and said, "Just let it go. In the end, this is a battle between the 2 of us anyway." Junsu walked over and sat down next to Hye-yang, speaking slowly. "So the first battle is between the representatives of the eldest and second sons." Hye-yang nodded slightly and replied, "That is right. Both of them are very strong." Hearing this, Junsu looked down below at a rank iron armored warrior. The other one was Flame Demon. Also, after observing for a moment, Junsu spoke with admiration, as expected of a major corporation. "They are all high-ranking individuals." Hye-yang reminded him seriously. "You need to watch this fight closely. That armored warrior. He is on my second brother's team. And that armored warrior is considered the strongest competitor in this tournament." Down in the arena, the armored warrior charged forward, attacking Demon Flame. But Demon Flame just smirked. Then, he roared a single word. "Sunfire." Startling the armored warrior. Before he could react, a brilliant fireball shot towards him. Seeing this, Hye-yang was instantly horrified. Boom! The arena below erupted, filling the air with smoke and flames. Just like that, the armored warrior was swallowed by the inferno. He was burned to ashes, vanishing into thin air. Only Demon Flame remained standing in the arena. At that moment, Junsu seemed to realize something. Those flames just now. They were strange. That Demon Flame guy. He is not a level 6 warrior. He is just a mage who can use sunfire. But is not killing forbidden in the Tower of the Sun. With that thought, Junsu used his sensory trait to observe the man called Demon Flame. He immediately noticed something. Isn't that the solar eclipse physique? Don't tell me he is who I think he is. After a long silence, Junsu glanced at Hai Yang. Hai Yang. Am I a... She nodded slightly. That is right. Hearing that, Junsu shot to his feet. I am going now. You should get ready. Hai Yang looked at him with concern, asking hesitantly. Are you sure about this? We should send in a level 6 warrior instead. Shrugging nonchalantly, Junsu replied with confidence. I can. Trust me. I know what I am doing. What? The exile from the Tower of the Sun. So he has joined the Kumo group, up in the stands. The three hairs of the Kumo group continued to watch the upcoming match. Haijun glanced at Hai Yang and said with a smirk, let us see if our little sister's warrior can defeat Demon Flame. Meanwhile, Junsu stepped into the arena, the black tiger sword in his hand. Hai Wangju was a little surprised to see him, but he was certain that even a swordsman could not fight against sunfire. Looks like another corpse is about to be made. Down in the arena, Junsu narrowed his eyes at Hai Wangju and spoke coolly. I never expected to meet you again like this. Hai Wangju's brow furrowed in suspicion. You recognize me? Junsu answered calmly. I do. Because that trick you are using. It is from the Sun Tower. Does your master, Manhwa, know about this? Hearing this, a sneer crept across Hai Wangju's face. Then, he threw his head back and roared with laughter. My master knows. Of course. She knows everything. Before coming here, Junsu had heard a few things from Koi Seo. Right before the succession war for the Kumo group began, the chairman was suddenly assassinated, in this country. Only the head of the Sun Tower and one other person were capable of such a thing. Could it be that the old hag, Jokia, is truly involved in the Kumo group's succession war? It was a terrifying thought, but it was possible. After this is over, I will have to find her and confirm it. While he was lost in thought, Hai Wangju spoke up. Well then, since you recognize me, I can finally have my revenge. I will show you the power I have prepared just for you. The moment he finished speaking, a brilliant flame erupted, but Junsu's figure remained standing there defiantly, which infuriated Hai Wangju. He roared aggressively. So the rumors about you withstanding sunfire were true, but my solar ray is on a completely different level, now obediently turned to ash. Immediately after, another brilliant beam of fire shot out. Seeing this, Hai Wangju panicked. Impossible. A level 6 superhuman can use divine arts. So how can a level 5 superhuman possibly survive this? But when the smoke and flames cleared, Junsu was still standing there, unfazed. He smirked disdainfully. Is that all? I guess it is my turn now. Right, he said that, but he would almost been roasted alive. Thinking about it, he grinned and said, let me just borrow that flame of yours. As soon as Junsu spoke, the solar ray enveloped his axe, causing Hai Wangju to cry out in terror. Impossible. How can you use my solar ray? Junsu ignored his reaction, raising his axe high as lightning quickly struck down from the sky. At the same time, Junsu had also changed his attribute. With a deafening boom, the lightning from the axe struck Hai Wangju, making him scream in panic. Wait a second. But it was too late. His entire body was engulfed by the lightning. When the lightning dissipated, Hai Wangju's body had vanished without a trace. This sight left the three hairs of the Kumo group completely stunned. Junsu, in contrast, spoke with excitement. Shall we move on to the next battle? That evening, at the Kumo group headquarters, thank you for fulfilling my request. And this is an additional reward for your victory. Junsu's eyes immediately lit up. I finally have the 4th Datsun gun. Seeing his delight, Hai Wang spoke again. That is not all. We promised you something else, did not we? It may be modest, but here is a pair of shoes. Though ecstatic inside, Junsu asked shyly, can I really accept something this valuable? Hai Wang answered plainly. You are completely deserving of it. Junsu's 3 consecutive wins were an impressive display, but he was disqualified right after. The remaining representatives fought to the end, and the winner was exactly who Hai Wang had hoped for. Junsu could have kept fighting, but he had no intention of revealing all his cards here. Not when the whole world was watching the Kumo group's struggle. With that thought, Junsu spoke up. So does that make you the heir now? Hai Wang slowly shook her head. Not quite. This battle was just a way to convince the board of directors. They won't give up that easily. Junsu nodded grimly. I see. A young CEO is bound to face all sorts of disadvantages. Hearing that, Hai Wang's fist tightened. After a long pause, she finally spoke. That is right. But I can't just sit back and do nothing. Now that things have come to this, there is one more thing I would like to ask of you. Warrior Kim. Junsu raised an eyebrow. What is it? With a reward this big, how could I possibly say no? Haiwang hesitated for a moment, her hand moving to her earring. She slowly opened her mouth. There is one way to turn the tables. In an instant, the phantom of a black crow appeared before them. Haiwang explained slowly. The Swaven chip contains a mutagen that only reacts to the DNA of my family. If you use it, you can reach level 7 and completely turn the tide. Hearing this, Junsu understood immediately. So Haiwang wanted to risk using the mutagen. With that thought, he nodded without a moment's hesitation. All right, let us do it. Haiwang stared at him in shock. Really? Of course, Junsu replied quietly. Who would be dumb enough to refuse? And so, in the dead of night, within the vault of the Xium group, a black crow flew silently. Completely unnoticed, Junsu sat on its back, a smirk playing on his lips. We found it, a few hours earlier. Haiwang had made Junsu an offer. If you can bring the Swaven chip to me, I will pay you double this amount. Right after that, she stacked a mountain of gold bars on the table, worth about 10 billion won. Junsu's jaw dropped at the sight. Haiwang said calmly. And if I become the chairman, I promise to give you the Kumo helmet and belt that my brothers currently hold. As she spoke, Junsu could not stop himself from panting, which left her bewildered. He spoke up. Sorry, my nose was just itchy. In reality, Junsu was just ecstatic. The Kumo set that the three brothers possessed would ultimately go to the chairman, meaning the Sol rank Kumo set would become his. But he could not let Haiwang see him practically bursting with joy. Haiwang did not seem to notice and continued. My brothers must not find out about this, so keep it secret. If you need anything to fulfill this request, just tell me. Junsu hesitated for a moment before giving a sly smile. Well, in that case, could I have some diamonds? And so, immediately afterward, Junsu made his way to the rooftop of the Kumo building to get a look at his surroundings. A smile crept onto his face. I can see all of Gangnam from here. Money really is incredible. Junsu was now equipped with a set of high-level gear. The Heartseeker helm, boots of haste, blade of wrath, and the crisis detector. Now, it is time to absorb the traits from this magical equipment. In the blink of an eye, a brilliant stream of magic power flowed into Junsu's body. Before long, he had obtained the air raid attribute. Junsu smiled. Satisfied, the movement skill was activated. Now that preparations are complete, it is time to begin. Immediately, Junsu leaped off the building. Of course, before he could hit the ground, a black crow appeared and caught him. Junsu chuckled in satisfaction. Just as I expected from the Kumo shoes. This feels completely different. Now then, time to report to the client. Without hesitation, Junsu reported back to Hyang. Hearing this, she exclaimed in shock. Where is it? He answered calmly. Right in front of the crow statue in the main hall. But there is one small problem. Hyang frowned. A problem, Junsu explained slowly. I am going to have to make a bit of a scene to retrieve the chip. So you will have to take responsibility for what happens next. Chairman, the moment he finished speaking, he brought a hammer down on the statue in the main hall. Instantly, the Raven chip was revealed. Junsu quickly grabbed it and reported back to Hyang. I have the Raven chip. Where to now? Hyang replied urgently. To the body modification room on the second floor. I am on my way there now. Without a second's hesitation, Junsu took off, calling out as he ran. Your brothers have probably figured it out by now. You need to hurry. A moment later, in the modification room on the second floor, the sealed door was suddenly thrown open, startling the person inside who asked. Young chairman, what brings you here at this hour? It was Hyang. She had no time for explanations and quickly ordered, activate the modification room. The lab technician looked stunned for a moment, but quickly moved to operate the computer. After she was done, she asked hesitantly, but what are you planning to do with it? Hyang did not answer, instead smiling towards the door and saying, you are just in time, Army. Warrior, Iwajung, he smirked and said, and so is the chip. Let us get started. With that, he handed the Raven chip to Hyang. She took it and stepped inside the modification machine, saying calmly, I am leaving the rest to you then. Junsu calmly replied, yeah, do not worry. I will be right here to witness it all. Reassured by his words, Hyang confidently used the chip. She stood tall inside the modification machine, with a look of absolute determination. Hyang knew she had to see this through. Just then, an angry shout echoed from outside, startling Junsu and making him look over. The arrivals were none other than the two Seo brothers. Hyang stormed in, shouting furiously, you little brat, daring to pull a stunt like this behind my back. You are going to regret it. But Junsu blocked their path. Speaking calmly, I can't let you take another step. Hyun glared at him, his voice cold. You have taken down a few superhumans before. And now you think you can oppose me. Do you have any idea who I am? Junsu just chuckled and said, Of course I know. You are the chairman of the Kumo group, or should I say, the former chairman. His words made Hyang flush with rage. And he gritted his teeth, cursing. You bastard. At that moment, the other brother stepped forward to intervene, the master of the Azure Fox sword. Hyang narrowed his eyes at him, but Hyang paid no attention. Speaking flatly, no matter how skilled a warrior you are, you can't fight both my brother and me, 2 level 6 superhumans. At the same time, he offered Junsu a reward equal to what he was already promised, suggesting they could negotiate instead of clashing. Hyang even offered him the position of vice director of security for Kumo. Junsu raised an eyebrow, considering it for a moment. But then he sneered. What a scummy offer. Asking me to betray a defenseless client. That is how a real lowlife thinks. His words sent both of the Seo brothers into a rage. But before they could speak, Junsu continued to taunt them. And you call that an equivalent reward? Make it at least double, or maybe triple. And I might think about it, but I would never actually accept. Finally, Hyun could not hold back any longer and charged with his sword. Junsu hurriedly brought up his leather shield to defend. That hurt more than I expected. So this is the power of a level 6 superhuman. They were right. I can't fight both of them at the same time. But against just one of them, I am not so sure I would lose. Because at that very moment, a gash appeared on Hyun's stomach, fresh blood spilling from the wound. Junsu smirked. Ooh. My hand slipped. Seeing the situation turn bad, Hyung raised his gun and fired at him, but Junsu instantly formed a shield to block the shot. And at that very moment, it seemed he acquired a new trait. Junsu could not help but let out a smirk, wondering why his shield suddenly felt so much sturdier. Now, they can fire all they want. I won't move a single inch. While Junsu was occupied with Hyun saw his chance and made a dash for the modification machine. But just before his hand touched the machine, a bullet trailing a blue light suddenly hit him. Hyun watched in shock and horror. Hyun's body was completely frozen, unable to move an inch. Hyun recognized what it was and yelled in frustration. You bastard. Where did you get that gun? But the man who had been in front of him was already gone. When he reappeared, Junsu was standing right behind Hyun. In the blink of an eye, Junsu had switched his trait to airstrike. This is the air raid enhanced jump, exploiting the opponent's opening in an instant to rain down bullets like an airstrike. After taking them both down, Junsu smirked, ready to give up yet, but just then, Hyun smirked and said, How ridiculous. You think you can win with just that meager amount of power? As soon as he spoke, his body was enveloped in a crimson aura, causing Junsu to startle and step back. Hyun was using an item. It is called the Eternal Dark Fruit. At the same time, Junsu found himself surrounded by the muzzles of pitch-black guns. Hyun was now being held up by his people. The situation was not good. Junsu tightened his grip on his sword, unsure if even he could get out of this safely. Just then, a shout suddenly rang out. Everyone, stop. At the same time, the modifier began to emit a golden light. Everyone who saw this was stunned, speechless. Junsu, however, was overjoyed. Just in time, the two brothers' faces turned grim. Hyun emerged from within. Her appearance transformed. She had become a level 7 super being. 2 pairs of wings adorned her back. Her title was now Sun Krao. She spoke coldly. This time, you are too late. Seeing this, Hyun could not help but tremble as he muttered. Sun Krao. Hyun, however, remained defiant and yelled. Who do you think you are scaring? Fine, let us do this. But just then, a middle-aged man entered, placing a hand on his shoulder to persuade him. Stop. If the youngest chairman truly acts, this entire building will be rubble in under 1 minute. This was Keon Jun, a co-founder of the Kumo Group. He said coldly. I thought this was already settled during the last confrontation, and yet you continue to act this way. Are you ignoring the process that was approved by the shareholders? Hearing this, a trembling Hyun tried to explain. Father, I did not mean. But before he could finish, Keon Jun cut him off coldly. If that was not your intention, were you plotting something else besides the chairman's death? At these words, Hyun's face fell, and he was speechless for a long moment. After speaking, he bowed his head to her, then led his men away. A few days later, on the balcony of her private residence, Hyun spoke while sipping a drink. As per tradition, my brothers have withdrawn from all business operations and moved to America to live. Junsu smiled happily. Congratulations. You are about to become the new chairman of the Kumo Group, Hyun said gratefully. It is all thanks to you. Have you received the items from my brothers as promised?
Yep.
Of course. Junsu nodded slightly again. If you need anything else in the future, just let me know. Thanks to you, I have completed the Kumo set. Hearing this, Heian hesitated for a moment before speaking. Now that you mention it, I actually have one more request for you. Junsu's eyes lit up instantly. What is the request this time? But just then, Heian suddenly pulled out a man's ring and saw a great item, leaving him completely bewildered. Before he could even process it, Heian knelt down and proposed. Warrior, will you marry me? Junsu froze on the spot. He quickly waved his hands in refusal. But I can't accept. Heian cried out in shock. What? But why? I am not lacking in any way to be your partner. She was right. She had both money and beauty. But Junsu just shook his head and replied. You are not my type. Heian could not believe it, muttering in a daze. This is absurd. Why would something so trivial matter to people like us? It is important, Junsu said firmly. I want to marry someone who genuinely loves me. Not someone like you, who only sees me as a tool to secure her power. Heian was stunned by his words. In the end, she could only let out a reluctant sigh. You really are a difficult man to figure out. Then, she raised her glass again. In that case, I would like to propose a partnership. We can help each other whenever needed. How about that? Fine. Junsu agreed without a moment's hesitation. The two quickly clinked their glasses, officially sealing their partnership. It was not until late at night that Junsu finally got in his car to head home. Thinking about the proposal, he could not help but sigh. It felt like he would just thrown away a chance to live a life of luxury. What a waste. After all, Junsu was still in his prime. Marriage was a bit much. But just dating Heian. Before he could even finish the thought, he slapped himself in frustration. What he needed to focus on now was the Elder of the Sun Tower, because what that guy, said was really bothering him. Was that old woman really like he described? As Junsu was lost in thought, his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from the Sun Tower. Talk about timing. The next day, at Phoenix Valley, Junsu arrived at the agreed-upon location. Strangely, there was not a single phoenix in sight. Just then, the Tower Master approached from the distance, with Mage Kim following behind. He greeted him cheerfully. Long time no see. Hunter Kim, or should I say, Master of the Black Tiger Sword. The Tower Master kept rambling on, prompting an annoyed Mage Kim to cut in. Sir, perhaps we should get straight to the point. Only then did the Tower Master quiet down. Mage Kim looked directly at Junsu. Hunter Kim, I am sure you have already guessed. But we have called you here to ask for your help. Junsu seemed to know what this was about. He asked, is it because all the phoenixes have vanished? The Tower Master nodded, his voice grave. That is right. I have no leads as to where they have gone. I suspect another mythical creature has captured them all. Junsu crouched down, examining the ground for a moment. After a while, he spoke up. That is possible. But has anyone considered the possibility of illegal poaching? The Tower Master shook his head. Highly unlikely. Our security is ironclad. Junsu narrowed his eyes at him. But what if someone on the level of a magic tower elder was involved? Mage Kim considered his words thoughtfully. Someone at the elder level. It is possible. But who would dare to do something like that? The Tower Master, however, became furious. He boomed. Harming the phoenixes is a grave violation of our laws. Master of the Black Tiger Sword. Can you find the culprit? Of course. Junsu replied without hesitation. He promised to find all the missing phoenixes and the one responsible for this. But the Tower Master would have to pay him an additional fee. A moment later, in the sea near Phoenix Valley, a canoe was slicing through the waves at a speed so fast it made Junsu sick. I would not even dare to dream of driving it. My grandfather treasures this thing so much, Junsu replied calmly. Because I need it for the mission. We need something incredibly fast to catch that thing. What they are chasing is a blue-feathered phoenix. A little while earlier, while Junsu was working, Mage Kim noticed what he was making. He walked over and asked, "Hey, what is that?" Junsu smirked and said, "You can tell what it is. It is a phoenix. But the thing you are making does not look like one at all." But Junsu did not care. He had just received a new crafting trait from the system. After a moment, Junsu spoke. "All right then, Mage Kim. I am going to need a little of your blood." The moment he said it, Junsu grabbed Mage Kim's hand and drew his blood. Back in the present, Mage Kim could not help but marvel. "I can't believe a little of my blood was enough to turn that steel wire into an artificial phoenix." Junsu explained slowly. "Your blood contains the essence of the phoenix. So we can use its homing instinct to find where the others are." A short time later, on Alungdo Island, Junsu and Mage Kim followed the artificial phoenix and, just as expected, found the other phoenixes. But they did not look well at all. Mage Kim muttered in confusion. They should all be able to live for over 20 years. Yet here they are, looking completely exhausted. Junsu thought for a moment, then suggested, "Can you check their mana?" Mage Kim nodded and began to perform the check. Through his magic, he saw the phoenix's hollow hearts. Mage Kim cried out in shock. Their mana has been completely drained. From their hearts to their blood vessels. Everything is burned dry. But he quickly realized something else. He said in shock, "Wait a minute. This trace. It is from the Qianwell clan." Hearing this, Junsu smiled. "Contact the Tower Master." The culprit is none other than Elder Du of the Qianwell clan. Upon hearing the news, the Tower Master rushed over in a fury, screaming, "Elder Du, that damn witch." Seeing him practically breathing fire, Mage Kim hurriedly tried to placate him. "Master, please calm down." The Tower Master continued to rage. "She was caught trying to steal all the phoenixes. I swear, if I get my hands on her, I will." But before he could finish, Junsu interrupted. "So Elder Du has also vanished from the tower." The Tower Master nodded slowly. "That is right. I went to her office, but she was gone, leaving only a clone behind." He grew angrier as he spoke, looking ready to punch something. Luckily, Mage Kim held him back. Junsu paid them no mind, frowning as he muttered, "A clone." Mage Kim explained slowly. "It is a spell that creates a body identical to the caster, but it perishes after a while." Junsu thought for a moment before saying, "She was probably just buying time." At his word, the Tower Master froze. The death of the Kumo Group's chairman, whose heart was burned out, the reappearance of the exiled mages, now as enhanced warriors, the phoenixes being hunted to exhaustion, used as a power source, and Elder Du's disappearance. There are too many clues now. Junsu forced himself to connect the dots. After a long pause, he looked at the Tower Master and asked, "Tower Master, are you thinking about it too?" The Tower Master looked at him in confusion, muttering in disbelief. "Do not tell me Akbun has gotten her hands on that thing." The thing he was referring to was the forbidden ritual of the Eclipse faction. The forbidden ritual is a ceremony that burns mana to block the sun's light, an event from the solar demonization quest. At this point, solar demonization had not even been researched by Giacomo, so Junsu could not understand why it was happening. This must be the butterfly effect. His and Haiwang Ju's interference had created a different outcome. Hearing this, Mage Kim asked doubtfully, "What is it exactly?" The Tower Master slowly replied, "She is using the power of the phoenix to drain the sun's mana, and not just the sun. The land. The sea. Akbun is draining the mana from every living creature." Mage Kim cried out in shock. What if the magic tower collapses because of this? But before he could finish, Junsu cut, "We need to find U's. Joe first." Just then, the Tower Master spoke up. "I feel a massive mana link nearby. Follow me. I think I know where she is." A short while later, at a house on a cliffside, the three of them arrived to cast a tracking spell for Akbun. Junsu exclaimed in surprise when he saw it. "She is hiding in there to perform the ritual." The Tower Master nodded slightly. "Yep. But the labyrinth is too strong, so she can't destroy the gate. It was designed to withstand even a solar flare." The Tower Master told Junsu and Mage Kim to stay put while he went to handle Akbun. But Mage Kim stopped him. "You can't go." Junsu nodded in agreement. Mage Kim is right. This is too dangerous. Let me handle it. The Tower Master was shocked. "You want to go in?" Junsu replied calmly. "Yep." To catch her off guard, "It is best if an outsider like me goes in." The Tower Master saw his point and reluctantly said, "It seems I owe you again. Take these." With that, he handed several items to Junsu. Magic dice and some escape talismans. Junsu took them without hesitation. The escape talismans gave him a second life, so risking his life one time was worth it, because Bun possessed one of the 8 treasures of the magic tower. A moment later, inside the spatial labyrinth, Junsu had just stepped inside when he realized Mage Kim had followed him. He cried out in shock. "What are you doing? Why did you follow me into the labyrinth? You will die." Mage Kim pursed his lips and muttered, "But this is the magic tower's problem. Besides, 2 people are better than 1. It will be trouble if an enemy appears while you are using the dice to neutralize the interdimensional space." Junsu had to admit that made sense. After a moment, he asked, "Does the Eclipse faction always cause this much trouble?" Mage Kim answered awkwardly, "Yep." The Eclipse faction is rooted in black magic. As he spoke, he failed to notice a magical beast attacking from behind. Fortunately, Junsu reacted in time, throwing his sword and killing the magical beast. Mage Kim was too stunned to speak. Junsu, on the other hand, was calm. Any slower and we would have been its dinner. "Looks like they have caught our scent. Stay right behind me." After saying that, he pulled his sword from the beast's corpse, gripped it tightly, and continued forward. At the same time, Junsu changed his attribute. He walked ahead, warning sternly, "From now on, dozens of waves will be coming for us." Sure enough, the moment he finished speaking, a horde of demonic beasts attacked the two of them. Junzo was unfazed, disappearing in a flash. Flashes of his sword danced through the air, slicing through the bodies of the demonic beasts. His attacks on their weak points dealing critical damage. With a loud boom, all the demonic beasts exploded. Watching this from behind, Mage Kim panicked and muttered, "These monsters." But before he could finish his sentence, a loud shout rang out. "Stop." They looked over and saw an old woman standing on a cliff. It was none other than Okbun. She pointed her magic staff at the two of them, shouting in anger, "How dare you set foot in this place? Your crime of interfering with my masterpiece will not be punished lightly." The moment she spoke, a barrage of lightning bolts rained down on Junsu and the mage. The nearby cliffs were shattered by the lightning strikes. Junsu knew Okbun was definitely not an easy opponent. But he was not going to die in a minigame like this. With that thought, he gripped Mage Kim's shoulder and ordered, "Hold on tight." Junsu had seen this attack pattern countless times in the game, so he could see everything coming. Immediately, he changed his equipment's properties and took Mage Kim into the air, dodging every one of Okbun's attacks. In the blink of an eye, the air was filled with the sound of crackling explosions. A section of the forest was scorched black by the lightning. Junsu held on to Mage Kim as they landed. He asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Mage Kim shook his head slightly. "I think I am fine." "But where are we?" Junsu slowly replied. "This is the spot where the mana in this area is concentrated. Go install the neutralization device." Mage Kim immediately took off. "Got it. I will do it quickly and be right back." However, he did not get far before Okbun blocked his way. She shrieked, "You little rats. You are digging your own graves." The moment she finished speaking, Okbun began to cast her magic again. Dense lightning crackled into existence, and Junsu yelled, "Mage Kim, move." Luckily, Mage Kim jumped back just in time, or he would have been blown to smithereens by that lightning. Junsu narrowed his eyes at the old woman, thinking to himself, as expected of a 7th level mage, "If that hits me, I will be turned to dust. There is no way I can take a hit like that normally." With that, Junsu spoke again. "Mage Kim, I will draw her attention. Hurry up and go." Mage Kim quickly replied, "Got it," and ran off. Seeing him run off, Okbun's expression soared. She gritted her teeth and growled, "Where did that little rat go?" But at that moment, Junsu suddenly shouted, "Hyo, you old hat." Hearing his voice, Okbun glared fiercely at him, but Junsu did not care and just shouted back defiantly, "If you suddenly got this powerful, I am guessing you used the Kumo Group chairman's mana ring for a little boost. Or has this old hag just completely lost her mind?" Okbun bit her lip fiercely, her voice dripping with venom. "I was originally going to have my disciple retrieve the sun fruit, but you ruined everything. Still, it does not matter now. That black fruit will be enough." The moment she spoke, she unleashed her magic again, a furious torrent of lightning surging toward Junsu, but he dodged it with ease. Frustrated, Okbun snapped, "Do you really think you can keep avoiding the power of the eclipse?" Junsu retorted nonchalantly, "Are you going blind? Old woman, you can't even land a single hit." His words pushed Okbun to the brink. She screamed in a rage, "You insolent brat." Meanwhile, Mage Kim had begun setting up the magic device. Before long, the installation was complete, and the magic was activated. Okbun saw this from afar and muttered in confusion. Since when was that neutralization device there? Mage Kim looked to the sky and muttered, "Sir." Now, the neutralization device fired a beam of magic, piercing through the dimension and weakening its spatial integrity. The Tower Master, watching from the outside, saw this and exclaimed with excitement, "It looks like it is my turn to act." Right after, he began to cast his own magic, causing the labyrinth's dimension to slowly crack apart. Inside, a delighted Mage Kim laughed and said, "Superman, the labyrinth is breaking apart." Junsu nodded in agreement. "Yeah, it looks like the Tower Master is doing his part perfectly." The eclipse in the sky was also beginning to fade. This sent Okbun into a panic. She kept muttering, "This can't be happening. My magic. My power. My world." In the blink of an eye, the old hag's body reverted to its frail, decrepit state. A layer of skin seemed to peel from her face as she muttered endlessly, "I was so close. This is all your fault. All your fault." Immediately, she channeled all her rage into one final spell and unleashed it. Junsu did not let his guard down, hastily blocking with his iron fist. But he was still a step too slow. This power is insane. Before he could even catch his breath, Okbun attacked again. Junsu dodged in a hurry as a series of explosions erupted right behind him. This made Okbun roar in fury. "Damn it. Why won't you get hit? Just die." As she screamed, she relentlessly attacked Junsu with lightning magic. Bolts rained down, as if trying to pulverize him. When the lightning faded, all that remained was a large crater. He was nowhere to be seen, leaving Okbun bewildered. At that moment, Junsu activated his weakness detection trait. He spotted the fatal point on Okbun's back. A smirk spread across Junsu's face. Found your weak spot. As he said that, he lunged forward with his sword, landing a clean strike on her back. Okbun's frail body collapsed to the ground. Fresh blood poured out endlessly as she muttered resentfully. I can't die like this. I have to at least take one life with my own hands. Immediately after, she raised a trembling hand, attempting to attack Junsu. But at that very moment, another hand appeared and grabbed Okbun by the throat. It was the Tower Master. He had appeared. He commanded, "You piece of trash, just die for me," then incinerated her with his flames. In that instant, light was restored to the Sun Tower. After returning, the Tower Master could not stop praising Junsu. Before, you were like a trainee warrior, or someone with just a little talent in magic. But today you look like a warrior truly ready for battle. Flustered by the praise, Junsu scratched his head, but the Tower Master continued to compliment him. No wonder the general gave you the Black Tiger sword. This sort of thing is called being 1 in 10,000. I think the magic spirit mentioned that too. Thinking of this, Junsu asked with confusion, "What is that?" The Tower Master slowly explained. It is a term to describe those who possess limitless potential and the superhuman energy of 10,000 men. As he finished speaking, he took out a ring and said, "Well then, this is your reward." It was the Ring of Eclipse, one of the 8 great treasures of the Magic Tower, and the most powerful holy relic of the Eclipse School. Junsu happily took it and put it on. The binding attribute of this ring was Eclipse, and it even had the function to devour, absorb, and store mana. After everything was taken care of, he returned with the demonic device. At his private home on the outskirts of the city, time passed by, and winter arrived. Soren had begun practicing how to use the energy of the heavenly killing star. While Janet was hunting the steel energy within her body and gradually growing stronger, Junsu was naturally very happy. Soren will probably reach level 5 soon. The day she learns the Firestar sword style won't be far off. As for Thich Quian, he had also reached level 4, and he began to expand his influence across the entire country. And just like that, it was the 24th of December. That evening, Junsu took Soren and Janet to the festival. The two of them were in constant awe as they walked. Junsu also smiled and said, "Let us enjoy ourselves to the fullest today. Because starting tomorrow, we are going back to training." Hearing that, Janet's smile vanished, and she quickly spoke up, "Then I will go on ahead." Soren chimed in, running after her. "Janet, wait for me." And the two of them ran off just like that. December 24th is the day of the God-slaying festival. The day the Pope was officially declared dead, and also the day the Treaty of Westphalia came into effect. That is why this festival is celebrated worldwide. Just like Christmas. Because in this world, Christmas does not exist. While Soren and the other were strolling, Soren saw someone and called out excitedly, "Janet, look, it is the Holy Knight Chajur-jun." Janet also looked at the handsome man, unable to help but sigh. He is so handsome. Junsu, however, was lost in his own thoughts. During the God-slaying festival, the holy knights of each country hold a separate gathering. He had been invited as an honorary holy knight of the Order of Thor and Gaia. Just then, a diplomatic representative approached Junsu. "Aren't you the master of the Black Tiger sword?" "I am Azim, the diplomatic representative from India to Korea." Junsu also replied politely, "I am Warrior Kim, a level 5 superhuman. Thank you for inviting me here." Azim let out a soft chuckle, gesturing to the two people behind him as he introduced them. "This is my wife and my daughter." Azim's daughter bowed her head to greet Junsu. "It is a pleasure to meet you." Warrior Kim, there she is? The last of the top 3 from the warrior class. Kali Kurat, the future master of Karachi. Should I use Jeanette to get closer to her? After a moment's hesitation, Junsu gestured towards Soren and the other. "These are my disciples. And as it happens, my second disciple and your daughter." But before he could finish, a sudden cry of surprise rang out. "Isn't that the master of the Black Tiger sword?" And just like that, everyone's attention turned to Junsu. They surrounded him, praising him endlessly. This made Junsu feel completely helpless. This was my chance to get close to Kali. How did it come to this? However, even without him, Soren and Janet were still chatting happily with Kali. After a long while, an exhausted Junsu finally managed to escape the crowd. As soon as he returned, he saw the 3 girls with their heads together, chatting very cheerfully. He breathed a sigh of relief. Well, that is good then. Outside, snow had begun to fall. The end of the year was really approaching. Junsu wished could stay this peaceful. As he was taking a walk, a voice suddenly called out from behind him. "Hello." Junsu glanced back and saw a woman approaching, with a faint smile on her lips. She spoke, May I have a word with you? Inheritor. Junsu recognized her. Isn't that the saintess of the Star Bishop's army? He narrowed his eyes at the saintess and asked suspiciously. What are you doing here? Aren't you busy preparing for the god-slaying festival? The saintess's expression immediately darkened. She retorted in a cold voice. It is not the god-slaying festival. It is the festival of rebirth. Hearing that, Junsu let out a light snort of contempt. Fine. Call it whatever you want. As they walked and talked, the saintess spoke again faintly. You do realize that I am being very generous with you, right? Junsu sneered. Generous? What kind of generous are you talking about? With a soft chuckle, the saintess asked lightly. Don't you find it strange that you are still alive after killing one of our supervisors? Junsu was stunned to hear this. So she knows everything. Even what happened inside the labyrinth. Ignoring his reaction, the saintess continued with a malicious smile. If I had made a move, that pathetic body of yours would have been dead long ago. I am merely pulling the strings from the shadows for now. You understand, do not you? Junsu narrowed his eyes at her and asked suspiciously. Why are you doing this? It is not like I asked for your help. A faint smile played on her lips as the saintess leaned in and whispered in his ear. It is because a magnificent soul like that could become the savior of our legion and guide us to the light. Junsu froze when he heard that. Don't tell me. The soul she is talking about is me from the real world. In the real world, Junsu was just one of countless failures. A loser with no accomplishments. Unlucky in love and in life. The more he thought, the more he panicked. Is this some new kind of scam? Why are these people doing this to me? Could it be because of trait change? If the saintess sees trait change as an ability bound to the soul, then I guess it could be considered a magnificent soul. While Junsu was lost in thought, the saintess's voice dropped low. I sincerely hope you will grow stronger. To become the perfect vessel for that soul of yours. Before Junsu could even understand, the saintess sneered and said, It is today. Her words left him completely baffled as the saintess continued her cryptic rambling. Starting today, everything begins. We have high hopes for you, Savior. She said that while Junsu was running around creating a diversion, they would also be gaining a lot. The more he listened, the more confused Junsu became, asking, What is all this nonsense you are talking about? The saintess chuckled softly and shook her head. You will find out soon enough. Right after that, a magic circle appeared under her feet. She spoke with a malicious smile. Do take care of yourself until we meet again. And just like that, the saintess vanished from sight, leaving Junsu completely bewildered. That crazy woman. She appears just to spout nonsense and then vanishes. What in the world is she plotting? From today, everything begins. The official game has not even started yet. So there is no way a huge, explosive main quest like the one in Chapter 1 would kick off now. But then, something suddenly occurred to Junsu. He pulled out his phone to check. Today is the God-Slaying Festival. The same time Chapter 10 happens. The Saintess made a similar declaration in the game. So does that mean? It can't be? As Junsu was lost in thought, time kept marching on. As the clock struck exactly 12 midnight, a massive explosion shook the earth, sending the festival goers into a panic. Junsu looked up at the smoke and flames in front of him, cursing to himself. Damn it. It's begun. Chapter 1. The Xenon Crisis has officially started. Demonic beasts and monsters have appeared from nowhere, attacking people. Their numbers were unbelievable. Junsu did not think twice. Grabbing his gun and running, he quickly gave instructions. Guard this side with the other holy knights. The man nodded. I understand. But what about you? Junsu replied matter-of-factly. I have people I need to protect first. Then he took off running. Demonic beasts were attacking every nook and cranny of this place. Saurian and Janet were fighting hard to defeat the demonic beasts. As the Exxon terror attack plunged the entire city into chaos. In the game, Callie's parents died during this incident. The event left a deep scar on Callie's heart. And it was what pushed her to become a transcendent. But this time, they have someone to protect them. Seeing him arrive, Saurian and Janet cried out in joy. Master. The person who came was none other than Junsu. And he would not let that tragedy happen in this timeline. At that moment, Callie, held in her parents' arms, watched Junsu appear like a god, her eyes filling with admiration. Immediately after, the master and his two students joined forces to wipe out the monsters. Amidst the chaos, cars sped through the streets. The driver was Junsu, and he was quickly trying to contact Zidong. On the other end, Zidong immediately answered. Officer Kim, I am currently busy handling the terrorist attack in Ixan. Junsu quickly cut in. I need to speak with you right now. Even though this attack is happening all over Xi'an, it only has one target. He thought, then quickly said, the president is in danger. This made Zidong cry out in alarm. What? Are you serious? But I heard the Blue House is secure. Junsu replied calmly. It is the truth. The president is not there. I am sending you his location now. With that, he sped off. During the god-slaying festival, the unmarried president would surely go to one place. His secret lover's house. A moment later, Junsu's vehicle hovered in the sky above the skyscrapers. The magic spirit asked hesitantly. We have arrived. Should we land on the roof? No time. Junsu replied with a slight shake of his head. Then stepped onto the edge of the vehicle. Security is always tight wherever the president goes. To bypass the checks and get there fast, his only option was to jump. With a loud crash, Junsu shattered the security glass, revealing a chaotic scene inside. A man was huddled in a corner, protecting a woman. This man was the president. His face was pale with fear. Seeing Junsu, he quickly asked, Are you a swordsman? Junsu ignored him and rushed to their side, asking with concern, Are you two all right? The president did not answer, instead screaming in panic. Behind you. An attacker was striking from behind. Luckily, Junsu reacted just in time, raising his sword to block. Still, the force pushed him back several steps. Junsu narrowed his eyes at the figure before him. So you have finally shown yourself. The Chapter 1 boss. The terrorist Sahun. The polyandrous queen. A level 7 superhuman. She spoke with a smirk. A pay-to-win swordsman. Looks like this queen has hit the jackpot. Junsu's brow furrowed, his expression turning grim and serious. The polyandrous queen ignored him and continued to speak with a grin. If I kill you and dump your corpse in Guangwaman, I am sure that old tiger will be devastated. Then, she drew her sword, the Japanese sword. Auto Masamune. Every time it strikes an enemy, it activates a random curse. Junsu knew this sword very well. While he was lost in thought, the polyandrous queen let out a fierce cry. Let us see what you have got. I want to know just how well that old man taught you. Then, she unleashed a crimson arc of sword light at him, not daring to be careless. Junsu blocked it with his shield. Even so, the force of the blow made him cough up blood. He could not help but think. To be this powerful after blocking just one hit, he bit his lip hard. The polyandrous queen's strength was in her offense, not defense. To survive even one more second, he had to fight fire with fire. A half-hearted fight is a lost one. With that thought, Junsu charged forward like a moth drawn to a flame. He was behind the polyandrous queen. Yet, she stood perfectly still, a contemptuous smirk playing on her lips. How pathetic. Then, the polyandrous queen spun around and lunged with her sword, but Junsu was a step ahead, already having summoned a shield to block the attack. At the same time, he changed his attribute and launched a direct counterattack, sending the polyandrous queen flying. Before she could even react, Junsu charged in again, relentlessly bringing down the hammer in his hand, forced onto the defensive. The polyandrous queen gritted her teeth and cursed. You little brat. But Junsu paid the polyandrous queen's taunts no mind. He was only focused on one thing. Her sole weakness was close-quarters combat. One slip-up would mean certain death. But he had to take the risk. They continued to clash, sending flashes of sword light and bursts of magical energy in all directions. Watching from the sidelines, the president was frozen in terror. Meanwhile, the two combatants were still locked in a fierce stalemate. Junsu bit his lip hard, cursing under his breath. Damn it. Because of the queen's invincible passive ability, my attacks are not doing any damage. Pushed to her limit by Junsu's relentless assault, the polyandrous queen went berserk. She roared. You persistent little leech. This ends now. Then, she slashed at Junsu with her sword, sending him flying backward. Narrowing her eyes at him, the Dark Queen spoke coldly. You are tougher than I thought. Any last? Junsu did not answer and just yelled out. Get the president out of here now. While they were fighting, the car had reached the president's hiding spot and quickly drove away. By the time the Dark Queen realized what was happening, it was too late. She could only try to stop them in desperation. But the car had already vanished into the distance. Junsu let out a mocking laugh. What are you going to do now? You have lost your target. His words pushed the Dark Queen's fury to its peak. She growled through gritted teeth. You bastard. So this was your plan all along. As she spoke, she unleashed a flurry of sword strikes. This was the Dark Queen's ultimate technique. Heaven and earth annihilation. Junsu watched the blood-red stream of magic slowly advance toward him. A sense of dread washed over him. Because of the curse, he could not move. But was there really no way to escape? In your dreams? Junsu suddenly smirked. The ring in his hand suddenly began to glow. This was an escape talisman, allowing him to leave the battlefield one time. Junsu clenched the ring in his hand. He roared defiantly. Thanks for everything, you stupid old hag. Then, his body was enveloped by a stream of magic. When the Dark Queen's sword struck down, he was nowhere to be seen. It only plunged into the ground. This made her scream in fury. That damn little brat. When Junsu reappeared, he was in the bathroom of his own home. Junsu pulled his head up, gasping for air. I almost died. If it were not for the escape talisman the Tower Master gave me, I would have been dead for real. That was too close. Junsu frowned and muttered. Well, the general must have reached the building by now. I wonder if they caught the Dark Queen. With her power, it is probably unlikely. But this was not the time to be thinking about that. I need to treat my wounds first. And so, Junsu soaked in the bathtub to rest, only snapping out of it when his phone started ringing. Junsu groggily picked up the phone and mumbled, Hello. A panicked scream from Soren immediately came from the other end of the line, jolting Junsu wide awake. Soren kept rambling on the other end. Why have not you been picking up my calls? It has been days. Junsu replied helplessly. I was resting. But he quickly realized something was wrong and exclaimed in shock. Wait, did you say days? Soren replied, annoyed. That is right. Do you have any idea how worried I was? What was with those weird messages you left before disappearing? Confused, Junsu opened his messages to check. The texts really were a bit strange. He awkwardly apologized, but Soren did not care. She continued. Anyway, that is not the main point. Do you know where I am right now? Hearing this, Junsu furrowed his brow and asked. Where? Soren answered in a low voice. I am at the Blue House with Janet. The president wants to see you. Junsu stepped out of the bathtub as he spoke, calmly replying, I see. All right. I will be there right away. Now, time to go collect my reward. A moment later, at the Blue House, the president greeted Junsu with open arms the moment he arrived. He spoke with gratitude. I am truly thankful that you risked your life to save me. Are you feeling better? Junsu replied with a natural smile. Yep. I have made a full recovery. The fountain of magic and the divine elixir helped a lot. Just then, a large hand slapped him on the back. Zijam, who had just arrived, laughing boisterously. I knew you would show up here without a single scratch. You little rascal. The Tower Master was also there, adding with a smile. The Senza divine elixir worked, did not it? Don't forget to thank our magic tower. Junsu felt a bit overwhelmed by their sudden friendliness. Just then, the president stepped forward and said, Thank you so much, Jimin. This is a small token of my gratitude. I hope you will accept it. With that, he presented a box. Inside was a set of Sol-grade essence armor. Its trait is Essence, just as the name implies. It is an incredibly overpowered trait that can alter its configuration to grant an advantage each time its properties are switched. If you switch its trait to Swordsman, it will prioritize attack and agility. If you switch to the Warrior trait, it will grant strength and durability. If you switch to Marksman, your attack and movement speed will be enhanced. Isn't this basically custom made for me? This is absolutely top tier. At that thought, Junsu happily accepted it. Thank you. I will make good use of it. At that moment, another hand landed on his shoulder, making him tense up. Before he could even process what was happening, both the Tower Master and Zijam exclaimed excitedly. All right. Time to get down to business. And just like that, Junsu was pulled into the Situation Room along with the two of them and the president. The president stood at the center and announced in a firm voice. We are currently tracking Sin Yiren, the leader of the terrorists. She is the one they call the Executioner Queen. Junsu stood silently, observing the map on the table. He had seen this map many times before, as it was the quest map for Chapter 1. If this were the game, everything would have been over in the blink of an eye. That is how it should have been, but in this reality, the commander of the Western Corps, a war hero just like the commander of the Eastern Corps, many leaders from various guilds, and even the assault team from the Superhuman Association have all joined forces. As expected, having a government makes a huge difference. So this is why the Patriarch's army wanted to assassinate the president. And then there were the words of the Saintess from that day. I wonder what she will do now. It seems Chapter 1 is ending a bit too quickly. In the days that followed, news praising Junsu was all over the papers and the internet. Seeing this, Soren and Janet exclaimed excitedly. Master, everyone online is talking about you. It seems the battle at the Indian embassy really got a lot of attention. Thankfully, with Chapter 1 seemingly over, Junsu needed to focus on his own training. So he drove the two girls back to his home. But just as they stepped out of the car, Janet noticed something. It was Azam, with his wife and daughter. They were standing in front of Junsu's house. Upon seeing him, Azam rushed over to greet him. Greetings, Master of the Dark Fox Sword. I have come to express my gratitude to you. Junsu gave a slight nod. Yep. I understand. This was the golden opportunity to recruit Kali. He had to say something. But before he could even speak, Kali suddenly stepped forward. She looked at Junsu with determination and said, Master, I want to be your disciple. Junsu was stunned. He had not even done anything yet, He asked doubtfully. A disciple. What do you mean? Callie slowly explained that during the recent disaster, she had come to deeply understand that humans need strength, which is why she wanted to become as strong as Junsu's two disciples, Soren and Janet. With great sincerity, Callie bowed her head low to Junsu. I hope you will teach me. Before Junsu could answer, Izum cried out in alarm. Callie, are you sure you won't regret this? Please. Think carefully. Junsu understood why Callie's parents were so worried. Her grandmother was the previous master of Kalarachi, and she was transformed into a mutated creature while exploring a rift. When a member of the ambassador's family comes of age, the fate of the goddess Kali manifests within them. If they try to resist that destiny, death will follow. That is why they had no choice but to follow their ancestors. But this is a new era. With that thought, Junsu spoke up. Ambassador. Regarding Kali, this was his chance to recruit the last of the top 3 warriors. He had to take it. Junsu spoke with firm resolve. I understand your goodwill towards humanity, as well as the fate passed down through your family. Hearing this, Izum exclaimed in shock. How could you possibly know that? Junsu did not answer the question. Continuing calmly, I understand your concerns, but Kali has the potential to protect herself. Hearing this, Izum asked doubtfully. Are you saying you know a way for our Kali to avoid this suffering? Junsu gave a calm nod and replied nonchalantly. That is right. For that to happen, Kali must become a superhuman. He said that if they entrusted her to him, he would make that a reality. Izum still could not accept it. Muttering hesitantly, she is an innocent child who has never even held a sword. She can't become a superhuman. There has to be another way. But out of concern for their child, his wife tried to persuade him. After a moment of silence, Izum looked at Kali and asked, Your decision has not changed. Kali nodded firmly. Yep. I will do my best. Please trust me. Izum walked over and put a hand on her shoulder. His voice filled with love. This will be a very difficult path, but if you are prepared for it, then follow your heart. You must overcome your fate and survive. Hearing his approval, Kali cried out with joy. Yep. I definitely will. And so, later at the training grounds, Junsu narrowed his eyes at Kali and asked, Have you made your final decision? Kali still had no idea what awaited her. She nodded cheerfully. Yep. Hearing this, Junsu threw his head back and laughed. Well then, Kali. Starting tonight, your hellish training begins. His smile was terrifying, causing Kali to mutter nervously. I will be in your care, Master. A few days later, upbeat music filled the training room, where Kali, dressed in comfortable clothes, was dancing endlessly. Kalarachi is both a dancer and an assassin. Junsu had unlocked her stealth trait. Now all that was left was her dancing trait. It was time for Kali to unlock it. Kali danced just like that, until magical energy enveloped her body, and the dancer trait was swiftly unlocked. Just as Junsu thought, Kali was truly gifted. The foundation to defy her fate had been laid. Now all she had to do was level up. Just then, Junsu walked over and handed Kali a towel. You are working so hard. You have already reached level 3. Kali took the towel and nodded. Thank you, teacher. Then she began to wipe her face, seeing how exhausted Kali was. Junsu suggested, let us take a break. Your stamina is still low, so it is better not to push yourself. But she just shook her head. Please. Let us start the next training session right away. Kali wanted to become as strong as Soren and Janet as quickly as possible. Soren was already level 5, and Janet was level 4. She was pushing herself to train, not realizing just how hard it was. Thinking this, Junsu tried to reassure her. You have a natural gift, just like those two. He told Kali that as long as she trained at a steady pace, she would be fine. There is no need to rush. Pushing your body too hard will only cause problems. Hearing this, Kali quickly nodded. Yep. I will keep that in mind. Just then, Junsu's phone rang. He quickly stepped outside to take the call, reminding Kali to get some rest. The caller was Junbok, his excited voice booming through the phone. Kima, Master of the Black Fox Sword. This is a Kim Junbok. It has been a while. Is something wrong? Junbok quickly replied. Well, someone has issued a challenge to the Black Fox Sword. You remember him? Right. The King of Destruction. Junsu understood immediately. He wants to challenge me and wager the Iron Fist. He thought, then nodded calmly. Yep. I remember. Junbok continued. This time, they are putting up a diamond as the prize, and a fragment of the Mars star. At that, Junsu's eyes instinctively narrowed. A fragment of the Mars star. Of course. He knew what that was. The true Mars star was sealed inside it. Junsu was instantly thrilled. This was practically a quest to obtain it. Just then, Jimbuk spoke again. The match is set for 2 weeks from now, and is going to be a 4-on-4 battle. Will you accept? Junsu answered without a moment's hesitation. Of course. I will see you then. With that, he quickly ended the call. 2 weeks to form a team. Junsu needed a team that could guarantee an absolute victory. That King of Destruction has some pretty formidable members, like Siren or Yujin, but he had never used them in a team battle before. So this could be tricky, but Junsu already had another formation in mind. He put his phone away, then a smile touched his lips. Just as I thought. Only that lineup will be the best. 2 weeks later, at the underground arena, the referee's voice boomed. Today's battle is about to begin. Warriors, enter the stage. The King of Destruction's team stepped into the arena. Besides him, 3 elders followed close behind. The Flying Dragon King, the Sorcerer King, and the Celestial King. The Flying Dragon King looked at his opponents and smirked. You little brats. I may be old, but I have still got plenty of fight left in me. You would better not disappoint. Junsu narrowed his eyes at the 3 elders in front of him, letting out a sigh. He knew the King of Destruction would bring his top masters. But to think he would bring 3 level 6 masters into the arena. Still, there is no need to worry. I have a way to win this. My lineup for today is Thich Qian. Another is Priest Kim. And the last one is Mage Kim, back in the game. I never once used this trio, the Kim clan. With this lineup, I know exactly what strategy to use. I will definitely get my hands on that Mars fragment. A few days ago, after accepting the King of Destruction's challenge, Junsu had summoned Thich Qian, Priest Kim, and Mage Kim to his home. They did not question it at all. They came the moment he called. Each one more than willing to help. This is a perfectly balanced team. A warrior, a catalyst, a mage, and a priest. I have used this formation pretty often, but the Kim team has one critical weakness. With that in mind, he began to speak seriously. First, our team's biggest problem is its defense. Priest Kim nodded. Don't worry about that. I can provide support. Mage Kim suddenly raised his hand, muttering in despair. Does that mean I am the weakest link? Junsu gently shook his head. It is. Don't blame yourself. Our opponents are seasoned veterans of the arena. After all, facing them head-on is going to be tough. Thich Qian stared at him intently, asking hesitantly. Then, what is your plan? Junsu gave a slight smile and replied. There are 2 things you need to remember. First, our approach. And second, a chaotic brawl, and that is why. Right now, a chaotic brawl is breaking out in the arena. It seems like a simple strategy, does not it? But it is giving those old-timers a world of trouble. And Junsu was facing the Flying Dragon King, hovering in the air. He smirked. To think you would resort to such a pathetic strategy. Do you really think we are that easy to take down? With those words, the Flying Dragon King launched his attack. Junsu calmly countered. Just as I thought. They are underestimating us and breaking formation. The Flying Dragon King raised his prosthetic arm, ready to open fire. In an instant, a pitch-black cannonball hurtled toward Junsu. I knew aerial attacks were the Flying Dragon King's specialty. But I have got a plan for that. Right after that, Junsu switched his attribute to air cannon. In the blink of an eye, a series of small explosions erupted in mid-air, filling the sky with smoke and flames. Meanwhile, Junsu soared safely into the sky, causing the Flying Dragon King to cry out in astonishment. You can fly. But before he could even process it, Junsu had already sliced the projectile in half. At the same time, a powerful slash of sword energy shot out, and the Flying Dragon King panicked at the sight of it. But it was too late. The slash of energy exploded in an instant. Witnessing this, the Celestial King was stunned. The Destruction King cried out in alarm. Uncle Fai Long. But in that moment of distraction, Iron Fist struck. The Destruction King was knocked to the ground. An Iron Fist immediately aimed the gun in his prosthetic arm at him. Junsu watched with a satisfied smile. Against Iron Fist's power, the Destruction King is nothing. Now, for the other 2, Lian Muk Kim and Mage Kim were still locked in combat with the Celestial King and the Demon Sorcerer King. Junsu smiled to himself. Everyone's following my orders perfectly. He had instructed them earlier not to use any magic. At the time, they were both shocked, asking, What? How are we supposed to fight then? Junsu had replied calmly. Just stick close to them and keep them busy. An opening will appear. That is when you use your magic. Just then, the Celestial King began to cast an attack spell. In an instant, a brilliant light enveloped the arena, forcing Lian Muk Kim and his partner to shield their eyes. At the same time, the Demon Sorcerer King gathered his power. Roaring aggressively, the game is over. Now die. Instantly, a crimson beam of magical energy shot towards them. In that critical moment, Junzu rushed in, deploying a shield to protect them both. He then roared, "Ma Kim? Bless me now." Ma Kim immediately nodded in agreement. Got it. And just like that, outside the shield, the beams of magic relentlessly hammered away. Before long, Junzu acquired the reinforced shield attribute. Seeing that they were not fighting back, the Demon Sorcerer King sneered. "You brats. Is hiding behind a shield all you can do?" But the Celestial King sensed something was wrong. He cried out, "Wait, Demon Sorcerer King. I am sensing a strange energy." At that moment, Junzu was still standing there defiantly. Completely unharmed, Mage Kim walked up to him and said, "Shall we finish this?" He nodded slightly. "Yeah. Let us end this." As soon as he spoke, Junzu summoned Thor's hammer, and Mage Kim began channeling his magic into it. In the blink of an eye, a fiery phoenix emerged. Junzu, hammer in hand, charged forward along with the fire phoenix, with a confident smirk. He declared, "This is a victory for Team Kim." With a loud boom, the entire arena exploded, shrouded in smoke and flames. The referee immediately declared the match over. Victory belongs to Team Kim. On top of that, Junzu also acquired the fearless trait. The condition was to defeat 3 high-level enemies in a row. And thanks to that King of Destruction, all the requirements were met right here. While Junzu was lost in thought, the King of Destruction approached him and spoke. "We lost." Junzu nodded slightly in response. It was a great match. The King of Destruction did not mince words. He took out the fragment of Akatun and handed it to Junzu, saying coolly, "This is what I promised you. The rest will be given to each of your team members." Junzu's face lit up when he saw it. "I finally got it. The fragment of Akatun can awaken Soren's swordsmanship." Overjoyed, he could not help but offer, "If you ever want a rematch, feel free to contact me anytime." The Flying Dragon King chuckled in response. "I do not think so. It seems it is time for me to retire. Our era has passed, and a new one has begun." Junzu and his team watched them leave without saying a word. The next day, in the training room at Junzu's home, countless flashes of sword light were being unleashed. Soren and Junzu were sparring. The two were locked in a fierce exchange. Before long, they created distance between themselves. Junzu narrowed his eyes. Studying the girl before him, Soren stood tall, her voice clear. "Master, you are not tired yet. Are you? I am coming at you again." Immediately after, she charged forward aggressively. A tremendous amount of magical power swirled around her. This was the power of the heavenly killing star. A few hours earlier, after returning home, Junzu had called Soren over and given her the fragment of Akatun, causing her to exclaim in astonishment. "Ah, you are giving this to me." "That is right," Junzu admitted calmly. "The fragment of Akatun is useless in my hands, because it only reacts to you." Soren clutched the fragment, her expression growing serious as she mumbled, "But this, just looking at it gives me a strange feeling." Junzu shook his head reassuringly. "It is all right. You do not need to resist it. Just let the mana in your body follow its instincts." Heeding his words, Soren sat cross-legged on the floor and began to attune herself to the fragment of Akatun. The Tundrier sword style encompasses both martial techniques and methods for cultivating mana. This is precisely why Junzu could not teach them the special ways to control it. Before long, Soren's eyes snapped open. Without a moment's hesitation, she drew her sword. The air suddenly grew heavy, and then a blood-red magical energy materialized. This is the true form of the heavenly killing star, the power of Saka, the god of war. And the heavenly killing star. Soren had now gathered all the traits and the core of the Akatun sword style. Soren still could not believe it, mumbling in a daze. "I can't believe it. But my head has been filled with ominous feelings this whole time." Junzu chuckled softly and patted her shoulder reassuringly. "That is normal. It is the power of the heavenly killing star. Accept it, focus on the fight, and you will become stronger." Soren nodded. "Thank you. I really do not know how I can ever repay you." A mysterious smirk crossed Junzu's face. "You can repay me right now." His words left her completely baffled. Junzu picked up his sword again, raising an eyebrow. "What do you say to me becoming your student? Teach me the Firestar sword style." And so, just like that, Junzu and Soren began to train together. After learning the Firestar sword style, Soren's speed and power were incredible. On top of that, her stamina and mana recovered at an astonishing rate. Because of that, it was not long before Junzu was completely overwhelmed. He grimaced, thinking to himself, "Seriously, this sword style is totally broken. If Kali's movements were a graceful sword dance, then Soren's was a brutal dance of war." The moment their swords met, Junzu could feel it, as if the world was drowning in a sea of blood. In that instant, Soren's eyes shot wide open. The aura around Junzu had completely changed. And so, the two of them clashed once more. It did not take long for Junzu to turn the tables, sending Soren flying. With a loud crash, the wall behind her exploded on impact. Junsu had finally acquired the Fire Star Sword style trait. A satisfied smile spread across his face. So this is the Heavenly Star. But Junsu quickly realized something. Soren, who he would sent flying, was sprawled out on the ground. He asked with concern. Soren, are you alright? Hearing that, Soren snapped back irritably. Do I look okay to you? The training session ended just like that. Soren went to rest. While Junsu, after a shower, stepped out onto the balcony to enjoy some tea. He was close to reaching level 6. But he was still a little short. It looked like he needed more action and experience. With that thought, Junsu pulled out his phone. A grin spread across his face. At times like this, you have to call the right person. The next day, Junsu arrived at Choizio's office to accept a mission. The moment he saw him, Choizio called out with a laugh. Well, look who it is. The pride of our organization, our top earner, and the big brain himself. Junsu ignored them, took a seat, and got straight to the point. Anyway, you said there was a big mission. Choizio nodded slightly. As your mission broker, allow me to explain. Choizio asked if Junsu knew that the terrorist alliance had been wiped out. To which he gave a slight nod to show he was aware. The terrorist alliance, the disaster from Chapter 1, was a conspiracy by the Duktra army. Unlike in the game, they were annihilated in a government-led suppression campaign. At this point, it would be extremely difficult for them to reorganize. Right now, the Executioner Queen, Shin Iron, and the remnants of Ada are being hunted down and scattered. At that moment, Choizio continued. At the army's request, we found them. The driver sighed and spoke up. But one of them is hiding somewhere we can't reach. Junsu frowned. Is that place really so difficult? The driver answered reluctantly. The monster village. There is a mutant among those terrorists. Hearing that, Junsu felt a sense of resignation. In the monster village, all mutants are considered family. The driver shook his head with a sigh. But those terrorists are dangerous. Yet that bear insists on protecting them. That makes things difficult for us. Still, I never expected Hunter Kim to have a connection with the monster village. It must be fate. Junsu nodded. Understanding. So that is the situation. But he could not just accept it. To reach level 6, he could not risk a confrontation with the monster village. But refusing outright was not a good idea either. As Junsu was lost in thought, the driver slid a photo across the table. The photo showed a salamander. The old man explained slowly. This is him. The salamander mutant hiding in the monster village. Doesn't he just scream terrorist? Junsu picked up the photo and stared at it for a long time. Then frowned. You are saying this thing is a mutant? The driver nodded slightly. Yep. Is something wrong? This salamander is not a mutant. It is the mid-boss from Chapter 1. Salamander. A high-tech biocriminal. This terrorist has tricked the Great Bear. And for that reason, Junsu accepted the mission. So Junsu ran through the night toward the Village of Hope. He was certain the Great Bear would cooperate once it learned the truth. There was no guarantee it would listen. But he had to try and convince it. But just as he neared the village, a massive explosion ripped through the air. Junsu froze in panic. Isn't that? In the direction of the Village of Hope. That means the salamander has already started its attack. In an instant, smoke and flames engulfed the distant sky. All the creatures in the village were severely weakened, trembling uncontrollably on the ground. Even the Great Bear was trembling. Something was caught in its throat as it mumbled in a hoarse voice. What is going on? It is a bomb, Junsu shouted as he ran towards them. Seeing him, the Great Bear cried out in shock. Swordsman Kim, what are you doing here? Junsu quickly spoke. I heard a terrorist was hiding here. This has to be his work. He is a criminal disguised as a mutant. The Great Bear was stunned. What? Disguised. Before it could process the news, another creature rushed over. Village Chief. The snake dew is gone. And the salamander has vanished with it. The Great Bear froze. Completely stunned, Junsu shouted urgently. We are out of time. At this rate, everyone is going to turn into a bomb and explode. The villagers were clearly in immense pain. Junsu urged again. Quick, raise the barrier. Without hesitating, the Great Bear replied. I understand. Then, it ran towards the divine tree. The Great Bear knelt on the ground, its voice filled with desperation. Godmother. Oh Great Mother. Please protect your children. As soon as it spoke, the divine tree began to glow. Then, streams of magical energy shot out from the divine tree. In an instant, it enveloped the entire village. And the condition of those creatures stabilized. Seeing this, Junsu spoke up. Please maintain the barrier. I am going to find that terrorist and the mist serpent. Big Bear asked worriedly. Will you be okay on your own? Junsu gave a slight nod. He had already altered the properties of his sixth sense. He said with determination, "I will find them and be back in no time." With that, Junsu ran deeper into the village. The place was thick with miasma. He frowned, muttering, "This must be it," but just then, a voice called out from behind him, "Master." Startled, Junsu whipped his head around. The person who called him was Soren. He frowned in suspicion. "Why are you here?" Soren smiled and replied, "You called me for help, Master." Junsu, taken aback, asked, I did." But he quickly caught on. A smirk played on his lips. "That is right. That is why you are here to help me." The moment he spoke, his body suddenly swayed. Soren rushed to support him, asking in alarm, "Master, are you all right?" Junsu clutched his head, his lips pressed tight. "But this is strange. Why does my body feel so limp?" Supporting him as they moved slowly, Soren suggested with concern, "You should rest. Let me go investigate." Junsu frowned, hesitating. "Will you really be okay?" A smile touched Soren's lips. "Of course. Just leave the rest to me and get some rest." The moment she finished speaking, she drew a knife and lunged at him. Instantly, the smell of fresh blood filled the air. But when she looked closer, Soren's eyes widened in shock, because Junsu was standing there, completely unharmed. The knife had been knocked from her hand. He smirked. "Did you really think I would fall for such a simple illusion?" A vial of holy water was in Junsu's hand. He had stabbed his own leg to stay alert. Just then, the Soren before him exploded, turning into a plume of black smoke. When he saw the scene revealed behind the smoke, Junsu's eyes narrowed. He saw the mist serpent, suspended from a pillar, with several of bags pumping fluid into its body. Seeing this, Junsu roared in anger. "You lunatic! Are you using a demi-human's body as a bomb?" The chameleon, now back in its true form, smirked. "These demi-humans are so easy to fool. Thanks to them, I have prepared the perfect act of terror. And now I have caught you, the troublesome swordsman." Junsu narrowed his eyes at them, his voice laced with contempt. "You think this is enough to deal with me? This is the perfect time to use these. My newly acquired traits. Wrath, fortitude, assault, destruction, unrivaled, and massacre. Combine these 6 traits to create the Firestar sword style. And 1 versus 1,000. Junsu masterfully wielded the harmony between his traits and the Firestar sword style. In the blink of an eye, Qinong's men were engulfed by blood-red tendrils of mana, sending them into a panic. Junsu's eyes had turned frenzied as he spoke coldly. "You have really picked a fight with the wrong person." The moment he finished speaking, Junsu charged forward with a sword in one hand and an axe in the other. In just a moment, his sword was stained red with fresh blood. The entire group, including Qinong, had been taken down. Junsu smiled, satisfied. This power is truly terrifying. Junsu then rescued the frost serpent and brought it back to Hope Village. Seeing its condition, the great bear cried out in shock. "Frost serpent, what happened to you?" Junsu replied grimly. "It has lost too much mana. It will go berserk soon. Please, take it to the godmother." "All right." The great bear nodded hastily, then brought the frost serpent to the spirit tree and pleaded, "Godmother, please save the frost serpent." But what came through the translator was the spirit tree's sorrowful voice. "It is too late. There is nothing I can do now." The great bear was horrified. Junsu muttered, "No way." Just then, the weakened frost serpent raised a hand, calling out, "Bear! Bear!" The great bear rushed to its side, asking worriedly, "Are you all right? You are awake?" The frost serpent trembled softly. "Bear! Kill me." In an instant, a look of horror crossed the great bear's face. It roared in anger. "What are you talking about? Kill you?" Junsu looked on helplessly. This might be the only way. If the frost serpent's mana runs rampant, the explosion could wipe out the entire village. But the great bear cried out in anguish, "I can't do it. Even if it costs me my life, I could never." As despair set in, Junsu spoke up, "I have an idea." The great bear's face lit up. "Really?" But not wanting to give them false hope, he said hesitantly, "There is a 90% chance it will fail. If something went wrong, Junsu would be in danger too." The frost serpent's words from their first farewell echoed in his mind. Perhaps he should risk his life to save it. Even so, the great bear was resolute. "I do not care if there is only a 1% chance of saving it. Please, do it, at any cost." Junsu nodded slightly. "Understood. First, prepare a bathtub for me." The others outside quickly hurried away. Junsu then turned to the great bear and instructed, "The Hunters Association is waiting outside the forest. Please, let them in. The Great Bear did as instructed, clearing a path for Ki-seok's men to enter. Ki-seok handed Junsu a suitcase and said, "Here are the items you requested. Do you need anything else?" Junsu spoke slowly. "Chairman. All high-ranking soldiers. Remove the mana cores and power seals from your prosthetics." Ki-seok raised an eyebrow. "Those. How many do you need?" Junsu replied urgently. "All of them. Extract every single one. The only way for the frost serpent to survive is to give it a human body. Which is why Junsu is concocting a potion for it." Then, he submerged the frost serpent's body into the mixture. This method only appeared after the nuclear war chapter. But it is well worth a try. All I need is a sacrifice from someone who has reached the realm of a god. And we have a god tree right here. That is it. Junsu spoke again with a serious tone. "God tree. To save frost serpent. Would you be willing to share your blood?" His words made the big bear cry out in shock. The godmother's blood. The god tree hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Very well. Take it." Then, she poured her essence into Junsu's vial. Junsu quickly poured one mouthful into Frost Serpent's mouth and drank the other himself. Then Junsu activated 3 traits: Divine Power, Holy Light, and Aura. With these 3 traits, he could reach their level, even if only for a moment. And then, Junsu would enter the space permitted by the God Tree. In the blink of an eye, the scenery before him changed. This was the God Tree's domain. And there were 2 others she had invited. 2 gods. Junsu felt so small before them. But their holy relics were responding to him. With these 3 gods together, Junsu could break through this probability correction system and level up directly. Quickly, the sky above Hope Village was engulfed in darkness. And then, 2 other streams of magical energy appeared. All 3 struck down upon the bodies of Junsu and Frost Serpent. Seeing this, the big bear cried out in astonishment. Lightning is striking Frost Serpent directly. Ki-seok was just as bewildered. No one understood what was happening. Meanwhile, Junsu was still enveloped in magical energy. Before long, lightning struck down relentlessly from the sky, illuminating a corner of the village. When the thunder and lightning subsided, the tub where Frost Serpent was submerged was steaming continuously. Junsu smirked and said, "Frost Serpent, it is time to wake up." As soon as he finished speaking, a hand slowly emerged from the tub. Soon after, a girl with radiant golden hair appeared. Junsu smiled in satisfaction. It worked. She has truly become human. Or to be more precise, an artificial human. Frost Serpent, in her human form, quickly stepped out of the tub. She now had the appearance of a human. Junsu quickly covered her body with a cloth, smiling as he spoke. "Congratulations. You have a new body." Frost Serpent looked at him gratefully and said in a low voice, "Thank you. This feeling, it is like rain. The wind carries the scent of grass and fresh air to me. It has been so long. This feeling is like rain. I really have a body now." But just as she finished speaking, Frost Serpent's body swayed, making the big bear shout in alarm. "Serpent, are you okay?" "Nothing's wrong, is it?" Junsu was also starting to have his doubts. That is strange. It should have worked, as everyone stood there confused. Song-ran suddenly let out a dry cough. A circular artifact materialized in her hand. Junsu recognized it. This was the artifact from the end of Song-ran's personal quest. The Sar-rank prophecy ring. Song-ran narrowed her eyes at it and muttered, "So this is my godmother's prophecy." Hearing this, Big Bear scratched his head in confusion. "A prophecy? What is that?" Song-ran placed the ring in Junsu's hand, then smiled and said, "You return my flesh and blood to me. It is my destiny to give a part of my body to you." The prophecy ring, just as its name implies. It is a device that can reveal any information within the game. For example, it could reveal the rewards inside a treasure chest, or display maps of related random dungeons. Junsu truly never expected a reward like this. Junsu could not help but ask, "Is not this your mana core? Even if you are no longer a mutant, you will still need this, won't you?" Song-ran gently shook her head. "It is. If you want to reach level 6, you need my mana core." That is what she instructed me to do. At that very moment, the spirit tree suddenly trembled. A leaf fell into Song-ran's hand. She quickly unfolded it and saw writing inside. After reading it, she announced, "Godmother has given us the guide to reach level 6. Junsu was stunned. Song-ran slowly explained, "According to what is written here, you will need mana cores from other mutants, too." The moment she finished, Big Bear immediately chimed in, "You are our village's benefactor. So this is nothing at all. I will give you all the mana cores I have stored away." Immediately after, the other villagers all started offering theirs to him as well. A satisfied smile spread across Junsu's face. These were probably keepsakes from their teachers, parents, or friends. Yet they were still willing to part with them. He was truly, deeply grateful to them. The next day, Junsu returned to the city and headed to a skyscraper. His 3 students followed behind him. After looking around for a while, Sorin hesitantly asked, "Is this entire building really yours?" Junsu gave a slight nod. "That is right. I just bought it. Money is power. You know." Just then, Choxiao came running from a distance, waving a greeting. "Hello, Esper Kim." Junsu chuckled in reply. "Director Koi, you are here early," a smile on his face. Choxiao said cheerfully. "Of course. I am the manager of this building now. It is an honor. Now, if you will allow me, I will give you a tour." Hearing this, Sorin and the other 2 were overjoyed and excited. They were all planning to head to the cafeteria, but Junsu suggested, "Let us go to the training room." Hearing this, the 3 of them immediately panicked. A short while later, in the training room, the 4 of them began their training. Kali was a level 3 Esper, Jeanette was a level 4 Esper, and the highest was still Sorin, a level 5 Esper. Junsu joined the training as well. His speed was incredible, so fast that he was invisible to the naked eye. Junsu had changed his class to swordsman, and he had reached level 6. After an intense training session, Junsu paused to watch his 3 students. They were starting to build a solid foundation. Now, he could focus on his own training, thanks to the prophecies. Junsu was able to get the items he needed to reach level 6. On top of that, you have also mastered the ultimate techniques of the Eastern Army, the Roaring Tiger sword style and Hellfire. After gaining so many attributes like this, the high-level sword master trait is not far off. However, to use that trait, the training methods Junsu is currently using are not enough. That is why he has been having trouble controlling the Fire Star sword style. Junsu felt it was time for him to go to that place, the abode of the gods. A few days later, at the giant palace in Sweden, Junsu arrived at the entrance gate, but as he advanced, the guard outside stopped him. "Sir, I am afraid you are not permitted to enter here." Junsu was taken aback and asked in confusion, "But I am an honorary holy knight here." The guard replied calmly, "Even if you are a holy knight, you have only reached level 6. It is too dangerous. Please return when you reach level 7. Junsu sighed with resignation. He had expected this. It was understandable. There is a saying that anyone below level 6 will die upon meeting a god. But that does not mean there is no way around it. He then took out a flower sprig. Junsu smiled calmly and said, "This is a mythical item from Norse mythology." Mistilteen's regret, the female angel guard muttered in disbelief. "You really obtained it. This? I understand. Please, allow me to guide you." Hearing this, Junsu smiled in satisfaction. That is more like it. Fortunately, he had prepared for this earlier. Back in the Swedish plaza, Junsu was strolling through the streets, but with a purpose. Before meeting Thor, he needed to prepare something. There is a quest where the main reward is Mistilteen's regret. I have to complete it first. As Junsu recalled, he needed to find a few special characters in this market area. While he was lost in thought, someone came up from behind and put an arm around his shoulder. It was Sikmun. He laughed cheerfully. "Long time no see. I never expected to run into you here." Junsu smiled politely. "It has been a while." "What a coincidence." Sikmun laughed heartily. "It is all thanks to the newest member of our family. We have a child now, and we brought him here to receive a blessing." Seeing the happy couple, Junsu could not help but smile. Come to think of it, this place was once a holy land for the Norse. With that thought, Junsu quickly spoke up. "Wait, are you here for Frigg's blessing? But I heard she died." Ajordas nodded slightly. "That is right. But there is a prophecy. The prophecy says, in the castle floating in the sky and in the deepest abyss, seek the gem that holds the sunset, bring the gem to the open fields, board the flying ship, and restore order to the world. Only then will the gods smile." Junsu frowned slightly. According to the prophecy, the castle floating in the sky must be the giant palace, and the deepest abyss must be this place. While he was thinking, Sikmun offered, "We have already found the gem. Do you want to see it?" As he spoke, he handed something to Junsu. Junsu took it, muttering in surprise. "This is the gem. So gem here also means forbidden knowledge." It is just that, in the picture. Junsu saw something familiar. Seeing his reaction, Sikmun asked with some confusion, "What is it? Is something wrong?" "The birth of the purest and most innocent god. The birth of Mistilteen." So the special characters Junsu needed to meet were Sikmun and his wife. He had to help them receive Frigg's blessing to complete the quest. At that thought, Junsu's attitude changed in a flash, and he said enthusiastically, "Mister, please let me join your journey." And so, the 3 of them traveled to the field from the prophecy, only to find it crawling with monsters. Junsu looked where the man pointed and Sure enough, saw two airships hovering among the swarm. In an instant, Junsu's face lit up with joy. He recognized it. It was a mobile fortress that could be folded up to fit in a pocket. A flying bit mobile fortress. Seeing him speechless, Sick Moon continued. Amazing to see it with your own eyes. Is not. In truth, Junsu wanted to take it for himself. Something he could never do in the game. Sick Moon and his wife sat in the vehicle, their eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. Because the prophecy foretold. Bring the jewel to the field. Ascend with the airship. And restore order to the world. Only then would the gods smile. So they had to seize Skidbladnar and defeat the Titans. Thinking about this, Sick Moon let out a weary sigh. So many have died trying to capture that ship. It won't be easy at all. Hearing that, Junsu clenched his fists. Not easy. Yeah. Right. For me, this is going to be a piece of cake. At that very moment, a cannon barrels turned and aimed at Junsu's vehicle. In the blink of an eye, a barrage of magic cannon blasts shot towards them. The vehicle's system immediately blared a warning. Projectiles detected ahead. It is my time to shine. At the same time, Junsu activated his waste driver attribute. He floored the accelerator, and the car shot forward like a bullet. The magic blast chased after them, exploding in a continuous barrage. But Junsu's car continued to charge forward defiantly. However, the cannons continued to fire relentlessly at him, causing the system to issue non-stop warnings. Junsu ignored it all. He just kept accelerating, plunging straight into the wall of smoke and fire before him. Seeing this from below, Sick Moon and his wife were horrified. Within the massive cloud of smoke and fire, something began to glow intensely. What else could it be but Junsu's car? As he drove it straight up into the sky, it was an absolutely cinematic performance from Junsu. Because of it, he even obtained the unification attribute, becoming one with his mount. Immediately after, Junsu drove straight towards the airship. The vehicle came to a majestic halt above the airship, sending the guards into a panic. But before they could even process what was happening, an explosion sent them flying. The general, who had just emerged from inside, was shocked to see all of his men taken down. Seeing the culprit, he immediately demanded, "Why would a holy knight of Thor like you do such a thing?" Junsu sneered. "What nonsense is that? I do not believe in any gods." With that, he tightened his grip on his hammer, ignoring the general's desperate cries. Without the slightest hesitation, he charged forward, with a loud bang. Another explosion rocked the spaceship, and just like that, in the blink of an eye, Junsu eliminated everyone on board and seized control of the ship. Boarding the ship, Sick Moon could not help but remark, "What an incredible fight." "My friend," Junsu nodded slightly. "Now we just have to pilot this thing." But how? Just when he was at a loss, the system from his mount spoke up. "Master, I can control it." And so, Junsu unplugged a cable from his warhorse and connected it to the spaceship. In an instant, the system began to access the ship's controls. Sick Moon studied the displayed map, muttering with a frown, "To receive Frigg's blessing, we must find Fenrir." Without hesitation, Junsu volunteered. "I will help you find him." With that, he had the system pilot the spaceship away. But before they left, he unleashed a barrage on the fields below, wiping out all the Titans on the ground. Junsu watched with a satisfied smile. "Now we can finally fulfill the prophecy." Sick Moon nodded. "Thank you, my friend. I will not forget this kindness." Now then, as he spoke, he took out that gemstone from before. Instantly, a brilliant light erupted from within it. And then, the goddess Frigg appeared. Without a word, the goddess Frigg slowly raised her hand. She then gently touched Djioxidis's stomach. A moment later, the goddess vanished. Sick Moon then spoke with heartfelt gratitude. "I gratefully accept the blessing you have bestowed upon us." Junsu was overjoyed as well. The quest is complete, and with that, he obtained an item with a 1% drop rate. Teen's regret. Junsu gripped the flower in his hand, a triumphant thought crossing his mind. "Now, I am ready to face the gods." Back in the present, Junsu stepped inside the colossal palace. The moment he entered, an invisible barrier blocked his path. Junsu bit his lip, trying to force his way through the barrier. Just getting near it made it difficult to breathe. But he had that item. Despite being underleveled, Junsu could withstand the divine pressure, because he possessed a single-use item. Through sheer persistence, Junsu finally came face to face with the god of thunder, Thor. Sitting upon a grand throne, he raised an eyebrow and smiled. "A pleasure to meet you." Outsider. Junsu was stunned. "He knows who I am?" he asked in disbelief. "How do you know I am from another world?" With a soft chuckle, Thor answered casually. "How would I know? These eyes of mine can see everything. You little human." Hearing this, Junsu knew. Seemed even the gods could not be unaware of who he was. Just then, Thor spoke. Why have you come to see me? Junsu answered calmly. I just wanted to ask a few things. Do you know who summoned me here? If it were a transcendent power capable of changing the world, Thor would surely know. But he just shook his head and replied, I do not know. Junsu froze. Thor glared at him and repeated, I said I do not know. How could he not know? Junsu frowned, muttering, then, was it the father who summoned me? Hearing that, Thor's brows furrowed. After thinking for a long moment, he answered, Impossible. If any god had used such power, there is no way I would not know about it. Junsu furrowed his brow, deep in thought. So Senzo is not a god. He recalled his conversation with Than Nu. Her words clearly held a hidden meaning. After a moment of thought, Junsu asked quietly, Then why did she call me a vessel? Thor pondered for a moment before replying, It is likely because of your soul. The rank of your soul is incredibly high. Junsu asked in confusion, Is it because I can combine attributes? Thor nodded nonchalantly and answered, That is right. The ability to learn and combine all types of power. That is something only a transcendent can do. In the East, they call it something like Vosong Van Tin. I believe. Junsu had heard the Tower Master speak of this. He continued, I have heard of that before. Have you ever met anyone like me? Thor tapped his fingers on his throne. After a long moment, he spoke. There was one person. The Heavenly Demon. His words made Junsu suddenly recall Tran V saying he resembled the Heavenly Demon. At last, everything became clear. While Junsu was thinking, Thor made a suggestion. Just run away from the father and that disgusting church of his. Then, I will make you my angel. Junsu was stunned and hastily refused. I do not want to die yet. Thor looked at him, displeased. He snorted. I meant after you die. You fool. But to be honest, it would not matter if that imposter came back to life anyway. Junsu pouted. Are you serious? Thor sighed helplessly. I do not want to be stuck in this hellish palace drinking for all eternity. In the god-slaying war, when the father died, all the defeated gods were executed, while the victorious gods were sealed. It was only natural for Thor to be frustrated. Being imprisoned like this, at that moment, Thor suddenly spoke. In the end, that god-slaying war only benefited you humans. Fine. I guess I will root for you. His words left Junsu utterly confused. But Thor said no more. He reached a hand out to Junsu. You want power to escape the father. Do not you? Junsu did not reply, only nodding his head. A satisfied smile spread across Thor's face. That power. I will gladly bestow it upon you. The moment he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning crashed down from above. Junsu's body was completely enveloped in lightning. The agony made veins pop out all over him. Finally, unable to endure it any longer, he threw his head back and screamed. Thor remained calmly seated on his throne, speaking with indifference. Use it. After enduring unimaginable pain, Junsu finally obtained Thor's cultivation method, and his thunder attribute as well. Just then, Thor slowly spoke. It is little human. The bundle in Junsu's hand, after being struck by a wave of lightning, can now generate its own. Although it was quite painful, the results were not bad. Junsu bowed his head to thank Thor. Thank you, God of Thunder. Thor nodded slightly in response. You may go now. Human from another world. Junsu smiled in satisfaction. This trip was not bad at all. After that, he left the palace and boarded a spaceship back to South Korea. A few days later, Junsu entered South Korean airspace. He calmly gazed down below. The trip was a bit long, but it was absolutely worth it. Even though it was not his original intention, Junsu obtained the god-slaying Misteltein, an item that can nullify the trait of invincibility. He even managed to pick up Skit Bloodnia. The more he thought about it, the more pleased he became. Junsu laughed happily. Maybe I should take my disciples on a trip, but just then, a commotion suddenly started in the distance. He frowned slightly, muttering, What is that rumbling sound? Soon enough, he saw an explosion up ahead. Junsu's expression instantly turned ugly. That is my house. Why did it explode? A moment later, ambulances arrived quickly, taking the injured to the hospital. After returning, Junsu rushed over to see what happened. Moving so fast he startled the nurses. But Junsu paid them no mind. Running straight to Choi Seo's room, he was lying in a hospital bed covered in injuries. With Thich Quyen by his side, Junsu's brow furrowed deeply as he spoke. Director Koi. Which bastards did this? Thich Quyen pressed his lips together. We are investigating now. But it looks like it was the remnants of that terrorist group. Hearing this, Junsu's face immediately darkened. He gritted his teeth and muttered. Terrorists. They have crossed the line. Choi Seo was not just a partner to Junsu. He was much more than that. In the cruel and selfish society of Aksan Su, he was the first person to show me kindness. Choi Seo was my right-hand man. That man, who was always smiling, is now lying motionless here. Junsu bit his lip hard, his eyes filled with self-blame. Damn it. This is all because I asked him to manage the building. Just then, a voice suddenly called out. Superman Nim. The corner of Junsu's eye twitched. He looked down at the man on the bed and cried out in alarm. Director Koi, you are awake. Choi Seo weakly shook his head. As he spoke, he struggled to raise his hand, which held a vial of blood. He muttered in a low voice. But there is something more important. This is my blood. Take it. Junsu frowned. Confused. Why are you giving this to me? Choi Seo answered calmly. Because I implanted nano devices in my blood. And I managed to get some of that blood on those terrorists. With this, Junsu can find them. Hearing this, Junsu gripped Director Koi's hand tightly, saying with gratitude, Thank you for being alive. Director Koi, I will use every medical resource available to heal you. Director Choi nodded slightly, still wearing that genuine smile. Seeing that he was all right, Junsu turned to leave, his expression filled with a deadly resolve. And this time, I will finish every last one of them. A moment later, at the Guro base, Junsu and Iron Fist arrived. After a sweep of the area, Iron Fist spoke slowly. Superhuman Kim, I have been tracking the nano device in Director Koi's blood. Here's the result. They are hiding in this place. Junsu and he quickly went inside. He frowned slightly and asked, You are saying their trail ends here? Iron Fist nodded slightly and replied, That is right. Should I just destroy this place? Most of the people in Guro are either civilians or criminals. Something Iron Fist's fists can certainly handle. After listening, Junsu frowned, his expression grim. It was a sound decision, but this time, he was determined to defeat the leader of these terrorists, the Queen of Assassins, Yirin. It is just that the terrorist alliance originally started under the name the Alliance for Rights. It was once an organization created to reclaim the rights of those pushed to the fringes of society, until they allied with the Father's congregation. If we just carelessly destroy this place, it could very well make their cause seem more righteous. Thinking this, Junsu slowly said, Violence is not always the solution to everything. It could endanger innocent lives. Iron Fist frowned slightly and spoke. Of course that is true. But have you thought of another way? With a slight chuckle, Junsu smirked and said, We have to tear it down and then rebuild it. Hearing this, Iron Fist was stunned, asking in confusion, What do you mean? Junsu raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, From now on, we will redevelop Guro. Iron Fist was even more confused by this. The cigarette he was holding in his mouth fell out. Junsu smirked, his voice filled with confidence. This is my plan. The redevelopment of Guro proceeded quite smoothly. All thanks to the president, who quickly approved the redevelopment of a region with such chaotic public order. And also thanks to investments from several famous figures like the Master of the Magic Tower, Hai Yang, and the General. In addition, another event occurred. Junsu had finally found the terrorists' main base in the outskirts of Daram. Naturally, having found it, he was determined to go there. Yujin was with Junsu. He helped him pick the lock, then said with a happy smile, It is unlocked. Teacher. Seeing this, Junsu praised him. As expected of the #1 security company, Yujin is not just good at security, he is also an expert at bypassing it. Yujin was a bit embarrassed by the praise. He spoke in a low voice. But do not you think this is a little too dangerous? You are about to face that infamous Queen of Assassins. An unconscious smile on his face, Junsu replied calmly. Of course it is dangerous. This is not an easy mission. And that is exactly why I asked you all for help. It turned out there were others with him, all of them familiar faces. The three of them, Iron Fist, Mage Kim, and Priest Kim, were superhumans who had reached level 5. As for Junsu's 3 disciples, they remained the same, lined up at level 3, level 4, and level 5. And Junsu, along with Yujin, are now level 6 superhumans, as expected of those with extraordinary talent. Their growth rate is far beyond average. Junsu never expected Yujin to already be on his level. At that thought, he smiled cheerfully. Then everyone is strong enough to handle what is in here, so there is no need to worry. Hearing this, Soren and the other two excitedly exclaimed, Sir, just leave it to us. Yujin's resolve hardened as he declared, I will also do my best. As a fellow level 6 superhuman. Once they were ready, Junsu pushed the door open and entered. The moment the door swung open, a fierce gust of wind slammed into everyone's faces. When they took a closer look, a spatial gate had appeared. Seeing that ominous blackness, Soren and the others immediately lost their nerve. Soren hesitated, muttering, Sir, are you sure we will be okay if we go in there? Junsu winked confidently and said, Have I ever been wrong before? Time to take down the assassin queen. Meanwhile, in a dark dungeon, a deep voice echoed. Those worthless fools have just walked into their own graves. As the words were spoken, a blood-red sword was drawn. It was Irin. She smirked wickedly and said, since it has come to this, I suppose I will have to help them find a nice place to be buried. A moment later, Junzo's group emerged onto a vast plain. The unfamiliar surroundings left them a bit bewildered. On the field stood a barrier along with 3 strange formations. Players used to call this place minigame hell. You have to clear 3 minigames to remove the buff on the Executioner Queen in the game. It was a side-scroller, so it was not that hard, but clearing this place in person does not seem like it will be so easy. But that is exactly why Junsu brought his disciples along. With that, he glanced at everyone and announced, we will split into 3 teams to tackle those formations. Team 1 will be Yujin, Thich Qian, Mage Kim, and Priest Kim. Team 2 will be Soren, Janet, and Kali. After hearing the assignments, Soren asked in confusion, and the last team is, a smile touched his lips as Junsu said confidently, I will go alone. I was a veteran who climbed the ranks in these minigames. After all, I can handle it by myself. The first game was for Yujin's team. They had to break falling blocks to reach the goal. It did not look easy. But with magic that could sense mana signatures, Mage Kim was in his element. He quickly found what they needed. Immediately, Thich Qian smashed them with his fists. Yujin's team progressed smoothly through the first game. But a thought seemed to be taking root in Eugene's mind, his expression growing serious. The second game was for Soren's team. They had to find the correct footholds to cross the sky to the goal. As long as you moved according to a specific pattern, you could get through. They had Kali, who was a game expert, so it was way too easy for them to succeed. And the final game was up to Junsu. He glanced at everyone as a reminder. I will handle it myself, so do not worry. If you get there first, do not open the door. Just wait there. Good luck. A moment later, Priest Kim stood before a door and spoke with a smug smile. Looks like we were the first ones here. The Fist Master put an arm around Mage Kim and said with a laugh. It is all thanks to this kid. He is amazing at finding the way, Mage Kim said shyly. I am just glad I could help everyone. The 3 of them stood there, chatting cheerfully. Only Eugene stood off to the side, his expression a bit grim. Just then, another group appeared. It was Soren's party of 3, and they were overjoyed at their success. Soren hugged Kali, praising her. Our Kali is so smart. The 3 girls embraced, laughing and joking, clearly very close, and once again, Eugene was left standing there, feeling completely out of place. He had planned to show Junsu how much he had ground. But what was he doing now? This could not go on. As the only level 6 warrior here, Eugene thought he had to face the Plunder Queen head-on. With that thought, Eugene strode boldly toward the door in front of him. Soren, who was in the middle of a conversation, happened to see this. Eugene was already preparing to push the door open. Soren hurriedly shouted to stop him. What are you doing? Get back here. Priest Kim also urged frantically. You can't go in. Warrior Kim is not here yet. But it was too late. The door had been opened. Eugene, however, said confidently with a smile. It is everyone. I'm also level 6. I can handle this to some extent. And so, they disobeyed Junsu's orders and entered Yurin's sanctuary on their own. The moment they stepped inside, a wave of magical power struck them, making Eugene shudder. The others suffered the same fate. What is this terrifying pressure? Eugene felt his body freeze, unable to move. The one responsible was, of course, the Plunder Queen, Yurin. She was slowly walking towards the trembling Eugene. Seeing this, Soren immediately shouted in frustration. You idiot. Master told you to wait. Right after, Soren and her 2 companions charged forward together. Seeing that they could move, Eugene was stunned. How are they resisting this curse? Yurin, on the other hand, was not fazed in the slightest. She calmly dealt with the combined attack from Soren's group. She sneered contemptuously. Are you that desperate to die? I will be happy to grant your wish. As soon as she finished speaking, Yurin began to swing her sword. A barrage of sword beams shot out, sending all 3 of them flying. Eugene was still struggling against the curse. He frowned grimly. This opponent was impossible to beat from the very start. At the same time, Yurin slowly walked up to Soren, seeing the dangerous situation. Eugene yelled, Run. Soren. Yurin let out a scoff, a smirk on her face as she said, Farewell. Good. But before her sword could even fall, a figure appeared and blocked its path. Yurin's eyes narrowed, her expression turning sour. The one who appeared was none other than Junsu. He blocked Yurin's sword with his bare fist and taunted with a smirk. Hey. Queen of the Underworld. Long time no see. It has been over a month, has not it? Seeing who it was, Yurin's face filled with contempt. She laughed coldly. You dare to show up here? Then I won't have to drag this out. I will just kill you all. The moment she spoke, Yurin began to swing her sword, unleashing a flurry of sword glints that danced through the air. Seeing this, Yujin panicked. Even if it is Junzu. He was about to shout in alarm. But before the words could leave his mouth, something happened that stunned him. Junzu was actually fighting on equal footing with Yurin. Not only that, Yurin was even knocked back several meters. In the blink of an eye, she flew into a rage, screaming as she charged, I will kill you, Junzu. However, remained calm and quickly sheathed his sword. Then, with a smirk, he said, You are wrong. Today, the one who dies is you. With those words, he brought out Thor's gauntlet and struck. Crackling with lightning, the constant crackle of lightning explosions echoed. But Yurin's figure pushed through them undeterred. She snorted with contempt. You think you can stop me with this garbage? Hitting me 1,000 times would be pointless, Junzu. Of course, already knew that, back during the Sound Terror incident, he had already experienced the pain of Yurin's passive invincibility skill. Back then, Junzu could not deal a single point of damage to her. But things were different now. Junzu could go toe-to-toe with Yurin. This infuriated her. How could she have ever expected him to get so strong in such a short amount of time? Naturally, Yurin would not give up. She vanished in an instant, only to reappear behind Junzu. Without a hint of hesitation, Yurin slashed down with her sword. Unfortunately for her, Junzu was one step faster, creating a shield to block the attack. But it did not take long for his shield to be shattered by Yurin's sword gleam. She charged straight for Junzu. Yurin spoke coldly. Let us end this, master of the Black Tiger sword. But suddenly, her body was pierced by a tree branch. It was the God Slayer. Mistiltine. The aura it radiated nullified Yurin's invincibility effect. A triumphant smile played on Junsu's lips. It is